The episode opens with the system announcing that the jury's vote on the twilight of the gods in the divine punishment trial will begin, and that the vote has been tallied. It is said that whenever someone faces danger, they begin to search for a god, whether it be God, Buddha, or some other deity. They think of the god they worship and beg for salvation. But if that god happens to be in danger, they do not know what to do. Meanwhile, a guy lying near the seashore opens his eyes and wonders about the place. He sits up and thinks that he is sure he was dead. No, to be precise, he was annihilated, since death is a word that correlates to creation. Then, a system appears in front of him, stating that it does not function smoothly here and asking him to inquire about the precise circumstances from the manager of the area. The boy wonders that his divine status, divine seat, faith, and status were all forcibly degraded, that his divinity was revoked, and his divine power disappeared, but questions why his mind alone remains intact. Then he notices someone standing on a boat behind him, holding a huge list and coming toward him. The man comes near and recognizes him as the Twilight of the Gods, Lee Changxian, and reads the huge list of his life that says his father is Lee Jiameyang, his mother is So Yuha, and that he was born in Korea on Earth on December 25, 2001. For an unknown reason, he went to the planet Arcadia in the year TW27, became an abominable god, a star, and killed millions of gods. Then he was caught and brought to an execution ground. He is told that he bears that god's appearance as well, and is asked whether he will not answer. Changxian leaps toward him, about to grab his face, but cannot, as he is caught by the divine suppression steel. However skilled a god may be, this restraint weakens them to a level worse than that of mere creations. Changxian mutters that he did not see them after the divine punishment trial, so he thought he was free of them, and he asks who they are. The man apologizes for the late introduction and says that he is the top reaper of the underworld, Yule. Changxian asks if this is the afterlife. Yule confirms that it is and explains that the place before them is the river Styx. Changxian says he had heard that a god sent to the divine punishment trial would be unable to avoid annihilation, so he asks why he is in the afterlife. Yule says it is because Changxian was originally under their jurisdiction, and suggests discussing the details while they travel together. Yule adds that the person who brought him there is waiting. He says that Arcadia is completely different from the planet where he was originally from Earth. Changxian asks if that is related to the jurisdiction Yule mentioned earlier. Yule confirms it, explaining that all humans live with their lifespan and destiny written in the record of life and death, and that the record of life and death can only be used in the place it was written in. But one of those records suddenly broke away. Yule says they tried very hard to find him, but he ended up in quite a peculiar place. Changxian asks if that place was Arcadia. Yule confirms it and adds that Changxian had become a god and made a real mess, and they had to give up quite a lot in order to bring him here. Changxian asks why they did all that, saying that allowing him to simply be annihilated on that side would have been beneficial for their side as well. Yule replies that he does not know and only does as he is told. Changxian then asks who the superior is who made the decision. Yule answers that it is Thanatos, the head of Tartarus and Erebus, and that some call him the king of the underworld. As they reach their destination, Yule says they have arrived and tells Changxian to follow closely from that point on. Yule points below and says that they can see the hell of the fiery pit, and this is the hell of cold ice. Changxian asks why their statuses seem different and what they were. Yule says he has heard that Changxian was a battle god before becoming an abominable god. He notes that Changxian seems interested and explains that they are fallen stars. Yule adds that Thanatos not only judges the sins of the souls of the dead, but also has the job of killing demonic or evil gods. Changxian thinks he has never heard of that before and questions whether Yule would chatter on about such things if it harmed his prestige in heaven. Yule says they are those with lesser sins, sentenced to manual labor. Then, standing before a huge door, Yule says that this is it. He introduces himself as a first-class reaper under orders and announces to the king that he has escorted the Twilight of the Gods. The door opens, and a voice orders them to enter. The system notifies Changxian that the atmosphere is overwhelming and that a pair of eyes observes him from within the darkness. Changxian smiles and wonders if this looks like it will be fun. The god Thanatos, sitting on the throne, asks him if he is the Twilight of the Gods. He says he will ask a question first and asks where Changxian thinks he would have ended up after death if he had continued to live on Earth. Changxian replies that he does not know and has never thought about it before. Thanatos says it is hell. Changxian asks the reason. Thanatos says that on the 21st of June, during his pro-gamer days, due to his teammate's mistake, he swore at him like crazy, and that teammate took his words to heart. Thanatos then asks Yule what level of punishment Changxian will be receiving because of that incident. Yule says he will be punished by getting his tongue ripped out for 15 days in the hell of tongue ripping. Thanatos says that on the 9th of April, Changxian ignored a request from a broken-hearted friend because he was gaming, and he will be heading to the hell of the Mountains of Knives. In September, he stepped on and killed an ant on his way to school, which is killing a living thing, so that is 4 days in the hell of venomous snakes. In April, while asleep, he peed on the bed and blamed the dog afterwards, which adds an additional 10 days in the hell of tongue ripping. On top of that, for 26 years, he was not able to hold a girl's hand, which resulted in 6 days in the hell of darkness. Changxian shouts and asks just what on earth Thanatos is playing at. Thanatos says that it is a joke, and that Changxian lived a normal life on Earth, but became a completely different person in Arcadia. Thanatos checks his life-doing list and says that Changxian fought like crazy. Changxian asks what he is trying to say and what his reason is for saving him. Thanatos says that he wants Changxian to do a job for him. He explains that there are some gods who have broken their oaths and reached out to humans, and he tells Changxian to go to the mundane world in his stead and seal them. Changxian asks if Thanatos will reincarnate him. Thanatos replies that, to be precise, he is simply returning him to the place he is supposed to be. Thanatos then spreads his wings and shows him the planet Earth, saying that his eyes will pop out of his head. He adds that he thought Changxian was emotionless, but it does not seem like it. Changxian says that it is his home. Thanatos says that seeing what will unfold from that point on will make him faint. He then gives Changxian a small trial of life on Earth, and after seeing it, Changxian wonders and says that there is no way. Thanatos says he will send him to that place and that sealing the gods in his stead is the sentence he will be receiving. Changxian asks why Thanatos is giving him this opportunity. Thanatos says it is because Changxian is the most fit for the hunt, to hunt divine beings of the other world, such as Ahura, Diva, and Chen of Arcadia. Changxian asks if those beings did something. Thanatos replies by asking why Changxian thinks the dungeon break happened. Changxian says that is what Thanatos meant by breaking the oath, and he asks if they desire them. Thanatos says yes, they are slowly approaching. Changxian asks why those from the underworld are not taking action. Thanatos says it is because those gods are very aware of the loopholes in the oath, so they have no justification to intervene. But if a human intervenes, that is a different story, because there is no mention of that in the oath. Changxian says Thanatos wants him to be his hunting dog, and then kill him after the hunt is done. Thanatos says no, it is penal labor. When the job is done, he will release the chains on Changxian and give him a new life. He adds that if Changxian does not like how he explained it, they can call it a deal, and says he does not think it is a bad deal for him. Thanatos says that, of course, he is not telling him to just go and seal them with nothing, and that he will give him a gift. Changxian asks what it is, and Thanatos says it is the authority. Stunned, Changxian asks if Thanatos is sure he can just give that away like that, saying that something like that should be against the laws of the underworld. Thanatos replies that he is the ruler of the entire underworld, and that it can be considered a gift from a ruler. He then asks if Changxian is going to do it. Changxian clenches his teeth and smiles, saying that if Thanatos is going to give him that, then there is no reason he should refuse. Thanatos then happily shouts that the deal is struck, and from now on, the reincarnation will begin. He tells everyone to get ready to open the gate of rebirth. Later, Yule takes him along and says that he must not forget he has come back not as a god, but as a human, and that he must start from the beginning without any of his abilities or experience. Yule also reminds him that his soul is still being restricted with the divine suppression steel as before, and tells him to bear in mind that if any suspicious circumstances are detected, it will be activated once more. They then reach the gate of rebirth, and Yule tells him to go now. He then jumps toward the gate and tells Yule that they should meet again next time if there is a chance. Yule also greets him, saying that he will be waiting, and that he must always remember. He jumps from the gate, leaping in the air, and the system notifies him that he has successfully passed through the gate of rebirth, that he will be connected to a new server, that data is being downloaded to ensure smooth processing, and that his current authority is administrator. This is the planet Earth. He then finds himself lying on the grassy ground, with people around him wondering about his sudden appearance. Seeing the system, he wonders that even things like this have been made into accomplishments. Everyone wonders what is happening, saying that a gate has suddenly appeared and that they have never even heard of such a thing. Hearing them, Changxian mutters that with black hair, black eyes, and hearing Korean, he has truly returned. He then stands up and observes the surroundings, recalling the conversation with Thanatos, who says that from now on he will have him understand something, that the place where he will open his eyes is Earth, but also not Earth, since it is not easy to connect to another place while avoiding the eyes of the god of another world. He asks where he will wake up, and Thanatos replies that it will be a dungeon in a random break. Everyone is troubled that their phone devices are not working. Then the system notifies them that they are welcome to the instant dungeon, Rosewood Forest. The current number of attendees is 431. An error has occurred, and an omitted attendee has been detected. The number has been newly calculated, and the current number of attendees is 432. The dungeon mission has started. In order to judge the attendees' individual strengths, a mission with the appropriate level of difficulty has been arranged. They must defeat the monsters that are lurking in the Rosewood Forest and climb to the top of the hill on the other side of the forest. The forest has been divided into a total of 5 sections, and they are instructed to keep in mind that the monsters inhabiting each section are different, and the required method of reclamation is also different. All attendees may access the inventory, status window, and skill window to aid their mission. The first section has been opened. With that, Changxian starts running. Everyone is surprised to see him, and a girl wonders if he could be the tyrant. While running, Changxian mutters that the situation really sucks, that he hasn't even run much yet, and is already out of breath. He thinks that he will first need to get an accurate grasp on the state of his body. He tells the system window to open. The window says that the system has been partially updated and that the status window has been opened using the qualifications of an administrator. Changxian says that, as expected, it is a mess, but wonders where the things the king of the underworld promised to give him are. With that, the contents of the window are updated with the soul extortion and executioner's sword authorities. Seeing the stats of extortion, he mutters that, thanks to the power to preside over souls, the king of the underworld is held in high regard. Among his authorities, the king concedes some of this power to him, and even allows him to use the flames of purgatory. Whenever he catches monsters, he can extort their souls and receive more experience. In the face of multiple enemies, he can avoid having his stamina depleted and the danger of injuries stacking up. When he needs information, he can summon the souls and continuously torture them to get answers. Now, seeing the stats of the executioner's sword, Changxian wonders if the authority truly holds the strength of the divine. He thinks that if he uses the executioner's sword to steal gods, he will be able to take their authority as well. In theory, this means he can collect infinite authorities and even become omniscient and omnipotent. He is relieved that it doesn't seem like he has been scammed. Even if Thanatos is the king of the underworld, it must not have been easy for him. It looks like Thanatos is really angry at the gods of the other worlds. Still, the executioner's sword feels too difficult to use for now. In terms of ability alone, it is superior to soul extortion, but its requirements are too demanding. The opponent needs to be a criminal who has clearly broken the covenant, and even then, if he can't defeat them properly, he will suffer damage himself. For now, he decides to keep this sealed. The system then notifies him that he has been detected by a black mamba. He equips a rusted dagger and strikes at the monster, finally cutting it in half. The system says that he has successfully defeated the black mamba in one blow and that it was a perfect attack. As a reward, the skill low-grade dagger technique has been learned. A divine being named Good Season for the hunting is watching him with interest. He smiles and says that he's going to become a rookie who can make them drool, and considers it a jackpot. Dungeon. To humans, they are natural disasters as well as a new door of opportunities, and that is also the same for the gods and stars. They would use dungeon missions to select priest or cleric candidates who would spread their own gospel. They would select apostles who would execute their will as well. Numerous humans who needed the power of the gods and stars entered the dungeons, and countless of them died while those gods and stars paid no attention to them. To the haughty gods and stars, a mere being that would eventually perish is not worthy of their eyes. Only a very small number of humans would have the luck and blessings to meet their requirements, or if they might show that they possess an incredible talent. A Good Season to hunt, whose true name is Pabelsag, is well known as a goddess of war who enjoys hunting with every type of weapon. But the real jackpot Changxian refers to is the fact that her mother is the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat. He finds it surprising that such a powerful figure shows interest in him this early. He assumes that his dagger techniques must have pleased her. The system notifies him that the divine being a Good Season to hunt is curious about the kind of hunting techniques he might display. In response, he shows off his dagger technique, determined to give her exactly what she wants. Later, he smells some kind of gas and wonders if the first half of the forest is filled with poisonous air. He assumes most of the monsters are probably poisonous as well. In that case, among the various plans he decides to go with Plan C. At that moment, two mambas are about to attack him from behind. Lost in thought, he decides to use the snake hunter approach, which specializes in hunting snakes, and kills the mambas. He continues defeating mambas, gaining experience points, and leveling up. The system informs him that he is exterminating black mambas, which rule over the front territory of Rosewood Forest at a rapid pace. As he keeps killing the mambas, his senses sharpen. The system says that, thanks to being revitalized in battle, he is now able to focus better. Changxian reflects that they are merely afraid that a mortal might rise above them. He had no such intention at first, but if that is what they fear, then he decides he will do exactly that. He tries to obtain the ashes of the mambas, but the system notifies him that his mana has been depleted, and he is in an exhausted state, advising him to move to a safe zone and rest. Instead, he activates the authority of soul extortion. The system reports that the flames of purgatory have been activated, and he has successfully obtained the ashes of the black mamba, recovering 5% of his stamina. He is no longer in an exhausted state. The divine being a good season to hunt is puzzled, unable to determine what type of ability he possesses. While obtaining the monster's ashes, Changxian thinks that she would never have guessed that a novice who has just entered a dungeon would carry the blessings of the king of the underworld. He figures she must be assuming that his abilities are related to the usual traits players get upon awakening. Even if she is highly curious, she would not act due to the restraints of the principle of causality. He believes that no one would be reckless enough to break that principle just to inspect a novice's data, and even if someone does, he is not worried. Then, a mamba approaches him from behind, but he stabs it with his dagger, believing the protection system granted by the underworld is that sturdy. The system then announces that he has successfully exterminated the last black mamba and acquired a new achievement. As a reward, he has gained low-grade poison resistance. He then opens the system window, checks his stats, and notes that his level, stats, and skills are steadily increasing. Now that he has gained magic power stats through his achievement, he thinks he should be able to start using his skills. The system then informs him of a unique detail, that a god is currently interested in him, and urges him to continue performing in order to gain the god's favor. Upon seeing this, he notes that Pablsag's curiosity and interest in him have increased. Since he has taken care of the black mambas, he considers whether the red mambas and bloody mambas will be next. He knows he has poison tolerance, and although it is low grade, he believes it should help him get through more easily. The bloody mamba is considered a boss mob that controls the mambas. While it is absurd for a novice under level 10 to take it on, Changxian is thinking of attempting a solo raid. He mutters that it would be a great opportunity to attract the attention of the gods, but more importantly, if the bloody mamba has a poisonous fang, he needs it to gain a shortcut to poison immunity. Being inferior in numbers is one of the reasons that the Twilight of the Gods lost the war. It was also because he became helplessly weak due to curses and poisons. He mutters that the curse of Gia still lingers, and he needs that fang to be able to counter it. The dagger he holds starts to fade, and the system informs him that the durability of the beginner's rusted dagger has been depleted, and it is being destroyed. He remarks that it is amazing the weapon lasted this long. Then, a dagger falls from above and stabs into the ground near him. Upon seeing it, he notices dragon scale patterns and wonders if it is a weapon from Tiamat. He questions what they might be thinking. The system then notifies him that the divine being, the god of the season to hunt, has placed that present as a wager with him. If he fails, she will kill him as the price for wasting her time. He thinks that she is telling him from the start that if he fails, he will die. He believes the writers only think of themselves as important and view others as mere entertainment. He grasps the dagger, thinking that this is why he hates the gods and the stars, but now things seem to be turning out for the better. He believes that if he plays his cards right, he will be able to gain a lot from this. He thinks that Tiamat's dagger will be a big help if he is able to obtain it, and asks the system what he needs to do. The system says that he has accepted the bet, that good season to hunt launches loudly due to her liking his courageous spirit, and that the sudden quest hunters has been created. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a man orders everyone to gather around. The players wonder what is going on and suspect that the man might be trying to act like the boss. The man then shows his card and introduces himself, stating that he is 2nd Lieutenant Park Heseong, a C-rank player from the Awakened Force under the command of the Military Defense Support Command. He issues an emergency order, asking everyone to follow his instructions. One player turns to another and says that it's a relief that at least one player is taking charge, but he questions whether the guy who ran off at the start of the dungeon mission will be alright. Another player adds that he hopes nothing bad has happened to him, and wonders if he went off hoping to make a fortune. A player, Jian Changyi, sitting by a tree, responds that it's unlikely, saying that the man probably has far more money than all of them combined. When asked how he knows, he explains that the guy is the tyrant, leader of the Saint Band, and that he had recognized him from somewhere. He adds that although the man has a terrible personality, his good looks landed him many advertisement deals, and that he was raised with a golden spoon. They then ask why a person like that would go in alone. Jian replies that he heard the tyrant became an alcoholic after retiring as a pro gamer, and maybe he went in to commit suicide out of sheer exhaustion with life. Just then, another person appears behind him and asks if he's still not sober. Jian defends himself, asking what he did wrong. Suddenly, the system notifies everyone that all the black mambas in the dungeon have been killed. The players stare in confusion, and a girl points out that all the visitors are still gathered in the safety zone, yet the monsters are dead. Lieutenant Heseon also looks puzzled as the system updates again, stating that the red mambas are being killed rapidly and that player Lee Changxian is going berserk. Jian mutters in disbelief, wondering how this is even happening. Meanwhile, Changxian kills all the red members, and the system notifies him that the hunter's certification category is sudden, because the growth of the good season to hunt in divine status has been stagnating. She is showing great interest in the apostles and priests to increase her faith. However, since all the decent talents are already sponsored by patrons, she has no choice but to monitor the novices, through which she discovers him. She, the one with greater hunting skills, sees him as a candidate to become her apostle. However, he cannot be accepted so suddenly, so he will be verified first. For now, within 24 hours, he must defeat the bloody mamba with the provided temporary dagger. Upon failure, the condition is death, but upon success, evil dragons, Snaggletooth, and the apostle candidate selection. Seeing this, Changxian wonders that this is how it is, and no wonder she was showing such interest in him from the start, and her situation must be quite urgent. He thinks that now that he recalls, there was a recent big conflict between Tiamat and Bel Marduk, and wonders if that has any connection to it. Bel Marduk, among the constellations, is the most powerful of the 12 zodiacs. Taurus and Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon, are the mother of the good season to hunt. Changxian wonders if he is not certain, but if that is true, there will be a lot more to gain from this. Grabbing the dagger, he wonders if this is not just any ordinary weapon either. The system tells him about the dagger that, for the sake of her child, the primordial evil dragon pulled out her tooth to create the dagger, and that it has its own personality. The sacred item is in its borrowed state, and its original abilities cannot be used as the required conditions have not been fulfilled. Seeing this, he thinks that this is exactly what he wants, but aiming higher is better. He then asks the Pebble Sag through the system if there is any interest in adding an additional bet within 30 minutes. The system responds that she is tilting her head in confusion. Changxian states that for this point in time, he will kill the bloody mamba within 30 minutes, and since he is providing more entertainment, he asks for a bigger reward. The system tells him that she finds his request amusing and is smiling widely, and that she has accepted the request. However, if the bet is not successful, his death will not be peaceful. He jumps, leaps into the air, and begins to face the bloody mamba. He then attacks the mamba, slashing its body and severing its head. With that, his level and strength increase by 3. He notices that another mamba approaches, and he stabs the dagger into its head. The system says that the rumors of the bet between Pebble Sag and him are spreading like wildfire across heaven. Some gods are watching his performance with suspicious eyes, while others are stroking their chins with interest in his battle experience. Seeing this, Changxian says that the more interest, the better, and wonders how many additional gods have been secured, hoping there is a decent one. The system tells him that he has reached level 10 and surpassed being a novice. An achievement is accomplished, the talent who escaped from a novice in the shortest time, and a secret class is unlocked. Changxian wonders that in his previous life, he was a spearman, but this time, he cannot be just a normal class. Either a dragon king or a king of darkness would be nice, but that would be difficult. If it is this route, then berserkers would be best. Berserkers have high attack power but low sanity. However, this can be overcome with complementary measures. He thinks he has to choose berserker in order to complete this absurd battle, as this monster is hard to kill even for players at level 20. The system notifies him that only 6 minutes are left. Changxian wonders why he only starts the bet believing in the Berserker class, but it is not one of the options, and questions what is going on. The system says that Pebblesag asks how he will complete the bet within the remaining time, and that the anonymous gods are curious about his choice. Changxian thinks that it can't be helped and that this is the only other choice. He checks his Runekeeper class and says that though drawing runes will be annoying, in terms of destructive power, it is stronger than Berserker and will allow his body to compensate for his insufficient combat ability. He then selects Runekeeper as his primary class, and the system says that a new stat, Intelligence, has been added and that the lowest grade rune production has been created. The system says that Pebblesag is greatly shocked by his decision, and that an anonymous god is laughing at his choice. Checking the stats of the two skills, he wonders that the two skills appear just as he thought, and believes that is all he needs. He has around 4 minutes left, and then adds 30 additional stat points to the intelligence stat. He begins to face the bloody Mamba as it attacks, but he dodges and retreats from his position. The system notifies him that the skill lowest grade rune protection has been activated, and the success rate increases in proportion to his stat level. He then injures his finger with the dagger, thinking that the skill he was forced to learn from Gramps is proving essential now. He writes the rune letters on the dagger with his blood and mutters that it's done. The system notes that she is curious how a novice like him knows about rune letters. It adds that he has not failed to produce or engrave a single rune thanks to his remarkable willpower and force, and his skill level has increased as a reward. The rune of explosion will now be 5 times more effective for 1 minute. The system further states that his magic power has been consumed, and he has fallen into a state of hunger. He strikes the Mamba and thinks there are around 3 minutes left, which is more than enough time. Meanwhile, players in the safe zone hear another blast and wonder what's happening again. Lieutenant Heseong thinks the explosions from the forest have been frequent, but this one is much louder than the others. They're unsettled and wonder aloud what in the world is going on. The system notifies them that a player named Lee Changxian has begun the boss raid, and the boss monster is Bloody Mamba. They express disbelief at the boss's raid. Jion comments that Changxian was like this during the matches, too. He just does whatever he wants. He shouts at Heseong, urging the soldiers to do something or else they're all going to die at this rate. Heseong replies, as he has before, that everyone must stay in place. If the formation collapses even slightly, they will all die. Seeing a light, he suspects that it may be a skill effect caused by a critical hit and realizes that Changxian's skills might be beyond imagination. They sense they might have a chance and continue wondering what is going on over there. Meanwhile, Changxian leaps toward the Mamba boss, and a massive explosion erupts, followed by a flash of intense light. The system announces that he has succeeded in hunting the first boss monster, Bloody Mamba, and has conquered the first section required for the dungeon mission reclamation, and the rewards will be given based on his achievements and ranking. Heseong watches and wonders if, at this moment, he is witnessing the birth of a new member of the 10 Kings. The player appears troubled as the Mamba approaches, growling at them. They are scared, but the creature is soon defeated, its body slamming to the ground. Changxian stands behind it. Heseong wonders what that look in Changxian's eyes means. Changxian assumes they are players and informs them that the boss has been taken care of. He requests that they handle the small fry. Heseong replies that if Changxian would like to rest, preparations can be made. Changxian responds that it is fine. They all seem uncomfortable with him here, so he will find a place to rest on his own. The players mutter among themselves, questioning whether he is really the tyrant, or perhaps just someone who looks similar. One wonders if he could be a demon, as he seemed like a completely different person. Hearing this, Changxian mutters that it is not strange for people to refer to him as such. The system then informs him that a short break will be provided before the second section is opened. Changxian says that this should be fine. He writes a ruined letter on a stone, and the system notifies him that the rune of destruction has been engraved. Changxian says he should organize the rewards first. The system tells him that 2 rewards based on his achievement spoils and ranking and 3 rewards from the requested hunter's certificate are on standby. He checks the achievement rewards, which offer skills, effects, items, and achievement points. He says that picking spoils at a low level is pointless, and that he is fine with the evil dragon's snaggletooth for now. He selects the achievement points, saying the choice is obvious. The system informs him that he has picked the 4th category, achievement points, as his spoil reward and has gained 10,000 karma points. His current total achievement points now stand at 15,000. He smirks and says that the one thing the human world and the realm of the gods have in common is that the rich win. He adds that he will have to prepare for when the shop opens later. He opens his status window. Seeing his stats, he says it looks like taking down the bloody mamba alone was well worth it. The system notifies him that of the 3 rewards from the quest, the first evil dragon's snaggletooth is now in his possession. The divine being, good season to hunt, shows much courtesy toward him. A few gods begin to openly show interest in him after the results of their bets, and a few stars are amused by him. She then warns them once again that if anyone lays a hand on what is hers, the wrath of our dragon will follow. She asks Changxian what he would like as an additional reward from the bets. The second reward will be given. The draconic treasury is opened, and the reward list is presented in front of him on the system window. Seeing the list, he says there is a lot of stuff it must be because it is the draconic treasury. The system says that Pebblesag has told him to state whatever it is he desires. She asserts that, when it comes to appeasing him, no treasury would be too much. Changxian thinks he can't be satisfied with just this and believes he will only be led around by the nose by Pebblesag if he takes a reward here. The system then notifies that the list has been closed and no reward has been selected. It says she frowns and asks what he is thinking. A few gods raise doubts regarding his hidden intentions. The reward he does not receive is substituted with achievement points, and he gains 100,000 karma points. Changxian says he knows that if the reward system is allowed to accumulate, it can be used very effectively. That is how he would like to use it. The system says she suggests he receive candidacy as an apostle. Changxian declines, saying he would like to gain more experience first, and has no intention of remaining a candidate. He wonders if it is because he was betting with the gods, but notes that he has earned a lot. The system says she flares with rage at him for ridiculing her, and he will regret this, and roars at him violently. He thinks there is no reason to appear weak. A few gods begin to pay attention to his ambition of not being satisfied with merely being an apostle candidate. They, who had given up on him, now show amusement and interest. Seeing the system windows, Changxian thinks that if he shows unparalleled worth, many entities will flock to his side. He also thinks that if the fight with Bel Marduk is true, then Tiamat's side will need more talented people. He believes everything is falling into place just as he had planned, and that, with things as they are, he should be able to move on to the next step of his plan. He grabs the dagger and says it is time to get things started, since this kind of boss monster has something to waste. He then acquires the bloody mamba's blood, tendons, and eyes. The system states that a few gods wonder what he will show them next. Rumors of him being the best and rejecting her offer to become an apostle spread throughout the heavens. The gods who have become curious about him begin to connect to the dungeon channel, one after another. Meanwhile, in the safe zone, Jian frustratedly asks his player friend if he doesn't think he would be able to do it too. His friend responds by asking if he's crazy and what he just said. Jian argues that if a drunkard can do it, then he can also definitely do that. He insists that he definitely can, saying that even though he didn't know before, this is a place where talent can be awakened, and tells his friend to just watch him. He then calls for a god's message. The system notifies him that the divine being owl that pierces through the twilight has a vested interest in the talents of player Jian Chunye. His friend wonders if Jian has ever taken an awakening test before. A surge of light descends from the sky, and an administrator appears. The administrator introduces himself, saying he is pleased to see everyone, and that he is Harold, the administrator of the Korean channel. Everyone wonders why an administrator has suddenly appeared. Harold responds that it seems he has unintentionally disrupted their rest and acknowledges their curiosity about his presence. He explains that something has happened that requires their understanding. Due to the Administrative Bureau's policies of non-interference and granting a high degree of freedom, they usually avoid getting involved. However, there has been a spike in transmission rates in the dungeon channel, and upper management has grown annoyed. He apologizes, saying that he must now adjust the difficulty. With just a flick of his finger, he shatters the safe zone banners. The system then notifies the players that, based on current achievements, the difficulty will be greatly adjusted. The safety zone will cease to exist. Monsters' aggression, attack power, and defense power will all be increased. As everyone struggles to accept this, Heseong stands still, wondering how this can happen. He questions whether it is the same as last time, when the gods and constellations also summoned an administrator to drastically increase the difficulty in order to test if any exceptional novices could become apostles. He wonders if he must witness countless people being sacrificed again, and whether the gods believe that Changxian possesses that potential. The system notifies the players that, due to the increased difficulty, the remaining resting time no longer exists. Monsters have been granted a higher degree of freedom and are currently in a state of hunger, so players are instructed to survive the attacks of the famished predators. It announces that party organization may begin, each party consisting of up to 10 members, and depending on individual contribution, various equipment may be rewarded. If players manage to hunt the monsters, there is a chance of obtaining orbs of fire. Each party must gather 99 crystals to pass the second stage. The countdown to the monster wave begins with 5 seconds remaining. Harold approaches Heseong and asks if he is the player Park Heseong. Heseong wonders if Harold knows him. Harold replies that he does, calling him the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den and someone the administrative bureau is keeping an eye on. He says there is no way he wouldn't know Heseong and adds that he will pray for his safety. The countdown ends, and the second stage begins. Monsters approach, chasing the players. Jian rushes forward, thinking that this is his opportunity. The system announces that the blessings of the divine being, owl that pierces through the twilight, are with him. Meanwhile, Changxian holds the black mamba's poisonous fang and says he has found it. He adds that poison immunity must wait for him, as he is coming for it soon. The system notifies him that the second stage has started, and the gods interested in him are curious about his actions. He wonders if the filtering has already begun and thinks he expected to have a bit more time. He considers whether it is because he won his bet with Pebblesag. Checking the system, he realizes that more gods are paying attention to him than he had expected. He rushes forward, thinking it is pathetic. The bigger problem for him is his stamina, and though he wanted to rest, things are not going his way. As he is running, he notices the fire lizards rushing beside him. He wonders if the first stage was living organism poison, and the second stage is now fire poison. Then the following stages might be ice poison, metal poison, and corpse poison, in that order. In that case, he concludes that the thing he needs to obtain here is the accumulation of fire energy. The lizard throws a fire attack at him, but he dodges it. Leaping up, he avoids its flames again as it spits fire. He then slashes at its body with a dagger, wondering if its stamina even compares to the black mamba's, and hunting it would be tough if it moved in packs. He takes the fire orb from its body and swallows it. The system notifies him that he has successfully swallowed the orb of fire, acquired low-grade fire resistance, and accumulated 20,000 fire energy. As Changxian moves forward, he thinks that he needs to eat more orbs so that it leads to the second condition to obtain the 8 trigrams urn of heat energy. Landing on the fire lizard area, he believes he is able to gain the embers required for that here. Poison immunity, that is the unique ability of Changxian's old foe, Antares, the Scorpio of the 12 zodiacs, and it allows him to have the talent to have resistance to all poisons, and the trait to recreate the poison to form blood poison. Because of this, though Changxian had the power to go against Antares, he fell into the curse of Gia, which dramatically decayed his divine status and ultimately led to his demise. However, he ended up in the underworld due to some strange fate. Thanks to Thanatos, Changxian was able to learn a portion of the secret arts of the fallen stars. He said Changxian will learn as many secret arts as possible there, as it will be very effective in taking down most of the 12 zodiacs, and it will be beneficial for him as well. The fallen stars were tried as criminals and sent to the underworld. The 12 zodiacs made many enemies to get to where they are today, and there were several among the fallen stars who had a grudge against them. The fallen stars that Changxian referred to as the 10 elders each gave him their teachings, and of them, the first one was the shortcut to gaining poison immunity. There was a fallen star who claimed to have lost his daughter to Antares, because he was the first one who gave him his teachings. Changxian called him the first elder. Now, he defeats many fire lizards and steals their fire orbs, wondering that he still can't light the 8 trigrams with this level of fire energy, and decides he has to find their base. Meanwhile, Jian is also fighting with the fire lizards, killing them. He thinks that maybe he will be able to leave Changxian in the dust. He checks the dungeon ranking and is surprised to see Changxian on the top, himself in second, and Heseong in third. Troubled, he wonders how it is possible and assumes that Changxian is definitely using some sort of shortcut. The divine being advises him to use a shortcut as well if the opponent is doing the same. Jian wonders about a way to climb faster than this and asks what it is, saying he will do anything and begging for more power. The divine being says that if that is the resolve of his family, then he shall help them. Meanwhile, 2 players are huffing and saying they guess the world is only for the talented and wish they could grow as strong. Heseong thinks that everyone is becoming tired due to 3 consecutive days of monster waves, but their jealousy towards others is becoming stronger. He finds it understandable, since the normal people they used to work with have become that strong, and not just 1, but 2. Then Jian comes there and says that he has just gotten a new skill, that God has answered his deepest prayers, and that it is a way for them all to become players and survive. Meanwhile, as Changxian deals with the fire deer, he wonders if everyone will be killed at this rate, and if it is Mother, the queen of the mountain, then she is not human. He then manages to slash it, grabs the fire orb, and swallows it. Suddenly, he hears the voice of someone shouting and notices a girl being chased by a bear. He slashes the bear and asks the girl if she is okay. She is still scared and shouting. Then he tells her that it is he, the one who came in there with her, and not to be scared. He asks why she is alone and where everyone else is. She says they are all dead, including her friends, and that they were abandoned by someone called Jian Chumye. The girl shows him the seal on her hand and says that Jian told her he could share the power of the goddess with it. Changxian sees the seal and says she was scammed, that it is the brand of a demon. He explains that the seal symbolizes she sold her soul to a demon, and that the seal of the true owl that faces through the twilight does not look like that. He adds that if the branded person dies, their vitality and soul are taken. The vitality goes to the host, and the soul goes to the demon. Changxian mutters that the guy must have become very strong, that even though the brand is high quality, if it is from a demon, it must be a great demon that surpasses the Demon King rank. Still, he thinks it will not do much against him. The girl then starts pleading for help. Changxian, troubled, wonders what to do with the child and says it is not enough that he saved her from the fireworks bear. The girl says he can make her do anything, that she can clean, do laundry, and cook in exchange for helping her get stronger. Changxian notices her eyes and wonders if they look different because she went to avenge her friends herself. She gives him chocolate and says he can have it if he really needs it, but he refuses and asks if she can really do anything. Then he says they should first edit the brand. Meanwhile, Jian inherits the vitality of the dead players and wonders that he is getting stronger, more and more. The god who is favoring him says that he is very happy to see the growth of his family. His friend, Sojun, notices something unusual and, upon seeing the seal on his hand, says that the seal keeps restricting their actions. Meanwhile, Jian shouts at some player, asking why he can't run any faster, and what happened to the thing he was told to find. They reply that they have found it. Sojun thinks that Jian has made them all slaves, and that this place is a jail. Jian then moves forward and declares that it was hidden in a place like that. He orders everyone to get up, saying they will be doing a boss raid starting now. He mentions Changxian and says to just wait, that he will throw him into the gutter no matter what, just like what was done to him. Meanwhile, the girl, Haibin, notices the incoming danger and starts running. The system informs Changxian that he is currently activating the skill Gale Sprint. The rune of captivation has succeeded in captivating the rotten zombies. Changxian then appears and starts severing the zombies' heads. Earlier, he had asked Haibin if she had talent for running away. He told her that he would engrave the zone of captivation on her, so the monsters would focus only on her. She just needed to run between them to draw their attention and not worry about what happened behind her. Now, after clearing all the zombies, he asks Haibin if this is the last one. She says yes, that as he ordered, she has brought all the monsters within a 300-meter radius. He asks about the preparations, and she says all are done. She has even confirmed that everything functions properly. She asks if there's anything else he needs. Changxian tells her to get as far away as possible, as she won't be able to do anything against the ones who will be showing up, and he notes to himself how burdensome her eyes feel. She agrees and runs from there. Changxian wonders whether everything will go according to plan, but then he notices poison approaching. The system informs him that the final boss monster, the decomposing plague spider, has appeared. While still running, Haibin sees the spider and wonders what the hell that huge spider is. The system notifies Changxian that the divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, thinks highly of him and is bestowing a benefit on him. A skilled snake's eyes temporarily become viper eyes. Like a snake that is able to spot its prey instantly, he will be able to judge the terrain proficiently, and it will help him grasp what is crucial. Changxian wonders if the divine being is giving him benefits without any conditions to test what he is capable of, and he decides to show what he can do. He detects a spot on the spider's body and thinks it is starting from there. He activates the low-grade poison resistance, and the accumulated fire energy purges the poison that has entered his body. He then climbs up the monster's body and slashes at it. He thinks that in order to fan the flames of the 8 trigrams urn, he needs something that burns, and venom burns the best. Among the types of venom, the plague spider's venom glands are the best. He targets its glands and begins to strike in front of its heart. As he attacks the gland, he realizes that it is not easy, as it is tough. A zombie attached to the spider's body starts spitting out acid at him. He retreats and tries to protect himself, thinking that there is acid as well. He reflects that the level he has gained over the past 3 days is indeed insufficient. He decides to run for now and starts fleeing, with the spider chasing him. Meanwhile, Jian arrives and finds the corpses of the zombies. He wonders what all this is and thinks about Changxian, realizing that something is definitely different. The system announces that a great accomplishment has occurred and shows the same dungeon ranking as before. A divine being tells Jian that he will not be forgiven if he continues to sully its name despite being its representative, warning him that this is his last chance. Jian becomes worried and thinks that something must be wrong, as there is no way a normal person can become that strong so quickly. Whether it is the most efficient method or outright cheating, he decides to take everything for himself to be recognized by the goddess again. The system then informs him that player Changxian is currently fighting the decomposing plague spider. Jian rushes forward, saying he must kill him. Meanwhile, as Changxian is still running and being chased by the spider, the system informs him that the spider is in a very agitated state. He recalls the moment when he asked Haibin about the preparations. He sets the trap using the rune of explosion for the spider, and as he stops at a specific point, the rune activates and bursts out with fire. The system notifies that the decomposing plague spider has been burned. The divine being snake explodes in laughter at the horrifying trap that has been set. Changxian says that this is just the start of his traps. Changxian is hanging there with a rope, watching the destruction of the spider. He grabs his dagger and remarks that the enemy is indeed the final boss, noting how much blood it has spewed. He then cuts the rope and protects himself from the spider's poison attack. As the spider tries to flee, he approaches it and demands to know if it is trying to run away, declaring that he won't let it escape. The spider continues launching venom attacks at him, which he dodges while leaping toward it. Jian and his player arrive at the spot and witness Changxian battling the spider. Jian thinks that if they join in now, they will all die, so he needs to let them damage each other first and wait for the right moment. He decides to wait until they grow weaker and believes that this is the right approach. He comes up with an idea that if he throws normal people at Changxian forcefully, they should be able to wear him down more. Since Changxian tries to avoid harming civilians, this strategy would make things easier. To ensure success, he considers having another card to play, such as a hostage. He then spots Haibin running and wonders if she is supposed to be dead and whether Changxian saved her. Haibin praises Changxian, calling his fight amazing and incredible. Hearing this, Jian smirks and thinks that things are about to get a lot easier for him. He then wields the dagger and slices the monster's body in half. After that, he approaches its head and begins stabbing the dagger into it. The system notifies him that it is a critical hit. It states that he has successfully landed a strike that possesses the law of increase. He has obliterated the remaining health of the decomposing spider with his critical strike and defeated it. He grabs its gland and swallows it. As a result, his body begins reacting. He levels up and spits out acid. The system notifies him that he has reached level 20 and reclaimed the final section, the 5th section required for the dungeon mission reclamation. The system informs him that a huge number of gods are showing great interest in wanting to talk to him. The divine being Snake is scoffing at the gods and stars that are one step behind and tells them to remember that it was Snake who showed interest first. Jian and his players move closer, and he says he has got him, noticing Changxian sitting still. He wonders if Changxian is unable to get up due to exhaustion. He then says now is the time, ordering his players to attack as he thinks he will hide among them. Changxian begins to laugh, and Jian watches him with confusion. The system states that player Jian and the others around him have fallen into a trap. Jian wonders aloud what that means, and Changxian responds by laughing and saying it means they are trapped. Jian orders his players to kill him as they move toward Changxian. Changxian starts slashing through the players, advancing toward Jian. Troubled, Jian commands his players to stop him. A sudden quest appears, escape the ambush. Jian grows increasingly anxious at Changxian's relentless approach. As Changxian launches an attack, Jian blocks his daggers with his weapon. But Changxian counters and tries to stab the daggers into Jian's body. Jian quickly retreats, and the rock behind him shatters into pieces. In desperation, Jian throws more of his players at Changxian and orders them to stop him. Changxian kills them in a single blow. Witnessing this, Jian thinks to himself that Changxian is too strong, he needs more power. Meanwhile, Hexiang stands atop a rock, watching everything unfold. He says Jian Chungyi was nothing more than a plaything of the gods, that their focus had always been on Changxian from the start. When Jian begins killing his own players, they cry out in confusion, wondering why he's attacking them. Hexiang thinks that Jian was merely a decoration for Changxian's tutorial, just like back then. As the cursed player dies, the system notifies Jian that, based on the contract of the stigma, the remaining life force should be transferred to him, but it fails. Shocked, Jian notices Changxian approaching and attacking him. He blocks the attack with his weapon but struggles against the force. Changxian slices his arm and throws it aside. Jian then sees the life force from the dead, cursed player flowing toward Changxian instead. The system announces that, for unknown reasons, the life force is being transferred to another person. Jian, confused, wonders how this is possible. Changxian looks at him and says that his name sounds familiar. In pain, Jian asks if he finally remembers him. Changxian replies that he still can. Frustrated, Jian demands to know why, saying it was because of Changxian that he got kicked out of the team. Changxian responds that he remembers now, the one who came to him complaining about being kicked out. The one who acted so unsightly that was Jian, and that unsightly part of him hasn't changed at all. Enraged, Jian charges toward him, shouting that he's no longer the same person. He now has a goddess backing him. Then, seeing Changxian, Jian starts crying and says in a trembling voice that this can't be it, and asks if he is just a side character in his story again. The system tells Jian that he is unable to complete the sudden quest. He shouts, frustrated and scared, as he remembers that they are the victors of their competition this time, and that the leader, Li Changxian, raises their trophy in the air. He thinks he should not have been jealous of him, and should not have followed him back then. If he does not follow him, he will not be swept into the gate. He blames everything on that guy. The system tells him that he will be receiving a penalty, which is death. Changxian then severs his head, and the system says that the cursed player, Jian Chungyi, has died. As Jian dies, the system notifies that, based on the contract of stigma, his remaining life force will be returned to his host. The other players wonder as an incredible amount of power begins to pour out from his body and flows toward Changxian. Changxian recalls the moment he changed Haibin's stigma, saying that she is now also a host like Jian, but warns that if she receives such power, she will not be able to withstand it and will die. That is why he created a rune path beside it, allowing her to receive the power safely. The divine being Snake recommends taking time to absorb all of this power, as it is vastly different from the power she already possesses. Being too greedy is unwise. Sometimes, throwing away a portion of the power may be necessary, depending on the situation. As Changxian absorbs the energy, Snake becomes deeply impressed by his ability to hack a stigma of that level, and praises the use of a low-level rune as a clever medium to receive the incoming energy. While struggling to endure the flood of energy, Changxian wonders to himself that it feels like consuming a 100-year elixir, though the quality isn't very good. The system then gives a notification, and an unknown divine being declares that the tutorial was indeed interesting and went exactly as expected, expressing awe at Changxian's performance. Changxian wonders if he has been tested, and questions who this divine being could be. The system then announces that the present has been decided, and that the surprise gift will be revealed in 5 seconds. With that, the countdown begins, and the life force of the remaining players starts pouring out of their bodies as they all plead for help. Hexiang sees everything from hiding and wonders if it is happening again. If Changxian is not up to their expectations, if he is not interesting enough, his entire being will disappear. He watches Changxian's emotionless eyes and thinks that he has decided to take in all the life force. There is no reason for him to reject the god's gifts. He is not hesitating at all. But then Changxian rejects the gift and chooses the option no, and with that, the countdown stops. The system tells him that the unknown divine being is puzzled and unable to understand his decision. It says that what Changxian needs is magic power and claims to be helping him acquire it as a reward. It advises that a human's life is a convenient tool in various ways to gain more magical power. Changxian says that he can't trust someone whose name is constantly hidden. The unknown divine being appears puzzled and doesn't understand what he means, then suddenly realizes his name was covered and lets out a laugh. It now reveals its name. The great demon that chases after the abyss looks at Changxian and gives a wily smile. Changxian recognizes him as Mephistopheles and wonders if he has made a mistake. When the great demon asks if he knows him, Changxian replies that he doesn't, and that he was just surprised by the word great demon in the name. Mephistopheles is one of the strongest great demons, even among the great demons. He is so powerful that even Tiamat would need to prepare in order to win against him. He prefers being alone and is known to keep himself hidden from public view. The great demon says that it somehow doesn't feel like that's the real reason, but he doesn't mind. Changxian wonders why someone like him would be here. The great demon then asks him to tell him what he desires. The divine being Good Season to Hunt strongly protests against the great demon and tells him not to lay a hand on Changxian, saying that he belongs to her. Changxian wonders if Pabelsag had left, as she hadn't appeared. To think she would have her guard up against Mephistopheles, almost like a mother. The system notifies the players that the closing of the dungeon, which had been paused, will now resume and instructs everyone to brace themselves for the impact. As the countdown begins, Changxian hears Hyben's voice as she rushes toward him, asking for his contact number. Changxian throws the knife toward her and tells her that if she takes it to the address written on the back of the knife, she will be able to completely remove the stigma. He adds that he is not very skilled at dealing with stigmas and suggests they meet again if the opportunity arises. With that, the dungeon is completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Hyben opens her eyes and hears the voices of reporters capturing footage of the players, exclaiming that there are survivors and that it was not an outbreak. Her parents embrace her as she cries, realizing she has survived. But then she notices that Changxian is nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Changxian sits alone on a flyover. The divine being Snake comments that while living an intense life is good, enjoying the quiet night skies all night is also nice. The great demon continues to wait for Changxian's answer. Changxian silently reflects that although the method is different from what was expected, he has returned. The divine being Good Season to Hunt expresses extreme hostility toward the entities interested in Changxian. The great devil ignores the hostility and continues to await his answer. Good Season to Hunt asks him to listen to her. Changxian thinks that he initially believed it would be a success if he managed to catch the attention of 2 or 3 divine beings. But because he cleared the tutorial quite well, many of them are now interested in him. He believes this must be the first time that so many gods and stars have been drawn to one person. The system announces that the scenario quest Protection God Choice has formed. It is the Protection Star selection, in which the player can choose a protection god who will grant them blessings and powers, and stay with them until death. The divine being Good Season to Hunt confidently claims that she is the best choice, saying that Changxian possesses excellent skills in hunting and dagger use. She promises him the role of the first arrow. The divine being Snake suggests that he would be the best fit for Changxian's personality, as it is insidious and pursues power. He promises him the role of the wise enlightened. The great devil quietly waits for a reply, having promised the role of the final observer. Changxian considers that the most helpful among them are Pebelsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. He thinks he doesn't need the others, as they are not even recognized compared to those 3. The system then notifies that the divine being Owl shows deep favor toward him. Changxian thinks about Minerva, the true owner of the seal that Mephistopheles claimed to own, and the god who always fights for justice. He believes it seems she placed her trust in him. He thinks he must have caught her eye when he resisted the temptation of the seal and saved others, and because of that, the seal, once tilted toward evil, has now regained its balance. The system notifies him that the divine beings are patiently waiting for his reply. 9 gods remain on edge, watching closely to see which one he will choose as his protection star. Without a protection star, he will receive no blessings or powers, which will cause him to fall significantly behind other players of the same level. The system advises him to make his choice quickly. Then, it informs him that his time has passed and that he currently possesses no protection star. Several divine beings who had shown interest in him are now enraged and repulsed by what they perceive as his unending greed. His fame increases, and his achievements accumulate to 100,000 karmas. Changxian feels that this is even more difficult than being inside the dungeon. The World Player Council for Freedom, also known as the Association, is an organization under the Safety Management Bureau. Made to effectively manage the dungeons and gates that appeared abruptly decades ago, which completely flipped over the ecosystem of Earth. Sometimes they possess extreme powers, such as transnational status as well as investigative authority. Of course, that is the case for the higher-ups who run the association. The IT manager asks Cha Yun, a third-class agent of the association, what she thinks it is, and says it is the work of the press, who are busy taking shots at them. Cha Yiyun, frustrated, slams the table and says she has suffered for the past 5 days as the one in charge on site. She explains that she evacuated the residents, made a barrier line with the police and military, and completed preparations to be spotted by nearby countries for emergency measures by grabbing the collars of the executives. The IT manager tells her to look at the bottom-most article about the person in a veil. Yiyun, while smoking, asks where he thinks it got leaked from. He reminds her that it is a no-smoking zone indoors. She, still frustrated, tells him to read the air and threatens to beat his mouth in, saying she had told him to thoroughly block all outside contact. The boy replies that it is not as easy as it sounds and adds that thankfully, the press sees it as just a tabloid. He says they are not paying attention to either report since a rookie who suddenly appeared, cleared a 2-star dungeon by himself, and disappeared without a trace is hard to believe. Yiyun wonders how a civilian could do that and questions whether he could be demonic. She says they need to contact him before the clans do, but despite their efforts, they still can't find him. Then a worker comes in and says they have found him. Yiyun shouts and asks where he is. The worker replies that he said he is at his house. Meanwhile, Changxian comes home and announces his arrival. His mother, while cooking, sees him and asks what's with that terrible look. Changxian thinks that it is the first time he has smelled kimchi in hundreds of years and that his consciousness is fading away due to the delicious smell. His mother says the food is almost done and tells him to take a bath while she sets the table. Changxian, while patting his pet, thinks that he is actually home after hundreds of years and that he is back. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Changxian sits quietly with his family, thinking that this is the reason he avoids sticking around. His sibling begins to leave, saying they are going to work. Changxian reflects that his father's family owns a conglomerate. His father inherited a large hospital, and his mother's family consists of famous scholars who work in the legal field or as diplomats. His mother sees off the siblings and asks if they will be late today. His brother replies that he has surgery in the evening and might be a little late. Changxian thinks that his older brother followed in their father's footsteps by going to medical university, and his older sister majored in music and won numerous awards in competitions. His sister tells their mother that she is not sure if she will be back early because she has a performance in the countryside. Changxian feels that, compared to them, he has always been treated like an alien, despite being competitive from a young age and especially obsessed with games. He has returned after a few days looking like a beggar, yet no one seems even slightly worried. While eating recklessly, he mutters that they must only want to keep good memories. It is because of this that he feels nothing toward the house. But he also wonders if kimchi has always tasted this good. His father places the chopsticks on the table and asks if he is just going to stay silent. His mother tries to stop her husband, who angrily tells her to stay out of it and says to Changxian that when the Jamsil gate or whatever opened, he knew that his mother had fainted. He says people came looking for him, saying he might have been swept into the gate, worried he might have been sent to an emergency ward. He adds that his older brother called every hospital in Seoul, and his older sister helped their mother look everywhere for him and could not go on her overseas work trip. He says that after being gone for a few days, all Changxian does is eat after coming back looking like a beggar, and asks how he is still able to eat. He raises his voice and says not even a beast acts like he does, and if he is going to live this way, then he should live somewhere else and stop causing trouble for his mother and siblings. His mother tells his father to stop, too, saying he is probably like this because he is sorry for what happened. She tells Changxian to say something and says that his father was really worried about him. His father begins to leave, says he is going for work, and slams the door behind him. His mother, worried, says that he knows it too, that his father just says whatever he wants when he gets angry, and tells him not to take it to heart. Changxian replies, agrees, and glances at her face, wondering that before he realizes, she already has so many wrinkles. He thinks he has been negligent, that he was just waiting for his family to be worried about him, but had not thought of approaching them first. His mother tells him to go and rest in his room. He slightly apologizes, and she, wondering, asks what he just said. He says he is sorry, and that he will be careful in the future. Changxian comes into his room, notices the mess of bottles and other things scattered around, and begins to pick up, wondering if he has really been living in a pigsty like that. He pats his pet and wonders how he can untie such a complicated knot, deciding to start by cleaning up. Meanwhile, the in-charge, Yisun, is on her way, muttering that she is really looking forward to seeing how Changxian looks. After cleaning, Changxian lies on his bed and thinks that he can finally lie down. The system notifies that divine being, Pebblesag, is interested in what he will do from now on, appealing to him by saying she will be able to help him improve his hunting techniques. Meanwhile, the divine being Snake tells him that rest is important, too. Changxian wonders how even things like that can interest them. He then recalls his parents' worried faces and determines that he needs to show them he is different now that he is no longer the alcoholic who mooches off others, but an adult who is able to do his part. He believes that if he focuses on being a player, his family will slowly open up their hearts as well. He thinks this start is way better than he expected, and that it feels like he can proceed with his second plan earlier than he thought. He then wonders whether the Void Monarch guy would be there. He recalls asking Thanatos who he must first deal with in the mundane world. Thanatos replies that it would be the ruler residing in his world, someone he knows very well, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Recalling this, Changxian clenches his teeth and thinks that it is one of his arch-nemeses who was present during his divine punishment trials. He still remembers vividly how the tiger laughed so heartily in front of him. But he knows it won't be easy to get him, since he is very crafty, brutal like a tiger, quick to catch on, and commanding many underlings. He checks a profile on his phone and thinks about the White Tiger clan. Since the gate started to open, numerous gods and stars have begun showing their faces on Earth. As a result, groups that have received blessings and baptisms have also emerged. That is what a clan is. The White Monarch is the patron saint of the White Tiger clan. He thinks the monarch really lacks creativity in naming just because he is a white tiger. He also names his followers White Tigers. It is a large clan, ranked first in Korea, and definitely big. Seeing the recruitment notice, Changxian thinks that since he does not have the power to start a war right now, he will have to slowly start by cutting off the monarch's limbs one by one from the bottom, without letting him notice. That is why he has to finish the preparations within a month, no matter what. He leaves the house, saying that he is going to the park near the Han River and that he will come back early, so there is no need to worry. He finds the area to be quite remote and wonders if it is the right place. As he tries to run, he thinks that no matter what, he cannot be disrupted while doing what he is about to attempt, not by humans, animals, or even the slightest disturbance. He then begins to feel discomfort and wonders if he ate too much kimchi stew after not having it for a long time. His stomach does not feel well. After using the toilet, he says that now he shall get going and starts running toward the forest. Upon reaching the forest, he wonders if he should be okay now that he is this far in. Then he equips his dagger and writes the rune spell on a tree. The system notifies him that he has deployed the rune of stealth. He removes his clothes to keep them safe and opens his inventory, which displays its contents. Seeing the items, he grabs the spider gland and swallows it. He thinks that there is nothing like using venom as a fire starter to start a big fire. The pure fire energy accumulated within his body is known to push back poison and destroy evils, since it is a purifying fire specialized in purification. He recalls an old man informing him that as soon as any foreign substances trying to harm the body are detected, the fire will inevitably burn them to a crisp, and the stronger those substances are, the stronger the fire will burn. It is only then that the fire will become the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. As that fire burns, all foreign substances and accumulated waste are also burned and purified. There is no better way to thoroughly purify the body than this. Changxian then thinks that since he has enough fire, he will start with his heart. He purifies his heart, and the system notifies him that the bloody mamba's poisonous fang has infiltrated it. His body starts deteriorating as the venom spreads rapidly. The low-grade poison resistance activates, but the system alerts him that its effects are insufficient. He must get rid of the fang immediately and begin detoxifying. He completely absorbs the bloody mamba's poisonous fang and discovers a hidden piece. He obtains the snake venom gene, allowing him to produce a small amount of the bloody mamba's poison from now on. The system reports that 50,000 karma has been deposited into his achievement points, noting that he is currently in a critical state. Then, the firework tiger's burned toenail infiltrates his liver and intestines. The system warns that he is now on the brink of death. He manages to squeeze all the glands, and the system notifies him that the poisonous gland has permeated into his lungs. All 5 of his major internal organs are filled with venom. A hidden piece is discovered. The 5 different poisons within him are in conflict, and his poison status becomes severely intensified. In his critical state, Changxian tells himself to hold on a little more, just a little more. The system warns him that he must attempt treatment quickly. If it goes on, he might die. After struggling through this near-death condition, he finally releases a huge fire. The fire awakens and starts raging. The system congratulates him. He has successfully ignited the legendary, ancient, sacred fire that had long been forgotten, the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. The system then notifies him that he is recovering. He has purged the impurities. All his blood, energy, and meridian pathways are open. His magic power organs are generated. He obtains a magic power brazier and gains the attributes of fire and poison. He declares that it is done. He has obtained immunity against 10 poisons. He opens the system window, seeing his stats. He wonders if the next step would be acquiring weapons. Meanwhile, Yeon arrives and asks if this is Lee Changxian's home. The White Tiger Clan's team leader, Seo Youngkwon, invites her in. He says the association really lives up to its name. It's slow, but she has actually arrived earlier than he expected. It has been a while, he adds, referring to Agent Chai Yeon. She looks around and wonders what's going on, asking when they arrived, and admits she was too careless. Meanwhile, at Seongwoo neighborhood shoemaker's alley, Changxian is eating cheese pull and reflects that there is simply no comparison between filling himself with magic power and filling himself with food. Based on what he has heard, the trait Twilight of the Gods is the king of weapons. Thanatos once said that, in that case, he would need a wide range of weapons when he returns. He wonders whether he wouldn't require a blacksmith capable of meeting such needs. Now, Changxian stands in front of Yezi's closed shop. From behind him, a man speaks, telling him that if he needs something, he should come over and take a look. The shop has been closed for more than 5 years. Changxian wonders that it has been 5 years since they closed, yet the smell of divine fire still lingers, which means a decent brazier is being used. The system states that a divine being of good season to hunt is getting interested, saying she smells the scent of good steel coming from inside. Changxian now confirms that there is definitely a brazier in use inside. He breaks the chains and the lock, opens the shutter of the shop, and goes inside, wondering that there are so many weapons there. He glances at a fully rooted weapon. Pebblesag criticizes him for looking at that strange weapon, instead of all the other good weapons around. He grabs the weapon, but then someone behind asks who he is. As he glances back, he notices a blind man with a dog. Meanwhile, Changxian's mother offers some fruits to them. Seo Youngkwon remarks to Yeon that the value of rookies seems to have gone crazy recently, saying it makes sense given the involvement of team leaders and department heads. Yeon finds it strange, thinking these aren't the kind of people who would personally make a move just to scout a rookie, especially with everything happening in just one day. She then comments that things are different if it's about a super rookie, and reflects on the fact that the face of the White Tiger Clan, which holds the strongest battle power in Korea, is none other than raiding team leader Seo Youngkwon, who wears a fake mustache because he believes all strong warriors have one. She also considers the 5-Star Sword Clan, which originated as an affiliate of the 5-Star Group and rapidly expanded into a major clan. Their head of human resources is Youngjun, who is also the uncle of Woo Haibin, one of the current gate supervisors. She questions whether all this could really be just for a super rookie and thinks that there is definitely something different about Changxian. But at the end of the day, he is still just one person. She assumes that if they can't recruit him, they will make sure others can't either. Yeon then asks why they have come, saying they must be busy people. Youngkwon replies that if he doesn't do this, people might think he's freeloading. He leans toward her and questions whether she's trying to interfere with their business. Yeon responds that it was them who disrupted their business first, reminding him that they stole their secrets. Youngkwon denies abusing government authority. As she clenches her teeth, she questions whether it's more like obstructing official government business. At that moment, Changxian's mother interrupts and asks whether they have both come to recruit her son. They both confirm that they have. They both start giving justifications about their clans. Changxian's mother says she has heard both of them, but this is something her youngest son will have to decide for himself, so she doesn't think they should be speaking to her. However, she adds that there is something else she would like to ask everyone present. She mentions that they were told her son had spent the last 5 days in the Jamsil dungeon, and asks if she may hear more about what happened there and what he did in that place. Meanwhile, Changxian has a conversation with the blind man, who asks if he wants to make a weapon. Changxian replies that he does. The blind man, Yezi, says he finds it funny that Changxian is asking him even after seeing his current state, and questions why Changxian would trust him. Yezi then begins to leave, saying that if Changxian is there to make a fool out of him, then he has done enough and should go away, adding that the blacksmith shop has been closed for a long time. He also tells his dog, Wilson, to leave with him. Changxian responds that despite all of Yezi's words, the brazier is currently in use, and the calluses on his right hand seem fairly new. Yezi turns and shouts, asking what nonsense Changxian is talking about. Changxian continues, saying it looks like Yezi is facing financial difficulties and, at the very least, should not let the friend who has become his eyes starve. He offers 10 million won for each completed request and promises an additional 50 million won once everything is finished, regardless of the quality. However, if the quality is much better than expected, he assures Yezi that he will give him an ample bonus. He then asks Yezi to tell him his account number. Yezi receives 10 million won in his bank account from Changxian. Changxian says that it is just the down payment, not an advance, and asks if it is insufficient, telling Yezi to let him know if it is. Yezi asks for more, 5 million won to pay the rent he owes. Changxian then transfers the additional 5 million won into his account. Yezi asks about the thing Changxian wants him to make. Changxian asks if Yezi is the promisee, then says he is the promise. He adds that once Yezi takes his money, he will work only for him, and tells him to call him boss. Yezi then asks if the weapons Changxian wants include a 5-meter-long whip, a long spear that can be assembled, 5 huge axes, a small hand axe, 4 different types of swords, and a shield. He asks if that is all. Changxian replies that it is not. He also needs a bow and some arrows, and he is thinking of making armor in the future. He then transfers 100 million won to Yezi's account, saying that the amount is for material costs. He tells Yezi to inform him if more is needed and warns him not to say he can't do it, as breaking the contract will require repaying 3 times the amount received. Yezi then asks why Changxian trusts him to do this, pointing out that this is their first time meeting. Changxian agrees, saying Yezi is right, and adds that Yezi is a nobody and highly disadvantaged due to his disability. Still, he says the person who takes on a request has no need to judge the one who makes it. He explains that Yezi makes the items, and he pays the price, which he believes defines a good contract. Yezi agrees to take on the request, but says that making everything will be difficult. He explains there is not enough time, and since it has been a long time since he worked with iron, he needs time to get used to it again. He adds that every item on the list is troublesome to make, so it will take a while just to figure out how. More importantly, he mentions a major problem. He needs a special hammer to work with his brazier, but he no longer has it. Changxian asks if someone took the hammer from him. Yezi explains that it was stolen by his senior brother, his father's former disciple. After their father died, the senior brother joined a big clan and stole the hammer that once belonged to his father. Changxian comments on the poor judgment of people and asks where the place is that Yezi's senior brother joined. Yezi tells him about the Hyoff clan and asks if he really doesn't know them. They're one of the top 10 clans. Changxian rises and says he will get the hammer for him, then asks where the place is located. Yezi, surprised, asks what he's talking about and tells him the place is very dangerous. Changxian replies that it doesn't matter since he just needs to get rid of everyone there so that no evidence is left behind. Yezi starts to feel that strange pull toward Changxian. He doesn't know the reason, but something about this man makes him believe. If it's the boss, then he feels like he can really do it. He then tells him that the hammer is inside a grave in Seoul, on Manhwa Mountain. Meanwhile, at Manhwa Mountain, Changxian sits atop a ridge, keeping an eye on the Hyoff clan. He thinks that a senior brother in Hyoff can only mean one thing: they've brought in Jin Diwan to open the grave. Hyoff has been known for a long time for secretly trying to clear a dungeon shaped like a tomb. That place scouted Jin Diwan, and Changxian guesses it's because the last room inside the tomb is like a lock. It seems to be a hidden piece, and they probably couldn't figure it out on their own. He wonders what kind of place it is. If it's that hard to find, the rewards must be worth it. It's around 8 p.m. now. He texts his mother, saying he'll eat dinner outside before coming back. As he searches for Clan Hyoff on the internet, he finds out everything: drugs, drinking, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, and contracts. They're all trash. If that's the case, then he thinks it's perfectly fine to kill all of them. The system informs him that a special benefit will be provided if he has obtained an unbending spirit. He thinks there must be some misunderstanding, but if they are going to offer a benefit, he would have preferred receiving discerning eyes or the goddess blade and daggers. The system states that the divine being good season to hunt is pleased, feeling that an interesting battle is about to occur, and looks forward to seeing how he will fight the Hyoff clan. He considers that he first needs to hide his identity. He uses the laughing Haho mask and thinks that he does not want to kill them easily. He acquires the daggers made from ice kite feathers and throws them at the Hyoff clan members, killing them. As he approaches, he says it is not good enough yet, and that they need to crash and suffer more. He then uses the blood poison, and his body generates ice poison, which permeates the targets. The system explains that due to the blood poison, the ice poison from the daggers has been enhanced. He recalls that these are the additional skills he gained after building immunity against 10 poisons through blood poison. He did not expect to use it this soon, especially since it is not just ice poison, but one enhanced with blood poison, which makes its effect even stronger. While moving toward the dungeon, he tells the enemies not to bother detoxifying and to die painfully. When the doors open, the system informs him that he has entered the dungeon's Bislaw's tomb. He gains visibility as he has acquired the laughing mask. He realizes that this is why Yezi lent it to him, and assumes that Yezi probably placed the brazier in front of the boss's room to go there and make keys frequently. He thinks that if he can obtain the rewards in the boss room while he is here, it would be great. The system notifies him that the dungeon mission has begun. The mission's objective is to rob the grave, defeat the guardian that protects the Bislaw's tomb, and steal the treasures in the final room where the tomb's owner rests. The tomb is divided into 3 large sections, each filled with numerous items designed to protect the owner's rest from grave robbers. He is told to take note of that. The divine being, good season to hunt, asks in a state of confusion what is wrong. He glances behind and tells someone to come out. Pebblesag comments that no one is there and questions his behavior. He repeats that if they are not coming out, then they leave him no choice, and he will have to give this to the next administrator he meets. At that moment, the administrator Harold appears and remarks that he is a player far more impatient than expected. Still, he says, it is fine to take it easy. Harold introduces himself as the dungeon administrator and questions Changxian's reaction, noting that it seems all the other divine beings already knew about his presence. He admits that this is indeed the case and adds that he never used anything particularly impressive. Changxian cuts off the conversation, assuming that Harold is following him for the purpose of writing a report. Harold is surprised that Changxian knows about the report and asks how. Changxian responds that the tutorial has already ended. Harold reflects on the contents of the report, which includes detailed information about the target that interests the guards and evaluation compiled thoroughly by the Administrator Bureau. He questions how a novice could be aware of such procedures, concluding that Changxian is far more knowledgeable than the average beginner, possibly even more than some rankers. He decides to include this in his report and begins documenting it in detail. While doing so, he mutters to himself, concerned about the possibility of the recording rights being transferred to another administrator, and doubts that such a matter would be ignored. Changxian tells Harold that he can have the recording rights, but in return, he needs a favor. Harold asks what it is. Changxian replies that he will tell him later, that it is not difficult, and he will explain before leaving the dungeon. Harold says he has no choice but to agree, adding that he cannot fulfill it if it is outside of his authority, and asks for understanding. Changxian assures him that there is no need to worry and takes it that the contract is concluded. The system announces that player Li Changxian and Administrator Harold have made a covenant of mana. Harold wonders how Changxian knows about the covenant of mana. He realizes Changxian is not a novice, and thinks no one would be surprised if he were actually a veteran. Changxian walks away, and Harold follows him. Meanwhile, the head of the raiding department, Li Jessian, punches the wall and shouts at 2 members, saying it looks like the keys are a failure this time. He asks how badly they have messed up and says they will be punished again. He adds that he might even end up as a sacrificial offering. He says this won't do and orders Jin Diwen to bring that guy immediately. They bring Jin Diwen, who pleads for mercy. Jessian says he heard they failed again. Diwen, who stole Yezi's hammer, pleads with Jessian, saying that if he could be provided with a little more blood, he could succeed. Jessian kicks him in the face and shouts, asking if he did not provide everything he requested: people, offerings, and even the sacred fire, and yet Diwen has done nothing but fail. He leans toward him and asks if there is any reason to spare his life when even his own is at stake. Diwen says the sacred fire was used in the new brazier he mentioned, and claims the failure is due to not having enough time and blood. He begs for one more chance. Jessian thinks he should not have trusted someone so useless from the start, and asks if blood is really all he needs. Diwen says that out of the 3 stages of the lock, he has already succeeded in unlocking up to the 2nd stage. He explains that the blood got depleted earlier than expected, and he failed due to a lack of power, so he just needs to have more blood. Jessian responds that he will take him at his word for now, but if he fails again, he will definitely find both him and his family and tear all of them apart, telling him to bear that in mind. He then shouts, asking why the items are not coming in. Diwon says he will go check on it quickly. The system informs that new data has been added and the ranking system will be updated. Seeing the dungeon ranking, Jaeseong appears troubled and mutters, wondering what it is. Meanwhile, Harold writes the report on player Lee Changxian, noting that he is a truly unique player. He records that various gods and constellations, along with good season to hunt, are interested in him. He writes that Changxian's unique combat method can be seen in the dungeon, this time, as usual. While rushing toward the destruction caused by Changxian, he wonders why Changxian is so fast. He notes that Changxian took less than 30 minutes to clear each section for 2 out of the 3 sections. He writes that not only was Changxian able to cut through a large metal wall as it was appearing, but also managed to knock away arrows coming from all directions without even seeing them. It seems to him as if Changxian has memorized the locations and sequence of all the traps. Based on his memory, it has been 4 years since the dungeon was last cleared, but he believes that this player might actually be able to clear it. Harold continues writing that he knows this based on having been an administrator for a long period of time. He observes that Changxian is talented, possesses sharp senses, and has perfect traits. He guesses that the battle between the gods and constellations to make Changxian their apostle will become even fiercer. He writes that player Changxian has such exceptional abilities that he has drawn the attention of 12 constellations among the 28 mentions. He notes that Changxian reminds him of a certain someone from the past. He thinks that this content may cause a few gods to frown after reading it, but still mentions the twilight of gods, the light that once shined so brightly and mocked numerous gods and constellations, the one who had fallen. After clearing the area, as Changxian moves forward, the divine being good season to hunt thinks the air has a nasty smell. Changxian also realizes that there is the smell of blood, something is here. The divine being Owl says that evil is being radiated from every single corner, is infuriated at such a horrible sight, and orders him to execute justice. Changxian thinks he heard they were going to make the key for the boss's room and wonders what sacrifices were offered up. He then hears the voices of High-Off members shouting at someone, saying they are too slow and must move quickly. They discuss that this is why the department head is always angry and suggest cutting off 1 or 2 heads to make the others move faster. They say they are lacking 1 person, and if they don't hurry, one of them might be used to make up for that one missing person. They complain about how frustrating it is. Changxian attacks them, and they wonder who he is. He slashes at them and stabs one with a dagger. The man, shocked, asks how he dares to attack the High-Off and who he is. He glances at Changxian's eyes and wonders if these are even human eyes, and starts pleading for his life. Changxian asks if he wants to live, then tells him to explain what is happening inside, how many people are there, how powerful they are, and every bit of information he knows. The High-Off member tells him there are a total of 30 people, and among them, some are at a high level. Changxian wonders if the ritual is being prepared by 30 people, and among them, the only one he needs to be careful of is a man named Lee Jaeseong. The member then pleads, saying he has told him everything, so he should be spared. Changxian replies that he only asked if he wanted to live, not that he would spare him, and with that, he kills him. With that, he levels up and activates the authority soul extortion. Changxian takes all the life force of the dead man. He then glances at the hostages and moves forward. The hostages wonder if he is a ghost. Meanwhile, the High-Off members discuss whether Lee Changxian is the person the boss asked them to find. One of them thinks he has heard the name a few times and recalls that it belongs to a famous pro gamer, but assumes it must be someone else with the same name. Changxian approaches them, kills them, and takes their life force. Meanwhile, Jaeseong, waiting for the members, wonders why they are not back yet. He receives a notification that the dungeon ranking has been updated. Lee Changxian appears on the ranking list, which keeps updating until he reaches rank 2. Seeing this, Jaeseong wonders if they are all dead. An injured member approaches him, asking to be saved. Jaeseong shouts at him to come back to his senses, calling him the assistant manager's son. The man's body turns into a corpse, and he says a ghost is coming. Suddenly, his body bursts into flames, injuring Jaeseong. The system notifies him that he has suffered a terrible burn injury and has been poisoned by corpse acid. As he burns, his stamina depletes rapidly, and the system says he needs to detoxify quickly. The system then informs him that he is near the brink of death. He glances back and sees Changxian coming toward him, and the system notifies him that death is approaching. Changxian begins slashing at him with the dagger, but Jaeseong blocks it with his sword. Changxian wonders if he really blocked it. Jaeseong then attempts to slash at him, declaring that he will kill him. Changxian thinks that the poison should have prevented Jessyung from being able to see properly, yet he can still keep up with his movements and defend himself without his sight. It does not seem like Jessyung actually knows how to fight. The system warns Jessyung that his stamina is being consumed rapidly and that he must detoxify himself. Changxian finds it surprising that Jessyung is this skilled at level 30 and wonders if he is using something to enhance his power. He finds it odd that such a peaceful country continues to harbor such dangers and allows human sacrifices, concluding that something is definitely wrong. He recalls coming here because of Yezi, but now finds himself becoming interested in the secrets hidden here. He notes that it's almost time for reinforcements from headquarters to arrive and for the sacrifices to begin. Meanwhile, the hostages rush toward a room, saying this is the place the masked man mentioned earlier. They recall being told to go left after passing 2 doors and to enter the alley on the side, where the 3rd door would open. They are instructed to hide inside with the door closed and not to come out, no matter what they hear, in order to survive. Changxian thinks that he kept the instructions simple, so they must have managed to hide well. He then asks Jessyung if he is looking for an antidote. Jessyung finds an antidote, but when he opens it, it is empty. Changxian approaches from behind and asks if he is stupid and why he would believe that. Jessyung slashes at him, but Changxian jumps up, dodges the slash, and attacks with the dagger. Jessyung manages to move aside and dodge it. Changxian slashes at him again, but Yisung dodges each strike. Changxian then wields the dagger precisely and manages to cut Yisung's sword into pieces. Yisung stares in disbelief. With a final strike, Changxian kills him. Yisung collapses to the ground, asking why it had to be him. Changxian remarks that it is strange someone willing to take innocent lives should at least be aware that the same could happen to them. He then activates the Soul Extortion Authority and acquires Yisung's soul. The system says that Divine Being Owl has given him the privilege of inner peace. It informs him that the one who possesses this will not falter in the face of any chaos, and tells him to take pride in his wisdom and courage. Changxian wonders that, even considering an unbending spirit, to think it would be called inner peace, he is not some kind of apostle. He, who was called the evil god, remains forever cruel and vicious. Although the divine being is said to be a wise and intelligent warrior god, contrary to the terrifying rumors about him, he turns out to be surprisingly sloppy. The system says that divine being Good Season to Hunt feels anxious upon seeing 2 privileges granted to him by Owl, and she starts rummaging through her treasury chest to see if there is a privilege she can grant him. Changxian thinks that he does not believe he has become as much of a pushover as this one. Later, the system tells him that he has arrived at the boss's room, but the door is currently tightly shut. The key is hidden somewhere, and he must find it and unlock the door. He then acquires a bone spear made from shaving a firework mountain goat's rib and throws it toward Diwen, who is hiding. When Diwen collapses, Changxian approaches him and says he is scurrying around like a rat. He then notices a hammer close to him and grabs it. The system tells him that it is an unknown hammer, appears to be made from a meteor, and its type is unknown. As he is not the owner of this item, he cannot use it. He wonders if it is really a meteor, but decides that for now, he should open the door that Hyoff has not been able to open for years. He thinks that if it were Yezi, he might be able to fashion a key somehow, but there is no need for such pointless labor when a better method is available. He then calls Harold, who comes out and asks why he is being called at a time like this. Changxian says they had an argument and tells him to open the doors now. Harold says that it seems he doesn't know this because he is a novice, but it is against the regulations for an administrator to interfere with a dungeon mission. Changxian tells him to cut the nonsense, saying those rules can be bent depending on the situation. If he doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to, and adds that he won't bother with writing the report either. Harold steps toward the door and says he understands and will do as told, even though he might be punished for this. He says it would be nice if it ends with just a pay cut. With that, the system notifies that the storm door, which had been closed, is now opened by the administrator's authority. Harold says he has opened it and tells him to hurry on in. Changxian goes inside, and the door closes. The system warns him that he has entered the boss's room and is beginning to be affected by a curse. The dungeon's master will now begin its attempt to steal his body. He must resist until the end and raise the golden casket atop the altar. If he fails to resist the curse, his body may be stolen, so caution is advised. Hypnosis begins, and the brainwashing process is underway. The dungeon master says how dare he attempt to disturb the king's slumber and commands him to hand over his flesh. Meanwhile, Harold, standing outside and laughing all hurtedly, says this won't be so easy. He explains that the boss room's mission is very simple: to guard one's mind from the dead master of the tomb, who has nothing but his thoughts left. However, based on what he saw earlier, this tomb's master is the thought of the enormous Bislai, and he questions whether a mere novice can really withstand this. He bids farewell to the rude guy and begins to leave. Just then, the system notifies that the dungeon's mission has been completed. The final rankings are tallied, and Lee Changxian is ranked first. Harold, in disbelief, says that it is impossible. The system then announces that the dungeon will now begin to close, and the countdown begins. Harold, surprised, says that it is true Changxian was a roomkeeper. He then notices Changxian standing, holding a key, and saying he failed. The dungeon is now completely closed. At night, at the Xiangsu Dong Shoemaker's Alley, Changxian gives the hammer to Yezi and tells him to take it, saying he has brought the hammer so he can start the production now. Yezi agrees but reminds him that 1 month is not enough time, explaining that he has to regain his feel for the hammer since it has been so long since he last used it, and he also has to clean up the brazier. Changxian says 1 week. Yezi responds in disbelief, saying that just the whip alone would take over 2 weeks. Changxian then says that to regain his touch with the hammer, the whip, and the lance, he will give him 1 month. As he leaves, he adds that he will pay Yezi 3 times as much for asking so much of him. He then grabs the rooted sword and says he will take that as a yes and that he will come back in a month. He asks if the sword is for sale too, and says he will take it. Yezi refuses, saying that the item was passed down from his father for generations and that he can't ever sell it. Then he receives a notification that 100 million won has been deposited into his bank account by Changxian. Changxian calls it payment and says to consider the cost of recovering the hammer included as well, adding that the amount is enough and that Yezi has just been using the sword as kindling anyway, so it does not matter. Yezi wonders what Changxian's deal is and pets his dog. He then closes the shop, takes off his shirt, and says that whatever the past is, it's in the past, and although he doesn't know what's going on, he will try doing this properly. Meanwhile, as Changxian walks away, he wonders if Yezi is in Seoul and considers seeking him out. He recalls hearing that all contact with Yezi had been lost after he created Capricorn's divine artifact. He remembers asking Thanatos whether Yezi was originally a human instead of a god. Thanatos responds that Yezi would be too old for that and explains that Yezi was originally the name of a single man, a name passed down to his successor. Capricorn, unaware of this, had killed Yezi right after receiving the divine artifact and does not know that his successor still lives on. Changxian thinks the problem is that many of Yezi's secret skills have been lost due to his actions. As a result, the family that continues that legacy has deteriorated. However, as the one who now carries Yezi's legacy, the weapons Yezi creates are still among the few incredible ones that exist. He recalls Thanatos giving him good advice, saying the modern-day Yezi will blossom not from Byung's hand, but from his. Sitting in the cab, he sees Pedro's key and wonders why. If the dungeon is Bosla's tomb, the great treasure inside would be Peter's key. He thinks it's already too late, and his mother is likely worried, so they should hurry home. At the high-off raid department, the head, Go Seunjin, shouts at the members and asks about the person who closed the dungeon, whether they have found him. They reply that they have not yet. He shouts again, asking what they think they are doing, and orders them to find the person, no matter what, dead or alive. He tells them they must retrieve Peter's key from him at all costs. Internally, he worries that if Bonghua Mountain gains its rightful owners and the White Tiger clan finds out, they are finished. He thinks about how they had to use human sacrifices to obtain Peter's key and had formed a secret contract. He orders the car to be prepared. They are heading to Bonghua Mountain immediately. He finds it unbelievable that not only was the dungeon closed, but Peter's key was also stolen. He fears that if the White Tiger clan discovers the truth, the consequences won't end with just his own life. He thinks particularly of Seo Yunkwon, worrying that if that man ever finds out, his entire family will be at risk. He tells himself he can't leave things as they are and must find the key no matter what. At Changxian's apartment, one of Seo Yunkwon's subordinates whispers something to him. Upon hearing it, Yunkwon becomes visibly frustrated and starts spreading his tigrine evil spirit, shouting in anger and demanding what was just said. Changxian's mother becomes frightened by the sudden outburst. Cha Yian, troubled by his behavior, asks Yunkwon what he is doing. Yunjun also raises his voice, questioning what the team leader thinks he's doing. He quickly moves to stop Yunkwon, asking how he could use an evil spirit when civilians are nearby. Yunkwon begins to leave, saying that it is getting late. He remarks that it doesn't seem like anything more can be done and mentions that Changxian is expected to come home tonight, so he will head back now. As he walks out, Yoon turns to Changxian's mother and asks if she is alright. She replies that she is fine and reflects on how the awakened seem to live in a different world than others. She acknowledges that it must be true that their youngest son is like that too. Although he acts brusque on the outside, he is actually quite delicate inside. She quietly wishes he would no longer get hurt, though she knows that may be difficult. She asks them to go back as well. As they begin to leave, Youngjun grumbles that, thanks to team leader Seo, the situation has become a real pain in the neck. He adds that they can't simply leave without even seeing Changxian, then turns to Yeon to ask what she is thinking of doing now. He tells them that if they plan to stay longer, he will ask the secretary to bring them coffee. Jin Seokti, the boy with Yeon, says he would like a hot caramel. However, Yeon pushes him back and replies that it's alright, they have other matters to attend to after this. Unfortunately, she notes, they will have to come again next time if they want to see Changxian. They leave from there. Seokti notices the serious expression on Yeon's face and asks what it means. She shows him the code red notification about Manhwa Mountain. Seokti stands still, wonders what it is, and Yeon says she will leave him behind if he doesn't hurry up. Meanwhile, Changxian is walking on the road, spinning the rooted sword. The system reports that the divine being good season to hunt is grumbling, asking why he took that with him. Changxian thinks there is no way an item used as kindling in their mythical brazier would be just that. He finds it absurd that a legendary divine artifact had been used in such a way. He believes that if he uses both the evil dragon's snaggletooth and the Yuchang sword properly, nothing else in the world would come close to them. The system informs him that the Yuchang sword is one of the 9 famous blades forged by the first Yezi, known as the Divine Artisan. Upon seeing its stats, Changxian thinks the 9 famous blades defining Yezi are absolutely priceless. He recalls that after the Zhenlu sword, one of the 9, appeared on Arcadia, a bloody war had broken out over it. In the aftermath of that war, 2 empires and 6 kingdoms had fallen into ruin. He finds it unbelievable that one of those famous swords had been used as kindling. He remembers that the Yuchang sword's original owner was an assassin, and that this blade is said to have drawn the most blood out of all 9 swords. It is considered an evil sword, filled with the resentment and tenacity of its victims, and because of that, little is known about its appearance. There are also mentions that the first Yezi was called the Divine Artisan because he hated the sight of blood. Changxian says he doesn't know whether it was the original Yezi or a successor bearing the same name, but it seems all recognizable patterns on the sword were removed in an attempt to erase it from the world, leaving it only as a means to preserve the mythology. He feels something unusual and glances behind him, then remarks that gathering all of Yezi's 9 famous swords would be nice if he ever gets the chance. He wonders if he will ever meet Yezi, and then equips the bone spear and throws it in a direction. The spear stabs into a tree where Youngjun is standing. Youngjun says that even if he is hiding his presence, this is going too far and questions how someone could attack so abruptly. As Changxian rushes toward him, Youngjun wonders about the look in his eyes. When Changxian's dagger comes dangerously close, Youngjun manages to pull out his sword and block it. While struggling to block Changxian's strikes, he wonders what kind of rookie could be this strong. He observes that Changxian's swordsmanship is crude and lacks any pattern, yet it also lacks any superfluous movement. It seems as if his skills have been forged in real combat, with a blade meant purely to kill. He concludes that Changxian is not a rookie, but rather resembles a first-generation player who has endured countless hardships. He recalls that he only approached Changxian to test his skills, but now realizes that a single mistake could disgrace him. He knows his niece will likely reprimand him for this, but decides he wants to fight to the fullest. No, he needs to give it his all, believing that is the only way he will be able to stand against this so-called rookie. Youngjun then wields his sword with determination as 10 notes are bent into arrows. Changxian glances at him, but Youngjun suddenly stabs his sword into the ground and surrenders. Changxian asks what he is doing. Youngjun, reflecting that he almost lost himself there and wonders what he was thinking, apologizes for mindlessly antagonizing him. He explains that he simply wanted to measure Changxian's skills but got carried away in his excitement, and he apologizes for the misunderstanding caused. Changxian asks who he is. Youngjun shows him his business card. Reading it, Changxian says 5 stars sword, head of human resources, Youngjun. Youngjun explains that the reason he sought him out is that he would like to scout him for his clan. Changxian wonders about their deity, the nameless giant god, and recalls that its real name is Upwang. a god of wealth that often guards houses, storerooms, and assets. He says that experiencing something so sudden is not particularly pleasing, but more importantly, asks how Youngjun knows who he is. Youngjun replies that it seems Changxian is not yet aware of how famous he has become. It is not only their clan, but many others in the country that have taken an interest in him. Changxian thinks that they have taken action much more quickly than expected, and it seems he should not look down on them just because they are players. Youngjun says he would like to speak with Changxian for much longer if he could, but since he has made a grave mistake today, he will contact him again once his anger has settled down. He leaves, saying Changxian should feel free to contact him if anything comes up. Changxian wonders if he feels like he has seen his face before. He thinks that if someone like him is passing through here, it might mean they are at his house too. He rushes toward his house, thinking his mother must be worried. As he reaches, his mother says he is back. He has not eaten yet, and tells him to go wash his hands first and then come take a seat. She then sees him surprised and asks if he has something he would like to say. Later, he sees a dream where someone says something so young can really show a face full of killing intent. In the morning, he wakes up with the alarm and wonders that 1 month has gone by. The White Tiger clan's recruitment notice has appeared, and it is time to really start taking action now, and wonders why he has a dream like that. On the day of the White Tiger clan interviews, the interviewer tells Changxian to place his hand on the magic power capacity measurement device. As Changxian puts his hand on the device, it bursts and shows an error that it can't be measured. The interviewer asks for a higher-ranked measurement device. Everyone watches him in surprise. As the higher-ranking device is brought in, they call out number 1031, Changxian, and ask him to try inputting his magic power again. Everyone starts wondering if his name sounds familiar. One of the girls recognizes him and says it's the Tyrant. Changxian thinks that he wears the hoodie because he figures something like this might happen and realizes he has been too complacent. Everyone begins gossiping that Li Changxian, the Tyrant, is someone they heard had become an alcoholic and was forced to retire after his team disbanded. Some say they heard he ended up crippled. They question why he is coming there after shutting himself in his room playing games all the time, and wonder what he is doing there when it hasn't been long since he retired. The magic ranking device measures his level, showing that he is at level 25th. Everyone is shocked. The interviewer announces that they can't handle something like this in their lane and tells the staff to notify the department head. At the Raid 2 team office, CO Youngkwon sits watching the news as the high-off scandals that had been hushed up until now finally come to light. Prosecutors working with the association's corporations have seized and begun searching high-off's headquarters. The 21 human sacrifices that have occurred over the past 7 years are revealed as the cause of the horrific tragedy. The association's Cha Yian, known as the Witch of Steel, announces harsh legal action against High-Off. The White Tiger clan begins an all-out war against High-Off, and the investigations they have already conducted into High-Off's crimes are made public. There are also those who wish to express their gratitude to the hero, Haho Mask. However, no clues regarding the mysterious masked figure have been discovered yet. Youngkwon thinks that the masked man is the one who stole Peter's key, and he must find him. Just then, a staff member enters and informs him that a super rookie has appeared. Both the executive director and Director Kim are heading to Area C as a result. When the staff member mentions Li Changxian, Youngkwon says the name sounds familiar. The staff member explains that it is the rookie Youngkwon who was waiting a month ago, along with the Black Shamshir and the Witch of Steel. Surprised, Youngkwon asks if it is the guy from the Jamsil Gate, and says he had intended to scout him for their side, but couldn't because of the chaos caused by the High-Off situation. When he asks what's going on with him now, the staff member says Changxian has come to apply for their test and is coming out on top in everything. On top of that, his magic power rank is SSS with 3 pluses. Excited, Youngkwon says they have to go, he must get his hands on him before anyone else can. At the C Division examination site, the announcer says there is an article now, the incredible resurrection of the Tyrant Li Changxian, the rising star, and the first SSS rank in Korea in 15 years. Everyone wonders if that is really the Tyrant, then confirms it must be him, saying not just anyone has a face like that. They complain that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and now even has that awakening rank. Someone laments why he would have to apply today when others are bound to be compared to him. It is already their 5th try, and they fear being kicked out of their house if they fail again. The system tells him that the divine being good season to hunt has become incredibly proud of herself due to the immense attention he is receiving, exclaiming that he is the talent she has set her eyes on. Changxian then notices some strange figures, all covered. The system informs him that the divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is observing him, bemused. Changxian wonders if he is here. The announcer declares that the test will now begin. It is a monster hunting test. From red orcs to twin-headed ogres, they will summon whatever monsters the examinees wish to compete against. Changxian asks if those are all the monsters they have. The examiner replies that the strongest monster they currently have is the drake. Changxian says to summon that, please. Everyone wonders upon hearing this. With that, they summon the strongest monster, the drake. The divine being tiger desires to evaluate his skills and looks upon him with suspicion as he stands immobilized, having determined that he will die. Changxian clenches his teeth and internally says he will have to fulfill that expectation. Then, the monster growls at him as he stands in front of it, takes out his bag, and throws it upward. A few hours later, Yezi comes there, and Changxian wonders if he is there and says that he looks very tired. Yezi seems exhausted holding a bag and asks who he thinks caused this, then says they should not talk. Changxian then asks where the items are. Yezi gives him the bag, and Changxian asks what the quality is like. Yezi says he will know if he takes a look. Changxian then opens the bag and finds 2 spears. He checks the stats of the spears, which show that it is a twin spear and that the artifact belongs to him, and when he gives it to others, the artifact may disappear. He then spins the spears and swings them, and Yezi, seeing this, wonders if he is a spearman. Meanwhile, in the arena, everyone wonders as they see him strike at the monster with the spears in both of its eyes. Team 1 leader of the White Tiger clan, Park Sang-ho, sees him and says he possesses agility that is not befitting of his level, and the same goes for his accuracy. Even if Changxian had used a bow, he would have done well with it, and admits he must have him. Changxian then wields the whip made by Yezi's heir and strikes the monster with the whip, injuring it badly. He leaps into the air again and strikes his head. The monster growls in pain. Everyone wonders aloud, saying there is no way, questioning what those weapons are. They say they can't believe a level 25th is that fast and that all his effects are gold. And note there are no other effects, they are all critical hits, and ask if he is really human. The system then notifies him that skin blood poison has been activated. The paralytic poison spreads through the drake's body. The drake is poisoned, then paralyzed, and is dying from excessive bleeding. He delivers a final strike that causes the monster's body to shatter into pieces. The system notifies that the drake has been disposed of. He levels up, and the skill low-grade spear technique levels up as well. The divine being good season to hunt praises him, saying that his hunting skills are improving day by day, and his benefit increases his strength by 5. The divine being tiger is impressed with the fight and strongly expresses his desire for a new fang. Park Sang-ho says he knew it and insists they must bring him there. Then he notices the tiger's effect on Yongkwon on the battlefield and says this can't be. Changxian is blocking the tigrine effect, and Yongkwon wonders if he is even blocking his tigrine evil spirit, admitting that he is even better than expected. Changxian senses the disgusting smell of Hoju filling the air and finds it revolting. Yongkwon then says he likes him and urges him to come under him, promising to groom him well and teach him what a real tiger is like. While struggling to block him, Changxian wonders if he should counterattack, though he fears it might attract more of Hoju's attention. He thinks he may need to take that out of the dark red mountain. Then Sang-ho joins the field and says he thinks that is enough. Yongkwon, frustrated, asks him if he wants to die, calling him team leader Park Sang-ho. Sang-ho says that compared to the uneducated Team 2 leader, Yongkwon's rude attitude toward his seniors remains the same as always. Yongkwon responds that, as Sang-ho said, he is so ignorant that he has long since eaten up all his manners, and insists he is just trying to take what belongs to him, questioning why it should matter how he does it. Sang-ho asks if he is proud of that, and tells him to step away, saying he doesn't even believe Yongkwon has the right to decide who Changxian belongs to. Everyone starts to wonder if the raiding team leaders are really fighting among themselves, questioning whether this is all just because they want to recreate him. Team 3rd leader Sungwoo says that if he can help it, he doesn't want to get involved between the 2 team leaders, and asks Team 4 leader Hyungjin what they should do, admitting they want him to. Hyungjin replies that he's sorry, but he is going to get involved in this fight as well. Yongkwon shouts at them, saying that just because the higher-ups have treated them well, they now think all team leaders hold equal power. Meanwhile, Changxian watches the scene unfold and wonders if there will be some bloodshed. Changxian, watching them fight, wonders that these guys who have received blessings from gods as their patron gods must be eliminated. Then a voice asks what they think they are doing. They become troubled by the energy, and blood starts to flow from their mouths. the White Tiger Clan Executive Director, Shinwen, arrives. Seeing him, Changxian thinks that it is he, the second in command of the White Tiger. As his own nose begins to bleed, the divine being good season to hunt opens her eyes wide and says that it is a pretty good sensation of power. Changxian thinks that he is a high-ranking official and now understands why. Shinwen speaks to the team leaders and asks how unsightly it is that they are fighting amongst themselves to take in just one person. He mentions Sangho and asks why. Instead of reconciling with his juniors as the highest in position among the team leaders, he joins them in their squabble. Yunkwon mutters that the fun seems to be over now that the executive director is here, since he is on his side, and he can't wait to see team leader Park Sangho's smug face crumble. Shinwen says that he doesn't want to see any of them and refers to the child who has caused such an uproar. He states that if he takes one side, the divine balance between them will only worsen, so he will take Changxian himself. The others express their surprise and say they have been had. Meanwhile, in the executive director's office, Shinwen tells Changxian that there is a lot of blood on his clothes, so he should change into something clean. As he sees Changxian's body, he thinks that it is incredible, a body forged through many battles, self-built for fighting with no superfluous elements. He thinks he has never seen a talent like this before and wonders what kind of life Changxian has led. He then says that he has already heard the news about him and that their patron god is greatly interested in him. So he asks straightforwardly what he wants, if it is money. Changxian replies that he has so much money that he would never be able to use it all before he dies. He says he did not come for such a trivial matter and states that he wants to join the Future Strategies Department. He says he has heard that Shinwen directly supervises that department and asks if he doesn't think he ought to make connections with the authorities. Shinwen is first surprised, then starts laughing wholeheartedly. Changxian wonders if just his laughter alone is making him dizzy. Shinwen says it seems as though Changxian is saying he would have no interest if he is not connected to any authorities, and adds that one must have at least that much ambition to be a White Tiger. He explains that the Future Strategies Department is the White Tiger's backbone and head. He tells Changxian that if he wants it, he must first prove himself and asks what he will use to prove himself to everyone. Changxian suggests obtaining a new record in the blackish-red mountain range. He mentions having heard that all newcomers go there as interns and pass through the mountain range. He asks if attaining a new record there would be enough. Shinwen replies that it is not, and says showing himself to be the top ranked in training is not sufficient, but a dungeon ranking would be. Changxian agrees, and Shinwen says no one would be able to oppose that. Changxian realizes that Shinwen is hesitating and thinks there must be something else he wants, and says he will try to clear that as well. Shinwen agrees and says the place is so old that they have been looking into other training centers. Changxian thinks there is really something at the blackish-red mountain range and believes he might be able to grab the executive director's weak point this way. He says he will close the doors to that place himself quietly. Shinwen says it seems he will have much to speak freely with Changxian about from now on. Changxian thanks him and says there is something else he would like to request. He would like to use the White Tiger's library before going to the mountain range. Shinwen wonders if Changxian even has a hunger for knowledge and thinks he really likes him. He says the White Tiger's library is the best in the world and tells him to use it as he wishes. The resurrected tyrant becomes a trending search term on the internet. Li Changxian, the man who has long been wrapped in mystery and rumors, is finally revealed. Meanwhile, in the executive office, Yunkwon pleads to Shinwen while crying, asking him to hand over Changxian. He insists that Changxian is like an item, and if he has a mentor like him, his life will be smooth like a highway. Shinwen questions the term, saying it would be more like a gravel path, and reminds him that this is a clan without manners. Even a team leader could lose their position. Yunkwon asks why Shinwen keeps refusing. Shinwen explains that Changxian volunteered for the Future Strategies Department and makes it clear that Changxian would likely resign if he doesn't get what he wants. He questions how someone like that can be placed in a second-rate team. He tells Yunkwon to wait. Once training ends, Changxian will be his. He adds that he will assign Changxian missions as he pleases and hints at who he will pair him with most. He then tells Yunkwon to stop bothering him and to leave, adding playfully that he loves him. Yunkwon realizes that this has been Shinwen's plan. He says he hasn't seen Changxian lately and asks where he went. Shinwen replies that there's no point in saying that and reveals that he locked Changxian away in the place Yunkwon hates the most. A few days later, the system notifies Changxian that he has entered the dungeon in the blackish-red mountain range. Standing atop a rock, Changxian wonders to himself that he must cleanse the entirety of this massive mountain. Suddenly, something bursts out from a rock. and Changxian notices a figure flying through the air and quietly mutters that he's found it, his goal. The system notifies him that the blackish-red mountain range has long been in a deformed state due to the negative influence of an unknown entity's magic powers. The mission is to locate the culprit, eliminate them, and restore the mountain's ecosystem to its proper state. The range is divided into 8 areas, each containing a unique heteromorphic organism that cannot be found in ordinary dungeons. A warning follows. Participants must proceed with caution. For the sake of the mission, all participants are granted access to an inventory, a status window, and a skill window. As Changxian surveys the mountain, he recalls what he was told: it's massive and blackish red all over. It turns out to be true. Looking around, he admits to himself that it's a horrifying place and thinks he's seen somewhere like it before in Arcadia. Then, he senses someone behind him, and the system alerts him that a guy faint wind is following behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he realizes something. So they've been observing a new trainee since the time in the library. He silently wonders what Executive Director Shinwan is trying to do. A few days back at the Fierce Tiger Library, Changxian observes the place and thinks that, just like Thanatos said, it is massive. He remarks about Yongquan, wondering if he is not the same annoyance who caused many disturbances in heaven as well. Changxian confirms that it is true. Thanatos then asks what kind of tendencies the devotees who have received Huju's blessings might have. Changxian replies that they will likely form enemies in many places. Thanatos adds that forming enemies is not all; they will exploit them and make an exhibition of it. They will treat it as a trophy and claim it as a great deed that brings eminence to the Datran god in this world. He states that the Fierce Tiger Library is exactly that kind of place. He offers to get a list of useful items for Changxian. Changxian says he will pick them out himself. Thanatos points out that there are definitely things he would like there. Changxian responds that he will hear him out. Thanatos then tells him about the Zodiac Sagittarius's movement technique. Changxian wonders about Sagittarius Record and his 6 martial techniques, which seem to allow one to become light itself and understand divine powers. He asks if Huju truly has one of these techniques. Since a war has not broken out yet, it means Sagittarius is not aware of it. Thanatos asks where Changxian got this information. Changxian replies that it is the fallen star. While walking through the library, he mutters that what he needs to find is Advent Steps, and he knows it won't be easy. Advent Steps is a divine ability that allows Sagittarius to become a zodiac before becoming a star. Back then, he was an ancient and distant star named Deus Ex Machina. It is a divine ability he learned by stealing a part of his treasure. It is known that he can take over a certain space in an instant and project his divinity there, making it possible for him to become an absolute being. Because of that, Changxian thinks that the divine blessings of the zodiac would want to remain in a space close to Sagittarius. If he can obtain that, then when he awakens his divinity after transcending, no one will be able to stop him. As he searches for the books, a boy speaks from behind, telling him that he will only be able to use the library for a week, that the entire library is open 24 hours, and that excluding the first and second grade libraries, he can use every other section. He adds that the books cannot be taken outside. Changxian doesn't respond and instead thinks that, in order to avoid Senior Director Shinwan and Huju, he needs to be extra cautious. He recalls Thanatos once asking whether, after seeing his exhibition hall the One-Horn Tribe's martial library, he tried to imitate it. Thanatos had said that simply observing would bring its own enjoyment. At that moment, the system activates imperturbable mind, and peace of mind is applied. He sits down and begins to focus on reading. Meanwhile, the boy, who is guarding him, grows frustrated, wondering how many days have passed. He has no idea what Changxian is up to and questions whether he is even really reading. He observes that Changxian doesn't have a specific criterion for selecting books. Some are about spearmanship, others about swordsmanship. There are also books on divine law, simple breathing techniques, and even godly deification. Following Director Shinwan's orders, the boy continues to watch him carefully and report anything suspicious, but he wonders what exactly he's supposed to report. Based on the past few days of observation, he concludes that the reason Changxian is cooping himself up in the library is to put on a front, to make it seem like he's from the outside. He notes that even talented individuals do not neglect their personal studies, and that there's nothing more picturesque than this. Internally, he pleads for Changxian to just go home, thinking how depressing it is. Meanwhile, the system notifies Changxian that he is in a state of concentration. He is solely focused on reading, and will be able to understand and memorize all the content. His speed of acquiring knowledge has increased, and his ability to read between the lines and understand complex terms has also improved. The system warns him that he is in a state of madness. He has obtained too much knowledge, has been overloaded with information, and is experiencing a headache. It informs him that he has exceeded the acceptable amount of knowledge that could be obtained and recommends that he take a rest. Changxian thinks how stupid it is to believe that obtaining the Advent steps is his only goal. He reflects that the karma constituting Hoju, in other words, also refers to his skill tree. He recalls that from the beginning, the Fierce Tiger Library was a place created by the White Tiger clan to show off Hoju's greatness. But to the clan members, it also serves as a sanctuary that delivers Hoju's teachings. Among the many books that have remained, he believes there is a substantial amount of hidden books that make up Hoju's constitution. He concludes that he needs to find those hidden books, acquire the pieces, and match them to see what Hoju looks like in the painting. After that, including Hoju, he believes he will be able to identify the weaknesses of the people behind Hoju and his martial techniques of destruction. He guesses that this is it and decides that it is time for him to leave. He concludes that this marks the limit of information he can obtain about the technique of destruction from the 3rd grade library. He wonders if this means he needs to open the 1st and 2nd grade libraries and fill in the remaining areas with the skills he has obtained through his achievements. But he notes that it is not here. He has looked through the place 3 times, yet the Advent steps are really not present. As expected, he assumes that it is in the 1st or 2nd grade library. Since he has around 3 hours left, he considers taking one last look around. He thinks that if there is something like a word or sentence he can't understand, then there is a high possibility that it is in the 7th grade library. The system then informs him that his immobility is reaching its final threshold. It adds that peace of mind stabilizes his wavering concentration, and that his willpower has strengthened by 1 level. He finds a book and wonders if it is the Advent step. Though he is not totally sure, he senses that it is hiding something remarkable. He opens the book and starts reading, thinking that if he turns it upside down, flips the pages in the opposite direction, and reads it in a specific pattern, he might uncover its meaning. Then he realizes that it is not the Advent step. He then starts reading the book, which says that in this place, someone leaves a deep grudge. The book further states whether one knows how it feels to be bitterly betrayed by someone treated as a brother, as someone of one's own blood. The writer claims to know that pain because the child Moonsung has made him feel that way. Changxian wonders upon hearing the name Moonsung. He recalls that Gum Chunho, the man who established the White Tiger clan, was the director and is recognized as one of the top 9 greatest black tigers in the world. He is also Hojun's apostle. Yet the person who wrote this book speaks as if he were a close brother with such a being. Changxian questions whether Gum Chunho had a connection with this man. Gum Chunho was one of the few mercenaries who made a name for himself in the player's world. He endured countless hardships and created his own martial arts. Hojun, who had been observing him, took him as his apostle. But according to this book, that is not the truth. He then reads, the writer's name is Hanyu, and he is Moonsung's mentor. While acting as his mentor, Hanyu had been refining his swordsmanship for a long time to become the successor of the Ilmun clan. But one day, their master brought in an apostle who had quite an age difference from him. As their master's health deteriorated with age, Hanyu treated Moonsung as a close brother, handed him a sword, and trained him as though he were his own trainee. But Hanyu never imagined what thoughts had been festering within the normally quiet apostle, nor what kind of intent their guardian spirit, the tiger trapped in hardships, harbored toward their clan. As the name suggests, Hojun the tiger trapped in hardships is a chaotic god who thrives off battle, chaos, and fear. From the viewpoint of a being like that, their clan's decision to pursue peace and withdraw into seclusion for training would not have sat well. Of course, Hojun could have chosen another apostle. But the problem lay in the fact that their clan was the most skilled in doctoring and poison handling for Hojun. Because of that, he could not simply pick another apostle and bare his teeth. Reading this, Changxian wonders if Hojun's power had been intentionally sealed away. He recalls hearing before that there was a brief moment when Hojun's power had dwindled. He had always questioned why such a war-obsessed being had not shown his face for nearly a century. He assumes it must have had something to do with the Ilmun clan, which Gam Chunho had been a part of. After all, the greater Hojun's faith grows, the more chaos and calamity are born. He assumes Hanyu must have opposed excessive bloodshed and refused to allow it. He wonders if that is why Hojun chose Gum Chunho over Hanyu. Meanwhile, the boy secretly observing him wonders if he is reading the book backwards and assumes he is just pretending to be smart. Hanyu writes that Moonsung's ambush must have been planned ages ago, as he is physically unable to hold a sword that day. He says Moonsung has been poisoning him for a long time, in places he does not expect, slowly, but in the end, he thinks it might be a final show of respect. Moonsung decides not to take his life, cuts off the veins in his lungs, blocks his magic power brazier, and traps him in an underground cave in Ilmun's possession. He says the divine spirit no longer protects him either. From that moment on, the new priest becomes Gum Chunho, and he can do nothing but watch his clan build over the land where Ilmun once stood. After ignoring his master's warning to never enter the outside world and being unable to do anything except watch the chaos the new priest proceeds to cause over the next 10 years, he says one day he hears the voice. With that, the book finishes, and he wonders if that is it and thinks there must be more hidden somewhere. The system then informs him that he has discovered a hidden piece. An unknown individual's leftover willpower becomes a seed and enters his body. As a reward, one of his skills' completion rate drastically increases to 51%. He wonders if it would take a long time to complete, but the Void Monarch contest's completion rate goes up by 12% just for finding and analyzing a hidden piece. The system then says there are still parts of the hidden pieces hidden around and instructs him to find and combine them all. He wonders that the person who caused this is definitely not ordinary and thinks there is no way a simple mortal could have done something like this. He believes there must have been a godly intervention at some point and assumes it is probably the voice that Hanyu refers to. He notes that he has 2 hours left and must find the other parts. He questions where they could be hidden. Based on the fact that the creator purposefully makes his world cryptic, he assumes that someone is meant to find it, but also that it is made so that Gum Chunho's followers cannot. He thinks it is probably going to be decently hard to find. He guesses it is set up so that once he finds the first piece, the rest will be discoverable at once. He assumes they are probably all hidden in the 7th grade section. The system says the divine being Tiger believes he will become its loyal priest and does not question his actions. Changxian thinks that it has not caught on yet. Meanwhile, the divine being Snake looks at him with a knowing glance. With that, he finds the book. He next writes that the person claimed to be just like him, betrayed by a priest and confined to that place. A long time ago, the man was devoured by his own children and endlessly wandered the underworld as a demon. He said that he and Changxian loathed the same enemy. Changxian wonders if he was truly devoured by his own child and realizes that the Void Monarch is that child. He understands that this is an undisclosed part of history, one of the truths the Void Monarch had tried to keep hidden. He realizes he has found the Monarch's weakness. The writer continues, stating that the person said he and his master once revered the divine being, the tiger that had been trapped in hardships. But to become a god, the tiger had to first become a monster and devour the writer's family. The man told him that in order to rest in peace, he must see the demon's neck break. That person also taught him the method to kill the tiger. Using that knowledge as his foundation, he says he was able to regain his strength and re-energize his body. Afterward, he avoided others and trained in secret to recover his power. As the man had taught him, he focused entirely on that recovery. And on the day when the wandering priest returned, he made his decision. Just as that priest once betrayed him, he would rise again and begin a path to kill that priest and bring down the tiger. He picked up his sword again. But the first thought that crossed his mind upon arriving was whether he could truly go through with it. He asked himself if he could stab the one he had raised and taught like his own child. And so, he leaves his will behind in that place, as an obituary, pleading that his grudge, and that of the other man may be passed on to a new descendant. With that, the system notifies him that he has succeeded in finding all the parts of the hidden piece. The intense will of someone whose name he does not know now burns in his heart. As a reward for the achievement, he obtains the skill Black Mountain Monarch's Claws. The system explains that there is nothing on Earth as frightening as a wild beast that possesses all of its claws, and its effects include excessive bleeding, chain attacks, shock, and stacking skill compatibility. Upon reviewing the skill's details, he wonders if Black Mountain Monarch's first claw is one of the many abilities of the White Tiger clan. It resembles a counter-type skill. No, it may be even more suitable than counter itself. Since it originates from the same root as the White Tiger's skills, and because no one remembers the art of an ancient god anymore, he recognizes the hatred embedded within the technique. However, it is a skill that consumes too much magical power at once. He realizes it would take all of his current proficiency to manifest even a single claw. As he begins to leave, he thinks that, as expected, he will need as many elixirs as possible. It looks like he will have to get them from the training institute. Although it's a shame, it seems he will have to return for the Advent steps another time. At the dungeon Blackish Red Mountain Range, Changxian walks while wondering that, according to the information he found, the difficulty is atrocious, but it seems the director wants him to clear this place. He questions what kind of secret is hidden here for the director to act like this and decides he should find out for himself from now on. The system then informs him that a faint wind is following behind. Changxian thinks he should get rid of that guy first, and didn't think he would end up at the library, let alone this place. The faint wind boy, Song Yujun, behind him says that, just like at the library, he should think of him as nothing and continue focusing on his training. Changxian thinks he can't catch that boy, Song Yujun, with his current skill, so when the opportunity arises, he will get rid of him first. He then enters the safe zone. Other players wonder, upon seeing him, what will happen this time. Changxian thinks that, as expected, there are 3 useful guys. He notices a strange trainee named Beek Jowol and wonders if he has received a blessing from another god, questioning who he is. Then the announcer says that everyone should be quiet and gather around, and that from here on out, the White Tiger's 26th training will begin. Meanwhile, seeing the details of the training, Youngjun thinks this has become troublesome. She asks if he is listening to her, and he replies that, of course, he is. She tells him that she was with ITS, and they want her to get them the photo cards that are sold out. Since they were the main models for their company's car commercial, he says that this uncle of hers will get a specially signed one. She responds again that he's not even listening to her and ends the call. He seems troubled and mutters that he's depressed. He thinks that if it weren't for the gate at Jamsil, he would call himself a simp who listens to everything his niece says. He recalls how heartwarming it was to see his niece grow up, and how terrified he was when he found out that Hyben was caught in the middle of the gate at Jamsil. In order to dispatch a rescue team, he says he struggled relentlessly, but there was no other way than a dungeon break, so he had no choice but to hope that nothing bad would happen. He prayed and prayed to the patron, the giant with no name, to protect his niece. When he gets the news that she has returned safely, he asks her if he wants to express his gratitude to that person and wonders if she can tell him who he is. Hyben replies that it's Changxian, who hid himself as soon as the dungeon mission ended. She thinks he did that because he was worried about being exposed to everyone outside, and says she was wondering if it would be better to wait until he decides to reveal himself. Youngjun says that in that case, her uncle will scout Changxian personally and hire him for the clan's group that operates, and then he will give him his thanks. After recalling all this, he becomes troubled and admits that the problem is that he can't talk to Changxian properly because of what he did when they first met. It probably pissed him off. He explains that the reason he gave him his business card was because he wanted to personally scout him for the 5-star sword, but he had always thought Changxian would call at least once. Feeling guilty, he says that was a mistake, and thinks to himself that Changxian going straight to the White Tiger's employment subsidiary without even once contacting 5-star over the past month is hard to believe. On top of that, he realizes Changxian is an SSS plus grade, a genius who can't be defined by the standard S or R ranks. He admits he should have noticed it back then. Since then, his niece has been calling him countless times a day, telling him she hates him and blaming him for not pursuing Changxian properly, claiming that's the reason he ended up on the other side. His older brother, sister-in-law, and even his father, the president of the group, have all been giving him disapproving looks. He acknowledges that he took the matter too lightly, but argues he was too busy at the time. He assumed Li Changxian had been keeping himself hidden deliberately. With everything that happened with Hyoff, his focus was elsewhere. Now, he questions how he could possibly recruit someone like Changxian, who has already become a beast. At the Blackish Red Mountain Range, a girl, Shin Yunxiu, admiring Changxian, says she will die for him. Yunxiu's younger brother, Shin Gumju, seeing her obsession with Changxian, wonders if there is anything that can stop her. He recalls how passionate Yunxiu was, saying she wanted to get into the same job as Changxian, and finds it surprising that in the end, those with the most outrageous results like them passed, while even Kim Hyungjun, their leader, did not. Shin Gumju then notices Hyungjun's stunned face toward Yunxiu and asks what is wrong. He remains stunned and says nothing is wrong, but adds that before anything else, he thinks they are going to explain the rules to the training camp, so they should gather over there. A staff member explains the rules and says that the most important part of the rules of the training camp, which were announced in advance, will be repeated once more. According to the rules, the training lasts for 100 days, and in the first month, they are given time to learn the 3 basic skills. For the remaining 70 days, the safety zone will be released, and they must survive using the 3 basic skills. The announcer says that aside from these conditions and anything that is not considered a crime, autonomous actions and judgments are allowed. The announcer then says that the 3 basic skills will be taught first, and the players are provided with 3 scrolls. The first scroll explains the tiger's aura, the basic skill of a tiger trapped in misfortune, which can be used in the form of an attack by emitting medical power externally. The second is the tiger's step, which allows them to carry their vigor by simply stepping. The third is the tiger's calamity, where, much like how a tiger is tearing them to pieces, attack power is amplified. The announcer then says that if they have all received the scrolls, they should obtain them by ripping them. He says now they should go. As everyone rips off the scrolls and obtains the skills, they begin to wonder in amazement, and Yunso's brother, Shin Gumju, also feels surprised and happy, thinking he really obtained them. The announcer then asks if everyone has obtained the scrolls and says that from now on, he, as their instructor, will demonstrate the skills and asks everyone to observe his stance and take notes. Changxian raises his hand and says he has already learned all 3 skills and mentions that he has heard that even during the training period, if someone shows they have mastered the skills perfectly, they can bypass the safety zone. Everyone starts wondering how he has already learned them and questions if he got the scrolls before the rest of them. They doubt if someone would really dare to show off in front of so many people, and if it makes sense that he has already become familiar with the actions, stance, and everything else just by ripping the scrolls. Yunseo shouts with excitement, saying that, as expected, he is full of confidence and overflowing with drive, and that the tyrant is still alive. Meanwhile, Shin Gumju notices Hyungjun's stunned and angry expression again. Hyungjun tells himself there is no reason to be angry because he believes Changxian will definitely fail. He recalls that no one else knows, but his father is an executive member of the White Tiger clan and had specifically told him that the 3 skills were not given to Li Changxian. He thinks that Changxian must believe he is skilled enough to use the techniques after seeing them once and scoffs internally, thinking that if it were that easy, then anyone could master the 3 skills. Changxian then begins to demonstrate and triggers the first skill, the tiger step. Everyone reacts in disbelief, wondering how he not only emits the skill, but also shapes it into the form of a tiger. Hyungjun also watches in shock, thinking it's impossible and questioning how Changxian did it. To his surprise, Changxian then activates the tiger calamity as well. The tiger calamity causes a huge eruption that surprises everyone, and Changxian then kills the monster with it. As the surroundings settle down, the announcer wonders how it is possible. Changxian replies that he just tried it and it worked. Everyone remains in a shocked state, unable to say anything. He then hears the wind's voice, and Song Yujun appears behind him, asking if this is the reason Changxian had been doing nothing in the library. Yujun reflects that he can't believe Changxian is a genius who has learned the skill that took him 10 years to master, right after absorbing it. He now understands why Manager O wanted him to keep an eye on Changxian. He realizes that Changxian was not avoiding effort because of talent, but had been putting in effort in places no one could see. What he once assumed was an act in the library turns out to be a sincere dedication. Yujun bows and sincerely apologizes, saying Changxian is amazing and he respects him. Witnessing this, everyone begins to murmur, wondering if Changxian, despite being a genius, is also hardworking. They question whether there might come a day when someone could overcome the tyrant. The system then notifies Changxian that the divine being, the tiger, is looking at him with satisfaction due to his deep understanding of the doctrine, and promises to bestow a higher rank if he continues to impress. Changxian thinks it seems like the divine being is getting excited. The system informs Changxian that the divine being good season to hunt is looking at him with an unsatisfied expression. Changxian wonders if the white monarch keeps wanting to give him something to encourage him, and thinks that this pebble sag is filled with dissatisfaction. He then tells the staff member that he thinks he has shown enough of his skill, to which the staff member responds that it is indeed enough and grants him permission to proceed. Changxian moves forward, entering the dungeon and leaving the safe zone. Inside the deep forest, he notices some beetles, and the system alerts him that the divine being tiger is curious to see how he will perform in the dungeon, and is looking forward to seeing if his declaration of clearing the dungeon will come true. Changxian thinks that the divine being must have been observing him while he was talking with manager Oh Shinwon. The air feels royally thick, and every time he breathes, his body becomes heavier. He recalls that the ecosystem had changed due to the effects of an unknown magical power, and realizes they were referring to the air. He notes that it will be hard for normal players to withstand this. He attempts to purify the air using the 8 trigrams for the divination flames, activates immobility, applies inner peace, and equips his spear. He glances in a direction and realizes that the target is over there. He activates Tiger's steps, wields his spear, and strikes the ground. Earthquake activates, and Transcription's pathway is added, killing a monster. As more monsters appear, they suddenly begin rushing away from the area. Changxian says that, as expected, this place is a habitat for the one-legged ghosts. He confirms that the thing he has been searching for is definitely there. But before proceeding, he decides to test the area once and activates Black Mountain Monarch's first claw skill. He then unleashes his claw power and kills the monsters. He wonders if the White Monarch has not caught on yet, but notes that the magic power consumption is, as expected, too severe, and concludes that he will have to increase his magic power capacity no matter what. Observing the area, he thinks that the item must be in the one-legged ghost's habitat. Suddenly, a ghost approaches him, but he slashes it in half after seeing through it with his viper eyes. The system informs him that he has successfully cleared out the one-legged ghost's village. As a reward, he earns the one-legged ghost's knee joint and the large one-legged ghost's club. He then activates soul extortion and consumes all the life force of the ghosts. Afterward, he notices a plant, says that he has found it, grabs it, and raises it. The system notifies him that he has acquired the screeching flower, which is said to grow in the Xiachen between life and death. It often screeches unprompted and possesses a potent, deadly poison, so carelessly consuming it will cause illness. He recalls the moment he asked Iron Man about the 8 trigrams urn fire, saying he heard he knew how to do it and added that he didn't intend to use it just for regeneration. Iron Man laughed and remarked that he'd heard Changxian was crazy, and now he could confirm it. He pointed out that Changxian wanted Daod Tianzun's 8 trigrams iron heat energy, which signified birth and creation, and asks to flip it around for chaos and destruction. He also noted Changxian's desire for the blood-red lightning aura and commented on how bold it was to chase after his shadow. When Changxian asked if he wasn't going to teach him, Iron Man said there was no way he wouldn't if it was something like that. Of course, he'd help. He said there was no reason not to share his specialty. Changxian asked for the method first. Iron Man explained that the method was very simple. He had to grow his flames, not as fuel this time, but as flames themselves. But if he underestimated those flames, he'd be devoured without a trace. That's why he'd have to suppress it with something vicious and atrocious. He told him to seek out the monsters known as Ijok and Jigwe, and that doing so would allow him to obtain the word-ending flame. Holding the plant, Changxian realizes that it was Jigwe, the figure he noticed flying when he entered Red Mountain. He thinks that rather than merely having embers of the 8 trigrams earn fire, he needs to turn it into a raging fire. Using the screeching flower from the one-legged ghost's village as nourishment, he consumes the flower. The system notifies him that he has swallowed a screeching flower. The poison of death begins to spread. The 8 trigrams earn fire burns brighter and starts purifying him. His magic power rises by 3. Changxian remarks that he can now light a fire and increase his magic power capacity, and calls it very nice. As he walks through the dungeon, he finally arrives at a cave entrance and realizes that this is Jigwe's nest. Before, Changxian asks Iron Man what kind of monster Jigwe is. Iron Man replies that without a fixed body, it cannot be called a beast, and because it has a body, it is not exactly a spirit, making it quite an odd monster. Changxian asks if that means it is abiotic. Iron Man says it is, sort of, but more accurately, it is a herd of countless spirits, and that it represents fire and death. When Changxian asks whether it has a core, Iron Man says that a heap of spirits would not normally have such a thing, but Jigwe does have something similar, its right eye. The grudges of tens of thousands of spirits are said to have gathered there and compressed under incredible heat, forming a jewel-like eye. Iron Man adds that if Changxian uses it, he will be able to drastically alter the properties of the 8 trigrams fire. Changxian then leaps toward the nest, saying that since Jigwe seems to have left it, they should set up a trap. Meanwhile, staff members of the White Tiger clan check the players' pass list and comment that the 26 flag bearers are not the best they have seen. They think that perhaps the oppressive scores of Changxian have demotivated the trainees, yet 40% have already passed within just 10 days. In the dungeon, a group of 3 players follow the trail and comment that this must be the place. One of them says only the tyrant could have left such traces. Another agrees. The last one cuts off the small talk and says they should now figure out how to torture Changxian. While following the traces, they discuss how Changxian turns out to be exactly as he appears on the outside, and question how that can be. One of them speculates that the White Tiger must have given him something amazing, because otherwise, it seems impossible to perfect a skill in less than a day. Another agrees and wonders what would happen if the White Tiger's supervisors were to find out. They argue that although White Tiger presents itself as being full of social justice and aligned with corporate norms, in reality, it is all a facade. They claim the foundation of White Tiger is the same as their own group, high-off murderers. Murderers describe those who kill in the industry. It is also slang for people who would do anything for money and entertainment. They go on to say that whatever White Tiger gave Changxian must be something incredible, and they decide to aim for that. Even if he wasn't given anything, they assume he would have earned a lot during his pro-gamer days and mention that he apparently comes from a rich family. They believe that if they take everything from him, they will definitely gain something in return. One of them cautiously points out that nothing may happen, since Changxian seems like someone who is just minding his own business. The other two stop and glare at him angrily. He becomes nervous and tries to clarify, saying that if they stir up trouble for no good reason and their original plans fall through, it would be a disaster. They ignore his concern and focus on the mission, participating in the White Tiger's training and stealing the drink of illusions. Although High-Off has been cornered by White Tiger, they believe this drink is the key to turning the situation around, and they are determined to get it no matter what. They turn to the hesitant member and ask if he's afraid they won't be able to handle a novice like Changxian. They accuse him of mocking them and threaten him with death if he talks back. He replies that they should go ahead and do it. They warn him one last time that if he talks nonsense again, they will rip his head off and feed it to the one-legged ghosts and urge him to do his best. At night, as Changxian sets up the trap, the system notifies him that the unmasked evil spirit has fallen into the trap he installed. The rune of explosion activates, and the paralysis effect is triggered. The spirit is also poisoned by acidic poison. Changxian wonders why the fire ghost is not coming and notes that only fire-type monsters are gathering. He thinks that it is already the 10th day, and although he has progressed from level 29 to 32, he still hasn't reached the nest. He believes the fire ghost is gone and considers that what comes after that is the real issue. He questions whether he should follow the river again. He then jumps from the rock, saying to himself that before that, he should take care of what he must. As he lands on the ground, he notices Beak Joel in front of him and asks why he has come and whether he is following him. He says it does not matter and that, since Beak has seen what he was doing, he will have to kill him. With that, he throws an attack toward Beak, but Beak dodges it with his spear and counterattacks. Changxian observes that he saw correctly Beak is able to use a spear longer than 3 meters. He notes that Beak has great skill and estimates his skill level to be around 35 to 36. Changxian attacks Beak with a dagger, and Beak wonders how fast and accurate he is, noting that Changxian is aiming for his neck with such precision. He manages to dodge the dagger and throws the black spirit toward him, which Changxian barely dodges. Beak is surprised that he manages to dodge it. As Changxian begins to attack with the Yuchang sword, Beak closes his eyes in fear, but then realizes that Changxian has stopped and does not strike him. As his burned face also reveals, he wonders why he is still alive. Changxian then asks why Beak is able to use the secret art of the shadow. Beak responds by asking why he knows that name. Changxian thinks back to the time when his life was filled with conflict and war, recalling that the only ones he could rely on were them. He remembers how they left him because of his madness, his precious relationships and memories, the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the dragon who slept for 1,000 years, the iron-blooded lion, and the wandering shadow, Xerxes. He recalls that the secret art of the shadow was a collective term Xerxes used to describe all the skills and powers that made up. He remembers Xerxes saying that his power is unique, while others possess various authorities and divine powers. He has only one. Changxian reflects that Xerxes, the god with just one authority, was the only one of his kind. The term secret art of the shadow is something only Xerxes' comrades would know. Changxian begins to wonder what Beak's connection to Xerxes is. He notes that the secret art used by Xerxes and the one developed by an average human are vastly different, and it would be interesting if Beak could explain it. Beak, frustrated, demands to know again why Changxian knows it. Changxian casually replies that he is the one who asked the question first. In response, Beak shouts that he will just have to force Changxian's mouth open. Beak, frustrated, throws a shadow spear attack toward Changxian, which Changxian manages to dodge. Beak shouts at him to speak now. Changxian then pulls out his twin spears and thinks that, until he learns about the secret art of the shadow, he must avoid cutting Beak down. He raises his spear and clashes with Beak's spear, and Beak wonders about the strength of Changxian's weapon. As Changxian begins striking with his spear, Beak blocks with his own, thinking what is with this kind of strength. Beak then retreats from his position, and Changxian's spear hits the ground, causing a fire eruption that unbalances Beak. Changxian activates Tiger Calamity and Tiger Steps, combines both, and uses Tiger Aura as well. Tiger Form and Tiger Aura activate, and at the same time, the tiger bearing reveals its true form. Beak roars at him in frustration, but with this much force, he falls to the ground. He then sees Changxian's dagger close to him and asks what Changxian is. Changxian tells him that he is a Ghostborn, and that is why he has a special ability. Ghostborn is a term commonly used to refer to someone born from relations with a ghost. Because they are not born through normal genes, they have a hideous outward appearance, possess special abilities, and are said to bear a curse for life. Beak, surprised, asks how Changxian knows that. Changxian replies by saying whether that really matters. He explains that the marks that look like burn scars are not burns, but are there because Beak is a Ghostborn. He adds that the secret art of the shadow is not something Beak learned, but a special ability he was born with. Changxian thinks that the divine reverberations he felt earlier are likely from Xerxes. He notices that Xerxes's vitality has become much weaker and wonders what might have happened and why he would abandon his son in the mortal realm. He concludes that it can't be helped and decides to keep Beak Joel by his side, as there is no guarantee that Beak knows anything about his father either. Changxian remarks that it seems Beak is trying to cure his ghost-born traits with the eye from the Jigwei, but insists that it won't work and tells him to give it up. Beak asks what Changxian knows. Changxian replies that he knows far more than Beak and says it should be obvious, considering he realized it immediately after exchanging just a few blows with him. He points out that Beak must be wondering whether the scars on his face come from a fire spirit parent, thinking he inherited those traits, but says that the Jigwee's eye will never heal those scars. Changxian explains that Beak's parent is not a fire spirit, though the scars resemble burns and might lead someone to think that way. If that were the case, Beak would not be able to use the darkness attributes. He adds that the Jigwee is more closely aligned with death than fire, and that its ghastly aura is far stronger than a normal ghost. He questions whether Beak intends to eat it, unless his goal is to actually become a ghost or an evil spirit. Changxian says he knew Beak was just making rough guesses, assuming maybe in his desperation to escape the hideous curse he carries. As Beak helplessly begins to cry, he asks what he's supposed to do. Changxian tells him that he will cure him and proposes they make a deal. This stuns Beak, and he asks what kind of deal. Changxian states that it seems Beak has researched the Jigwee's nature and asks him to give that knowledge. Then he changes his mind and says he would rather have Beak's cooperation. Changxian thinks that Beak must have studied the subject obsessively, perhaps even more than he has himself. Beak asks how he is supposed to believe him. Changxian offers to prove right now that the treatment is possible. Beak reacts with surprise. Changxian tells him to extend his hand, adding that whether Beak believes him or not, the outcome will be the same. As Beak does, Changxian grabs his hand and warns him that it will be hot, so he should bear with it. With that, he breathes fire onto him. Changxian instructs him not to open his mouth or try to breathe in, as doing so would wreck his magic power circulation. Beak endures the pain without shouting or breathing. The system notifies Changxian that Beak's ghost-born condition is changing, and that his curse is being washed away. Beak realizes that his ghost-born qualities are breaking apart and that his misfortune has been severed. He thinks that it's entirely possible just a little more. If the fire reaches the center of his ghost-born qualities, his heart, then it might work. But the embers seem to be dying out. He urges just a bit more. As Changxian completes the magic, he tells Beak not to just sit there and to check his face. Beak touches his face and looks at his hand. Changxian tells him that this is his limit with his current abilities. He explains that Beak will need to receive treatment frequently, but even then, it will be difficult to be completely healed. Beak then asks what they should do next. Changxian says that if Beak helps him defeat the Jigwee, they will have more firepower, and a complete recovery may become possible. He offers to make a mana pact if necessary, but Beak declines, saying this is enough, and that he will try to trust him. Changxian thinks to himself that Beak is far more useful than he had expected and becomes curious to see what he will do. When Beak asks how he should help, Changxian tells him to speak formally, thinking that it doesn't feel right for his friend's son to speak to him casually. Beak scoffs at the request but agrees. Beak explains that to pursue the Jigwee, they first need to understand its behavior. He says the Jigwee generally behaves like a crow, so they should search the nest thoroughly. As they examine the nest, they find many valuable items. Changxian remarks that the Jigwee like to keep corpses as keepsakes. Beak adds that the Jigui not only collects sparkling items but also expensive ones. It somehow recognizes them at a glance and keeps them like trophies. He explains that the Jigui tends to forget about the items eventually, so by looking through what it has gathered, they might be able to guess its next destination. Changxian then finds a large bow and picks it up, muttering that it has bullseye penetration, which guarantees to pierce exactly where it hits, and that it is a quintuple arrow bow capable of firing 5 arrows consecutively. The system informs him that the bow was crafted by an unknown hunter using the winged bones and feathers of a massive and powerful flying beast. Changxian says he will select a few items for his own use and sell the rest. He then notices an illusion pearl and senses the familiar stench of death from it. When he picks it up, the system reveals that it is made from a fixed ratio of the death flower, the destruction flower, and another unknown element. The grudges of smallpox victims can be felt from the pearl. As he holds it, Changxian recalls that smallpox was once feared as much as tigers. He thinks he has found something connected to the white tiger. Beak then says that he thinks he knows where the Jigui went. When Changxian asks if he figured it out this quickly, Beak replies that it was easier than expected. It seems the Jigui have been focused on feeding for quite some time. Though he isn't sure what the Jigui did, it appears to have used a significant amount of its power. He suspects it has gone deep into the mountains, likely to a place inhabited by mystical creatures or monsters with powerful souls. Changxian reflects that Beak is not just useful, he is very useful. He then tells Beak they should not waste any more time and should head out immediately. They proceed toward the location. 4 days later, while still on their way, Changxian recalls Iron Man and thinks that he will experience immense hunger and greed, far more than anyone could imagine. Standing atop a cliff, he notices the enormous Jigui. The system informs them that the Class 4 disaster Jigui is causing a drought. He uses his viper eyes and begins shooting arrows at it. He suddenly realizes that his range of vision has increased. All of his senses have heightened by 1 level. He wonders if the Void Monarch's benefit enhances a person's senses. The system informs him that the divine being Good Season to Hunt has bestowed upon him her own authority as a benefit. Changxian notes that Pebblesag has made a move. The system adds that he has now been equipped with the authority bullseye, and that with the divine being's benefit and authority, he will not miss any marked target. He then fires arrows toward the Jigui, landing clean hits. The system notifies him that since he has been equipped with the skills Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net, he can now temporarily use Lightning Storm. As the Jigui growls and prepares to attack, the system announces that he has dealt great damage to it. Changxian realizes that the benefit bestowed by the Void Monarch has finally granted him the combat senses he had long felt were missing. The system explains that the beast sense, the benefit bestowed by the divine being Tiger, causes Changxian to become like a beast engaged in battle. He possesses sharp eyes, sharp ears, a sensitive nose, agile hands, and a more sensitive tongue. His 5 senses are magnified, along with a 6th sense that detects danger in the area and helps him truly become a beast. The skill focuses all his senses on the Jigui, allowing him to predict its actions a little better. Changxian starts running. Seeing him, Beak follows and wonders if it is possible that they might actually be able to defeat it. The system alerts Changxian that an intruder without permission to join the raid has appeared. A fire attack blocks their way. As they stop, the staff members of the White Tiger clan appear and state that this is a security zone and only relevant personnel are allowed, instructing the trainees to stand down. The Jigui's body burns with fire as the spear lands a critical hit. The skills Lightning Explosion and Lightning Net continue to rise in level. The staff member again repeats that the area is protected and instructs them to leave. Beak shouts back, saying there is a monster they have been chasing for 4 days, and pleads to be allowed to hunt it. The staff insists that only authorized personnel may pass and asks them to leave once more. They add that if the warning is ignored, they will be forced to intervene and won't take responsibility for any resulting accidents. Suddenly, a massive fire erupts, and the Jigui begins to ascend. Beak shouts that the Jigui is trying to fly away, and warns that if it escapes now, they won't be able to hunt it. He demands that the staff not stand in their way. They pull out their weapons and say that he should return if he doesn't want to be beaten. Changxian notices the faint wind hideously following him and thinks that the executive director has promised he would not be hindered at all, so he wonders if that person has not been told. He thinks that past this point is where the White Tiger is hidden, and it looks like Executive Director O is trying to hide something here by force. He considers that it may be related to the illusion pearl they got from the Jigui's nest. He thinks that someone connected to this secret may have been killed by the Jigui by chance. and they may now be trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence. He concludes that some others involved in the matter may also be trying to hunt the Jigwe, and if he pokes at this, something else might come out. He then asks the staff if, as long as they don't enter the protected area, they are allowed to move as they please. The staff confirm that this is correct and tell him to leave. Changxian replies that if that is the case, then they won't have anything to worry about. The Jigwe then throws a fire attack at the staff members, but they manage to retreat from their positions. Meanwhile, Changxian releases the Art of Shadow at the Jigwe, and it begins to absorb the fire. The system notifies him that the 8 trigrams earn fire has found a new source of fire, and is rapidly trying to absorb it. Later, they discover the corpse of the Jigwe's chick, and Changxian remarks that it seems the creature may have left behind a child. He notes the strange behavior abandoning its nest and the serious effect caused by absorbing its fire. He concludes that if it weren't sharing sustenance with its child, none of this would make sense. He adds that, if used well, this could greatly benefit them. After all, the Jigwe is a mystical creature known to be difficult even for rankers to hunt alone, which is why careful preparation is essential. Beak asks if Changxian has come up with a good idea. Changxian turns the question back on him. Beak replies that he does have a few things he prepared beforehand, but even if everything goes well, there's no guarantee they will work. Changxian thinks that if the Jigwe has hatched a chick, it will try to find a source of nourishment for it, one way or another. If that is the case, its movements will be easier to predict. He decides he must reach the place it's heading to first and set up a trap there. He recalls that it swallows the soul of its prey. That part was especially effective. The system tells him that the authority's soul extortion is in the process of eating away at the spirit, making up the Jigwe. The flames of purgatory are on the spirit, and the fire is spreading to the other spirits connected to it. The fire spreads across the entirety of the Jigwe, and the Jigwe is being burned. The flames of purgatory grow more intense. Meanwhile, Beak struggles with the flames and says that the chick is eating everything in sight. Changxian says that it is not that the chick is enthralled by hunting, but that there is simply some reason for its excessive hunger, giving it no choice but to eat. He further says that a corpse ought to be a welcome meal, which is why he will lather it in ice poison and paralysis poison. Beak says that the Jigwe can't do anything against the ice poison and paralysis poison. Changxian thinks that, just as planned, the Jigwe consumes its prey's soul as well, and it uses a part of the soul as fuel to further its flame of death. He has not told Beak, but after killing the monster, he does not extract its spirit. That spirit will enter the Jigwe's body and become a part of its flesh, and when it tries to run away, he will use soul extraction to pull it down. Once the flames of purgatory are lit using spirit, they will quickly spread to other spirits and will eventually grow too fierce to stop. This Jigwe is a cluster of spirits. It does not have a single method to avoid the 8 trigrams earn fire. The ashes formed from burning the Jigwe will be taken by him alongside its flames. It is the natural enemy of the Jigwe that to which it is most incompatible, no, that which consumes it. The system tells him that the 8 trigrams earn fire is endlessly absorbing the fire, and its destructive capabilities are slowly being added to its regenerative capabilities. It warns him that uncontrolled growth can function as poison and advises him to continue using his authority. The speed at which he is absorbing the flames is steadily increasing. The properties of the 8 trigrams earn fire are changing, and control is currently not possible. His magic circuits have passed the permissible threshold. The extension to strengthen has reached its limit. A shunt is installed, but it also reaches its limit. No more elements may be added, as it is determined that his magic circuits cannot use the entirety of his magic power in their current state. A new change is attempted. With that, an achievement is unlocked, and the skill level of the authority soul extortion rises. The soul will now be extracted more quickly. The Jigwe is attempting to resist. The staff members wonder what they should do. Changxian thinks that he should be able to unsheath it now. With that, he unleashes his Yuchang sword. The system tells him that eternal flames are slowly peeking out. He successfully completes the latent qualification requirements of the divine artifact. Changxian happily declares that this is what he has been waiting for. Changxian thinks that there is only one way to completely hunt down a Jigwe, and that is to unseal the entirety of the Yuchang sword. The thing needed for that is an incredible amount of world-ending flame, which the sword is greedily consuming. And one more thing is blood. These two things will act as the key that can release the Yuchang sword, which has lain dormant for a millennium. The Yuchang sword had been passed down from the first Yezi to his descendants, always being closest to the brassier, as their marks were left on the sword. It is only natural that fire would take its place inside it. Also, before the Yuchang sword had reached Yezi's hand, it had passed through the hands of countless assassins and consumed the most blood, being known as a demonic sword and a sword of death. The blood that has seeped inside this sword can't simply be washed away. The system informs Changxian that the fire has awakened and blood has formed. He has successfully completed the latent qualification requirements of the divine artifact. Changxian thinks that after consuming his fire and blood, the sword now belongs to him. As fire and blood swirl around the Yuchang sword, the system announces that evidence of the sword's new owner will be engraved on the blade. With that, the rooted part of the sword breaks open, and a new sword is formed. He grabs it, and the system congratulates him. He has become the new owner of the Yuchang sword and has succeeded in becoming one with it. He wields the blade and unleashes a powerful aura slash at the Jigwei, landing a massive blow. He immediately follows it with another strike using the tiger bearing, which also hits the Jigwei. The Black Mountain Monarch's claw activates, and with a final, devastating attack, he shatters the Jigwei into pieces. He then consumes all the life force of the Jigwei with his hand, and the system informs him that he earns the Jigwei's right crystal eye, an amalgamation of all the demonic beast Jigwei's ghastly and deathly energy, along with its fire energy. The system states that possessing this eye makes it possible to observe changes in both the human world and its counterpart, the afterlife. It confirms that he succeeds in revealing the secrets of the Jigwei's sword, and that his understanding of the sword rises greatly. He grabs the eye, and the system congratulates him, stating that a sword mystery has been created. It explains that this is one of the 9 famous swords forged by the original Yezi, known as the Divine Sword due to the shortness of its blade. The sword can be used as a dagger, and when its true form is released, it can also be used as a long sword. The system adds that a sinister thought can also be released at this moment, and that the fire left by Yezi's descendants and the blood left by the blade's former owner will grant the wielder mysterious strength. A hidden quest is created, warning that others might attempt to steal the Yuchang sword, so caution is advised. After reviewing the quest's details and conditions, he wields the sword around and realizes that his right hand has become harder. He notes that it had not reacted much until recently and questions why. He observes that he has nearly tripled the 76 he previously had, and at level 30, it feels as if a great river is flowing through him. Meanwhile, the White Clan staff members, upon seeing Changxian, discuss among themselves that they can't believe the Jigwei was stolen from them. They question what to do next and acknowledge that they can't just pretend nothing happened. One of them points out that the Jigwei had been attacked while gathering fighting flowers and seemed to have possessed the illusion pearl, all during training. They agree that it cannot be allowed to fall into someone else's hands, so killing it and going through its nest is necessary. When asked for their thoughts, another replies that they will beat him up. One expresses concern, asking if that wouldn't be too difficult since he absorbed all of the Jigwei's flames instead of extinguishing them. They wonder how someone like that could be taken down. They conclude that now is the right time, believing that both are exhausted from the fight against the Jigwei. Even though he swallowed world-ending flames, his exhaustion is evident. They decide to overpower him and question him about the illusion pearl, and if he refuses to answer, they will feed him to the beast. One notes that Executive Director O saw potential in him, but considers it a shame that he got caught up in something pointless. Then, members of the Highoff clan arrive and comment that they didn't expect to find 2 big fishes there. No. 3. Changxian, a Jigwei's treasure, and the White Tiger's hunting dogs. The White Tiger member asks how they got there, and Yang Xinhe replies nonchalantly that they just walked through the front door. The clan members suspect that there must have been a flaw in their inspection. They quickly recognize the intruders Yang Xinhe, known as the Iron Mace Demon, Park Jipio, called the Sawblade, and Bi Wuzheng, the Crimson Target. They realize that instead of approaching another dungeon under White Tiger's jurisdiction, these 3 have specifically sniffed out this hidden location, which likely means they've already discovered the research facilities within. Xinhe equips his chain weapon and remarks that they have a lot to talk about, spinning his weapon casually. One of the clan members reflects that going up against these 3 will clearly end in disaster. One of them is bound to call for reinforcements, while the others buy time. As expected, one charges at Jipio, but Jipio blocks the sword easily and smirks, saying they shouldn't be surprised by such a weak attempt. He's only just getting started and urges them to have some fun. Meanwhile, as one White Tiger member dashes off to call for backup, Xinhe chases after him, yelling to ask where he thinks he's going. He then throws his chain weapon, and it crushes the man's head. Xinhe laughs and mocks how weak the guy was. Frustrated, Jipyo tells him not to kill off a valuable lead. Shinhee responds that there's still another one left. Jipyo, clearly irritated, says that he's just making things more difficult for him as another clan member rushes toward them. At the same time, Bi Wuzhong approaches Changxian and Beak. Beak asks what he plans to do to them. Wuzhong replies that he doesn't really want to do this, but circumstances leave him no choice, they will have to die here for him. Changxian calmly says he doesn't plan on dying. Wuzhong brushes it off and tells him to die anyway as he draws his sword. Changxian raises his hand and says he will consider it if Wuzhong can dodge what's coming. Everyone watches in surprise at what Changxian is about to do. Soon, the boss monster Jigui appears. Changxian says it is just his luck that they were laying eggs and wonders how the female would react upon learning of her mate's demise. He tells the others to do their best to dodge the attack. Flaming lightning pours out from the Jigui as the storm rages on. They try to face the Jigui, but a huge fire explodes from it. Changxian says the female protects the chicks while the male goes out to find food, and since her mate was in danger, it is only natural for the female to appear. Beak wonders who Changxian really is and asks where he will go. Changxian replies that he is going off to earn more crystal eyes. Beak says his current state is weak. Changxian answers that he has gotten much better and recovered his stamina, and tells Beak not to worry. He consumes the crystal eye and says he has his way. He recalls thinking back to when he asked Iron Man if there was a reason to consume the crystal eye even after absorbing Jigui's flame. Iron Man replies that, of course, there is, since growing the flames enough would make creating an artifact from the crystal eye efficient. Consuming it shifts the benefit from just a plain attribute addition to a core transformation. He also warns that once the crystal eye is swallowed, Changxian might become a Jigui himself. Now, the system informs Changxian that the destruction and ghost attributes have been added to the 8 trigrams earn fire. The fire's properties will change. All attributes will be merged, and changes will occur. He has grasped the method to utilize spirits and the world-ending flame. He is now able to use the first form, world-ending flame. Changxian then leaps into the air and consumes the life force of the Jigui, also launching an attack at one of the enemies. As the situation settles, his dagger is found stabbed into Shinhee, who pleads for him to just kill him. He proceeds to consume all of Shinhee's life force. The system informs him that he has obtained Jigui's right crystal eye. His magic power increases. The 8 trigrams earns world-ending flame is upgraded to a higher level, and both spirits and the world-ending flame are strengthened. Changxian thinks he has gained 66 magic power this time. Perhaps because it is the second time, he begins to notice there might be limits to this. The system then informs him about the Jigui's vessel. Having become a Jigui, a cluster of fire and spirit, he is now able to use the Jigui's attributes freely. He can raise the earth with flames of death and encroach upon the skies. Since he has consumed 2 crystal eyes, he is now a calamity capable of causing forest fires and droughts wherever he goes. With the immense flames he possesses, he acquires the title Jigui's vessel, and the Jigui's attributes are further strengthened. Changxian thinks there must be chaos down below now. Not just 1, but 2 Jigui beings, considered the rulers of the blackish-red mountain range, have been taken down consecutively. He then asks Wuzhong if he also said he wanted to die. He adds that Caesaralgia is known to be the most horrendous pain in the world. If Wuzhong wants to die, then he should tell them everything he knows. Meanwhile, Beak, seeing Changxian, wonders about the ball of fire surrounding him, feeling as though he has moved the core of the sun into himself. Changxian asks Wuzhong if he is saying that the White Tiger clan called high off to the blackish-red mountain range to open something, and Wuzhong agrees. Changxian then reflects that the White Tiger clan began to grow rapidly 13 to 14 years ago. He recalls that the 7 cryptic scriptures of Heaven's 7 divine scrolls were excavated by the White Tiger clan roughly 20 years ago in an unnamed dungeon. Of these, the White Tiger had found 3, and even those fragments held extraordinary power, allowing for significant advancements. He notes that the White Tiger's clan leader, Heavenly Sword Master Moonsung, is one of the most powerful sword masters in the world, though his followers are not known to be as exceptional. Still, after a sudden surge in growth, the clan gained immense fame and became renowned worldwide, something that happened not too long ago. Changxian asks Wuzhong what all of this is really about. Wuzhong replies that he doesn't truly know himself. Changxian tells him that whether he listens to his plea or not is his own decision, so he should speak. Wuzhong then explains that each scroll within the 7 cryptic scriptures of heaven contains different content, each teaching how to summon the power of an ancient constellation that has been forgotten in modern times. Changxian wonders about ancient constellations. When light is first created at the beginning of the cosmos, there are not many constellations in the sky. They may be as weak as the cosmos in, but each contains enormous holy power. Although with the passage of time, they may each find their place according to the laws of the world. Traces of their existence dot the cosmos and the world. They are referred to as the forgotten stars, and their strength can be borrowed. He questions whether the Void Monarch has been keeping this to himself. Wuzheng further tells him that of the 3 scrolls the White Tiger has, they have unraveled 2. He hears that the most important one still remains. Changxian wonders about Peter's key, thinking that the scripture it is meant to unlock is that one. He asks why Wuzheng comes here, saying he does not think it is just for terrorism or revenge. Wuzheng answers that he comes to find the illusion pearl. Changxian wonders again, thinking that he does feel a deep-seated grudge against smallpox and finds it suspicious. Wuzheng says that the thing obtained from the first scripture is the method to create an unbeatable warrior. Of the 7 cryptic scriptures, the first was written about a person who had lost their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their soul loses their ego. But because that void is filled with starlight, they become an incredibly powerful warrior. They are reborn as a holy knight who faithfully carries out the star's order. The ingredients required to create these powerful warriors are the wildflowers in the flower bed in Siachen, just like the crying flower and the laughing flower. With these, he can create the illusion of a pearl. He wonders if there was a reason they created a training institute in a place like this. The blackish-red mountain range is geographically similar to the Siachen flower bed. Besides, it is ideal for testing new entrants and selecting those with the right compatibility to become powerful warriors. If it is said that those who disappeared here simply fell victim to accidents after disobeying instructors and leaving the safe zones, then that is the official explanation. The person overseeing and directing all these projects must be the second in command at White Tiger, Executive Director O. However, with Bislaz's tomb vanishing overnight and simply flying off, things have taken a turn for the worse for them. Changxian asks if Wuzheng thought he would be able to reveal the White Tiger's true face with the illusion pearl or whatever it is, and adds that there must be other evidence as well. Wuzheng confirms it. Changxian then wields his dagger, thinking that most of these secrets remain unrevealed. But there must be more that Wuzheng does not know, and he kills him. He then turns toward the remaining White Tiger clan member and thinks about digging up the location of the research facility where the illusion pearl was created and powerful warriors were mass-produced. Changxian says he is sure they already know what he is about to say. The member fearfully asks Changxian if he does not fear the wrath of their patron god. Changxian responds by asking if they truly believe their patron god is on their side, adding that their patron god desires a stronger and tougher believer, not a dying fool like them. Later, Changxian tears Beak's shirt, prompting Beak to ask in surprise what he is doing. Changxian tells him to sit in the lotus position, saying he will treat him right now. As they both sit, Changxian explains that steadying the residual energy of the Ghostborn will take some time and that it is easy to become distracted. Even if only an hour or 2 passes in the real world, it may feel like dozens of hours or possibly even months for Beak. Quieting such a hysterical energy will be draining, but it will eventually end, so he must not give up. Changxian warns that if Beak even briefly thinks about giving up, he will begin to undergo demonization, which means he will become either a monster or a ghost. He adds that if he sees even the slightest indication of that happening, he will dispose of him without a second thought. He thinks that allowing a broken Xerxes to roam freely would result in a catastrophe. Beak calmly responds that Changxian need not worry. Changxian then reflects that, although Xerxes behaves as if he lacks a sense of self, he has always harbored one very strong desire. They then begin the process as the flames of the first form world-ending flame envelop Beak's body, and he bursts into flames. He growls in pain, trying to remind himself not to lose hope, not to ever give up. He soon finds himself in a cold, desolate place and wonders where he is, thinking that if he has to remain there, he would rather not exist at all. He then realizes he is inside his own mind, his unconscious world. He doesn't want to recall the time when everyone bullied him, mocked him, and beat him. He wonders if he hadn't been saved back then, if he had died at that moment, he wouldn't have been forced to carry such traumatic memories. Then a voice says to Beak that he is there and that she has been looking for him. She says the wind is cold in that place, so he should come with her, and that he must leave before winter progresses any further. Beak wonders if he doesn't want to be alone anymore and extends his hand toward her. He reminds himself not to lose himself, not to ever give up. Then he pulls his hand back and runs away, thinking that this is not where he is meant to be. Meanwhile, Changxian thinks that they have passed the critical moment for now, and that the Ghostborn is very persistent. How admirable. He believes that had Beak begun undergoing demonization, then even accessing the entirety of the Jigui vessel might not have been enough for him to win. He reflects that if Beak's father is Xerxes, then that explains it. The system informs him that everything within the given area will appear to have vanished without a trace to any outside observers. Changxian decides to investigate the Illusion Pearl research facility, but before that, he needs to get rid of the useless witnesses. He then chases after Song Yujun, who is fleeing the scene. Song Yujun, while running, thinks that he must tell the executive director the truth no matter what. He believes that while Changxian is concentrating on treating that Beak Joel guy, or whoever he is, this is his chance to escape. However, he soon realizes that Changxian is already chasing him and becomes trapped by Changxian's stealth skill. Yujin tries to draw his sword, but Changxian stabs a dagger into his body, pushes him back, slams him into a tree, and remarks that they will meet again. Yujin asks what Changxian plans to do with him. Changxian replies that he was originally planning to kill him immediately, but has changed his mind, not wanting the executive director to grow suspicious. Holding the Illusion Pearl, Changxian says he has a very convenient method to resolve things, so there's no need to take the hard path. He then places the pearl into Yujin's mouth. The system announces that the player Song Yujun has swallowed the Illusion Pearl. His sense of reason becomes paralyzed, his ego suspended, and he falls into a hypnotic trance. Changxian commands him to stand, and as Yujun obeys, he wonders whether this is a soulless being or one who has lost their soul. Changxian then instructs him to sit, roll, and bark, and Yujun follows every command. Finally, Changxian tells him to kill himself. Yujun begins to strangle himself until Changxian orders him to stop. Changxian reflects that they have truly created something unbelievable if this level of power came from the lowest ranked scripture. Then the remaining scriptures must be unimaginably powerful. He instructs Yujun to inform the executive director that there are no abnormalities regarding anything related to Changxian and to act as if nothing happened. Yujun agrees. Changxian then orders Yujun to leave. As Yujun begins to faint, Changxian stops him. Yujun asks if there are any more orders for him. Changxian responds by asking about the technique Yujun is using, wondering if he could learn it as well. He comments that it looks more useful than he originally thought and believes it would be a good match for Beak Joel, too. Yujun explains that the technique is called Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale. He says it allows one to make use of the wind of King Gong's stealth or disguises, and since it is derived from Tiger's Step, Changxian should be able to use it. Changxian tells him to teach it. Yujun replies that he doesn't have a skill book, so it would normally take a rather long time. Changxian says he will figure out how to learn it on his own. Yujun then demonstrates the skill in front of him. Changxian observes closely and then begins performing it himself. Yujin is surprised, wondering how Changxian is able to learn it so immediately. They practice the technique together several times. Then the system informs Changxian that he has learned something new using Tiger's Step as the foundation skill. Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale has been created. It is described as a foundational skill for a tiger trapped in hardships, a technique based on Tiger's Step. With a courageous appearance, it enables incredibly agile movement, as if riding the wind like a flying tiger. Seeing the stats, Changxian remarks that it is like this. Meanwhile, Yujun is still in awe, wondering how Changxian learned something in minutes that took him years. He bows respectfully and says Changxian is a truly admirable person. Changxian replies that it is enough and tells him to just go. As Yujun leaves, Changxian moves up using that skill, wandering around. The system informs him that a good season to hunt has set in and mentions that his movement appears to be outstanding for hunting skills, so it is searching to see if it has any tips to give him. Changxian then discovers the Jigui's nest again and finds the eggs there. The system informs him that a pair of Jigui lay an egg once every century, and it seems that some time will be required before it hatches. Changxian reflects that Jigui have 3 forms, but in truth, they are a gathering of spirits, spiritual beings without fixed physical bodies. Since their ancestors took the form of birds, they continue to do so, though they are capable of changing according to their environment. Additionally, it is possible to redirect their nature in a positive way and enhance their intellect beyond what is typical. The egg's strength lies in the fact that it is underdeveloped yet in ideal health. Becoming a spiritual bird is considered the best outcome. He then begins the process to hatch the eggs. The divine being, the tiger, advises that rather than the crude form of a winged animal, it would be better for it to take the form of a rare beast, perhaps a tiger. The divine being, good season to hunt, raises a complaint against the tiger's advice. She advises that a falcon or a hunting dog would be best for a hunter and thinks a young hawk or a hound would be more suitable. Changxian thanks them for their advice and thinks that the flames within him should be consumed to grow immensely, then wonders if he should head to the research facility. At the Red Inspection Department, the staff chief asks the team about the executive director. The members inform him that the director simply told them to wait, assuring that the issue would be resolved soon. In frustration, the chief slams the table, internally questioning how, after everything he has accomplished from using the illusion pearl to create God-sent warriors, developing starlight coordinates using a third-grade basic skill, managing various divine armaments, artifacts, and authorities under the White Tiger's banner, they are now sending the inspection department after him. He reflects bitterly that while he may have pocketed some of the resources, it was the executive director who ordered him to prepare it all from the start. Despite reaching out for help numerous times, the only response he gets is to wait. He then shouts at the staff, asking how much they think he has done for them. He recalls that the Board of Inspection confirmed the Department of Inspection is arriving today and instructed the staff to destroy any documents that could raise suspicion. He reminds himself that an official third-ranked director officer is coming in person. The Guildal project commissioned and supervised by the executive director himself is enough to spark serious curiosity, and he knows that being associated with it puts him at risk. He concludes that he must attain White Tiger rank soon and considers claiming the 5-star blade to secure his position. Taking a deep breath, he notes that since the White Tiger members are tied to powerful conglomerate families, he might still have a chance at living a wealthier life. He resolves to ensure that he has strong cards in his hands going forward. Though he feels some regret about Beak Jowol, or whatever his name was, and remains curious about Changxian's whereabouts, he assumes they've vanished. Still, he thinks it would be beneficial if he could track them down and bring them in. For now, he turns to the player he has trapped in a glass container, acknowledging that this one is impressive enough to be useful. Then, raising his voice, he demands to know why the team sent to retrieve the illusion pearls has not yet returned. He decides to send orders immediately to find out what's going on, warning them that if anyone discovers the truth, it will mean the end for all of them. Meanwhile, as Changxian flies through the air, heading toward his next target, the divine being Tiger believes that Pebblesag takes after him and feels pleased. The divine being Good Season to Hunt tells him not to spout such nonsense and insists that Pebblesag's brave form resembles hers the most. The tiger responds that sleep talking should be done while she's actually asleep. She mocks him in return, saying it would be best for him to shut up because of how bad his breath smells. The system notes that the two of them glare daggers at each other. On his way, Changxian mutters how long this is going to continue. He then arrives at a certain spot, finds the flower, and wonders if this is the place. As he notices the building of the inspection department, he says he has arrived. The system informs Changxian that the stealth skill has been activated, dispersing all sounds through the wind. He then moves toward the entrance using the skill without being noticed. One guard at the entrance tells the other that it seemed like something had just passed by them. The other guard asks what he's talking about and tells him to stop, saying he's already shaking in his boots and doesn't know what he'll do if something actually shows up. He adds that the inspection department has him nervous enough already. Meanwhile, Changxian continues moving under stealth, triggering a trap. Beast Sense discerns the direction in which the trap has activated. Viper Eye quickly scans all traps in the vicinity, and the system confirms that he has succeeded in passing through without being detected. While moving, Changxian wonders if something has happened and why everyone seems to be in such a rush. The system then notifies him that the auditory sensation from Beast Sense has grown stronger. He has successfully grasped all the sounds in the wing's vicinity. He hears all the conversations between the inspection department's staff members and says he has found it, the Illusion Pearl production facility. As he enters the facility department, he realizes that the scent of the poisonous herbs is strong there. The crying flower's poisoning has permeated throughout the room, and the laughing flower will cause fits. The system informs him that His Majesty, the Tiger's Calamity, has his eyes on him, and the effect immunity against 10 poisons has taken effect and has succeeded in nullifying all poisons. He then stands in front of a door, and the system says the door is solidly locked and that an approved ID is required, asking him to enter the pattern or password required to open the lock. He thinks about how he should open it and wonders whether he should just bust it open, but decides he cannot cause a ruckus this early. He then thinks about the password and wonders if it is Peter's key. As he grabs the key, he questions why it is that, but realizes that the Void Monarch Tiger is watching him, and that he cannot take it out now. He touches the door and wonders if it could be. The door opens, and the system says the master's ID has been confirmed. The locking mechanism has been released, and the door will now open. He wonders what the key is and what kind of ability it possesses to be able to do this in an instant. The system then says the divine being Tiger feels slightly embarrassed at the sudden release of the locking mechanism, and has several questions about whether he has talent for releasing things. The divine being Tiger bursts into admiration over his bravery as well as the great talent he possesses, and now harbors an even greater desire toward him. Changxian thinks that he doesn't believe the Tiger has realized he possesses Peter's key and wonders just what the Tiger is talking about. He also thinks he doesn't want to hear that from someone who is actually a snake, referring to the red-banded snake comment. Changxian, seeing the players caught in glass, wonders if they are the ones. The system says His Majesty the Tiger's calamity has unleashed his rage. Changxian wonders about a warrior turned ghost, a god-sent warrior. The divine being Tiger laughs heartily upon seeing his fangs and claws lined up. The divine being Owl expresses great distaste for the scene before her eyes and glares at the Tiger. The Tiger smirks and asks what she will do after glaring at him like that. The Owl explodes with rage and pleads that he serve justice in her place. A sudden quest, Owl's Plead, has been created. The Owl Pleads quest states that the owl that flies through the twilight is greatly disillusioned by the strong evil and dark influence the Tiger has had upon the human world. She also feels deep pity for those who have lost their lives while caught up in these schemes. As such, she strongly pleads that Changxian bring peace and rest for all of them. The reward is a blessing from the owl appropriate for his results. Changxian, upon seeing the reward, wonders why she is going this far. Regardless of how angry she would get at the Void Monarch Tiger, he does not think she would act out enough to give him a quest like this. A blessing appropriate for his results means it could be possible to receive an authority from her. Accepting this means that the Void Monarch will turn his back on him. However, refusing this will mean that his divine being, the owl, would completely turn away from him. He thinks it is a shitty situation. He is about to choose the option to refuse, but then says there is one thing he would like to ask of the patron god, the Tiger. Divine being Tiger gladly agrees to answer Changxian's question. Changxian assumes he already knows the reason he is there, and divine being Tiger replies that he does, so he may speak directly. Changxian thinks he can just lead them on vaguely, since both of them need him anyway, and says he plans on taking everything that is there, not intending to let others have what he can't possess. He asks what divine being Tiger thinks about his decision. He believes he has already greatly piqued the Void Monarch's interest and sees himself as a highly desired priest candidate, confident they won't give up someone like him. Divine being Tiger smirks at Changxian's obvious thoughts and says that, despite that, he likes him a lot. He adds that any household member tricked by Changxian is simply a fool and promises not to inhibit his wild ambitions. Sudden Quest Tiger's Plunder is created. The quest description explains that the Tiger has a very strong desire to observe what a new and curious candidate like Changxian can do. However, if he fails to meet expectations, he will be severely punished. The time limit requires him to plunder everything he sees and assimilate all that he plunders. Upon failure, he will face divine punishment. Upon success, he will obtain authority over all the spoils, depending on his performance, and might receive the Void Monarch Tiger's blessing. Changxian thinks it is done and wonders how Minerva will respond. The system states that the divine being Owl is delighted and says she knew she would make such a decision. Changxian thinks that, sure enough, she's rather clumsy, and then agrees to her terms. The system states that Sudden Quest, Owl's Plead has been approved. The movement range expands considerably with the combination of both Sudden Quests. The objective is to get rid of all the gods and warriors and destroy the relevant facilities. Changxian thinks that he has dragged this out long enough. Then the stealth status is released. The staff members approach and ask who is there. Changxian begins surging the 8 trigrams urn, and the world-ending flames and Jigwee's vessel are equipped. Upon seeing the Jigwee flames, the staff members grow alarmed and wonder why the Jigwee's flames are present. Changxian causes a flamestorm, and with that, a huge fire erupts. The staff members try to flee, shouting that the fire has broken out in the central research building. The explosion troubles everyone, and it becomes so massive that they are unable to extinguish it. They advise not to get close and begin using ice magic from a distance. The chief, standing outside the building, wonders what is happening and questions what the security team is doing to allow this. As he tries to run, he falls and asks his subordinate how many people are left. Some of the staff members come out safely and warn others to be careful while breathing, noting that there is too much ash in the air. The system then informs them that they have burn infections. They become frightened upon hearing this. Burn infection is rampant in the area, and it is recommended that they evacuate as soon as possible. The flamestorm begins to engulf them. The chief attempts to flee, but Changxian blocks his path and attacks him with a dagger. The chief blocks the dagger with his sword. Changxian comments that it is not bad. The chief asks who he is and whether Hyoff sent him. He questions how Changxian is controlling the Jigwee's world-ending flame. Changxian turns toward him, and the chief becomes shocked to realize that it is Li Changxian. The chief wonders what is going on, and why someone who is supposed to be far away is standing right in front of him. He questions whether he is truly getting to experience something like this, and thinks that he will be able to create a clan like the White Tiger in 5 years. He then begins to strike at Changxian and demands to know where he thinks he is going. The system informs that Flying Tiger's trailing gale has been forcefully deactivated, and that his stealth skills have failed. Changxian barely dodges the strike. As the chief attacks again with his sword, Changxian blocks it with his dagger, struggling. He realizes that the man is a god-sent warrior and thinks that not only the unlisted soldiers, but even the executives have been turned into god-sent warriors. He wonders if the same has happened to White Tiger's other executives. He decides that this is actually a good opportunity to test what a god-sent warrior truly is. The system informs him that his integrated magic circles begin to spin violently, and the Jigwee's world-ending flame blazes fiercely. Changxian throws the Jigwee's flame storm at the chief, who wonders in disbelief whether this power is really coming from a newcomer. As Changxian wields his dagger, the system states that the opponent's sword has taken on ghost energy. The chief believes the heavens have come to his aid and begins slashing with his sword. Changxian notes that each of the strikes is considerably strong, and the ghost energy feels like a tiger chasing a person. He identifies it as His Majesty, the tiger's calamity. The chief declares his intent to kill Changxian, while his comrades join him, shouting that they will help. Changxian realizes they are god-sent warriors as well. He decides to mix in blood poison and create a world-ending fire barrier. As he forms the barrier around himself, their swords continue to approach through it. He realizes that this will not end well if it continues like this. He starts running, thinking that in that case, he will have to proceed with Divine and Conquer. As Changxian is running, the system tells him that he is in the midst of a battle. Unbending Spirit activates, reinforcing his wavering mental strength. Inner Peace takes effect, allowing him to observe the situation objectively. He then stops at a point. The chief says they have got him, but as he glances at Changxian, he realizes they have not cornered him. He understands that Changxian has purposefully led them there to avoid fighting multiple people at once. He shouts at his comrades, whom Changxian strikes and kills with multiple attacks in front of him. His Bull's Eye authority activates and takes effect. The system states that the divine being a good season to hunt has let the effective use of her authority get to her head. As Changxian tries to strike the chief manages to grab his neck, saying that he has finally caught him. He claims to be far superior in both levels and overall stats, so Changxian should give up. Changxian smirks and asks if the chief thinks he would be able to do whatever he wants once he captures him. When the chief asks what he means, Changxian equips his Yucheng sword. The system informs him that twin sword resonance is occurring and evil dragon's Snaggletooth is awakening. If the divine blacksmith easily gained eternal reputation after creating a few masterpieces, then the demonic blacksmith's Touty created countless masterpieces and products to establish his everlasting position. Even among the gods and stars, the two of them are well known to be opposing forces. It is impossible to decide which of the two master craftsmen is. This is because the two of them sought after different things, and the eras and places in which they were active differed, thus preventing the two of them from confronting each other head-on. But right now, at this very moment, an opportunity to judge which is superior has come. The Yucheng sword, which has consumed its fill of blood, is shining brilliantly, while the evil dragon's Snaggletooth has begun to show its true worth in return. The system informs him that the evil dragon's Snaggletooth is beginning to show its true worth. The chief, startled, watches as the dagger begins to grow longer. Changxian clashes both swords, and a sword mystery skill begins activating. Sword mystery is a technique permitted only to a master swordsman who has achieved sword unity. It allows complete control over any sword in existence. Those who walk the path of the sword are destined to confront the forest that lies at its end. System states that Divine being a good season to hunt stares at him in shock, realizing he has managed to unlock her divine artifact. Divine Being Owl requests that the demonic blacksmith's Taoti's armaments be used for righteousness. Changxian wields both swords. The chief senses danger as the beast sense granted by his own patron god screams at him to dodge, or he will die. As Changxian slashes, the chief attempts to defend with his sword. Changxian notices something strange. Yuchang is crying. He wonders if it's complaining that simply ending it now is not enough. Then he glances at Snaggletooth and questions whether it is now urging him to show what more he can do. He wields the swords again, unleashing a fiery storm. The chief tries to block the force of the attack, but his sword shatters into pieces. Horrified, he thinks that if he wants to survive, he must escape now. Changxian remarks that these two swords are truly prideful, both filled with a desire for victory. The chief turns to flee. With both swords clashing in his hands, Changxian activates Monarch's Claw and begins the pursuit. Then, with the Monarch Claw, a huge explosion of fire occurs behind the chief, completely covering half his body. He starts crawling, murmuring that he wants to die. The system states that his body is completely burned out, and his despair is spreading. Frustration continues to grow stronger, and negative thoughts begin to fill the state. The world-ending fire is consuming the grudge, burning even more fiercely. Changxian wonders if these are his regrets and questions about where he is trying to go with that body. He thinks that, aside from a Ghostborn, there is no one he would go to such an extent for, and decides to put off killing him for now and follow him. Meanwhile, the chief continues to murmur that no matter what, he has to die. The chief's body burns out with the firestorm, and he dies in front of the locked door. Changxian notes that even though the door would have opened if the chief had just raised his hand, he could not believe he had dropped dead right at the entrance. The system informs him that the evil dragon Snaggletooth has been sealed once again and that the door is now firmly locked shut. It instructs him to enter the required pattern or password to unlock it. Changxian wonders if it will open again. As he places his hand on the lock, the system confirms the master ID, and the door opens. Changxian thinks that the key appears to be specialized for unlocking mechanisms and opening doors. The divine being Tiger stares at him in wonder, impressed that he has managed to make it this far. Changxian steps inside and sees a massive, robot-like machine. He notices a girl lying unconscious on top of it, her body sealed with multiple syringes. He jumps up and tries to recognize her, thinking her name might be Shin Yunxiu. He wonders whether she has been turned into a god-sent warrior. As he grabs her wrist, the system informs him that he has analyzed the target and detected an abnormality. After closer observation, he realizes that she is not a god-sent warrior, but something far more intense and fundamental. He considers demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and the Jigui, and concludes that this is what the executive director has been trying to hide. He reflects that it seems the god-sent warriors were just a stepping stone to perfect this creation. He recalls that Gildal was the name of the goblin chief. He continues observing her condition more closely using the beast sense skill. The system reports that His Majesty the Tiger's calamity is in effect at 41%. He thinks that the value is too balanced, too low to be considered a god-sent warrior or Gildal. However, he also observes that her physical body is extremely durable, far beyond that of a normal person. Even her muscle fibers appear to have toughened. He notes that even in her current state, most players would be devoured by her. He feels relieved that the hypnosis and brainwashing processes have not yet begun. The divine being Owl requests that Changxian aid the poor girl in front of him. He removes the glass tube. The system states that the Gildalification has been forcibly stopped. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity begins raging as its supply is cut off. The divine being Tiger is very surprised by Changxian's choice. The divine being Owl nods her head, saying she believes in him. She orders him to hurry and move the girl to a safe location and provide first aid. Changxian removes the poisonous elements and foreign substances. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity strongly resists the world-ending flame and attempts to resist, but her resistance is pulverized. His defiance is also destroyed. Treatment and recovery are provided quickly, and the girl's wounds begin to heal. All external stimulation is cut off. The first form world-ending flame and His Majesty the Tiger's calamity clash greatly. Changxian thinks he must remove His Majesty the Tiger's calamity and destroy all the negative aspects of her Gildalification, leaving only the positive ones. However, just as with Beak Joel, she must survive no matter what. All he can do now is wait. The divine being Tiger questions where Changxian's ambition to take everything for himself has gone. He scoffs at him for choosing to treat the child instead of using her. Changxian replies that he never said he wouldn't. He then activates the authority soul extortion, and all the ashes of the lives he has taken in the past 24 hours are absorbed. While mixing the ashes, His Majesty the Tiger's calamity breaks away from the attempt to absorb them. But the attempt is superseded by the power of his authority. A forced merge begins. He succeeds in purifying His Majesty's calamity and takes it as a material for the world-ending flame. The divine being, Tiger, laughs uncontrollably. Changxian, frustrated, thinks about the Void Monarch Tiger, wondering if he is truly laughing like a madman at something like this and whether he has lost it. He recalls talk about how the White Tiger's inspection department was going to raid the place. He goes over all the conversations he heard and wonders if it is true they were investigated. Then the inspection department must be under Executive Director O's opposition Director Kwon Hyohee. Since Director Kwon sensed something suspicious and decided to raid the facility, he questions whether the sly Executive Director O would really sit still. He remembers that his suggestion to close the dungeon was spotted through a superficial monitor reading alone. He wonders if Director O was planning to remove his political opposition through this situation, and whether that is the reason the tiger is now laughing like a madman. Changxian realizes that now is not the time to dawdle. He activates Flying Tiger's trailing gale, focusing all his power on escaping the location. Meanwhile, some staff members waiting outside the department wonder why no one is coming out, recalling that the inspection department had already entered the dungeon. Suddenly, the building explodes, leaving them shocked and confused about what's going on. Changxian leaves the place, carrying the girl with him. White Tiger Clan's third in command and friend of the older tiger, Kwon Hyohee, sees the aftermath of the inspection department's fire explosion and comments on what a mess it is. He asks one of his comrades if they've figured out what happened. The comrade replies that it seems a large number of explosives were stored underground. Based on what was observed Agni's yawn, the flames, area of effect burns, lightning bullets, and other remnants, it appears those elements resolved themselves. Hearing this, Kwon remarks that the situation really did resolve on its own. The comrade adds that the origin of the fire seems to have been the Jigwee's world-ending flame. Kwon thinks about that Jigwee and concludes that everything must have been planned. He then says it looks like they were waiting for him to enter the research facility so they could blow him up along with everything else. He wonders why it exploded before they could carry out that plan, or if it was a simple mistake or a malfunction. The comrade disagrees, saying that doesn't seem likely. Kwon agrees, noting that the old man, Executive Director O, is far too cunning to make such a blunder. That would mean some other factor must have been involved, something even the Executive Director hadn't accounted for. He admits nothing comes to mind just yet. He then orders his subordinates to continue inspecting the area, emphasizing that they don't know what else could surface. As he glances at them, he brings up a rumor he heard about a rat who dared to leak something. The subordinates bow and assure him that they will take care of it immediately. As Kwon is moving, the system asks him if he will log out. He glances and says it would be nice if the system were to give him a hint, though that would never happen. Meanwhile, the system informs him that the divine being Tiger is pleased with the chaos filling the dungeon. Kwon says it can't be helped and that he will have to take care of Executive Director O himself, certain that his god desires that as well. Meanwhile, Changxian approaches Beak along with the unconscious Yunseo and says he is finally awake. Beak asks if Yunseo is his wife. Changxian glances at him and says that since he is well enough to spout such nonsense, it seems he has made a full recovery, and tells him to use the mirror and take a look at his face. Beak sees his reflection and realizes he is fully recovered. Changxian tells him he has worked hard, and Beak starts crying upon seeing his face. Yunseo opens her eyes, and Changxian asks if she is awake now. She jumps from where she was being held and says she guesses she is dreaming and can't believe she is in a place like this, too, thinking she is really this far gone. Both of them wonder what she is saying. She asks if the tyrant really saved her when she was locked up. Changxian replies yes. She then asks if she drooled or talked in her sleep. Changxian thinks she luckily does not remember anything about her being kidnapped and believes psychological support may still be necessary. He then tells her that since she seems to be feeling better, they should vacate the area first, as it is not safe. Yunseo starts asking what his blood type is, his birthday, and his favorite food. As Changxian answers and asks why she is suddenly asking these questions, she replies that she remembers the date perfectly 2 years ago, on August 23rd, in San Francisco. During a sudden reversal in a game against France, he had said the food he wanted to eat most after returning to Korea was kimchi. She then says there's no way someone like him, the definition of rudeness, would be this kind. She accuses him of being a fake and asks who he is. Changxian, troubled by her nonsense, wonders if he should just leave her behind. She then agrees with herself and says he is the real one. Beak asks Yunxiu if she has changed her mind. She says yes, after seeing Changxian's expression, knowing he was about to ditch her for being a pain, and that kind of personality is unmistakable. She then jumps forward, asking where they are going now and if it is this way. The system informs Changxian that he has successfully completed both sudden quests, Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder, and that he will be given the right over his spoils of war as a reward. Meanwhile, Gumju searches for his sister Yunxiu, wondering where she has gone, especially when they were just together. A group of players approaches and stops him, warning that the area is their hunting ground and threatening to attack if he proceeds. Gumju pleads with them, introducing himself. Im Johan, head of Mr. Lim, responds that they are aware of his circumstances, but the area ahead is dangerous. He assures Gumju they will also search for his sibling and asks him to return. Im Johan, silently complaining about the situation, thinking he is being overworked and finding it all a pain. He recalls that Li Changxian was ranked second in the dungeon, while he himself is ranked 121. He reflects that the longer this goes on, the harder it will be to catch up, and believes someone like Gumju will only slow him down. Gumju pleads again, saying just a moment would be enough. Johan refuses, thinking that people like this are the problem. He believes they don't understand that the world of players is a jungle, and compares them to moths drawn to pretty lights or pigs, rather than humans. Gumju suddenly pushes forward again, ignoring Johan's authority. Johan, frustrated, thinks that carelessly entering someone else's hunting ground is a clear violation of the rules. He pulls out his sword and charges after him, shouting for him to back off. Just then, Yunxiu jumps between them and demands that Johan stay away from her brother, calling him a half-eaten squid-looking guy. She questions who gave him the right to lay a hand on her brother. Gumju is shocked to see her. Johan, irritated, asks what she just said. Yunxiu repeats that she called him a half-eaten squid and asks if there's a problem with that. She adds that on second thought, he looks more like a dried-up, twisted sea anemone, not a squid. Johan, flustered, questions whether that's an insult to sea anemones. He claims it's an insult to their team. Yunxiu ties her hair up and retorts that it's nonsense Johan's group tried to harm her brother first. She then asks sarcastically if she should have called it intimidation, a threat, or an abuse of power instead. They all leap toward Yunxiu in frustration, with Johan shouting that he will shut her arrogant mouth. Yunxiu clenches her teeth and calls them cowards, pointing out that they are ganging up on a single person. She activates her tiger's aura, flaring it violently. Seeing the chaos unfold, Beak tells Changxian that they might have to step in. Changxian stops him, saying to wait and stand back. He observes that Yunxiu's tiger's aura has surpassed the Gildal's range and is currently infused with the royal tiger's calamity. It should feel unfamiliar to her, yet she wields it as if it has been hers from the beginning. He thinks that if he continues to observe her, he might gain insight into what the Gildal truly is and whether it has any negative side effects. Meanwhile, the attackers' swords shatter, and they wonder why, until they notice the large shield she's using. Yunxiu advances toward them, pushing the shield forward. The system informs her that her power is increasing with each step due to the tiger's step, and her speed is also continuing to grow. She strikes them with the shield, which bursts forth with force, knocking them back. When one of them charges at her from behind, she glances at him and activates the tiger's calamity, striking him with a powerful burst. Beak and Changxian are both surprised as they witness this. Yunxiu then equips a huge halberd and turns to Johan, asking what he said he would do to her mouth. He appears frightened, and she adds that she has a bad memory, so he should say it again. The system states that the divine being Owl expresses her support for the player, exacting just as Shin Yunxiu. Johan wonders how it is possible that a girl whose rank is far below his is beating him. Watching the fight, Beak remarks that it seems there is no need for him to get involved. Meanwhile, Changxian reflects that, just as she had warned him, the moment Yunxiu regains consciousness, she remains calm even after grasping these unfamiliar powers. He recognizes that Shin Yunxiu's strengths lie in her level-headed judgment and unwavering determination. In addition, she possesses superhuman strength and senses that far exceed the Gildal flame. He realizes her talents are blooming, or rather, that her latent potential is finally awakening. It appears to be leading toward the physical completion of her body. If she is already performing at this level without unleashing even half of the Gildal flames, then the true Gildal must be far more extraordinary. Suddenly, Changxian realizes that Executive Director O might not be the only one possessing a blade like this. He doesn't know what the director is after, but he is certain the ambition behind it is far from small. He decides he will need to start by carefully confirming what he picked up from the altar. Meanwhile, Yunseo strikes Johan on the head, causing him to collapse on the spot. Her brother, Gumju, asks what happened to her, and she replies that some stuff happened. As Changxian and Beak approach, Gumju notices them and grows curious. Yunseo assures him that it's fine, Changxian is the one who saved her. Gumju, surprised, wonders who the person next to her is. He notes that Changxian doesn't look like one of the instructors and questions whether someone like him was ever among the trainees. Beak then asks Changxian what he is planning to do now. Changxian replies that they have entered a dungeon, so it isn't obvious what he intends to do. Beak, excited, says that means he is planning to clear it. Gumju adds that, apart from the blackish-red mountain range being massive, the difficulty between different areas varies greatly. That's why the White Tiger clan gave up on raiding it and is currently using it as a training ground. Moreover, they were only given 100 days inside. The system states that a divine being, Tiger, holds doubts about whether that is truly possible. But a divine being, good season to hunt, supports him, believing that if it were him, he would be able to do it easily. Meanwhile, a divine being, Snake, clicks his tongue at those doubting him, asking whether they still don't understand how cunning he is. Beak then says, as expected, and asks how long he expects a complete clear to take. Changxian asks what he means. Beak explains that if he is attempting to clear this dungeon, it would take a while, so they would have to prepare. Changxian declares that it will be over by the end of the day, as he releases the firestorm aura around him. Meanwhile, after some time, Johan regains consciousness, injured, and thinks about how she beat him during the fight. He feels frustrated and stands up, wondering how she managed to do it. He questions whether it was some kind of trick, but then suspects that she might even be a demi-demon. He believes that if she were not there, someone as skilled as he would never have lost to that girl. He convinces himself that he would even be able to beat Changxian if he were to face him now. He decides he will expose that girl as a demi-demon, and ensure she will never be able to walk around in broad daylight again. He hears the voices of his team members calling out, asking where he is. He wonders how he should explain the situation. Even if their opponent was a demi-demon, his side must remain unscathed. He debates whether he should kill them all to keep them silent or say they were ambushed, and then lead the team after that girl. He forms a narrative of a trainee who took down a demi-demon intruder after a desperate struggle at the training facility. He concludes that Li Changxian must be a demi-demon too, believing that results like these are otherwise impossible. He laughs and says that after he exposes Xin Yunseo, Changxian will be next. He then raises his hand and calls out to his group, saying he is over there. The system notifies the players that the dungeon mission has been completed, and the final ranking will now be calculated. On the ranking list, Li Changxian appears at the top. Johan, seeing this, wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, in the control room, the White Tiger clan staff members question just what happened and try to figure out what occurred with the one observing Changxian. The system then announces that the dungeon will now close and advises everyone to be aware of the shock. With that, the countdown begins, and once it finishes, the dungeon closes. The news spreads like fire that the blackish-red mountain range, which the White Tiger clan has been guarding for over 20 years, has finally closed. People say that Li Changxian may just become yet another tyrant. Articles continue spreading rapidly, and upon seeing them, Changxian says it is not enough already. The White Tiger clan staff members say they wonder if others think they are playing around and warn against any attempt to defy them. Then, team leader 2, Yunquan, suddenly punches a member in the face and throws him aside, his tiger aura roaring violently. He asks where the man thinks he is yelling at. The frightened member asks why he has come all this way, calling him team leader, sir. Yunquan replies that he is here to get that kid. The member says that they have not finished their investigation yet. Yunquan questions whether he means investigation or interrogation, and adds that he is taking the kid, and that is final. He asks if there are any complaints. The man, scared, sits silently. Yunquan moves, saying he will take that as a no, and orders everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, Yunseo asks her brother Gumju if Changxian is not just awesome. Gumju replies that he thought Changxian was bluffing when he said he would clear it in a day. But after seeing it, even though he only followed behind Changxian, he admits he did not expect him to clear it in just half a day. Yunquan tells the three of them to follow his team members for a bit and tells Changxian to follow him. As Changxian follows, Yunquan asks if those were the team members he gathered at the training facility. Changxian replies something like that. Yongkwon says he sees and comments that a team is a collection of people who get along with the biggest brain at the center. Changxian thinks that Executive Director O's room is not in this direction and asks where they are going. Yongkwon responds by asking if he didn't already say they are going to the meeting room, because the clan leader wants to hear from him directly. Hearing this, Changxian's eyes widen as he thinks about the clan leader, Jeom Munseong. Then, the Executive Director O appears and says that Changxian is here and looks much better than last time. The system informs Changxian that the eyes of the ferocious tiger are peering at him. He wonders if Executive Director O is curious about the dungeon closing not long after the research facility was blown up. Although Director Kwon is fine, he is believed to have received a report from Song Yoo-jun claiming ignorance. Changxian is sure that suspicions exist, but since clearing a dungeon within a day is so absurd, those suspicions are being held back. Changxian says it is all thanks to the Executive Director. Executive Director Shinwon replies that it is thanks to Changxian's own ability. He adds that, because of Changxian, things have become quite hectic. When Changxian asks if that is so, Shinwon asks if he is pretending not to know. He explains that it is not just hectic team leaders from the raid division are said to be fighting over who will take Changxian in. There is even chaos over how to handle the reward he earned from clearing the dungeon. Since the rumors have spread abroad, a few board members have reportedly made calls as well. Shinwon then asks whether Changxian has changed his mind. Divine being good season to hunt tells Changxian that he is messing around when he does not even know his place. Changxian then says that this is something he would like to ask in return. He adds that if he does not get into the division he asked to enter, he might just toss in his resignation letter. Shinwon responds that if he is a man, he has to be able to handle things properly. He says that while he himself may be willing to let him go, the whole company does not plan to just let him leave. He points out that even the clan leader has asked to see him directly. He adds that the clan leader hardly concerns himself with worldly matters anyway. He then says that they should go greet him. They enter the meeting room, and as they do, Changxian activates his viper eyes, wondering about the words of the Void Monarch, who once said that he had raised a good apostle, but that his abilities and talent should fall below that of a patron. His skill-based sense warns him of danger, and Changxian thinks that this feels like his first time meeting someone truly dangerous since returning. The system informs him that he has entered the Azura Flowers garden. On the way, Shinwon tells him that the meeting room where the clan leader is waiting is connected through another dungeon, and that magicians were called in to move the gate over this way. The system states that the divine being Tiger has taken an interest in the humans who have crossed into his territory. Changxian wonders if it really was his territory all along. Meanwhile, the divine being good season to hunt comments that the air within the garden beyond feels uncomfortable. Shinwon then addresses the clan leader, saying that he has brought a champion as requested. Clan leader Jeom Munseong glances at Changxian and says that he must be the child they call the tyrant. He adds that it seems their god has recently taken an interest in him. The divine being Owl advises Changxian to remain cautious, as things appear to be growing serious. The system informs him that Tiger's aura has placed him in great danger, and Skill Beast Sense judges that the current situation is incredibly dangerous. Changxian thinks he decides to attract the attention of many gods and stars from the very beginning, and he already expects to face jealousy and danger from the devotees with their blessings. He knows a god could also resort to underhanded tricks to take possession of him, something he has experienced countless times in Arcadia. Changxian introduces himself, and Munseong says he doesn't seem too bad. Changxian replies that the fact that he is greeting a master swordsman of the 9th generation amuses him greatly. When Munseong asks if it really amuses him, Changxian answers that just a few months ago, he never would have thought he would be coming here. He thinks there is no way Munseong would know about his experience in the underworld, so Munseong should believe he was simply living like a cripple. But since someone who hit the proverbial lottery is now saying this, he wonders if Munseong would really stoop so low as to warn a rookie. He considers it definitely a blow to Munseong's ego and questions what Munseong will do now, whether he will take back his threat or take up arms. He knows Munseong is a high ranker, reportedly over level 90, and if they were to face off, he would not be able to destroy him. But he believes the gods and stars who have shown interest in him would support him. Even if they do nothing, he feels confident he could still find a way to escape. He wonders what Munseong intends to do. Munseong then says their patron has decided to deliver him a gift, and since it has been entrusted to Shinwon, he should collect it on his way out. With that, the exit opens, and Munseong leaves. Changxian wonders what this means and whether Munseong was not warning him after all. He thinks Munseong does not even slightly believe he has been abandoned by the Void Monarch, and he believes the connection between them is strong enough that Changxian's interference would not affect it. Changxian wonders if it is the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan. He wonders whether it is the God-sent warriors or a guildle that Munseong has created to expand his congregation, and thinks that whatever the Void Monarch could give him, perhaps the Sanctuary's antidote or something similar, must carry weight. He activates his Viper's eyes, and the divine being Snake, having read his thoughts and found them amusing, grants him power. The system deduces information regarding the player Munseong. He is swarming with a very thick royal tiger's calamity. Munseong glances back at Changxian and says he would prefer if Changxian stopped peeking. Changxian's eyes widen at this, and Munseong disappears as the exit door closes. As the door vanishes, Changxian wonders if it is not just the guildle at the very least. Munseong stands 1, perhaps 2 levels above. Even so, he only bestows the God-sent warriors upon those beneath him, which likely means he intends to monopolize that power. He reflects that the Void Monarch must have simply wanted to see his reaction, and Munseong was merely playing along. It seems to him that the Void Monarch has found an undeserved blade in Munseong, and that incredibly sharp blade is now looking at something even higher. He wonders just what that might be. After they step out, Director Shinwen says their clan leader is a difficult man in many regards. Changxian wonders whether the Silver Fox research facility was nothing more than scraps to Munseong, and whether he might even be aware of Executive Director O's ploys. Changxian says it feels like Munseong exists in an entirely different world. Shinwen agrees, saying Munseong does indeed carry such an air about him, and that it is still difficult for him to understand Munseong's innermost thoughts. Yunquan shouts, begging not to be called the next time they go to the conference hall, saying he gets chills down his spine that just won't stop, it's driving him nuts. Changxian then asks what the present is that he is supposed to receive. Shinwen replies that he gave him 2 choices, one is an armory, and the other is a library, both of which have now unlocked their 2nd rank. Yunquan asks in surprise if both reach the 2nd rank, and wonders if one of them, especially the armory, could be shared with him. Shinwen ignores Yunquan's question and turns to Changxian, saying that just from his gaze, he assumes he has already figured it out. Changxian responds that he hasn't and claims he is quite surprised. Shinwen calls him silver-tongued and questions how anyone would believe that when he remains so calm. Changxian explains that he has completed the mission and the dungeon raid assigned by the tiger, so he assumed he would be rewarded with something impressive. Shinwen acknowledges that it makes sense and asks if he has made a decision. Changxian replies that he wishes to discover more skills, saying he has heard there are many explanatory works in the 2nd rank that he has not seen before. He thinks to himself that since he has not yet discovered Advent Step, he intends to search for it again in the 2nd rank. Shinwen says he expected that answer. Then, recalling something, he mentions that he heard Changxian has not chosen a patron yet and asks if that is correct. Upon hearing this, Yunquan raises his voice in disbelief, saying that such nonsense cannot be true. He insists there is no player who has not chosen a patron, and asks if anyone actually believes a godless could have made it this far. Yunquan tells Shinwen to say something already and asks why he is not saying anything. He says there is no way, it can't be, and wonders if it could be true. He thinks it is ridiculous and questions how Changxian is able to display such overwhelming power despite being godless. He wonders if Changxian had a patron, just how destructive his effortless actions could have been. He thinks that even their genius would be powerful within a reasonable level. But Changxian's power is beyond that, and he calls him crazy. Changxian then says it seems the tiger wants him. Shinwen replies that it is apparent and says it is not just him, and asks what if a god would not want someone like Changxian. Changxian says many have asked him to become their apostle and asks if Shinwen is going to suggest he do something he has already stopped doing. Shinwen asks if he realizes how little sense that makes. Changxian says that if his reward is just becoming an apostle, he will hand in his resignation letter and adds that he receives a lot of perks even in his current state. Shinwen says Changxian truly is unique and adds that one could say having overflowing greed and ambition is a trait of the young, but that ambition will come back to haunt him one day. Shinwen begins to leave and says he has left Sujun on standby on the 1st floor and will guide Changxian there. He glances back and tells Changxian to keep in mind that their god is not as tolerant as he may think, and if he can't have Changxian, then he will make sure nobody else does either. With that, he leaves. Yunquan tells Changxian that he may have a lot on his mind right now, but he should think positively, and adds that if he stays there, there are many entertaining things he can do. He then runs behind the executive director, and Changxian, seeing them go, thinks they are full of shit. Later, Sujun tells Changxian that from grade 2 onwards, the chambers are divided by category for security, and leaving and entering are only possible with an assigned key. Changxian asks what category of chambers he can enter using the key, and says that if the chambers he can enter are limited, it would pose an issue in itself. Sujun replies that he does not know himself and adds that Changxian has up to 6 hours to use the chambers. Changxian then moves forward and says he will see him then. Some split paths appear in front of Changxian, and the divine being Tiger states that this is the real treasure that drives him. The tiger tries to tempt him by saying that if he becomes his apostle, everything there will become his. Changxian reads the names of each split path as Ferocious Tiger, White Tiger, Half-Blind Tiger, Bell Tiger, Mountain Tiger, Holy Tiger, Split Tiger, Black Tiger, and Nightmare-Eating Beast, and they are all said to be rooted in the tiger. The system then states that the reward for the tiger's pillaging quest that had been held back is now given. In front of him are 9 split paths, and every path is said to have its own special way of being a proud tiger. He is told to select the path he wishes to take, and that, depending on his choice, the nature of his key will change accordingly. However, if he follows the offer made by the tiger and decides to become his apostle, he will receive the rights to every single category. Changxian finds this offer nonsensical and irritating, and thinks that even if he does not accept it, he intends to one day steal everything from there. He then puts Peter's key into a path and says that he chooses this one. The system states that the divine being Tiger is unable to comprehend his choice, and scowls in annoyance before asking whether he wants to open another stone chamber. The system then informs him that he has selected Half-Blind Tiger. Changxian thinks that, simply put, the Half-Blind Tiger is a one-eyed tiger. Although its observation skills may fall behind those of a two-eyed tiger, its will to live is stronger than any other. It is described as a killer beast that does not need shielding, using violence and brutality. He considers that the Void Monarch's reaction is expected. That monarch is only looking for a life away from himself, so he likely thinks Changxian would choose the last of the 9 brothers. As the stone chamber's doors open, Changxian wonders whether this will go well with the Jigui and its world-ending flames, and thinks it will probably match the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. He really wants to open the rest of the stone chambers with Peter's key, but no matter how much of a pushover the Void Monarch may seem, he knows he won't allow that. As he enters the door, he thinks that he will rob them in a way that is beyond their imagination. The system then states that he has entered the Half-Blind Tiger's room, and with that, the door closes. Meanwhile, Yunxiu anxiously waits for Changxian and asks what is going on and what is taking him so long, wondering if something might have happened to him. Her brother Gumju tells her to stay still for a bit and asks if she really thinks the tyrant will croak that easily, assuring her that he will come back on his own, even if she does not worry, and urges her to sit down, saying she is getting on his nerves. She, frustrated with him, tells him that Changxian is not a tyrant and asks him not to refer to him in such a manner. Gumju then sees Beak and wonders if that person really is Beak Joel from that time, thinking his face went from looking like melted ice cream to handsome. He questions what happened, what Li Changxian's identity is, and what happened between Yunxiu and him, feeling there is something he does not know, and believing that, whether it is good or bad, he needs to know. Then the system conveys that Divine Being Snake lets him know the noise he is making while racking his head can be heard from all the way inside. The Divine Being tells him that even if he racks his head for the rest of his life, he will still be unable to obtain the information he desires. Gumju wonders if he is referring to Li Changxian. Divine Being Snake slowly laughs and tells him that if that were not the case, he would not have shown interest in him to begin with. Gumju, surprised, wonders how he knew what he was thinking. The Divine Being states that there is nothing difficult about reading a person's thoughts when it is written all over their face, and he gleefully shakes his head, saying that his habit of doubting everything makes him similar to himself. He says he has a suggestion to make and asks what he thinks about it, offering to take him in as his priest, depending on the situation. Gumju wonders if such a suggestion is really for him. Their previous team leader, Hyunjun, comes there and says to Gumju and Yunxiu that he is relieved they made it. Gumju, frustrated at him, calls him a pretentious prick and wonders how he can act all happy to see them after refusing to assist him in finding his sister. Yunxiu happily rushes toward him, and Hyunjun becomes excited upon seeing her coming, but she runs past him and moves toward Changxian, who stands behind. Hyunjun glances back at her and grabs her arm. Yunxiu asks what he thinks he is doing. Hyunjun, frustrated, clenches his teeth and says that she was never like that with him, that she started playing hard to get with him recently, and now acts like this. He accuses her of disappearing just because she brought a new guy. Yunchyo wonders if she should just bury him. She then glances at Changxian and starts crying. Hyunjun asks Changxian what he thinks he will accomplish by glaring at him like that. Changxian suddenly leaps toward him with the speed of light, grabs him by the neck, and holds him up. Hyunjun pleads with him to let go and asks if he even knows who he is. He then glances into Changxian's eyes. The system informs Hyunjun that the half-blind tiger's one eye takes him in. The killing intent and viciousness of the half-blind tiger qualities that define a tiger like this are enough to instill the fear of death in anyone within the visible range of that one eye. He becomes afflicted with fear, panic, and shock. The system warns that he is in a state of shock and that there is a chance his mental state might become damaged beyond repair. It strongly recommends that he leave the area. Changxian throws him onto the floor and tells his followers to let go. Hyunjun remains there, lying unconscious. Yunchyo asks Changxian if there is anything he wants to eat, suggesting they go for a meal now that his training is over. Changxian replies not today, maybe next time. As they step outside, reporters surround them and ask Changxian for his thoughts about clearing an unexplored dungeon in record time. They say the White Tiger clan has announced great plans for him and ask if he has had any talks with the clan regarding this yet. Changxian replies that there are too many pairs of eyes on them right now. Yunchyo thinks that his response is righteous and reflects that he has always been this kind of person. They walk out of there without answering the questions. Meanwhile, some girls are showing their fan movements toward Changxian, and Yunchyo feels jealous, wondering what those crazies are doing there. Changxian tells his followers to get inside the car. Beak asks if he means the limousine, and Changxian explains that it is his private car. The managing director gave it to him to use, and it came with a personal driver. As they get in the car, Changxian asks Gumju what he wanted to say. When they were leaving the lobby, it looked like Gumju wanted to tell him something. Gumju asks if he noticed, and Changxian says that with how restless he was, it would be strange if he didn't. Gumju then asks if he knows about the divine being snake. Changxian says he does, and that it's one of the divine beings he has an interest in. Gumju says the divine being speaks to him and tells him to watch Changxian's every move and report anything interesting he finds. He is specifically told to report in detail about anything that seems like it could be a secret. Yunchyo, frustrated, pinches Gumju's cheek and asks why he is only telling them that now. Gumju replies that it hasn't been that long since he got the message. Changxian then asks if there really are such orders and whether Gumju is not angry. Gumju wonders and then asks if he is not. Changxian asks why he would be, and Gumju admits that he did feel very conflicted. Changxian asks if he discovered anything, and Gumju replies that he did not. Changxian says that it's fine, and in the first place, Gumju hasn't done anything wrong by him, so there's no need to apologize. More importantly, he asks what the divine being offered in return. Gumju says he is offered to learn black magic apparently. It suits him better than anything else. Changxian then tells him to watch him, as the divine being instructed, and report anything interesting. Gumju seems very surprised and confused. Changxian then says that the black magic snake knows is one of the best disciplines, called the Ouroboros formula. Just learning the basics, let alone mastering them, is extremely difficult. The fact that the divine being offers to teach it means he sees great talent in Gumju. Changxian adds that he definitely sees something in him, so he should go ahead and do as the divine being says. He then drops them at their location, and Gumju seems impressed as he tells his sister that starting today, he is a fan of Changxian. She responds excitedly that it's about time he realized Changxian's greatness, and adds that if there's anything he wants to know about him, he can just ask her. Meanwhile, the divine being Snake asks Changxian how he got his hands on such information. Changxian replies that just like Snake kept it a secret, he is keeping it a secret too. He thinks to himself that he used to want to learn the Ouroboros formula, but learning rune magic was so difficult that he gave up. If Shin Gumju can teach him the formula, it would be incredibly useful. Changxian then turns to Beak and asks if he lives in Noryangin. Beak hesitates but says that yes, that is correct. Changxian glances at him and says he is lying. Beak, troubled, insists that he is not, and explains that even though it's tiny, he is living in a single room. Changxian warns him to tell the truth while he is asking nicely, or else he will follow him, and if he finds out that Beak lied, he will send his head flying. He then asks if Beak doesn't have a home, and where he stayed previously. Beak replies that he needed weapons, so he took out his deposit. Changxian thinks to himself that Xerxes is a fool, he even knows what kind of life his son is leading. In any case, he decides that he has to help Beak fully understand the harshness of being born with nothing. He then tells Beak to stay at his place for now, but first, they should get him some clothes. Changxian reaches home and announces his arrival. His mother asks if he is back already, and says she thought he mentioned it would take more than 3 months. Changxian replies that the training finishes earlier than he expected. She says that if she had known he would be home sooner, she would have made more food. Changxian says he has a request, then calls Beak and tells him to come in. As Beak enters, his mother asks who he is. Changxian introduces Beak and says he is a friend of his. His mother warmly welcomes Beak, tells him not to just stand there, and encourages him to make himself at home. Beak looks around and wonders how a home this big could even exist, thinking that Changxian lives in a place like this. The television is on, broadcasting news about the tyrant Changxian and his teammates clearing an unattempted dungeon, with the story being reported even by overseas broadcasters. Changxian's sister lies on the couch watching the news. As she notices them, she flinches and asks why they are there. Changxian points at the television. She quickly turns it off and says she was just channel surfing, and it happened to stop there. Changxian replies that he did not say anything. She yells at him, says he is annoying, and storms into her room. Their mother asks her why she storms off when she had been watching TV. She remarks that the little kid has such a temper and wonders where she gets it from. She then tells Changxian that even if his sister acts like that, he has no idea how worried she has been about him, saying that just the other day, she was watching his entrance exam video on YouTube. His sister glances outside and yells at their mother to stop saying weird things, insisting that she does not like him. Changxian tells Beak to come with him and says they should go to his room first. As Beak sees the room, he asks if it is really his and comments that it is incredibly huge, bigger than his house. Changxian thinks that if Xerxes were to hear this, he would probably say he is messing up the family tree. Beak looks around in surprise at the trophies, the gaming table, and the devices. Changxian asks if it is his first time seeing such things. Beak replies that it is, since he cannot afford to buy them. He adds that Changxian even has the ranker who lives 3 lives, and it is a limited edition. Changxian tells him he should play it. Beak takes a shower and wonders that the bathroom is huge too, and there is hot water. He feels that Changxian really lives in a different world compared to him. Then, at the dining table, Changxian's mother says there is not much, but tells him to eat up, adding that she is not sure if it will be to his liking. She asks if it tastes fine. Beak, while eating, replies that it is super delicious and says he has never tasted such delicious food in his life. Their mother responds that he says nice things and taunts Changxian, saying she wishes someone would learn a thing or two from him. Changxian simply says it is good. She then asks Beak if he said his name is Beak Joel and jokes about adopting him into the family, saying he might do a better job being the youngest son than that guy. She adds that it is a joke. Beak thinks about the faint sound of laughter from his memories and realizes he always wonders what it was. It turns out to be his mother's laughter. At night, while they are both lying down, Changxian asks Beak if he can't sleep and tells him to say so if he is uncomfortable. Beak replies that it is really great, the floor is nice and warm, and the blankets are so soft too. Changxian then asks why he still can't fall asleep, pointing out that he seems to be thinking about a lot. Beak becomes emotional and says he is wondering if he actually has the right to be so comfortable right now. Changxian asks who gives him such a right, then tells him that no one gives it, he has to take it for himself. Beak, confused, asks if he should take it. Changxian tells him that he gets to decide his own worth, and if he thinks of himself as pathetic, then his self-worth is going to hit rock bottom. But if he values himself, it will go up. So he must decide his own rights whether he should have all this or not. Changxian glances at him and thinks that Beak reminds him of himself from back then, just a ghost obsessed with battling, who never realized his true worth. He reflects that only after hitting rock bottom and losing everything did he realize his mistake. He tells Beak that he doesn't want him to make the same mistake he did. He then thinks that this is supposed to be a father's job and wonders where the hell Xerxes is. The next morning, Changxian's sister tells their mother that it isn't weird having that loser at their house. Their mother asks why she always calls her little brother that. She tells her to stop cutting her off and let her continue, saying that the loser seems a bit weird these days. She says that after being involved with the Jamsil Gate dungeon, it feels like he has become a completely different person. He has quit drinking, controls his temper, and when she tried to irritate him earlier, he just ignored her. Their mother responds sarcastically, saying what a thing to do as a big sister, and that she must be so proud of herself. The sister continues, saying he's just weird, like he suddenly got old, talks less, thinks more, and maybe has developed more talent. But the weirdest thing, she says, is that he originally had no friends, and all of a sudden, Changxian brings a friend home. Their mother, frustrated, asks her daughter if there is something she should be saying about her younger brother. Then, as both boys arrive, the mother asks if they are going somewhere. Changxian replies that they are going to go train and will eat out, so she can go ahead. The mother tells him not to overdo it, and his sister advises him not to work too hard, calling him brother. Changxian squeezes his eyes shut in response to her advice. As they step outside, Beak asks where they are going. Changxian replies that they are going to change their weapons, and then asks if Beak plans to keep using the old red one. Beak says he doesn't have any money. Changxian glances at him and reminds him of what he said the night before, that he gets to decide his own worth. He explains that a weapon is important to protect the body and defeat monsters. If the weapon doesn't fit properly in the hand, its power will only be half as effective. He adds that it's not just the weapon, but also armor, charm, and gems that matter. He tells Beak not to say anything else and just follow him, saying he will get him suited up. He also says he will check Beak's skills afterward, so he should brace himself. As Beak follows him, he thinks that his first turning point was when he healed the Ghostborn, and this opportunity is bound to become his second turning point. At both turning points, this man, Changxian, is involved. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop of Yezi is shouting at Changxian, asking if he wants him to make another weapon, and accusing him of thinking he is some sort of magical staff, or that weapons are forged so easily. In response, Changxian deposits 10 billion won into his account. Yezi shouts again, saying he isn't talking about money. Changxian then deposits another 10 billion and asks if he still isn't going to do it. Beak watches in disbelief, wondering about the amount of money being deposited twice. Yezi then asks what it is that Changxian wants him to make. Changxian says a spear. Yezi warns him that if he wants another spear like his own, he's going to bust his head open before even melting the metal. Changxian replies that it doesn't have to be that advanced, just an average long spear. Yezi asks about the weight and length. Changxian tries to explain using hand gestures and says the length should be about 3 meters. Yezi complains that he can't figure it out like that and asks if there is something he can use as a reference. Changxian then tells Beak to take out his spear for a minute. Yezi holds Beak's spear and comments on the weight, then asks for his hand. After checking it, Yezi says Beak mainly uses his left hand more than his right. Examining his arm, he adds that Beak doesn't just wield the spear, he spins it and stabs, using centrifugal force to amplify his strength. He points out that the spear isn't even dull and asks if Beak pays attention to speed even while using such a heavy weapon. Yezi starts to wonder how different this is from the prideful blacksmiths he has seen before. Beak also thinks that Yezi truly seems like a master craftsman chosen by Changxian, and it's no wonder that Changxian's weapons are always incredible. Yezi then asks Changxian what rank the weapon should be. Changxian replies that it should be comparable to black iron or cold iron that's been refined at least 100 times. Yezi, surprised, asks if he is going off to war or something. Changxian says something like that and instructs him to prepare it in 10 days. Yezi, clearly frustrated, asks if Changxian is insane, saying that after ordering the supplies and making the ingot, that is the least amount of time he will need. He says if he keeps hammering the ingot without rest, his arms are going to be destroyed. Changxian calmly says they won't. Later, while they are walking, Beak thinks to himself that he is going to get his own weapon. Changxian notices and asks what he is thinking about, reminding him that this is not the time to think about other things. Beak says it is nothing, that he is just a little nervous. Changxian tells him not to be too nervous, as it will interfere with proper training. The system states that the divine being Tiger says it is not fun unless it is a fight to the death, and temporarily diverts his attention. Changxian thinks that Tiger is going to be shocked in just a moment. He then asks Beak how much he is utilizing his spirit energy. When Beak replies that it is not working out so well, Changxian says it is obvious. Beak asks if he knows why, and Changxian explains that his magic power should not be used like regular magic powers. He says a Ghostborn is supposedly a child born between a shaman and a ghost, also known as half man, half ghost. That means Beak possesses the temperament of demon energy and evil energy, but the problem now is that he is no longer a Ghostborn. Changxian says it would be even more strange if those energies moved according to Beak's will. He tells him that he just needs to use a different magic circulation method than the one he was using before, which means changing everything from his breathing to even the smallest habits. Changxian thinks that what Beak Joel possesses now is shadow energy and that he needs to turn it into a talent or special ability for himself. He believes there is nothing more certifiable than turning him into his father. He then tells Beak that he must become his shadow. In his past life, Xerxes had told him that his form does not retain any specific shape. Changxian had replied that Xerxes would not be there if that were not the case. Xerxes had explained that he cannot even exist as a spirit since his existence is closer to that of a non-existent god. Not even a great god or constellation had been able to sense him. But Changxian was different. Xerxes had said that, in order to retain a body, he pulled a shadow from Changxian's body and created an artificial shell, and permitted it. He had added that, to be precise, if it were not for the other side of Changxian that his presence had left, it would have been impossible for him to show himself in the physical world. Changxian had leaned close to him and said that it basically meant he was leeching off of him. Xerxes had replied that he did not like that form of expression, but it was similar in a sense. Now, Beak asks what he should do. Changxian tells him that, first of all, he needs to learn how to control the shadow energy he possesses. Changxian says that, as he mentioned before, shadow energy is handled differently from other energies, so Beak needs to open up a path where the shadow energy can naturally flow. Beak, seeming confused, asks what he means by a path. Changxian explains that he should try placing his apprehensions into Changxian's shadow, thinking about pulling the shadow toward himself, and unraveling each thread gently to coax it. Beak begins focusing on the process, but his concentration breaks midway. Changxian shouts at him to get a grip and tells him he cannot break his concentration. Beak regathers himself and manages to regain his focus. Changxian tells him not to be swallowed by the shadow and to suppress it using whatever means he has. The shadows start getting tangled, and their energy begins to exert itself. The system notifies him that the region of existence is in complete disorder. A girl's voice in Beak's mind comments that it's tough and she doesn't like it, and says that to think the first shadow she captured had to be this one. But she supposes it can't be helped, and decides to help for now. The system announces that the shadows are merging into one, and that Beak has succeeded in gaining the upper hand. The girl's voice tells Beak that since he chose not to follow her, he should do well and must take responsibility for the hardship and humiliation that will come his way. Beak then reaches out and tries to absorb it, saying not to worry. The system reports that the skill making a shadow puppet has been established. It begins by analyzing the shadow he has stolen, using shadow energy as the basis, and grants him temporary traits, skills, and talents. The system mentions that there is a lot of hidden information, and the analysis is not fully complete, having succeeded in replicating only 71% of the information. The trait shadow puppetry is established. The system informs him that the unique detail is currently imitating the player Li Changxian quite poorly, and that he must steal as much information as he can from the player in order to imitate him much more. Changxian explains that shadow energy is an energy that wants to imitate something, so it is necessary to create an object it can imitate. Beak asks if that is why he was told to take Changxian's shadow. Changxian confirms it and adds that the more Beak understands the object of imitation, the more precisely and powerfully he will be able to handle the shadow energy. He tells Beak to try to imitate what he sees from now on. Changxian spins his spear, and its force weighs heavily on Beak. As Changxian performs his martial arts, the system announces that the divine beings of good season to hunt wish to view his new form of martial arts. The divine being Owl commends the endearment he has shown toward his comrade. The divine being Tiger wants to confirm whether he has properly acquired the divine skill. Meanwhile, Beak is unable to comprehend or analyze the movements. He wonders how he is supposed to imitate that when the difference in level between him and the shadow's owner is too great. Changxian glances at him and asks what he is doing, telling him to raise his spear. Beak struggles to lift it. The divine being Tiger feels pity, thinking it would have made a massive difference if Beak had been able to enter more stone chambers. Changxian then says that it is time to begin. Activating his skill, the blind tiger roars. The system reports that the tiger, which is blind in one eye, has had its status changed to ferocious energy. A ferocious tiger bursts forth from the hole. The divine being Tiger screams in disbelief, demanding to know what Changxian has done at the library. At the White Tiger clan headquarters, inside the director's board meeting room, Executive Director Oh Shinwen gathers the directors and says he wants to discuss what should be done about this round of flag bearers. The directors begin murmuring among themselves, saying that it is surprising that things have taken a turn for the worse when the situation is already so chaotic. They remark that it is not something they can just ignore. One wonders what Director O is thinking. Another comment is that it would have been less troublesome if even half the training had been completed, and adds that a new training method is needed. Shinwon notices Director Kwon sitting quietly, lost in thought, and wonders why he is so silent today. Then Director Kim Yeon-seung rises and proposes putting the flag bearers together with the high-off case this time. Shinwon asks what he means by that and how it would work. Yeon-seung explains that the future strategy team has recently discovered the whereabouts of the Phantom, and suggests that the flag bearers could be deployed to help capture the Phantom. He points out that this round of flag bearers seems to have completed all their basic training and argues that participating in an actual battle is the best way to build battle experience. Shinwon then asks what would happen if the High Off side were to leak information. Yeon-seung replies that only the executives from High Off are aware of the connection, so the trainees would only need to handle minor enemies. He adds that, in any case, who would believe demonic beings commit unforgivable atrocities against gods and men? Shinwon turns to team leader Park Young-ho and asks his opinion on Director Kim's suggestion. Park Young-ho responds that he finds it reasonable enough. Shinwon then asks what the chances are that the plan could cause more harm than good. Young-ho replies that if the trainees cannot even handle this much, then no one would recognize them as true tigers. With that, Shinwon agrees to proceed with Director Kim's proposal to swap out the remainder of the training with the high-off annihilation operation. He states that the trainees' scores will be recorded based on their accomplishments, which will also determine their final positions. He adds that Lee Changxian, who has cleared the dungeon, will be separated from the trainees and transferred to the future strategy division. Director Kwon quietly mutters to himself that this is how Shinwon chooses to proceed. As the directors begin to leave the room, Shinwon asks Director Yeon-seung to stay behind for a private chat. After everyone leaves, Shinwon tells Yeon-seung that he hopes he is not planning anything foolish and asks if he can be trusted. Yeon-seung bluntly replies that he can absolutely be trusted. Shinwon says that he is not the type to treasure his subordinates, since he only views them as tools to be used and discarded. However, he admits that this time he has found a sword that he truly likes, and if the blade were to become damaged or broken, it would make him feel awful. In response, Yeon-seung sits on the floor, bows, and promises that he will ensure the sword Shinwon intends to use will never become damaged. He vows to make all necessary preparations, eliminate any obstacles, and pleads not to have his loyalty questioned, and starts hitting his head on the floor, begging him to believe him. His son, Hyungjun, notices the blood on his father's face and remarks on it with concern. Yeon-seung, filled with killing intent, tells Hyungjun that he must kill Changxian no matter what. Hyungjun asks why he has to do that. Yeon-seung replies that at first, he intended to justify it by saying Changxian humiliated him and that he wanted to avenge that. But now, he says, he has changed his mind. He explains that Changxian is the kind of man who will repeatedly stand in his son's way and eventually overshadow him. Clenching his teeth, Yeon-seung adds that this isn't about humiliation anymore, it's a preventive measure, because Changxian is destined to become a nuisance. Hyungjun says he understands and thinks to himself that to be a real man, he must become tougher. He declares that after killing Changxian, he will eliminate the girl as well. He then asks his father if he is aware that there is someone else who has been humiliated by Changxian. Yeon-seung asks who it is. Hyungjun replies that it is Im Jo-han, the guy who formed that strange team called Mr. Lim or something. The system states that the divine being tiger is asking what has been done and scolds the player. The ferocious tiger is described as filled with the two characteristics of courage and violence, and nothing can face off against the tiger that shakes the mountains with its ferocious roar. The city tiger is said to embody cruelty and brutality, and whoever is targeted by its temper will not survive. The split tiger is characterized by goodness and swiftness, judging its surroundings swiftly with high intelligence, superior in hunting. Meanwhile, the divine being snake tells the tiger that if he gives the player one thing, the player will take everything else by force, so he should give up, as involving himself with the player means becoming an automatic loser. The divine beings Owl and Demon agree with Snake. Changxian thinks that they are idiots, but admits to himself that they are not wrong. The system states that the divine being Tiger has become more obsessed with him. Changxian believes that with this, the tiger will never let him go. Meanwhile, Beak is impersonating Changxian's split tiger. Shadow threading begins to unfold, and shadow play occurs. Changxian notes that Beak is doing better than expected and wonders whether he should start examining the item from the Silver Fox research facility. He then takes out the unknown scroll. The system states that the scroll is composed of human skin and is incredibly ominous due to the numerous unidentified curses it harbors. It is sealed shut tightly and needs to be unsealed somehow. Changxian wonders about a scroll made of human skin and uses the skill beast sense to analyze the scroll in detail. He suspects that since the place where they forge Gildal was discovered, it must be related to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan. He notes that such demonic documents usually have specialized abilities, even if they are just transcripts, and wishes he could check the contents inside. Then, he senses the incredible force of the royal tiger's calamity and is surprised to detect its presence. The system states that the divine being, Tiger, gazes with fascination, wondering how he will overcome the royal tiger's calamity. Changxian realizes that it is not just a transcript, but the real thing and wonders what Director O has done. The system states that the royal tiger's calamity is raging and wants to swallow him whole, and the tiger's scolding is opening its ferocious jaws. Changxian, troubled by the situation, thinks that he has to do something and quickly recalls the Golden Peter's key. He regrets that it is being discovered by the Void Monarch Tiger earlier than intended. The divine being Tiger is absolutely stunned by the unexpected appearance of the key, and he bursts into laughter, saying he knew the key would come into his possession one day. Peter's key successfully finds a keyhole on the unknown scroll. With that, the scroll's mechanism becomes unsealed, and its hidden contents are revealed. The sentences from the scroll begin twitching, looking for an opportunity to escape. The system states that the 4th scripture from the 7th scripture of H-Sun has been acquired. Beak asks Changxian if he is alright. Changxian stops him with a hand gesture. Beak understands that he is indicating danger and wants him to stay back. Seeing the details of the Shan's 4th scriptures, Changxian wonders if the 3 fragments of the scriptures he acquired from the White Tiger clan had been incomplete all along. He realizes what he was missing. He now suspects that Director O must have found the 4th scripture and hid it secretly. He questions whether this is why Gildal was forged. He wonders how all of this was interpreted and assumes that since it created the royal tiger's calamity, the contents must be extraordinary. He also thinks that the White Monarch will not tell him willingly, and admits that he cannot keep such an ominous object out in the open for long, either. Meanwhile, the system states that the divine being, the Great Demon, shows great interest in the object he possesses, and is still waiting for his answer. Changxian wonders what answer he is referring to and questions if the Great Demon is still waiting for the proposal from the tutorial. The divine being, the Great Demon, states that he will substitute this in exchange for the present he proposed if Changxian is not interested. The system then states that with the effects of the benefit, he is now able to interpret the sentences on the scroll. The scroll says that the children who have been led there from being possessed by the starlight, the children who would like to be reborn using its powers, and the children who wish to follow it must listen. It claims to be the being that is far away, yet close, but that will guide them. Changxian thinks he cannot interpret this completely since the beginning is missing, but he believes he can take a wild guess. With that, the system states that a new quest has been created to discover the hidden piece. After seeing the details of the quest, Changxian wonders about the hidden piece. He realizes that this is the power Jeon Munseong possesses. He thinks that he must complete this quest in order to acquire a power greater than the God-sent warrior or Gildal. He understands that the starlight of the Forgotten Stars is what the 7 scripted scriptures of Shan embody, and concludes that Director O has only been using it superficially. The system states that the divine being, Tiger, is gazing upon him to see what choice he will make. Changxian thinks that the Void Monarch has only given him this scroll because it would not be of much use in Director O's possession. He then tells Joel not to interfere, no matter what happens to him, and not to let anyone else come in either. Beak asks what he is going to do. Changxian asks if he can do that, and Beak responds that he can. Beak thinks that his brother is a mysterious being and is certain that he possesses secrets he cannot even begin to understand. He believes this must be one of them. As a shadow, he concludes that he must follow him blindly, without any questions or doubts. Changxian accepts the quest, and with that, he is invited into the instant dungeon for the mission. The system states that the divine being, Owl, would like to wish him great victory and presents him with the reward it has been holding on. The unbending spirit and inner peace become one. Changxian says that he will be back. With that, he enters the instant dungeon, Reckless Demon Cave. Changxian thinks that if only he could go back again. He remembers the bright beam of light that suddenly appeared in the sky back then. That light throws him into the middle of a random battlefield. And in order to survive, he fights. No, he fights in order to keep fighting. Before he knows it, he defeats many gods and constellations. They start calling him the battle god and the abominable god. But because he fights only for the sake of fighting, his comrades leave him. His lover, Lee Taka, collapses while trying to save him. With that anger, he begins the battle against the 12 zodiacs. And the result of that is just him being addicted to a measly poison. He wishes he could go back in time. If he could only regress to the moment of that bright light, he vows to thoroughly prepare to kill them all in the most brutal way. The system states that the dungeon mission has begun and that the theme is to survive and conquer. It informs that he is currently deeply cursed by the Royal Tiger's calamity, and the curse will draw him into the parallel universe known as the Ghoul Den every 24 hours. The Ghoul Den is described as a labyrinth consisting of 9 floors. The ghouls who dwell there instinctively loathe humans and will do anything to kill them and turn them into their comrades. To completely lift the curse, he must survive the endless attacks of ghouls and conquer all 9 floors of the Ghoul Den. The system prays for his safety and announces that the first mission is starting. He is currently on the first floor, first district, and must survive for the next 6 hours. With that, the timer begins. Changxian thinks that it is a curse that activates every 24 hours. He realizes that the Royal Tiger's calamity is the remnant of the original owner of the scroll's energy. In other words, it is the starlight. He understands that it bewitched the ghosts and took their souls away. If one gets caught by the Royal Tiger's calamity, their soul turns into a ghost, and their body becomes infected, eventually transforming into a daka or a goblin. He wonders if this is how Munseong acquired his power. The system states that the divine being Tiger is curious to know how Changxian will come out of the dungeon. Changxian smiles and thinks that although he will be exhausted due to the repetitive battles happening every day for several hours, he has something good that the divine being owl, Minerva, has given him. A monster ghoul appears behind him, and he glances back, wondering if it is just one. He closes his eyes and thinks first about the authority Minerva granted him. The system reveals the details of Kalakagathia, and upon seeing this, Changxian thinks that he used to believe discerning eyes or the goddess blade and dagger were not too bad, but now it seems Minerva has truly adored him. He reflects that if a fight becomes long, staying focused will be difficult because the body becomes heavy with exhaustion. But Kalakagathia does not carry that burden. The divine being owl is blessing him in preparation for the upcoming hardship. Changxian considers testing it out. The ghoul says that it smells a human and that it will eat him. Changxian quickly wields his dagger against the poison attack. The ghoul remarks that it is not bad, but insists that in the end, Changxian will end up in its stomach. It warns that although he might be able to block the attacks now, he will slowly absorb the poison, be destroyed by it, and eventually collapse, becoming a guiding ghoul like itself. Changxian continues blocking the attacks, and the ghoul wonders why he is not turning like it. The system states that immunity against 10 poisons has purified all poisons. Changxian stabs the dagger into the ghoul's neck and asks if all the creatures here are the same. He severs its neck and finds it quite disappointing. The system states that a low-ranking ghoul has been eliminated. Changxian has absorbed the Royal Tiger's calamity that was within the ghoul, and his physical body has changed minutely. The current changes are still inadequate, and he must kill many more ghouls and absorb more of the Royal Tiger's calamity. Changxian thinks that if he gets defeated by the Royal Tiger's calamity, then he will either become a daka or a goblin. But if he wins and obtains ownership, then he will walk a different path like Munseong. He believes he cannot just let it end like that. If the Royal Tiger's calamity is a type of spirit, then he can mold it into anything he desires. The system states that the effect of Firestorm's world-ending flame has been awakened, and its flames are combining with the Royal Tiger's calamity, which is being purified. Firestorm's world-ending flames are burning more profusely. The Royal Tiger's calamity is resisting intensely but cannot handle the flame and starts to shatter. Purification and modification are achieved, and a new royal is created. The eyes of the divine beings, the tigers, widen at the totally unexpected situation. The divine being Snake watches excitedly and says that the starlight from the forgotten stars has turned into a new starlight. The system states that the newly purified royal has been successfully absorbed. Changxian says this might be a change that no one saw coming. Biwihai is described as an imaginary race known to devour the souls of tigers. Since it is related to the Void Monarch, Changxian realizes this means he has become its natural enemy. The system says that the time shown below indicates how long it should take to complete the first mission. Many ghouls appear and say they must stop him. The ghouls panic seeing their boss defeated already. Changxian then burns them all with the firestorm. He activates the ferocious tiger, which roars, emerges from its hole, and charges forward. The system informs him that he has succeeded in conquering the first floor, and has now entered the second. Upon arriving on the second floor in his Bifui form, he notices numerous ghouls, all seemingly afraid of him. The system states that the enemies are infected by chaos, and that time has been granted. A reward will be given based on his evaluation before returning to reality. As he reappears in reality, Changxian wonders if 6 hours have already passed and remarks that it was quite fun. He asks Beak how long he's been like that. Beak replies, confused, reminding him that he told him not to let anyone in or touch him, and that after saying so, his aura suddenly shifted. Changxian says he just told him that, and realizes that barely any time has passed on this side. He thinks this could be quite useful if used well and wonders what curses lie in the remaining 6 scrolls. It will be another mission to conquer the Ghoul Den or something completely different. The divine being Tiger is wondering how Changxian will overcome the curses of the cryptic scriptures. Changxian thinks that Munseong obtained 3 cryptic scriptures, and there are still 3 more that have not yet been found. Obtaining the missing 3 must be his priority. Maybe the leaders of Hyoff could have some information about them if only he knew where they were. Just then, he receives a call from Director Oh Shinwan. At a bar, Director Shinwan is waiting for Changxian. When Changxian arrives, he tells Beak Joel to wait for him there and says he will be back soon. Shinwan asks who that is. Changxian replies that he is Beak Joel, the one who was with him in their last training, and adds that he would trust him with his back. Shinwan comments that Changxian is already making his own group. Changxian responds that he believes the more people they have, the better. Shinwan agrees but says that they need more tools, not people tools that can be discarded anytime. Shinwan then moves on and says that, as promised, he has placed Changxian's affiliation under him. Changxian asks if there is anything he would like him to do. Shinwan tells him that a new, fresh employee training will be announced tomorrow, and unlike Changxian, the other new employees have not even taken their first step. He adds that the training will involve going after the remaining forces of Hyoff, whose location has already been figured out, and all that is left is to take them out. Changxian thinks that things are working out for him this way, and if he is lucky, he might find information regarding the scriptures of Sha. He then asks if it would not be dangerous with just trainees. Shinwan says that the majority of the Red Team will also be on the mission, and the association, as well as other clans, have agreed to help them. He explains that the trainees will only take down the remainder, so it will be good for them to gain some experience. But unlike them, Changxian will be part of the top brass assault team. Changxian responds that this is the main point. Shinwan continues, saying that many skilled personnel will be gathered in that team. He mentions that although the board of directors was concerned, he strongly recommended Changxian to them. He questions why he would treat Changxian like all the other small fries when his skills have already been proven. He adds that he has also attached information about the hiding location of Hyoff below in the document. He informs Changxian that they will set out in 5 days and instructs him to complete all preparations before that. Shinwan then takes his leave, saying that he will give the details when the time comes. Changxian stops him and says that he has a favor to ask. Shinwan glances at him and asks what it is. While eating street food, Changxian reads the document and finds it suffocating. He tells Beak that they should not stop where they are, as both still have a long way ahead of them. 4 days before the training, Changxian enters the Reckless Demon Cave and defeats the ghouls. 3 days before the training, he does the same. 2 days before, the routine continues. 1 day before the training, the system informs him that he has 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds remaining. As he continues defeating ghouls, Changxian wonders if there is no one else and begins shooting arrows, declaring he's not looking for small fries, but a real challenger. One of his arrows hits a specific spot, and the skill lightning explosion activates, causing a powerful blast. As the flames settle, the Ghoul King, now exposed, remarks that his location has been discovered and calls it interesting. He then orders his subordinates to bring him his weapons and armor. The king tells all of his subordinates to return, stating that he believes he will have to deal with the intruder himself. He claims to be a child of the Frisia family, once part of the great family of Arcadia, though he admits that is who he used to be. Now, he has been reduced to nothing but the Crimson Murderer, cursed by the 7 cryptic scriptures of H-Sen. Though his body may have deteriorated, he asserts that his grudge remains intact. He declares his intention to dominate the entire ghoul den, return home, gather all of the starlight from the scriptures, and become a god once again. After donning his armor, he says he has heard of the man who interfered with such grand plans. Looking at him now, he asks for his name. For the first time in hundreds of years, he feels his blood boiling not as a strategist, but as a warrior. Upon hearing the name Li Changxian, he introduces himself as Dijin, descendant of Frisia, blood relative to the renowned family of the demon realm, and the one who will become king of the ghoul den after killing him. Dijin then stands atop a building and calls his ride, Hun. As he mounts Hun, his subordinate Trouble starts saying that His Majesty is going into battle, that even Hun has been deployed, and tells everyone to run away. The system states that the second-floor boss monster, Crimson Murderer King, has appeared. Changxian and Dijin glance at each other. Then Dijin slashes at him with his sword, which Changxian blocks with his spear. As their weapons clash, the system states that the divine being Tiger is overjoyed by the exciting battle, and that the divine being Good Season to Hunt is shouting at Changxian to defeat the arrogant demon. Changxian then dodges Dijin's blade, which causes huge destruction. The system tells Changxian that the split tiger's single eye is watching one area. Dijin says in shock that Changxian is capable of blocking his blade, even when Hun's spirit has been put into it. Changxian's split tiger status switches over to the ferocious tiger, and he leaps toward Dijin. Dijin, seeing him coming with his spirit, says that Changxian is not a warrior, nor a fighter, but a fighting ghost, one obsessed with battle itself. The subordinates of Dijin, seeing the chaos, wonder how someone like him can be on the same level as the king, or how a human can be like that. Changxian attacks Hun with a continuous series of slashes. Dijin tries to dodge while protecting Hun and struggles with the situation. As Changxian slashes at Hun, it cries out in pain. Changxian then stabs his dagger into its body, and the skill lightning net bursts forth. Dijin begins to leap toward Changxian and attacks him with his sword. Changxian's skill, Beast Sense, warns him that it is dangerous. He thinks he needs to block quickly. His Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale activates, followed by the Body Lightning technique, and he retreats from the spot. Dijin says to Changxian that it is too bad because he could have caught him. The system alerts Changxian that his stamina has fallen below 15% and recommends taking a rest, and there are 3 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Changxian says it feels as if he is facing a stone wall and wonders what he should do. He thinks he does not have the confidence to subjugate the Crimson Murder King right now, but he does not want to stop the battle either, because it is so much fun and exhilarating. He glances at Dijin and internally asks if he is irritated by this whole situation and if he is trying to get him to use him. Dijin then asks Changxian what he is trying to do. Changxian stabs the dagger into his own hand and says something fun. Using his blood, he writes rune letters on the sword. Then, he clashes his twin swords together, and a resonance occurs. Dijin says that Changxian claimed he would do something fun, and it seems like things are really about to get more exciting. Changxian now leaps toward Dijin with killing intent. As he strikes at him, Dijin blocks his sword with his blade. Changxian's ferocious tiger form unleashes an attack, which Dijin tries to block, but a huge explosion occurs. Dijin continues to struggle while blocking. Then Hun appears and growls at Changxian. Changxian strikes again and defeats the named monster, Hun. As a reward, he obtains Hun's ribs and the leash of the Crimson Murder King and Tiger Calamity. Changxian glances at Dijin and thinks he expects him to be more affected by the death of his precious pet, but notices he is not fazed in the slightest, though he then realizes that might not be the case. As a large attack approaches, Dijin grits his teeth in frustration. Changxian tries to dodge, but the force is too great and throws him backward. Dijin attacks again, causing a huge explosion. Changxian is injured, and his real body begins to appear. He is critically wounded, and his stamina falls below 5%. The system states that he must evacuate the premises immediately and take a rest. Changxian returns to reality. Beak sees him and, troubled, asks what is with all the blood and suggests rushing to the hospital. Changxian takes out a healing potion and says it is enough. Beak rushes to pour the potion on his wounds. Changxian thinks he nearly died and came back to life. When Beak asks what happened, Changxian replies that it is nothing, while thinking the battle with the Crimson Murder King may have appeared even, but he was actually at a great disadvantage. He considers that if the second floor is this difficult, the other floors must be even harder. To close the gap, he needs either the blood mine or the reinforced bone. Since unicorns are not available right now, the blood mine is not an option. That leaves the reinforced bone. He thinks if he can achieve indestructibility with it, He might stand a chance, but the problem is he has to face the Crimson Murder King again in just 24 hours. He wonders what to do, then recalls the hill of the abominable snowman in the snowy region and decides to focus on that for now, thinking he will slowly figure out a solution. He receives a text from Director O, followed by another from Blacksmith Yezi, saying the weapon has been forged. As Changxian steps outside, a cameraman begins taking photos and introduces himself as Kim Soyeon, a reporter from SBC. Changxian glances at him, and the camera bursts apart. Soyeon is startled and looks back at Changxian, wondering what kind of man he is, thinking that players are not real humans and would have been a nuisance to society if not for the monsters. Meanwhile, Beak holds his weapon and happily asks if this is really his. Changxian tells Yezi that he thought it would take at least 10 days, but this was much faster. Yezi replies that since it isn't a complicated build, he just needed to attach the parts together. Changxian remarks that it looks a little too boring on the surface and questions why Yezi didn't engrave anything. After transferring the amount to Yezi's account, he asks how about now. Yezi tells him to come back the next morning. Changxian then comments that Yezi looks like he has something to say. Yezi admits that he must have made a grave error regarding their greatly respected boss Changxian's weapon. When Changxian asks if there isn't another month left, Yezi says it's 2 months and tells him not to try shortening the time. Changxian shrugs it off and asks what the issue is. Yezi says he's going to need more time because he ran out of resources. When Changxian asks if he means cold iron, Yezi confirms it and explains that it's not just any cold iron. The weapon requires cold steel that has been harboring ice crystals for at least dozens of years. Changxian notes that since he wants a shield, it's going to take a lot of cold iron, which makes it a big problem. Yezi adds that even the small amounts of cold iron he was able to sell have now run out nationally due to high-off. He then says he heard Changxian is going to the hill of the abominable snowman. Changxian responds that he's going to try and thinks he needs to see if he will be able to acquire the basic supplies for the reinforced bone. Yezi then mentions that, speaking of which, there is someone he wants to meet Changxian about regarding that. Meanwhile, the CEO of Lucky Trading Company, Hyungjil, greets Changxian, saying he has heard a lot about him, and presents his card. Changxian notices the calluses on Hyungjil's hand and wonders if he used to be a blacksmith. He then remarks that Lucky Trading is a fairly large company and asks about his relationship with Yezi. Hyungjil replies that he is Yezi's younger cousin. Changxian thinks that Yezi had mentioned having a supplier, but it turns out to be a much larger connection than he expected. He had been wondering how Yezi managed to acquire such a rare material. Changxian then asks if Hyungjil wanted to meet him and why. Hyungjil says he wanted to request something. Changxian guesses that he needs something from the hill of abominable snowmen. Hyungjil comments that Changxian is quite sharp, then gets straight to the point by asking if he knows why the High-Off gang chose the hill of abominable snowmen as their refuge. He explains that it is because of something called the Frost King's breath. Changxian responds that it's the first time he has heard of it. Hyungjil explains that it is the best of the best when it comes to ice crystals and is also referred to as the permanent ice crystal. Hearing this, Changxian's eyes widen. When Hyungjil asks what's the matter, Changxian dismisses it, saying it's nothing. Changxian thinks about the items they have there and recalls a past conversation where he asked about the reinforced bone. The old man had replied that it forms the basis of the martial god's legendary enhancements, such as the heavenly limbs and the dragon bone body. He had explained that in order to obtain the reinforced bone, 2 base ingredients are required, the inflamed heart and the frost-engraved crest. Changxian thinks to himself that he had originally planned to go to a dungeon in America to get those ingredients. He says he doesn't know exactly what the permanent ice crystal is, but from the sound of it, he guesses it must be a very important resource. Hyungjil explains that the level of ice mages would change drastically with it, and the High-Off gangsters are after it because they believe it will help them gain power, given how desperate they are. Changxian then asks if Hyungjil wants him to retrieve it for him. Hyungjil confirms and adds that it must be done in an unfinished dungeon, without attracting the attention of the High-Off or being detected by any clan, implying that the treasure is not something he wants to share. He acknowledges that Changxian may not fully trust him yet and asks what price he would take for such a request. Changxian begins to walk away, saying he already has enough money, but he will ask for something else in return. Later, Hyungjil approaches Yezi and asks how it went. Hyungjil says that his brother seems quite upset. Yezi replies that he doesn't want to be indebted to that guy. Hyungjil remarks that he must feel bad since he finally has a friend, to which Yezi yells, asking who he is calling his friend. Hyungjil then informs him that the man accepted the request and was so nonchalant about it. He says they ended up agreeing to a trade and thinks that he doesn't know what the man is planning or where the 9 great swords and other objects are. He wonders how his brother found such a man and questions whether he will be able to do it. On the day of the subjugation, Cha Yun asks Jin about the first squad. Jin replies that there has been no word. Yun assumes that they must have failed, and Jin agrees, saying that seems to be the only conclusion they can draw at the moment. Jin adds that things don't appear to be going according to plan. Yun notes that there is much more resistance than expected and suggests it could simply be that the dungeon is that much more difficult. She then asks where the niece he always had with him is. Jin explains that the White Tiger clan just arrived, so she headed there because she wanted to see her benefactor. As Yunseo arrives and sees her, he comments that, speaking of the devil, there they are. As the White Tiger clan moves toward the dungeon, Shin Jinho, the future strategy division chief, speaks to Changxian, warning him to be careful, stay focused, and do well. He adds that if Changxian spoils the reputation of Executive O and himself, he won't let him go. Shin Jinho's comrades laugh and mockingly say that the newbie doesn't know anything and shouldn't drag them down, suggesting he might get too scared and spoil his pants. Changxian smirks at them and tells them to get lost. One of them grabs his collar, yelling and asking what Changxian will do if he doesn't. In response, Changxian glances at him and sends him flying into the air. The guy begins to punch him, asking how he dares to look down on him, calling himself the Storm Fist, Kang Wuchen. Changxian's split tiger is activated as he begins to leap toward him and dodges his fist using the tiger's fangs technique. Wuchen's fingers break, and he shouts in pain. Changxian moves to hit again, but Jinho grabs his arm and tells him enough. Changxian says that the man threatened him first. Jinho replies that he is still his senior. Changxian then moves forward, saying he guesses the future strategist division values seniority over skills. Seeing all this, Yongkwon laughs and says that it confirms Changxian is in the same category as him. He notes that among all the players, quite a lot of them doubt Changxian's abilities, and the subjugation is drawing a lot of attention, meaning many wish for his downfall. He observes that, since Changxian is annoyed by that, he decides to beat up Kang Wuchen on the spot. He calls it a cruel judgment on top of a fierce personality and remarks that Changxian really is just like him. Haibin then arrives and asks Changxian if he remembers her. Changxian calls her name, and she says it is a relief, as she was worried he might not recognize her after she became a player. Changxian replies that he did not recognize her right away since her image had changed. He thinks that he had hoped she would live a normal life and not become a player. Her uncle then comes and tells her that the department head is urgently looking for her. Haibin asks why and tells Changxian that some things happened with the clan, and she will see him again later. Changxian thinks that the 5-star group's family name was Wu, but it does not matter since she seems to be doing well. He tells Beak to get ready, and Beak turns into a shadow. As the clan is moving, they say they have found the Crimson Ghost and wonder why that guy is here instead of at the dungeon. They recognize him as Quack Dawoon. Quack Dawoon, the assistant director of the Highoff clan, is informed to attract as much attention as he can from the outside. He responds that his great god should not feel too sorry, as all of it is his decision and his choice, so he asks to be watched over. Standing on the edge of a building, he sees members of the White Tiger clan leaping toward him, but he jumps down, hits the members mid-air, and lands on the ground. As a tiger-shaped attack approaches him, he wonders if the White Tiger clan is already here. He then clashes punches with Yongkwon, who says that he wants a proper duel with the Crimson Ghost and didn't expect things to turn out this way. Quack wonders why this man is here instead of the other team leaders. Youngjun also appears, draws his sword, and says there are already too many victims, and Quack really cannot be left alone. While struggling, Quack says that the White Tiger and the 5-star sword seem to have made the old man quite famous. He then moves toward Youngjun, saying that since the nation's prominent talents are giving him such a grand welcome, he should take a look at the talent of his juniors. Meanwhile, Changxian flees the area as Beak tells him to move in a certain direction. Changxian responds by not going there and activates skills like Tiger Trailing Gale and Body Lightning technique. Viper Eyes surveys the surrounding area. Beak asks what he means, and Changxian says the Crimson Ghost is a distraction, and the real threat is right there, as he jumps down from a building. Meanwhile, Yongkwon shouts at Quack to give up already. Youngjun wonders if someone is supposed to come. Quack, while staring, says not yet, and invites them all into the hell they have gone through. The system then announces that the trap has been activated. Everyone is surprised and asks what's wrong. Yoon says it's a trap, and that they've been fooled, they were being lured into it. As the illusionist casts a magic spell on Yoonkwon, everyone shouts for him not to get swallowed by it, no matter what. The illusionist then casts the spell, saying that if Yoonkwon had not been born, he wouldn't have killed his mother, and tells him to die. Changxian's authority, Kalakagathia, is in effect, and mind immunity has been activated. He uses Viper Eyes to illuminate the hidden path. The voices of the dead players who were with Haibin in the first dungeon possess her, saying they wanted to live too, but died because of her. They say they hate her, repeating that they all hate her and questioning why she is alive when all of them are dead, and tell her to come with them. Changxian breaks the illusion and asks Haibin if she is hurt anywhere. He then tells Beak to go get him. Beak's shadow leaps toward the illusionist and surrounds him. The illusionist says he doesn't know how they figured out his location, but insists he won't say anything. He tells them to kill him already, claiming they won't find out anything from him. Changxian replies that they will see if he can keep his word. He activates the tiger's aura pressure, triggering fear in the opponent. After killing the illusionist, the system informs Changxian that he has eliminated the first seal and must find and eliminate the remaining ones. Changxian states that there are 9 illusionists in total, and that they have prepared well in advance. He notes that the permanent ice crystal was hidden in such a place that, had he not marked their locations beforehand, he would have failed within the dungeon. Changxian then asks Haibin if she wants to come, thinking it would be safer for her to accompany him. She agrees, saying that she wants to go with him, and remarks that he is really incredible. She adds that he does not seem to see anything and wonders when she will become as tough as he is. Confused, Changxian asks why she thinks he does not see anything. At that moment, he sees an illusion in front of him, his grandfather standing before him and saying that it is splendid, that he has grown up so nicely, and now he can rest peacefully. Changxian's authority, Kalakagathia, begins to tremble for an unknown reason. The system warns him that his mind immunity is also trembling for an unknown reason and recommends that he gather his thoughts. Everything then disappears before him. He smiles and says they should go. Beak notices that he is smiling. Meanwhile, Haibin's uncle, Youngjun, is searching for her, calling out and hoping that nothing has happened to her. Yoonkwon, still trapped in the quack's illusion, begins to approach from behind to attack. Youngjun notices him, retreats from his position, and Yoonkwon's punches hit the ground. Youngjun draws his sword and shouts for the team leader to get a hold of himself, saying that he does not know what Yoonkwon has gone through, but a team leader should not be caught in an illusion. Quack, observing from above, thinks that he only led them on with his demonic energy as if baiting them. He considers them fools, believing he only has to wait and eliminate the ones still standing, wondering which one will survive. Youngjun warns Yoonkwon that if he continues behaving in this way, he will be forced to use his full strength. Since Yoonkwon is powerful, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to defeat him without causing harm. Youngjun stabs the sword into Yoonkwon's body. Quack jumps toward them, saying that it is over now. They both glance at Quack and say that they have finally caught him. Quack realizes that the entire situation is a ploy to drag him out. While moving toward Quack, Yoonkwon tells Youngjun that his chest hurts a lot and asks why he stabbed him so deeply. Youngjun replies by asking if they would have been fooled if he had just grazed him. Yoonkwon tells Quack that since he made him get hurt, he is going to die. They then throw an attack at Quack. Quack struggles with the situation and says to himself that it can't be helped and that he has to fight. The system then informs them that all fields have been eliminated. The illusory maze seal has been destroyed, and the fog is dissipating. Youngjun wonders how. Yoonkwon asks him if they didn't do it. They both say to Quack that they don't know, but they certainly won't fall behind any longer. Quack says that they are arrogant and that he will teach them why he is called the Crimson Ghost. He then unleashes his aura. As the illusion completely disappears, Yoonkwon shouts for Quack and asks where he went. He tells his comrades that Quack should be within the vicinity and instructs them to find him. Meanwhile, Quack, all injured with one arm severed, and his clan leader inform him not to even think about coming back alive, especially if he wants to atone for their mother properly. Quack says that he won't come back alive as he has been told, and that he will help him obtain what he wants, even if he has to spark the last flame. The system then tells him that he has fallen into a mysterious trap. He notices someone's presence and asks who is there, telling them to come out immediately. Changxian appears there in a mask and asks why, if he recognizes the mask. Quack, frustrated, says that he sees it was Changxian who set the stage. Quack says that the subjugation and his clan are all just being played in the other's hands, including the state he is in now. He calls him the culprit who has wrecked all of their plans. Growing frustrated, he adds that a fool who does not even seem like a level 40 dares to trap him, a level 70. He says the other's arrogance precedes him and declares that he will tear him apart first. As he releases his aura and begins to approach, Changxian removes his mask and smiles. Quack wonders if he is laughing and questions whether Changxian has already anticipated his actions. As he begins to punch, Changxian retreats from his place and slashes the destructive jade fist. Quack notices the dagger and recognizes it as a sacred item. Changxian now activates the Jigui's vessel title, and Quack wonders what is with the incredible aura. As Changxian begins to attack, Quack struggles to dodge and wonders how, even though he is close to being a high ranker, he is still being overpowered. He realizes Changxian is not just a kid but a monster. He thinks that if he doesn't kill him now, he will become a cause of misfortune for his daughter. Then Changxian disappears from his sight, and Quack wonders where he has gone. Changxian appears behind him and stabs the dagger into his body. Quack growls in pain. As his body begins to shatter, he thinks that Changxian is a monster of despair itself, and his ear device also falls off. Seeing him, Changxian wonders how someone like him has changed to the extent of overpowering a high ranker. He hasn't even read through one of the 7 scripted scriptures, yet he is already this powerful. He thinks such a person should no longer remain in the hands of the Void Monarch. The divine being Owl states that men of evil must be punished and commends Changxian for his actions. Quack then tells Changxian to kill him. Changxian replies that not yet, he still needs some information from him. Quack asks if he thinks he would reveal anything after the lives of his children have been destroyed overnight. Changxian says that they exploited other humans for their own greed, yet now they want to talk about justice. How funny. Quack insists that no matter what is said, he won't reveal anything. Changxian grabs his ear device and says that he knows and that he will ask someone else. He then calls for the Vice Clan leader, who responds that Changxian is not him and asks who he is. Changxian then says he is sure the man wants to save Quack Dawoon. Quack tells his daughter, Phantom Young Yujin, to turn off the communication device and ignore Changxian. But Changxian slams Quack's face under his foot and firmly states that he will be the one asking questions. If she wants to save Quack, she should answer carefully. He asks whether she knows about the 7 scripted scriptures. Yujin asks if he is a spy from the White Tiger clan. Changxian tells her not to ask questions, just answer. He says he believes she might know where the 5th scripture is, and demands that she tell him. She smirks and says that if he thinks she'll be scared by that, he's mistaken. If he wants information, she says, he won't be able to kill Quack so easily. She then tells him to go ahead and kill him. Changxian replies that he did as she asked, then says goodbye. He thinks to himself that since he has provoked her this much, she and her people will surely come looking for him, even if things go wrong. At that moment, the system notifies him that the authority soul extortion has been activated and that the ashes of Quack have been successfully obtained. Because the subject's level was significantly higher than his own, the level of authority has increased. He has successfully absorbed the player's skill, Destructive Jade Fist. Changxian wonders about the soul extortion ability, thinking that it must have increased his stats while he was using it in the ghoul's den. Since he needed a hand-to-hand combat skill, he considers this outcome great. The system states that the divine being, the sadly weeping sprite, despises Changxian for stealing the gift she provided to her disciples. Changxian wonders why it is Lamasuthu and assumes that Quack must have been her disciple. Since Lamasuthu did not stand with the 12 Zodiacs during the war, he thinks he did not want to create any bad tension with her and decides that if the situation arises, he will have to apologize later. The divine being cries out in agony for losing her disciples. Yeon's agents, Jin Seokti, inform her that there are people coming down over there. The people wonder how the trap set by Hyoff was disarmed by Changxian, finding it insane. They say it is not even a man, but a monster. They say he eliminated or captured all the illusionists in the Seal Formation and then rescued all the survivors. They mention that Youngjun and his niece were there too. When asked how he did it, he only says he got lucky. They find it insane and agree that the nickname Tyrant suits him perfectly. Yeon glances at Changxian. Jinho appears behind him and tells him not to act up just because the director favors him. He adds that it wouldn't be strange if someone like him lost his head in the middle of the battlefield from a loose sword. Changxian thanks him for the advice and says, in return, that he should stop acting up too, because who knows, his head might also roll off from a loose sword. Jinho, frustrated, calls him arrogant. Hyungjun approaches Jinho and says there is something he would like to inform him about. Meanwhile, Yujin wonders why her father had to die like that and reflects that he left as he pleaded, just like how he came back. She then notices a spirit appearing before her. The system states that the divine being asks if she desires strength, and says she will provide an opportunity if she desires it. Yujin smiles and asks what she should do. The divine being disregards her patron and wants to present her with a gift. The system states that the player has entered the dungeon hill of the abominable snowman. The dungeon mission is about to commence. The mission theme is invasion. A castle called the Winter Palace exists in the endless snowfield. The objective is to overtake the castle to become the master of winter. A constant blizzard sweeps across the snowfield, and the ground is overflowing with glaciers. The abominable snowmen have established their base here, and have become skilled hunters. An ambush is expected, and players are advised to prepare. Members of the White Tiger clan murmur among themselves, wondering why it is so cold and noting that even their winter clothes are not enough. They complain that the path of thorns isn't visible. The Myung family clan leads the way, shouting to rip apart the phantom, Young Yujin. Meanwhile, Cha Yeon contemplates that if they keep getting worked up like this, they might fall into the enemy's scheme. Everything feels difficult, and she wonders if they will be able to complete the conjugation properly. Still, she decides to press forward and glances at Changxian, wondering if he will be able to show them another miracle this time. Yongkwon tells Changxian that the witch seems to like him quite a bit. He says there are many men who want to pursue the Iron Witch, but most of them nearly lost their heads after making a move on her. It is the first time she has ever shown interest in anyone. The Iron Witch is Cha Yeon, one of the world's elite scholars in the subject of magic, and whenever her magic bullet-loaded revolver unloads a round, it is as if a cannon has been blasted. One of the few national X-class rankers, a rumored talent to become the next higher ranker. And since she is able to influence the president of the Korean Association, even the big clans cannot ignore her. She essentially represents the association. Changxian then says to Yongkwon that since there are orders from the director, he will be parting from here. He then moves in another direction using Flying Tiger's trailing gale. Yongkwon, surprised, thinks that what is with that speed his greed will only get bigger. He must have him before Brother Shinwen. At the Winter Palace, the members of the High-Off clan tell the snowmen to hurry up and not be lazy, saying they cannot release the king until the permanent ice crystal is found. From above, the snowman general sees the High-Off gathering a large amount of Yon of Agni and says he cannot believe how much there is, wondering if they are trying to detonate the entire place. As they move forward, one of the snowmen asks the general if he is going to keep watching the snowmen suffer and whether he should take the throne to save their species. The general replies that there is only one king he serves and that he is merely a servant whose only duty is to hope for the king's safe return. They ride on their mount, and the general shouts that, as the humans who took the king hostage have instructed, they will kill all the human allied forces. Changxian uses the search rune to find the direction. The divine being called Good Season to Hunt says it will be significantly easier for her to hunt with such tools. The divine being Snake says one must be knowledgeable in rune text to use it properly. Changxian thinks about how the High-Off executive says the king is being held hostage at the Winter Palace. Since the snowmen are loyal to their hierarchy, they are unable to disobey the High-Off. He recalls the underground mine beneath the palace, the permanent ice crystal that lies at its heart, and the High-Off and snowmen blocking the way. He knows he must resolve everything within 3 hours and decides to hurry. Then he notices some snowmen coming toward him, calling him the invader and saying not to let him live. He thinks about why this must happen when he is the busiest. He activates Firestorm and launches a fire attack toward them, burning them. He glances back and says why they do not come out already. Hyungjun, hiding, wonders how he knew. The leader of Dark Method tells Hyungjun that he is much stronger than what was said, and that additional payments might be necessary. Hyungjun agrees but tells him to make sure he handles it neatly. The leader says there is nothing the Dark Method can't kill, and that Hyungjun can just watch from hiding. Hyungjun thinks that Im Johan better be doing his job properly, though those from the bloodthirsty Blood Wolf unit are usually trustworthy. He recalls that Chief Shin Jin-ho did give him a pretty nifty toy. Changxian, upon seeing the attackers approaching, uses his beast sense skill. He then identifies all the hidden opponents and thinks there are roughly 30 assassins and 50 more waiting behind them. He finds it impressive that they would escalate things to this extent just to kill him. He then tells Beak to find them. The comrades of the Dark Method surround Changxian and say that, since the blizzard is cold, they will send him off without any pain. Changxian responds that they can try, then uses the Flying Tiger, trailing gale skill and disappears from their sight. He activates the explosion device, and an explosion commences. A huge fire bursts out. The Blood Wolf operative moves forward, but becomes frustrated upon seeing the explosion. They are then covered in an avalanche and defeated. The system informs Changxian that he has successfully defeated all of the opponents. He tells Beak to bring out Hyungjun and Johan. They plead that they will do anything he says. Johan yells at Hyungjun, saying that technically, he did nothing wrong and refused until the end, but Hyungjun kept dragging him into it. Hyungjun shouts back that Johan is the one who hired the Blood Wolf unit, saying they needed to be certain. Changxian asks Johan what he just said, confirming whether he is the one who paid them. Johan replies that Hyungjun's father is director Kim Yeon-seung and explains that, since he went behind Changxian's back, the assassins were able to enter the dungeon. He adds that the future strategy division chief, Shim Jin-ho, conspired with Hyungjun and gave him a weird flute, a worm flute that uses a specific sound wave to control a specific species of worms. Changxian, holding the flute, asks if they tried to kill him by controlling the worms inside him or something. Both are surprised. Changxian says he already knew that the White Tiger fed their trainees worms at the training center, concealed in their meals in secrecy. He adds that he already burned all of his to death. Both are shocked that he already knew everything. Changxian kills both of them and says that Kim Yeon-seung and Shim Jin-ho are such annoying beings, dragging him down. He adds that he has wasted too much time there, then uses the Flying Tiger Gale skill and leaves. Changxian then reaches the Winter Palace. The system informs him that the Curse of the Ghoul's Den will activate in 40 minutes. Changxian says he should hurry and find the permanent ice crystal. Meanwhile, the players complain that it is too cold. The divine being, the snake, activates magic for Gumju, and the cold becomes more bearable. He says it feels warm. Other players discuss how it doesn't make sense that artifacts don't even work, saying this is precisely why the Sword of 5 Stars hasn't done anything yet. Gumju notices Yunseo, who is moving bluntly, and wonders if Yunseo isn't cold at all, thinking he can't even challenge her anymore. He wonders where brother Changxian has gone. He recalls Changxian's advice, who had said that if it's Gumju and Yunseo, they will do a good job, and told him not to shiver too much. They then see a snowman as a threat. Youngkwon then alerts everyone to get ready for an ambush. Player Jinseok says all snowmen are high-off underlings and calls to let the Myung family avenge their comrades. Iron Witch Yeon tells Jinseok not to get separated from the group. The system informs them that the impact of the magic power spreads far and wide and suppresses the battlefield. Cursed Chaos has been activated. Yeon alerts everyone that they are coming from above. The Great General of Winter appears. Jinseok rushes toward it and says so this is the Great General he has been hearing about, and that he is going to kill him. As he begins to attack, his weapon is shattered by the general's blade. The Snowman General kills him. Yeon shoots at the general, but he blocks her attack with his blade. Changxian enters the Winter Palace. As he observes the surroundings, he thinks that the snowmen accomplished an outstanding civilization with their high intelligence, but were exploited by the gods and constellations, and eventually lost their power. He believes the dungeon is a fragment of the world that has faced the end. He notes that the hill of the abominable snowman is full of blizzards and bone-shattering cold compared to the real world due to the worthlessness of the gods and constellations after they have met their end. He considers them unfortunate but sees them as mere puppets moving without souls. While moving up, he recalls that the map he obtained after killing the illusionist showed there is storage under the stairs. He then sees the snowmen gathering the Yawn of Agni, working under the orders of the High-Off members, who say that while the general is blocking, the volunteers should finish the mining. They warn to hold it carefully and ask if they all want to die together. Changxian wonders if that is the Yawn of Agni and questions whether they are trying to obtain the permanent ice crystal by blowing up the mine. He then activates the firestorm and leaps towards them. Everyone, troubled upon seeing the fire, wonders what it is. Meanwhile, Yujin says that Changxian is there. The divine being, like a weeping spirit, grants vengeance for the household member who lost the authority she had given. The system tells Changxian that he has successfully defeated a great number of evil humans. He has discovered the 100 years cold iron storage and the Frost King's breath. Changxian thinks that he did not expect this at all. There are 8 permanent ice crystals. The divine being, good season to hunt, is surprised at the existence of such pure crystals. The divine being, Snake, asks whether he wants to give up one of those crystals as an offering. The tiger states that it would be obvious to offer it to the king who provides blessings. Changxian mutters that he has absolutely no intention of giving them up and thinks they would be decent as ingredients to produce divine tools. He understands why they held on to the Sword of 5 Stars even though it is weak, and why High-Off was so desperate to obtain it. He realizes that this cold is coming from the permanent ice crystals and acknowledges the incredible coldness. If not for the war-ending flames of the Jigwei, the situation would have been much more difficult. As Changxian grabs one of the crystals, the system states that an incredible frost poison surges through the body. Frost King's breath is the gift the forefather of the snowman, the Frost King, has left behind for his descendants. It emits cold air and rays of blue light all year round. If anyone lacking the appropriate level of power holds it, they will be trapped in ice, so it must be handled with care. Frost King's breath puts up great resistance. The fire's former world-ending flames enforce sanctions. The conflict between Frost King's breath and the fire's former world-ending flames becomes extreme. The voice of the Frost King asks who the intruder is and why they are trying to hold his existence when they are not even a descendant. Changxian responds by telling him to shut up. The system then states that the firestorm is pulverizing the resistance to will. The resistance of the Frost King's breath results in failure. The Frost King's breath has been obtained. Changxian remarks that there are about 10 minutes left. He notices that the Phantom, Yujin, has arrived too. The system announces that the boss monster, Frost King, has invited him to an unidentified space and asks whether he accepts the invitation. He hears the voice through telepathy, wondering who had taken away the founder's life, surprised that it is a human and not their king. The voice tells him there is no need to be nervous, calling itself an old man who shall soon croak, and says it only needs a moment of his time. From the looks of it, it adds, he has a long way to go. Changxian realizes there is no ill intent and accepts the invitation. A door appears before him, and as he enters, the system informs him that he has entered the Frost King's lair. The Frost King, sitting on his throne, says he actually indulged this old man and must be a good man. Changxian wonders if the king is at level 90. The divine being, the snake, scoffs and asks what the hell that block of ice is talking about. The divine being Owl says the Frost King is right and shakes her head. The divine being Tiger says in a cruel manner that he is a good bear rather than a good man. The Frost King says that so many divine beings are showing strong reactions, and that, though he may be on his deathbed, his keen eyes must still be pretty good. Changxian asks him if he can see them. The king says that if he is referring to the messages from the rulers of the heavens, then yes, though some of them seem broken, but as long as they are not important, it does not matter. Changxian contemplates that he knew it as soon as the king used telepathy. He is of the highest rank. He thinks such a being would not succumb to a simple illusion technique. Changxian then says he is fooling his kin. The king asks if it seems that way. Changxian replies that he doesn't seem like someone suffering from hallucinations at all. The king says he must still seem fairly young on the outside, but insists that Changxian is wrong, then asks how a person of his caliber has not yet realized where this place is. Changxian's eyes widen with surprise as he uses the beast sense skill and realizes that it is a mental realm. The king says that it is correct, though he may have been in a state of confusion close to death. He did fall victim to the woman card Phantom, and because of that, his children are suffering. Changxian thinks that she must have weaseled herself in at the time of the founder's death, and then asks what the reason for the invitation is, saying he might as well be considered an enemy in the king's eyes. The king says that the poor children are following this old king and asks if Changxian would be able to rescue his subordinates. He adds that it is sad to see them monkeying around just to rescue a dying old king and pleads with Changxian to help them, promising that there will be a just reward. The king's treasures then appear, including the master of the ice crystals, and the founder's treasures collected from his timeline until the 13th generation. The king says he will give all of them to Changxian. Changxian bluntly says no and refuses. The king, surprised, asks if the reason is that they are merely fragments of the world's shadows without souls, left behind on this earth. Changxian replies by asking if he already knows. The king says it would be strange not to know, adding that it is a world void of everything aside from their presence. Changxian thinks that although the monsters within the dungeon may be highly intelligent, they do not realize they are fake, and even if they were aware, the system would intervene for the safety of the dungeon. The dungeons are traces of a world that no longer exists, a world that has met its end, and the beings inside are also merely traces that used to exist in that time, which is why all dungeons must be destroyed using any means possible. Due to their instability, there is no way to know when they will explode, and there is a chance the seed of the end could penetrate into the ordinary world like a poison. Changxian thinks that though the circumstances of the Frost King are unfortunate, the hill of the abominable snowman must also be closed. If he rescues the snowman, he will be unable to close the dungeon. The king says it is so forlorn that he is breathing, thinking, and speaking with Changxian right there and then, and to think it is all fake, though it seems so real. He starts yelling, saying that the real Frost King has already fallen, and what remains is only a trace. He questions what he is, standing in that place. Changxian says he does not know what the king is talking about and tells him he is the Frost King. The king sits behind him and says that he cannot be the Frost King, as the real Frost King would have disappeared. Changxian replies that the original Frost King may have disappeared, but the one before him is also the Frost King. He reminds the king that he is breathing, thinking, and speaking with him right there and then, and asks who else he could be. The king then says that since he exists there, he must be the Frost King, and thinks he must have overthought it. Though it is such an easy conclusion. He says he thought he had cultivated his mind significantly, but realizes he must still have a long way to go. He then asks if he might request a different favor. Changxian replies that he must hear it first. The king says he would like to die on his own terms instead of being subjected to the system and its mission, which forcefully bends the laws, and asks Changxian to help him. Changxian attacks the king with the blink of an eye with his dagger and says he can certainly help with that. King says it was the right decision to invite Changxian there. With that, the Frost King's lair begins to close. The system states that Changxian has defeated the boss monster Frost King and obtained a significant amount of experience. The divine being owl consoles him as he stands deep in thought. Changxian remains still. The system announces that the boss monster Frost King has died. The king's commander, who was restrained, and all the snowmen have been released. All snowmen who have lost their leader fall into a state of chaos. Yujin shouts that it is that guy, that it must be that guy. Meanwhile, the snowmen begin killing the High-Off members, questioning why their king still died, even though they were told he would live if they listened. Yujin arrives and shouts for all of them to die. The snowmen respond by saying they should kill her first, blaming her for making their king that way. Before they can approach her, Changxian appears wearing the mask and leaps toward her. Yujin threw the hellfire on the snowmen and burned them. She then says to Changxian that he has finally come out. As both their forces clash, Yujin demands how he dares to show himself and vows to kill him no matter what. Changxian smirks and says she has finally come out as well, then grabs her arm. She asks what he means and questions whether he thinks he can survive after treating them that way. Changxian replies that she will see. Then the system announces that the 24 hours have ended and that the curse of the ghoul's den has begun. It states that she has entered the ghoul's den and that the 7-day mission has started. She must survive for the next 24 hours. As Changxian brings her in, Dijin attacks her from behind, and she shouts in pain. The General Snowman receives news of the Frost King's death and cries out in frustration, mourning the loss of their king. Jin Seokti rushes forward and tells Yeon they should retreat for now. She warns him not to come closer, but the general kills him with his blade and says that all of it is the result of humans defiling their territory. He declares he must tear their king apart and feast on them as well. Yeon begins shooting at the general, but he blocks the bullets with his blade. She throws multiple attacks, causing a massive explosion. As she grabs the wounded Jin Seokti, she tells him to get a hold of himself. The general then tells her that she is by far the most annoying human he has ever encountered and vows to kill her personally. Meanwhile, in the ghoul's den, Yujin launches a hellfire attack toward Dijin, who dodges while retreating. Dijin comments that it was suspicious when a human appeared in the middle of battle, but assumes now she must have brought something useful. Phantom Yujin, frustrated, says he will make sure to silence her arrogance. As he starts to strike, she releases her aura. At the same time, the system notifies Changxian that the rune of stealth has been activated. Changxian says he was worried the enemies might team up, but is relieved to see they are not so cooperative. Still, he admits he didn't expect Lamasuthu to have given her the Song of Hellfire. As he holds the ice crystal, the system reports that the Frost King's breath has been removed. Changxian says that now that he has earned enough time, it should be sufficient to complete the reinforced bone, and he consumes the Frost King's breath. As he consumes the Frost King's breath, his body becomes fully covered, and poison spreads through him. His magic explodes, and a new property of magic expands, conflicting with the existing one. Detoxification fails, and the conflict grows rougher, while his physical strength decreases rapidly. He recalls asking the old man about swallowing it. The old man replies that, based on the reinforced bond he taught, and the flame that would be obtained closer to the heart. It might not be a bad idea to reconstruct the magic power brazier using the heart and its core. Changxian says his heart would burn if he did that. The old man says he needs to find the ideal point of contact to cool the heart, where polar elements can be in harmony despite great conflict. Thanatos also says he has gained an exceedingly high level of control over the property of darkness because of the divine beings and constellations. The system informs him that the core of the magic power brazier has been reconstructed into his heart. The ice property magic seeps into his bones to reinforce itself. His physical body will become as rigid as ice, and his heart will become as active as a live flame, maximizing his body's potential. If he reconstructs his body, it will naturally manifest a talent he never had before. Since he restructures everything, including his senses, cognitive abilities, thinking, constitution, and personality, and because he harbors both fire and ice, the properties do not skew toward one side. He is making himself into the perfect vessel to contain everything inside. He completes the flamed heart and frost crest. He obtains a new trait, the reinforced bone. Reinforced bone is the form in which he contains the spirit of fire in his heart and the spirit of frost over his body. Only the advantages of both properties are fused, creating powerful immunity and resistance while preventing fatigue. Self-healing and never-fatigued cardiorespiratory endurance are the special characteristics of this trait. Once the divine beings and constellations see it, they go wild. The system states that many gods watching over him are expressing outrageous reactions, while a few constellations are fascinated. The divine being Gemini shows great interest in one of their faces. His eyes widen at the notification, and he thinks that if it is Castor and Pollux, he wonders which one it is. He then notices something approaching from above. The system states that the divine being, the great demon, is overreacting by burning the inferno sight in his eyes. The great demon is trying to reach out to him with evil hands and kidnap him into their divine territory. Changxian then finds himself in a blank place and wonders where he is. He activates his viper eyes and beast sense skills, but for an unknown reason, they are deactivated. Changxian wonders if the place is really a divine territory and asks why he has been called there. The system tells him that a pale gaze is staring at him. A voice asks who he is. Changxian's authority, Kalikagathia, shakes uneasily, and he wonders who he is. The system notifies that the divine being Owl has descended upon the pale divine territory, and an explosion happens before him. He notices the divine being Owl, Minerva, who tells him that this is not the type of place for a human and that a mortal on the hero's path should leave immediately. With that, he moves out of there. As the divine being, the demon, tries to stop him, Minerva tells the constellation of Pale that this act goes against the pact, and that the man has nothing to do with what they are chasing after. Back in the ghoul's den, the system states that, for an unknown reason, the connection to the Pale space has been forcefully disconnected. The system is recovering its lost data, and the player system has been reconnected. Changxian wonders what is going on. The divine being Good Season Hunt overreacts while asking if he is hurt anywhere. The divine being Snake asks how he could bypass the casualty. The divine being Tiger opens his eyes in rage at the thought that he could have lost a household member. Changxian says it is disgusting. With that, he activates the Jigwee's vessel, thinking that it is an embarrassment and wondering what would happen if he completes the reinforced bone, as he could not put up any resistance against Mephistopheles, the great demon. He thinks he is too weak and needs to recover his previous strength. No, he has to surpass it, and decides to devour everything that is there first. He then activates the skill Viper Eye, spotting his prey. Meanwhile, he notices that Yujin and Dejin are still engaged in battle. Changxian wonders that Yujin is a mage type, but the Crimson Murder King, Dejin, is a martial artist, and it seems like she is falling behind when it comes to PvP. He thinks he cannot just let her die there if he is going to question her about the 7 scriptures of Shan. Meanwhile, the divine being sadly urges Yujin on, asking why she cannot do any better when she has already taken her powers, and wants to know if she really is the blood kin of her disciples. Yujin, struggling with the situation, thinks that she needs to defeat that guy quickly and get the Hahao mask, but he keeps reading her attack patterns and counterattacking. Dejin thinks about her that it is almost like she is a player trying to defeat a boss monster. Dejin then appears behind her and says it was an enjoyable battle, and thanks to her, as a reward, he shall kill her and make her his new vessel. She glances back at him, and her eyes widen with fear as Dejin attacks her with his blade. She collapses to the ground, injured. As she opens her eyes and notices her hand, the system states that the divine being sadly rises from her seat and shrieks. She then notices Dijin rushing toward her, but before he approaches, his attack is blocked by Changxian, who says she is his. With that, both their weapons clash. Dijin shouts that he has gotten stronger. Changxian says it is a bit more complicated than that. As Dijin barely dodges his strikes, he asks what Changxian has done and guesses he went outside. Changxian asks if he knows the structure of the ghoul's den. Dijin says that since he used to suffer the curses of this place like him, even if he did go outside, he would have only been able to go for a day, and not just anyone could become stronger like this as he has. He says he knew it and must make him his household member no matter what. Dijin then rushes toward him, and both their powers clash. The comrades of Dijin, seeing the battle, worry for their king. Dijin laughs and says that to think he would have such excitement inside this ghoul den. He says that when he was a human, back when he was Jin, the successor of the Frisia family, he thought he could relive the days when he used to be a warrior and fighter. Now injured, Dijin sits and says it is exciting and too bad he spent most of his energy battling that witch, and asks what Changxian is going to entertain him with this time. Changxian uses the Black Mountain Monarch's first claw, burst forth, and throws it toward Dijin. Dijin struggles with the incoming attack and tries to block it with his blade. With the Black Mountain Monarch's claw, Changxian leaps toward him and slashes him, destroying him completely. In a critical situation, Dijin asks what that was. Changxian says it is a tiger claw. Dijin laughs, saying how suitable, as his body starts disappearing. The system states that he has obtained a large quantity of the properties of Bihwai, and that the candidate he has selected will become his household member. Changxian wonders if he can make them his household members. With a devilish smirk, he say that means he can create a loyal slave. Bihwai is a mythical creature known to devour the royal tiger's calamity, and it is known to possess a cunning personality and attacks its owner from time to time. But once it accepts them, it shows unmatched loyalty. Changxian thinks that he needs an organization if he is to climb up the hierarchy, like the 12 Zodiacs or the Void Monarch, and that if the organization expands and the household members can be gods and constellations, it will become a society. He thinks the Bidui properties he devoured have reached a critical point, which was the cause for its spirituality. He wonders what he should do, knowing it is not something that can be decided on a whim. He feels he is not leveling up quickly enough since he has not decided on a divine being yet. In addition, he has Beak Jowul, and he already knows firsthand that there is a limit to fighting alone. Changxian thinks there is no need to think about it and chooses the Crimson Murder King, Dijin, to become the Bihwai. With that, Dijin awakens again and says he never thought he would awaken like this again. He asks Changxian if he is trying to have him become his household member. Changxian wonders that Dijin is stronger and asks if he cannot. Dijin says there is no rule that says he cannot, as this is the ghoul's den, where the winner takes all. He says Changxian won and will be taking him. And that is all, though it will be a different matter for him to acknowledge Changxian as his master. Changxian realizes he has no intention of doing that and wonders if he wants to rest. He thinks there is no way in hell and tells Dijin he will let him out, asking if he does not want to go back home. Dijin, surprised, asks what he is trying to say. Changxian says he is not going to say something meaningless like to be loyal to him, just to follow him. He says he cannot promise to take him home right now, but will eventually, and promises with his flames. Dijin asks why he should believe him. Changxian asks if he should not just believe him, adding that he would be much better off than being dragged by force, and that at least if he has something to hope for, it will be much less annoying. Dijin laughs and says it would be a lot nicer to be outside than to be holed up in here, but tells him to be on his guard since he is not the docile type and also hates having someone control him. Changxian says he looks forward to it. Dijin says the more he gets to know him, the stranger he is, which is why he is so entertaining. Dijin then sits on one knee and asks his master, who has promised him freedom, to grant him a new name to serve with. Changxian gives the name Jin Frisia. Dijin's eyes widen at hearing it, and he remarks that he thinks he has met a strange master. The system informs Changxian that the designation of his household member is complete, that the Bihwai's name is Jin Frisia, and that the household member will henceforth become his sword and protect him by his side. Dijin, now Jin, asks what the first order is. Changxian glances at the ghoul monsters and tells him to wipe them out. Jin thinks that they were his subordinates only moments ago, yet Changxian wants him to kill them with his own hands, and decides that this master is more entertaining than expected. He begins carrying out the order, saying it should be enough to test his condition. Jumping among the ghoul monsters, he unleashes Frisia's basic spear art and starts killing them. Now, Changxian says the matter is resolved, and that the next target is Phantom Yujin. Changxian says it is time to inquire about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan. The system states that the divine being sadly glares at him with resentment and curses him, wanting revenge for her grudge and threatening to select a new cleric to eliminate him. The divine being Good Season to Hunt shouts at her to leave because she is being too loud, while the divine being Snakeface says she is too petty and scolds her. Changxian remarks that this is ridiculous and calls out to Harold, asking if he is there. The divine being Good Season to Hunt asks if the rabbit human is still around. Changxian again calls for a response, saying he knows Harold is watching and warning that if he does not come forward, there will be no trade. Harold then appears, saying he told Changxian last time that it is against regulations for a dungeon manager to get directly involved, that his superior keeps nagging him, and that there is nothing to gain from mingling with him. He adds that because of the stress, he has gained weight from overeating. The divine being Good Season to Hunt is astonished that Harold pops out from there, and the divine being Snakeface asks if he is really a god. Changxian then tells Harold he wants to block these messages. Harold is astonished that a mere mortal would want to do such a thing to the god's messages. Changxian says he does not want to see the messages, and if necessary, he will pay a portion of his achievement points. The divine being Good Season to Hunt laughs and says this is too funny, while the divine being Snakeface remarks that there is a fool humiliated by mortals. Seeing their reaction, Changxian asks Harold why it is not possible. Harold replies that it is not that, but before he can finish, Changxian asks what he is doing. Harold thinks about who Changxian is trying to kill and wonders if he should lie and say it is against the regulations, but decides against it, knowing that if it is discovered during inspection, the penalty could be worse. After a while, the divine being the great demon gazes downward. Changxian, feeling uneasy, wonders what he is about to do. The divine being demon watches something indifferently, while the divine being sadly raises her authority in a panic to defend herself. Meanwhile, the divine being demon reaches out toward where he is looking. Other divine beings watch in silence, as do Changxian and Harold. The divine being demon lightly shakes off his hand, gazes downward again, and states that he has wiped away the pest and that they should continue what they were doing. Harold sighs and says there is never a quiet day with Changxian. Since things seem resolved, he will take his leave. The divine being Owl lets out a deep sigh after witnessing the event, while the divine being Gemini shows great interest in it. Jean communicate with Changxian, say he is a master beyond belief. Changxian then sees Yujin and, noting that she is completely out of it, decides there is no need to torture her any longer. He kills her and remarks that he has gained much from the battle, the greatest being the 5th location of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan. He reflects that the White Tiger clan had planned to trade this information, and if they had not met him, their plan might have gone accordingly. The system informs him that the household member, Jean Frisia, has completely conquered the 2nd floor. Having cleared all the ghoul monsters, Jean says it is all over on his side and admits that, though he had raised them all, he did not expect them to be such trash. Jean says it is no wonder he could not conquer the 3rd floor with those subordinates. Changxian remarks that Jean finished a lot quicker than expected. Jean replies that there are ways, and if Changxian is done on his side, he should come over, as there is something Jean needs to show him. Changxian agrees, saying he will wrap things up and head over. He then activates the authority's soul extortion. The system states that he has successfully collected the ashes of the player Young Yujin and has discovered the authority song of Hellfire without an owner. The achievement is Jigwee's Retainer, an evolved form of Jigwee, the cluster of dead souls and fire, after consuming the sulfur flames that flow along hell. Changxian then moves to Jean's location, where Jean say he has finally arrived. Changxian asks what those ghouls monsters. Jean explains that the Bihue Changxian gave him is very fascinating, and that it would be easier to show than explain. Jean then activates the skill Ghoul Revival, causing the ghouls to collapse. Changxian asks what just happened. Jean admits he does not know for sure, but thought it might work, so he tried it and it did. He adds that it worked the same way when he was the Crimson Murder King. Changxian tells him to explain in detail. Jean says that the ghouls in the ghoul den are fools bewitched by the starlight. The humans who enter become household members of the ghouls who kill them, and the ghouls level up by absorbing the essence of those humans. The Bifui works the same way, though its efficiency is far lower than when he was a ghoul. There is a limit to how much essence he can absorb. He can revive those he has killed like puppets, but if he tries to make them move, they collapse like this after a short time. The system states that the skill activation has failed. The revived ghouls have lost their magic power and ceased to exist. As the monsters collapse, Jean explains that they always fall apart after a while and that he can barely manage to revive even one properly unless he absorbs the energy of hundreds of ghouls like them. The monster gourd, a natural enemy of the tiger, does not take damage from sharp blades such as spears and swords. The monster bamboo cow, another natural enemy of the tiger, lives in the bamboo forest and is thick-headed like a cow but possesses equivalent strength. The monster bow, also a natural enemy of the tiger, boasts incredible flexibility, making one wonder if it has any bones at all. The divine being Good Season to Hunt advises that household members with too much ambition can be worse than having none. The divine being Snakeface wonders what specialties they may possess as a new form of undead and burns with scholarly ambition. The divine being Owl says it will be righteous if they become Changxian's household members and assures him he does not need to worry. Changxian wonders if they have a rank like ghouls, based on their physical bodies and souls. He asks Jean if they are useful. Jean replies that they are useful enough not to hold him back and offers to demonstrate. He then addresses the three monsters, ordering them to awaken, as they are going to target the third floor immediately. He warns them to do their best since the master is watching, adding that if they are not useful, they already know what their end will be. Jean then tells Changxian they should get going, too. As they move forward, the system states that they have entered the third floor. The system notifies them that they have entered the third floor, broken through the first division, and that Jean has announced he will be taking over the sixth division. A low-rank gourd has successfully pinned the flag at the final destination in the 9th division. Seeing these notifications, Changxian remarks that although the results are modest, considering they are conquering all the camps, it was worth making Jean a household member. Standing before a palace, Changxian asks Jean if this is the place where the Azure Murder King, whatever he is called, resides. Jean confirms, explaining that technically, this is the actual gate for the third floor. At the moment, there are no low-level ghouls, but the place is full of crimson ghosts, making it harder to face the king. Changxian asks how Jean still managed to corner them. Jean replies that it is the difference in their abilities and points out that they can agree that the monsters are proving useful. Changxian contemplates that having more people definitely makes things easier. The system informs him that he has 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining. He further thinks that if Jean truly is the Frisia he knows, it is a huge jackpot. If he belongs to the Frisia family of Arcadia, a renowned lineage rumored to have divine blood in their veins, it explains his exceptional skill. Known for mastery in martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy, the Frisias were so formidable that an entire nation had decided to be wary of them. If Jean were a descendant, he would have been the perfect heir, so if there is any solid reason for him to stay in the ghoul den. Perhaps he touched the cryptic scriptures in an attempt to claim victory among other descendants. Changxian reflects that he had been wondering how to fend off the spirit soldiers once he encountered Munxiang, but with Jean around, he no longer needs to worry. He then takes out the Frost King's breath and remarks that those monsters will probably be useful even after this, and that it would be best for Jean to complete all preparations. Jean asks if the item is an ice crystal. Changxian asks if he knows of it, adding that he did not think such a thing would exist in the ghoul den. Jean replies that while Changxian may not know, his family was quite renowned in Arcadia. He has, of course, seen the treasures of Earth, but this is the most incredible ice crystal he has ever encountered. He can even sense divinity from it and doubts anyone could obtain such an item even for thousands of gold. Changxian tells him to take it, assuming he knows how to handle it. Jean is surprised and begins laughing, saying he has never seen such a ludicrous master, likening it to leaving a fish in a cat's paws. Changxian tells him to call him insane and thinks to himself that he would like to imbue Jean with reinforced bone as well. But since there is no Jigui here, it cannot be helped. Still, he is sure the Frisia family's hereditary methods will be just as effective. Jean takes the ice crystal, remarking that he thought he had already told Changxian it would be a different matter for him to acknowledge him as master. It means nothing for him to call someone master, yet Changxian is handing him such a rare treasure. Changxian replies that he has no intention of being betrayed by his own household member like an idiot. Jean asks if he is still going to give it to him, and Changxian retorts by asking if he does not want it. Jean says, of course, he wants it, but finds it fascinating that his master is even more insane than he thought, then consumes the Frost King's breath. The system states that cold air is settling within Jean's body, granting him the element of frost, and that the item has been completely digested. Jean Frisia has successfully evolved into the Frost Undead. The household member has created 2 new skills, Blizzard and 0-degree Permafrost. Now fully armored, Jean says he feels refreshed, then uses 0-degree Permafrost, hurling it toward the Azure Palace, and remarks that the Azure Murder King's pants must know their place. They have 22 minutes remaining. As Jean enters the Azure Palace, the Azure Murder King addresses him, calling him the Crimson Murder King and asking how he could become a human's puppet. Jean admits that the king is right, he does not know why he has become this, but says one thing is certain: the Azure Murder King cannot provide him with any answers. Frightened, the Azure Murder King tries to negotiate, telling Jean to wait so they can talk, but Jean slashes him down, defeating the monster. Jean remarks that the king was probably going to spout some nonsense about conquering the 3rd floor together, hand in hand. The system notifies them that they have successfully conquered the 10th division and defeated one of the 4 lords ruling the 3rd floor. In place of the dead lord, Changxian's name spreads far and wide throughout the ghoul den, and many of its lords begin observing him. Seeing this, Jean comments that it is a perfect case of one beats the bush, and another catches the birds. Changxian sees Jean clearing the 3rd floor, but the system informs him that time has run out. Based on evaluations, he will be given a reward, and he will be returned to reality. His reward grants him the ability to sense the properties of the fierce dragon. Back in reality, the High-Off members and snowmen stand before him, shouting and demanding to know what he has done to their clan leader. Changxian calls for Jean, who appears behind him and asks if there is something he would like him to do. Changxian orders him to get rid of them. Jean kills all the members of High-Off and the snowmen, and the system states that they have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Changxian says he has to stop somewhere and will be leaving first. He enters the guest house of the Winter Palace and sees the Frost King's body on the throne. He activates soul extortion and says the king looks ghastly. The system states that the flames of purgatory are burning up the corpse of the first king and that the remaining ashes have been collected. Changxian says the king reminds him of himself when he had fallen from Arcadia, and that he is not fake. He then notices a letter and wonders what it is. Meanwhile, the General Snowman and Cha Yian are still engaged in a fierce battle, both activating their skills. The general tells Yian she is a strong human, saying he has ignored all intruders in the past since they were weak, but he will acknowledge her. He asks her rank outside the dungeon and whether she is a king. Yian wonders about the general's distinction between inside and outside the dungeon. She casts a spell, hurls it toward the general, and tells him to die. The general, unharmed by the attack, says it means she is not the king and that even with her strength, she cannot be one. He says he does not understand humans, and if she is not the king, she has no right to battle him. He declares that just as they have killed their king, it only makes sense for him to kill their king. He vows to kill all the humans there, the humans that will follow, and all humans outside as well, until their king appears. A sudden quest, King's Slayer, is created. The quest details state that the Frost King's great general swore that he would continue his wrath until the king of humans is dead. From this moment, all snowmen, including the Frost King's great general, must be stopped. If not, a great disaster will occur in reality. The quest condition is to raid the Frost King's great general and annihilate all snowmen. Upon failure, the dungeon will break. Seeing the quest details, Yeon wonders about the meaning of a dungeon break. Youngjun tells her they need to defeat the general no matter what and cannot let him get away. Youngkwon, speaking overconfidently, says that if the general is the main problem, then obviously that is his share since he is the main. 2 other players with him suggest getting rid of the general at once, mocking the fact that the team has not yet defeated the middle boss despite having 3 team leaders. Youngkwon yells at them, telling them the general is his target, and they can do something else. They reply sarcastically that, of course, he will defeat it with a stab wound. Suddenly, the 2 players begin floating in the air. Yoon, struggling, says she cannot maintain the flotation spell for long, and will back them up with magic bullets, telling the 3 to defeat the general. Youngkwon and the 2 players leap toward the great general. Youngjun tells them to leave the airborne battle to him and that he will handle the ground, then begins slashing the snowmen. He notices more approaching and says there is no end to them. The numbers just keep increasing, and they need to find a solution. A snowman suddenly approaches him from behind. He glances back, but at that moment, player Hyabin unfolds the skill Gale Dash. The dagger of the storm god gains power upon impact from acceleration, and the lightning from the dagger of the lightning god flashes violently as she kills the snowman. Hyabin then shouts at her uncle to get a hold of himself, asking how he managed to survive the rough player's life. Youngjun becomes emotional and says she is better than her uncle, adding that his father gifted her 2 daggers and artifacts worth more than 100 billion, which must mean he loves his granddaughter more than his son. The divine being Good Season to Hunt praises Changxian with enthusiasm for his talent in hunting. She wonders why she did not recognize such talent from the start and whispers that his sword handling abilities would improve drastically if taught by her. She asks if he wants to learn immediately, noting that such a great opportunity may not come again. The divine being Nameless Giant thinks it is overburdening for him to have an interest in another god. Haibin wonders who that is and whether Changxian is familiar with that god. Haibin recalls Changxian's movements and, following them, says it is just like how Mr. did it. She jumps higher, killing the snowman on her way. The divine being Good Season to Hunt opens her mouth in awe at Haibin's incredible jumping ability. Haibin injures the snowman with her daggers, and the system states that Good Season to Hunt is amazed at her fancy dagger handling abilities, but also worries she might make a mistake. Haibin wonders why she is reacting to everything she does, then thinks of the friend she lost in the first dungeon. Then the lightning storm bursts forth. Due to the rush of lightning, a significant number of snowmen and snow pterodactyls become unable to battle. The extreme storms cause the snow pterodactyls to lose control of their flight and dive headfirst into the ground. Player Haibin runs wild in the chaos. The general notices Haibin and shouts at his comrades to take care of that human first. The snowmen focus their attacks on player Haibin. Gumju activates the skill Ouroboros formula and forms a temporary trap to protect her. Fire erupts from his trap, blocking the approaching snowman. The divine being Snake states that he has discovered a useful skill from his household member. Gumju tells Yunxiu to use her skill and leave the rest to him. She moves to block the attack with her tower shield, but it remains small as her strength falls short. Gumju yells at her, asking what she is doing and how they are supposed to defeat those enemies with that. Yunxiu says it is because she has not eaten enough and has used too much of her strength. The divine being Owl expresses admiration for her spirit and blesses her. Her strength and energy are replenished. The effect Gildal takes place, the shield becomes bigger, and it blocks the opposition's attacks. The skill tower attack bursts forth. Gumju speaks to Haibin, who uses her skills, and with that, a massacre occurs. Seeing the explosion, the general calls them insignificant losers. Then Yunquan leaps toward the general, asking where he thinks he is looking. The general dodges and tells him, a non-king, not to disrupt him, moving past. The system alerts Gumju that the great general comes forth. He activates the skill Curse of the Viper, and throws it toward the general. The general and snow pterodactyls are affected by the curse, but it is voided. The general slashes his weapon blindly due to the curse and injures Haibin, who collapses to the ground. The general asks how such a kid dares. Haibin says, just like Mr. Will this be enough? Adding that she wanted to rescue the people, and that was more than enough. A huge fire comes from the sky and burns everything there. Player Li Changxian enters the battlefield. Everyone is surprised, wondering where those flames came from. Changxian appears before them, and Haibin and Yeon are surprised by his appearance. The general asks who he is, and Changxian asks who the general thinks he is. The general says he is the one who killed their king. Hearing this, the other players are surprised, realizing that the one who killed the first king is Changxian. The general grits his teeth and says he asks if this human is the king of humans. He says that if Changxian killed their king, then he must also kill the king of humans. But if their king was killed by Changxian's king, then his death would not have been meaningless. He shouts and demands to know if Changxian is the king of humans. Changxian says that he does not think they need something childish like a king. The general says that in that case, Changxian is no different from any other human and must die, as he activates his Tundra skill and begins to attack him. Changxian pulls out his dagger to block the Tundra attack. The player shouts to Changxian that he is as powerful as the Iron Witch and starts cheering for him, telling him to win by all means and trample on his opponent since he is the tyrant. The general struggles with the attack and wonders if his human is so strong that he should look for an opportunity in mid-air. He then runs away on his snow petrodactyl. Changxian calls Beak to attack him. Beak appears, activates his shadow footprints, and attempts to attack. With Beak's attack, the snow petrodactyl of the general is defeated, and the general is about to fall. Then his comrades come, mount him on his ride, and move to mid-air in the clouds. The general's comrade asks who they think he is, and the general says not to fear, as they have the advantage in mid-air. His comrades yell at him, asking when he has to rely on stupid snow petrodactyls. Then Changxian appears behind them. The general wonders if he is capable of flying. Changxian activates the firestorm and hurls it towards them. A huge fire explosion appears in the sky. The player is surprised to see something falling over there. The general is falling to the ground, and Changxian is leaping before him. The general hits the ground and says he cannot die like this, that he must eventually overthrow the king. Changxian asks why he is so obsessed with the king. The general says it is the only way he can become king, that to avenge their king and to kill his king is the only way he can obtain the authority to become king. He says a king is someone who makes his people prosper, and in order to lead his people, he must become their king. Changxian, holding the letter, says that is why the first king left it behind. The general asks what he is talking about. Changxian says there was a letter the first king left behind, stating he leaves the snowman up to the general since he has already met his fate and will be leaving this world, and that he can lead his subjects however he wants. The system states that the named monster, the great general of the first king, has become the new dungeon boss according to the will of the first king. The general starts crying, saying, "Stupid father, what does it matter if he leaves such words, as they are just fakes that are not even real?" With that, his head is severed by Changxian. The system states that the boss monster Snow King has died, that the hidden quest, the first king's last request, has been successfully completed, and as a reward, the first king's riches and the first king's dying wish have been obtained. It also states that the hidden quest King's Slayer has been successfully completed, and as a reward, the great sword of the great general, the first king, has been obtained. The dungeon closing starts. Meanwhile, Changxian invites Shin Yunxiu and Gumju. Yunxiu gives him a box and says she prepared it because she recalls he only ate that during the Las Vegas Championship League 4 years ago. Changxian expresses his gratitude. Haibin also arrives and greets him, and Changxian tells her to come in, though he has not furnished the place with anything. They start eating while Changxian stands on the terrace. Gumju gives Haibin a card, telling her it is a great item she can only obtain as an official member, but he is making an exception for her. He explains that if she takes a photo with it and uploads it to social media, she will gain access to all of his competitions and behind-the-scenes content, including explicit material. The divine being Good Season to Hunt looks upon the badge with curiosity. Yunxiu mutters that Haibin is gorgeous too and says this is what it feels like to be healed. She asks how Haibin became his fan. Haibin replies that she does not think she is a fan technically. She is more like a mentee, and Changxian is her mentor. She says she wants to become a kind-hearted person like him. He glances back at her, gives a peaceful smile, and thinks that this is not too bad. The divine being Tiger states he does not like this and complains. Changxian thinks he has succeeded in irritating him. He then asks Haibin if she is lonely, apologizing if that seems disrespectful and asking for forgiveness. The tiger questions what nonsense he is spewing, warns that he will not forgive him if he crosses the line again, and begins speaking about someone with a similar vibe to where he used to live. Changxian wonders what he is trying to say. The tiger explains that this person was extremely arrogant and naive, causing his downfall after becoming a sight for sore eyes to those around him, though he was also someone to be respected. Changxian becomes alert, thinks about the story, and realizes the tiger is talking about him. The tiger reminisces about the first meeting in a meadow somewhere in Arcadia. Changxian thinks it was not the horoscope or the organization equivalent to the 12 zodiacs, then realizes it is the people from before. Changxian recalls their past meeting when the tiger asks him if he is the lunatic battle god who beats up Antares, and what he has to do to become as strong as him. He simply ignores the question and tells him to get lost. Changxian realizes that the Void Monarch is the first in line when the organization of zodiacs is trying to kill him. The divine being Tiger wants to warn him and states that the truth about heaven is that even the stars that seem like they will shine forever eventually fall. Changxian wonders if he has always been his target. The divine being Tiger says he will support him and ensure that does not happen, advising that he should not have people who weigh him down if this is to happen. He says that the star shone the brightest because it was alone. Changxian says he understands and thinks that he should not have anyone around him who can weigh him down, that staying alone is how he will shine like a star, but he wonders what made him bring up the twilight of the gods. The divine being Tiger says that since he is smart, he should have understood what he meant. Changxian thinks that the chances that he knows who he is are extremely low since the Nato's protection system is not that lousy, and he cannot tell whether that is purely coincidental or not. The divine being Tiger asks what his plans are. Changxian thinks that since the Void Monarch cannot be sure, he will save that for another day. He then says 1 month, and that in that time, he plans on becoming a ranker. The divine being Tiger asks if that is actually possible and warns that he will never forgive him if he manages to get hurt while overexerting himself. Changxian thinks that it is not only possible but also extremely easy, and that he knows it will be difficult to become a ranker with just his own powers, so he is going to obtain the 5th scripture. He thinks that as long as he obtains the power, it will be a piece of cake to become a ranker. The divine being Tiger asks if it is really okay for Changxian to take on more curses. Changxian says that it is an insignificant concern and that the more hardships there are, the more one gains. The tiger acknowledges his logic, praises his courage, and bestows another benefit upon him. Meanwhile, Youngjun cries on his way, saying that Haibin has joined Changxian's team and that she said he is a nuisance. Changxian gives the ice crystal to the blacksmith Yezi and says that the unnamed spear and the Joel spear will be reinforced using it, so they should be remade. Yezi asks if he really wants him to start again from scratch after staying up for 3 nights in a row. Changxian transfers the amount into his account and asks how about now. He then opens the king's treasure and asks Yezi if that should be enough material. Yezi says that Changxian has done something unbelievable. He thinks that it is not just cold iron, but 10,000-year-old cold iron and 100-year-old cold iron, and with just a fingernail-sized piece of the 10,000-year-old cold iron, a new and powerful weapon could be produced. With that much, he would be able to produce the remaining weapons as well. He feels the urge to create a masterpiece that no one else would dare to make. Changxian asks if he is going to do it or not. Yezi says that he will do it. 5 days later, at the executive director Xinwen's office, Changxian arrives. Xin Jinho is also present, whom Xinwen tells to leave and make sure there are no errors on the business trip. Jinho agrees and thinks it is just one thing after another. He considers the business trip to the States, the elders, and wonders what Xinwen is planning with those monsters. He feels frustrated and thinks that Changxian is sure to bite off his head one day, deciding he had better meet with Director Li first. Xinwen, holding the Frost King's breath, says it is much more brilliant than he imagined. Since the constellation lasts afterward, he says he does not even need to evaluate its worth, and asks if Changxian has any questions, perhaps about the usage of the ice crystal. Changxian says he assumes Xinwen has some use for it, and that, if necessary, he will relay the information to him. Xinwen says he really is exceptionally intelligent, and asks if he is curious about the secret he is harboring at this point. Changxian agrees that he is curious. Xinwen claps and says he will show him right now. They enter the illusory domain of the player Xinwen. Changxian wonders that Xinwen can create an illusory domain so easily, and thinks it is no wonder he is referred to as the only grand demonic magician in the White Tiger clan. He notices there seem to be around 400 to 500 of them and senses traces of the 4th scriptures. He wonders if Xinwen detonated the Silver Fox research facility because he had completed deciphering the cryptic scriptures. Xinwen asks how it is seeing his soldiers for the first time. Changxian says it is amazing. Xinwen releases his aura, transforms into his demonic form, and says he knew it. He judged correctly that Changxian is the same breed as him. He asks if Changxian knows what their clan's rank is in the world. Changxian says he believes it is within the top 20, and wonders about Xinwen, noting that before, he concealed his identity well to the outside. But now he is not hiding the fact that he is a demonic human at all, which means he has decided to trust him to this extent. Xinwen says it is rank 27th, explaining that there is no one who ranks as a king, and they have not displayed any actions to influence the world, which is why they have been given such a rank. He asks what Changxian thinks about that. Changxian thinks the White Tiger is powerful enough not to be ignored by Arcadia, and since the Duke rank, Munseong's forces probably rank as a king. Obviously, they would have to do better. He then says he disagrees, though he has not experienced any other clan. Xinwen says he is right, it is ridiculous, but tells him to think about it. They are still at rank 27th, even though they have been crouching. He asks what Changxian thinks would happen if they were to rise with intent. He states he has no intentions of confining their clan to Korea and plans on letting the clan rise higher and go further, making every tree and plant shudder with fear at the sound of their roar. Xinwen further says that their guardian constellations also wish the same, and that in no time at all, many will bow at their feet. Changxian asks if he plans on taking them to the outside world, and if he does not think the world will criticize him for becoming a demonic human and walking the path of injustice. Xinwen replies that everything becomes nothing when faced with absolute power, and since he has shown Changxian everything he possesses, it is now time for Changxian to show him. He then holds a dream pearl-like orb, and Changxian asks what it is. Shinwen says that it is something that will turn him into someone like them. No, that this witch's brew will turn him into an even greater warrior, and that all directors and team leaders have gone through this process. The system states that the lost dream pearl is a reinforced form of a dream pearl, an orb created with an equal mixture of the followers of death and destruction and something else, and that it reeks of those who have been taken down by the tiger's calamity. Shinwen says that he guarantees Changxian will become stronger than anyone else and tells him to take it. Changxian, holding it, wonders what he should do, thinking that a new form of dream pearl, upon closer inspection, could probably reveal the secrets of the tiger's calamity. He then hears the voice of Jean Frisia, who asks why he does not give it to him. Changxian asks why. Jean says he is thinking of trying to make the household members strong, and it is also a concentration method for his mind. Changxian thinks that Jean wants to purify it to strengthen the Biquis element and wonders how to give it to him. Jean says he will just eat it without purifying it and will take care of that himself. He then consumes it. The system states that the reinforced royal tiger's calamity is spreading throughout Changxian's body. The household member, Jean Frisia, would like to have the reinforced royal tiger's calamity instead of him. Changxian allows it, and Jean says he is done with absorbing it and will share the results later, asking to be informed if something similar comes up again. The illusory domain then closes, and Shinwen asks how it is. Changxian says it feels good. Shinwen laughs and says that usually they would make a fuss about how terribly hard it is to digest the power, but it seems to have worked well for him. Changxian asks if he could get it again. Shinwen says yes, and that he will reward him with it for every exploit. He adds that soon the Xenix Association will start a massive war, in which the White Tiger clan will take part as allies, and they plan to publicize their feats to the world. Xenix, whose players are trained not only for dungeon conquests, but in weapon and artifact study and development as well. It is a mega clan led by the Golden Monster King, one of the 10 kings of the player world. Changxian wonders if it is a battle for supremacy, and who they are raising a war against. He asks Shinwen what he needs to do there. Shinwen replies that he should take his fame and influence it through the S as well. Changxian asks if Shinwen is entrusting him with the press to draw attention to the White Tiger clan. He thinks that he is all for it, as the more attention he gets, the bigger his presence will be in the White Tiger clan. He thinks that the White Tiger's stubborn rise could turn out great if used well, and that in order to devour everything for free, he needs to slowly lay the groundwork by thinking several steps ahead. He then says that before that, he wants to visit the stone desert where the cold wind blows in Nice, France. After conquering it, he will head straight to take care of the City of Apocalypse in Chicago. Becoming a ranker after that, he thinks, would make a huge issue in the media. Shinwen laughs wholeheartedly and says that with those unconquered dungeons, Changxian will become a huge star. If that is what he wishes, then he may go ahead. However, there may be unknown dangers, so Shinwen will send an escort to go with him. Meanwhile, Gumju receives his identity card of the Future Strategy Division and expresses his happiness, saying he cannot believe he is a part of the Future Strategy Division. Yunseo and Beak are training and shout at him to hurry up. Seeing them training, Gumju asks if they are training immediately after the team has just been officially formed. Changxian comes there and asks Gumju if he was there. Gumju sees his weapon and asks his brother what that weapon is. Changxian tells him to call him brother only when it is just them and explains that he recently prepared this weapon, brought it to get the hang of it, and to test it out, asking if it looks weird. Gumju replies that it does not at all and asks how that could be. Changxian then says they are there today to check the L team's teamwork and, for that, they are going out for an actual fight. He explains that a sudden case just came up from the executive director. A collapse incident recently took place in one of their production clans while mining monostones. The details of rescue the stranded appear before them in the system, and Changxian says they are departing as soon as they are done checking the details. At the international airport, Yoon and Seokti receive the guy, Blue Wolf of the Illuminati. Yoon says to Blue Wolf that she has given orders to actively appoint him to missions during his. He interrupts, saying that she can speak German and that he can't believe the Iron Sainties, who have been blessed by their patron, are attending to him. He adds that he definitely has a good feeling about this trip and, in that case, asks her to allow him to meet Tyrant. Yoon thinks that those old men from the association know about this. Changxian already feels so foreign, and on top of that, the White Tiger clan is completely blocking any contact with him, so she wonders what she is supposed to do. She then says that it is a bit difficult to meet him right now. Seokdi says to her that it looks like this guy is sad, and that the tyrant is currently on a rescue squad mission for the mine collapse incident in Hwashin. Yeon then tells him to follow her. She thinks that she cannot neglect a high-ranking officer who has come from afar because of her personal feelings, but she keeps sensing danger whenever she sees Changshin life-threatening danger at that. At Hwashin Gangwon, Changxian and his team are standing before a collapsed building and asking the workers how many workers are trapped below. They reply that around 20 of them do. They are discussing that they cannot believe Executive Director Oh sends these rookies to rescue, saying they are obviously rookies and wondering what they can even do. One of them says that, still, they have heard the guy over there is at a ranker level. Another question is whether they believe that, saying it is obviously just the media playing around. Changxian then enters the dungeon of the Island of Blue Gems. Standing at the seashore, Yunseo and Gumju say the scene looks gorgeous. Changxian warns them that they never know what might jump at them, telling them to be wary. He then speaks to Gumju, and Gumju is using the killer snake's rescue method to raise the light ball up high. Yunseo pulls out her tower shield and says she just needs to stand like this. An arrow then approaches and hits Gumju in the head, and he collapses. Yunju shouts for her brother, and Changxian yells, asking what he is doing and telling him to get his act together. Then they see a huge wave of arrows approaching them. Shin Yunzio unleashes the shield tower that blocks the arrows. Gumju then throws a fireball toward the incoming arrows, causing a fire eruption. Yunseo is surprised to see Gumju standing while holding the arrow that has stabbed into his head. The divine being snake is clicking its tongue at the household member's lack of depth. Gumju says that since the patron had said so, he knew the magic core would protect him. The divine being snake glares while asking why he is finding faults right now. Gumju replies that it is not what the snake thinks, saying it is more about something else. Meanwhile, Changxian sends Beak to detect the area and defeat the enemies. Beak goes and comes back, bringing a dead elf, saying he figured they would need to interrogate him, so he captured and brought him there. Yunseo and Gumju wonder about the elf. Changxian says to look at its eyes, explaining that this is not the elf they know of, but a gray elf. Gumju wonders what a gray elf is. Changxian tells them that gray elves may have the appearance of an elf, but they do not belong to the elf race. He says they are closer to being interceptors created by a monster called a parasite to drain other creatures of their energy. Gumju asks if that is what sends them here. Changxian says that for it to have given birth to a gray elf, it must at least be at the adult stage. He is surprised that it has actually gotten so much nourishing food in a small dungeon like this one. The waters around this island do not have monsters and even have a monostone mine, so people visit frequently. He says there is no way a parasite would have grown so much and gone unnoticed. He thinks that he does have a hunch, but that would only be possible if she is involved. Unless she helped destroy the world and created this dungeon, it is impossible, so there must be something else. Changxian says that for now, they are retreating from there. Gumju says they have not even confirmed the people who are trapped inside. Changxian replies that, considering the appearance of gray elves there, they have to assume the parasite has taken over the island, and going in with their full force right now will endanger other people. The system then informs them that they cannot log out because all connections to the outside world are currently cut off due to unknown reasons. It instructs them to try logging out again after completing the dungeon mission, to find and collect the pure demonic core hidden in the Iceland of the Blue Gem. Changxian says they will act according to their original plan. Meanwhile, Changxian uses the ferocious tiger and unleashes an attack in the forest. After the attack, he finds the corpses of gray elves and wonders why something feels strange. Usually, gray elves are the result of a parasite and do not bleed. But these ones are like real living creatures having flesh, muscles, skeletons, and even bleeding blue blood little by little. Subtly, they even hold fragments of divinity. He concludes that there is only one parasite like this, the divine tree, and only one god is capable of growing such a divine tree, the god of slaughter and destruction, who was once his comrade, Kali. He questions why traces of Kali are here and wonders what happened to her. They enter a dark cave where they think the survivors might be. Changxian reassures them that the White Tiger clan is here to help. A voice replies that they are alive and pleads for the rocks to be moved because someone is dying. Changxian senses something strange and tells Gumju to activate magical lightning. As Gumju does so, the cave brightens, revealing it is infested with unknown undead. Changxian realizes it is a trap and notices tree roots embedded inside the undead, all leading to a single place. As the undead rush toward them, Changxian thinks Jigui could easily burn them all with her flames, But since there may still be survivors, he orders Beak to create a path through. Beak does so, and they reach the main spot where the roots converge. Standing before a huge tree, Changxian realizes it is the personified form of a fully grown parasite with roots having its own ego elfin roots. He notices the crown on the elfin and realizes it is extremely similar to the one Kali used. Drawing his twin spears, Changxian wonders if one of the divine trees grown by Kali lost its way and ended up here. Though it may be wild speculation, judging from the Void Monarch's interest, it could be possible. The connection between Xerxes and Kali makes it hard to see this as a mere coincidence. Changxian senses that something sinister is unfolding. The boss raid begins as Elfin Roots leaps toward Changxian. He dodges the attacks and strikes back with his spears, thinking that he is sure he can sense Kali's energy from it. Especially the crown, it's not just the shape, but the divine aura. It must be a duplicate of Kali's crown. It is at least a treasure grade, if not sacred grade, item. This means the Elfin Roots must be at least a bishop or priest of Kali. The system states that the divine being Tiger watches the battle with great excitement. One of the faces of divine being Gemini also observes the new events unfolding around Changxian. Changxian wonders why the Void Monarch and Gemini are not merely interested in a simple fight with a strong opponent. He is certain there is something connecting Xerxes, Kali, and these beings that he doesn't yet understand. To uncover the truth, he decides he must take this opponent down at any cost. He says that the Firebirth tree, among the 5 elements, are not resisted by wood. The system then informs him that the firestorm rages due to the use of Jigwee's retainer. Changxian shouts that he will burn all of them. Yunqiu fights the undead, declaring they are all dead. Gumju throws fireballs, while Beak Jowul unleashes the skill Shadow Tsunami, throwing attacks. Seeing this, Gumju remarks that Beak is not an average player. Beak shouts, challenging anyone else to come at him. Then a figure appears and charges at Beak. Beak blocks the blade and wonders who he is. The figure introduces himself as Lieutenant Park Heseong, a B-rank player and soldier of the Awakened Force under the Military Defense Support Command. He explains he was confined there while trying to rescue those buried inside at the Association's request. He says that answers Beak's question and that now it's his turn, and asks Beak if he is human. Beak introduces himself as a member of White Tiger's L team. Heseong wonders if that is the team led by Changxian and asks if that means Changxian is there as well. He tells them the injured are in great need of aid. Beak replies that their team leader is not there currently. Then suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Jean contacts Beak and says that Changxian told them to move first and warned that chaos will ensue soon, so they should be careful. Beak thinks the voice is definitely familiar and asks how they can trust what Jean says. Jean thinks that Beak should look at this so he can figure out his exact location. Jean thought Beak was just a dog begging for compliments from his master, but adds that even if he is a loyal dog, he has his own will and brain. Jean says that if Beak doesn't want to trust him, then he shouldn't. Beak then stops, but Jean disappears. Beak wonders if Jean was telling the truth and thinks that just in case he was, he should consider what Changxian would do in this situation. Then Beak asks the lieutenant where all the survivors are. Changxian, frustrated, says that among the 5 elements, wood cannot beat fire. He activates the Jigwee's retainer and unleashes a firestorm, declaring that he will burn everything to a crisp. The fire approaches the Elfin, burning its branches. A huge burst of fire erupts, and Elfin moves upward. It then throws the Grey Elves from above. Changxian calls Jean, who appears and says he has been waiting eagerly for the call, then swings his sword and kills the Grey Elves. Changxian follows Elfin and notices its body becoming bigger, and wonders if it gets stronger the more it is destroyed. Elfin tries to bind him with its branches, but Changxian uses his spear to struggle free and mutters what a headache. He then uses Western weapons specialized for slashing and cuts Elfin's body in half. Elfin quickly regenerates and becomes stronger. Changxian wonders not only if it is regenerating faster, but also if the new parts are firmer. He thinks Kali was always ahead of him in traditional martial arts rather than actual battle skills. Perhaps because this being is Kali's priest, it has an edge in technique. As its recovery strengthens, the physical gap between them shrinks. Changxian wonders if he has only come this far thanks to a superior element. Though uncertain about elimination, if overpowering the Elfin is difficult now, he thinks he must suppress it with such a gap that it cannot catch up, no matter how hard it tries. Changxian recalls a conversation with Kali, in which he asked if it is so hard to catch up to her purely through martial arts. He remembers asking about the power he just saw expanding, and whether he could use it too. Kali had replied that it is her last resort, and that it is not hard to explain, but he must listen carefully. She said that the twilight technique is only used in true crisis, and that among those who have witnessed it, he is the only one still alive. Changxian then discovers the Himavat breath and observes that a single breath triggers latent powers, drawing out even greater strength. He realizes that even the Void Monarch or Gemini watching him wouldn't recognize this, since Kali said everyone who witnessed it died. Instantly, he plans to overpower his opponent with the slightest movement before a full-scale magic explosion. He then exhales the fire breath, which is so powerful that fire spreads all around. The system states that Changxian has entered the Berserker state, triggering his latent power and significantly boosting all his stats for the next 5 minutes. The skill Kalikagathia activates, allowing him to wield the magical powers boiling inside. Changxian wields his spear and thinks that these 5 minutes are the time limit to use all his latent powers before dying. However, in his current state, he can only sustain 5 seconds of that time at most. He throws his spear attack toward the tree, determined to end the fight within that time. 1 second passes. He resolves to kill it quickly before its wounds heal, while the skill Viper Eyes focuses on the target's movements. 2 seconds pass as he activates the Black Mountain Monarch's claw, which explodes and severs one of Elfin Root's arms. The second claw rages violently, destroying the Elfin's body. In the final 5th second, the tree burns to ashes. The system states that he has successfully overpowered the boss monster, Elfin Root. The divine being, good season to hunt, widens their eyes in amazement at the skill just displayed. Himavat's breath is forcefully terminated, and all stats are restored. The snake remarks that triggering one's latent power usually disables a person, yet this time the risk was lessened, sparking curiosity about the mechanism. He then sees Elfin defeated and thinks that it is unbelievable to have used the technique Kali taught him against her priest. It is truly ridiculous. Gemini watches the vigorous performance with amusement. The divine being Tiger laughs, saying that he is indeed his household member, given how easily such an opponent was overpowered. The great demons show curiosity about how he plans to handle the subject he has defeated. Changxian thinks that he has subdued Elfin Root for now and needs to find out what happened to Kali after he was sent for the divine punishment trial. With Gemini and the Void Monarch closely watching him, he realizes he cannot interrogate carelessly. Then he notices Elfin's eyes suddenly blinking and wonders what is happening. The Elfin corpse starts laughing, surprising Changxian since the corpse is not looking at him. The Elfin says that the gods are disgusting, and that their filthy, disgusting game will not last long. He warns that their dead god shall rise again and wipe out all of them, along with the apocalypse they fear, and that twilight will come for them. His body then begins bursting with a huge force emitting from it. Changxian's beast sense skill detects the danger, and Viper Eyes advises him to flee. The system states that the boss monster Elfin Root has died. Elfin Root sacrifices his divinity and the magic extracted within him to strengthen the parasite tree. Following the rules, the parasite tree evolves into a new form, the divine tree. The system states that the divine being Tiger is amused at the rebellion of a mere mortal, and only the ghost of Bruce remains. One of the faces of the divine being, Gemini, watches with a cold glint in their eyes. Changxian thinks that Elfin Root definitely says that God will rise again and bring forward the apocalypse and the twilight. In other words, Kali is already dead, and the blame for that lies with Gemini. He wonders what on earth happened after he was sent for the divine punishment trial, as Xerxes and now even Kali are gone. He questions if the others suffered because of him. The system then says that a new boss monster, the divine parasite tree, has been born. The boss monster decides that the energy from the dungeon is not enough to reach its goals. It is now exploring its surroundings in search of a new energy source and discovers a new server, the planet Earth, that exists outside the dungeon. The divine parasite tree begins spreading its roots on Earth. The dungeon break has started, and the dungeon mission is altered. The mission theme is logging, as the divine parasite tree, which begins turning over the island of the blue gems in an unusual way, is now destroying the ecosystem of the island and the sea at insane speed. Once it is all destroyed, it plans to invade the world outside as well. The mission is to log down the parasite tree, and upon failure, the dungeon break will occur, and the roots of the parasite tree will cover the earth. Changxian wonders if all of this is his fault. He will bring the Kali priest back. Jean remarks to Changxian that it is an interesting thought he must have, bringing back the former high priest of the goddess of killing and destruction as a new household member. Changxian says that if the parasite tree spreads out into the earth at this rate, everything is over, and that he has to eliminate the parasite tree and bring back the elfin root. The divine being, Gemini, roars at the unbelievable arrogance of a mortal. Changxian says that the parasite tree is probably heading towards the sky where the stars and the gods reside and tells him to find it. Jean asks if he means the elfin root and says that it is ridiculous. Changxian glances at him and says it is in order to find him. Jean thinks that Changxian is ordering him, but somehow there is weight to his words as if he must follow him, and he leaves, saying it is as Changxian wishes. Changxian says that he should get there first. Grabbing the white dive bow, he uses the skill Viper Eye, which has marked its target. As he shoots the projectile, it hits the tree, where fire erupts. The system says that the Authority 100% bullseye has been activated and the projectile has hit the marked target. Lightning explosion and lightning net create a large-scale fire explosion due to a chain reaction. He thinks that, for now, it seems that the divine parasite tree has stopped growing. Then the boss monster divine parasite tree is suddenly in a fit of rage. Seeing this, he troubled and begins to shoot another projectile, and the fire erupts. The system states that Changxian has partially destroyed the divine parasite tree with just 2 arrows and has gained a huge amount of experience points. He sprints in the air using the skill Flying Tiger Trailing Gale and enters the divine tree's hole, where he notices something. It seems like the chief priest stands in the center of the hole, holding the elfin root body, and says to Changxian that he did not expect to see a new guest all the way up here. The divinity of Gemini lights up the entire sky. His beast sense skills strongly warn him of danger. The chief priest says that the patron is talking, and that it is only right for Changxian to pay his respects upon seeing him. But he is so generous that he forgives him. Changxian thinks that he is not an apostle, but maybe at the level of a chief priest or archbishop, and whichever one he is, he ranks high. The chief priest then says that he will give him a clear show of the ramifications of committing blasphemy against his patron and give him the grave to separate his patron from doctrine, where he lives. The chief priest then yells and says how dare a mere god go against his patron, and that Changxian is the same as well, and he will send him to his dead god. The system says to call him Sun, the chief priest of the Gemini, who wishes to retrieve the divinity of the dead god. Changxian thinks that he is an opponent so strong that he cannot be certain of winning even in his best condition, and wonders if there is some way to defeat this harpy and retrieve the elfin root. Jean tells him that there is that method, first to retrieve the pure demonic core. Changxian now strikes toward him, thinking that it may not be easy, but if there is a way to do it, he must. The system informs him that it is temporarily making up for the stats that are currently lacking in comparison to the 2 identified enemies. Changxian triggers his latent powers using Himavat's breath and reaches the state of Berserk. The chief priest glances back at Changxian approaching. Changxian clashes both of his daggers, and a huge fire explodes out in the midair. Blue Wolf Jeochim, seeing this, asks Yun what on earth is going on. All of these are monsters. Yun thinks that this is no simple dungeon on break, that even that monster is still growling, and that if it crosses over to the earth through the gate, just imagining it is enough to know something terrible will happen for sure. But how they are supposed to catch a monster like this? They then notice something terrible and wonder what is happening all of a sudden. The system notifies them that Changxian is running amok. Yeon wonders if it is that guy again. Blue Wolf Jeochim clenches his teeth, laughs, and says that it is the tyrant, that he did not think he would join a raid after coming all the way to Korea on a business trip, but that he first needs to handle this dungeon before he can get what he wants. He unleashes his aura and transforms into a werewolf. Yeon mounts on him, and many divine beings send their blessings to her. The werewolf says that the saintess's blessing is incomparably more powerful than that of the chief priest, not to mention receiving the blessing of not just the goddess, but also everything from the great god of Olympus. Yeon detects with her eyes and says there is a survivor northwest 32 degrees. The werewolf warns to be careful and says he is not going to pick anyone up if they fall. Changxian then activates the Black Mountain Monarch's first claw and second claws and begins charging at him. The chief priest seems troubled with this, and Changxian then tears him apart. The system states that the son of the chief priest of Gemini is now dead. The boss monster divine parasite tree has been eliminated. A great feat has been accomplished, and the divinity of Gemini, along with the divinity of an unknown god, has been acquired. Changxian, all exhausted, thinks that the Black Mountain Monarch's claw passed down by Hanyu includes all 5 claws, but with his stats, he is barely able to use 2. As he falls, he thinks he had considered unleashing them at the same time, but the aftermath was too much for him. He gave it everything he had, even triggering his latent powers, and he cannot begin to imagine the backlash. As he is falling, the divine beings praise him and worry for his exhausted body. He thinks he almost died there. Jin says he almost died there, but at least the pure demonic core has been acquired. With that, the dungeon mission ends. The calculation of the reward begins, and an extra reward will be given based on his contribution to the mission. Countless gods are shocked, and countless stars are smiling. The dungeon now closes. The man who falls after losing his wings is not something Changxian really cares for. Unconscious on the bed, he feels warmth and a body scent reminiscent of a pungent minty smell. A grumbling voice, yet full of concern, reaches him. He slightly opens his eyes and tries to touch, wondering why it is a somewhat familiar sense of longing. As he fully gains consciousness, he notices Beak holding his hand with concern and asking if he is coming to his senses now. Beak then tells him about Heseong and asks if he knows him. Changxian thinks it is the second lieutenant he met during the tutorial and guesses he has been promoted in the meantime. Beak tells him that as the divine parasitic tree grew, they were dangerously close to being swept away along with the vines, but were rescued in the midst of a crisis by a huge wolf and Agent Yun. Changxian, surprised, asks why she was there. Beak says she was apparently there to meet him, but ended up entering the dungeon after seeing the risk of a dungeon break. She is also the one who administered emergency first aid to him while he was in an exhausted state. He says he was fighting the sun, the chief priest, while high up in the sky, and that the woman actually felt that. To be able to detect mana waves from such a distance shows how great her mana affinity is. That is not all. Though they only exchanged brief greetings at the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, he felt the blessings of several gods from her, to the point where it was hard to think of her as an ordinary human. Especially the other face hidden behind the blessings, and mana felt like something huge was wriggling behind the scenes, and he was certain it was looking right at him as well. Chai Yun, he says, is someone it would not be a bad idea to meet and look into, and he should thank her too. While lying, Changxian mutters that he will end this here, that this is the most important thing now, and wonders how Gemini will respond to losing a high-ranking household member. Meanwhile, Jin Seokti tells Yun, who is driving, to come on, saying that if she were ready to do all this at this hour, she could have left after seeing him wake up. He asks if she knows how big a feat it is to hear the tyrant say thanks, adding that they even dedicated segments in shows for that back in the day, and wonders if she was just too shy to hear it herself. She, frustrated, hits him, and he troubles himself, saying who would have known the great Iron Witch was such a shy person. Yeon thinks she is sure of it, that he saw it, and wonders who on earth Changxian is. Meanwhile, the curse of the ghoul den starts, with instructions to survive for the next 48 hours, and the location is set on the 4th floor. Jean Frisia tells Changxian that his condition does not look all that great and asks if he is okay. He replies that it is not like opponents will let it slide, because he is not well today, so he does not have much of a choice. He then asks about the pure demonic core. Beak says he knew this would happen, so he prepared it in advance, asking if he knew how much he ran around looking for this in such a short time. Changxian tells him to cut the small talk and asks what method he found out. Beak says it does not matter even if he washes his eyes with holy water, he just cannot sense it, and tells him to feed the pure demonic core to one of them, as that is all he has to do. He then asks how he created everything and everyone there, including himself. Changxian says it was by using Royal Tiger's calamity, by purifying the starlight of the forgotten world, so that is what it is. Beak confirms this, saying all the household members in the world were created from the purified starlight. In other words, Royal Tiger's calamity does not care about elements or characteristics. It is without elements, meaning it is an empty vessel. Changxian asks if it is up to him, the master, to choose how much he fills that vessel, and thinks that, as expected, he was right to entrust this to Jean. Changxian thinks that even during his time as a civil servant of the gods, he is kind of a loner without other household members or gods, so he is unable to learn such a topic deeply. Beak says that as for vessels, he is great at making strong ones, so Changxian should not worry. Changxian thinks that, on the other hand, Jean learns kingship from a great family, and even rules over thousands of ghoul in the ghoul den, so he is probably quite experienced. Jean's household member, Zabek, is attempting to absorb the pure demonic core and has successfully merged with it. As his body undergoes some process, his possessed divinity is being redeveloped, and all of his stats are being changed. Elfinroot's nature is slowly awakening from within Zabek, and the assimilation rate is extremely high, bringing in memories and identities of his past lives, so a household member with a new trait comes into being. He then rushes toward Changxian, who thinks that he was Kali's high priest in his previous life and also harbored a desire for revenge. There is also the case with Jean, so he expects this kind of reaction. Changxian then asks Jean if he plans on just being a spectator. Jean then grabs elfin root from his head and says that he dares bare his teeth at his master, and that he will make it so he can never do this again. Zabik is a household member Jean resurrected, his body borrowed for rebirth, redistributing his stats, so there must be a limit to how much he can oppose Jean. Changxian then gives him the name that will be elfin root. The system says the name of the household member has been completed. Zebek's name is now elfin root, and the household member shall be his spear and guard his side. Changxian says it states that he possesses the divinity of a dead god and asks if that is right, reasoning that for the deity to have him as a high priest, the deity's divine status must have been quite high, and questions how he keeps dying. Changxian tells elfin root that he knows he can talk now and to speak up loud and clear. Elfin asks why he is curious about that. Changxian says it is because he can gain more power, explaining that he does not have a specific patron. Elfin reacts in surprise, asking if he really does not have a patron, and wonders that unless this is connected to horoscope or any organization, there is a chance of finding a new light on a path brimming with complete darkness. He then says that before everything was crushed, there was a star called Twilight of Gods. Hearing this, Changxian's eyes widen. He further says about the Twilight that he fought several stars, including the 12 zodiacs, and was eventually put on the divine punishment trial and died. He further says that while most of the stars agree to bring Twilight of Gods to the divine punishment trial, a few vote against it, and one of them is none other than the patron he serves, the goddess of slaughter and destruction. He recalls that she says about the Twilight of Gods that he is definitely the silly friend who left her side. But still, he is a friend she should not have let slip away. She tells him that she knows what he is trying to say, but she simply cannot overlook this, because in the end, it is all started by the 12 zodiacs, and then orders him to leave. He refuses and says he can fight as well. She tells him to go and dismisses all the priests, including him. Elfin further tells that he is not sure if it is fortunate or not, but the goddess is not alone. There are those who decide to be by her side, but she never tells him who they are, and he does not know how things progress for the goddess and her comrades. The only thing he knows is that she angers several stars in the sky, and in that process, the goddess has to die. The gods who accompany her might have suffered unexpected misfortune as well, and since then he has been mixed in the fragments of the broken world, wandering here and there, finally opening his eyes to a place abundant in magic. Changxian thinks that the 12 zodiacs mishaps that happened to Kali and Xerxes are related to those individuals. No matter how powerful Kali is, she would have been grossly overpowered by the 12 zodiacs and the entire horoscope that rule the heavens. He thinks he is the one who abandoned them first, yet they attempt to save his life, doing something ridiculous. Changxian asks Elfin what his aim is, if it is revenge. Elfin replies that revenge is obviously a goal too, but his main priority is the resurrection of the goddess. Changxian asks if that is possible, and Elfin yells that it does not matter if it is impossible. All that matters is that he tries, as it is the inevitable wish and duty of the true saint. Changxian thinks that gods are beings based on providence and laws, and as long as there are believers who devote their faith and prayers to collect divinity, resurrection is indeed possible. That is why the underworld does not kill gods or stars, but rather seals them. Theoretically, the resurrection of a god is not impossible, but the issue is that it is easier said than done. Once the divine status of the stripped divine being is shattered, their divinity and powers are as good as gone. He then asks about the dead god's divinity, confirming if the more Elfin collects, the stronger he will get. Elfin says yes, it is his goal to gather divinity and reach the level of an apostle, and that while Changxian may not have a patron, he is sure several stars are interested in him. He says he will not ask for help, but tells Changxian not to get in his way either, as he will handle tomorrow on his own. Since Changxian is after power, he guarantees it is not a bad deal. Changxian says he will help him until then, but in exchange, Elfin must completely submit to him, as he cannot escape anyway and cannot do anything without his permission, so it would be better to rely on him and take a chance in the future. Elfin then kneels and swears that from the 26th branch of the goddess of slaughter and destruction, he greets his new master. The system says that the household member Elfin Root has pledged allegiance, granting Changxian the absolute right to command. Changxian wonders if the absolute right to command has passed to him despite Elfin being Jean's household member. He notes that this does not excuse Elfin's desire to kill or rebel against him. but it now obligates him to actively help with Elfin's wishes. He also wonders how Gemini will react to Elfin Root becoming his household member. With that, the divine being Gemini smiles as he watches Changxian take in the traitor who dared to cross him, then gives him a new scenario quest. The system states that the description of the scenario quest is that, while Gemini resents how Changxian rashly harmed the chief priest, he sent and took in a heretic who dared to rebel against him, and now seeks Changxian instead of being outraged. Gemini would like to make a proposition to Changxian to become his apostle. By accepting this proposition, Changxian shall hold the highest status on earth as a representative of the 12 zodiacs, able to take hold of everything he wishes for, and is warned that if he refuses, Gemini will punish him for harming his chief priest. Changxian wonders that the 12 zodiacs are stars among stars who led huge cults even in Arcadia, great beings known to have come closest to the Imperial. He knows the 12 zodiacs would take interest in him someday, but he never thought they would offer for him to become an apostle. He considers that if he becomes an apostle, he will overcome the limitations of being human in an instant, and that a demigod might even be far greater than low-rank gods. He then smiles, thinks that Gemini has made an outrageous offer, and accepts it. With that, he becomes known throughout the heavens. Elfin wonders that he cannot believe his new master might become a household member of Gemini, and that this means they might still be under the command of Gemini, even if they distract the goddess by collecting divinity. The system says that the divine being Good Season to Hunt is shocked, and, in a fit of rage, points her arrows at the constellation and telling him not to keep an eye on her belongings. Other divine beings are also targeting Gemini, who ignores all the backlash, and all channelings are temporarily cut off except for Gemini's channel. Changxian, seeing this, thinks that Gemini is a psycho, cutting off other channelings just because they are getting on his nerves. He reflects that he thought the caster was the older brother, but it is actually the cranky younger brother Pollux. He decides that whoever it is, he has no intention of being swayed, and wonders how he should respond. He then retrieves the elfin crown, saying he retrieved it because it looked good and guesses it is important. The system states that Gemini's divinity received as a reward to the god is the crown replica, and that its rank has been raised from sacred item to holy relic. Changxian thinks that it is a holy relic holding the divinity of two seemingly incompatible enemies, Kali and Gemini. The system says the divine being Gemini is screaming at him, demanding to know what he is doing. Changxian thinks that when Gemini took interest in him, the divine being Great Demon was the first to react violently, and decides to give this a shot. He wears the crown and asks if the Great Demon is okay with him being taken from it. Gemini stiffens as it realizes his intentions. The pallid sanctuary is open, and the divine being Great Demon raises his head. Changxian wonders if he was right, as the demon, who is said to have no interest in worldly affairs, is showing deep interest in him for some reason. Gemini is mildly baffled by the appearance of an unexpected presence. Changxian thinks that even Pollux cannot act rashly with the demon in front of him, and that, as he guessed, the demon is definitely a force to be reckoned with, so even the 12 zodiacs cannot mess with it thoughtlessly. The divine being Gemini realizes the predicament others face and declares war. The radiant light of the complete constellation illuminates the world. Meanwhile, the divine being, the Great Demon, also releases the darkness, and with that, both darkness and light are colliding fiercely in the sky. Changxian wonders that just the colliding of two stars' energies is enough to make one's skin tingle. The system states that channeling, which was temporarily cut off, has been restored. The divine being, Good Season to Hunt, aims her bow at a certain constellation with an angry face and bares her fangs, screaming that they have brought disgrace to her, that she will never forgive them, and that she is going to tell Mother. Seeing this, Changxian is surprised that this means even the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat, is involved. One of the faces of Gemini frowns, and the other face appeases it while telling it that it should have been careful. Changxian thinks that Tiamat is currently preparing to go to war with Taurus, the leader of the 12 zodiacs, and that technically, Tiamat is also at odds with Gemini. The divine being Snake is tired of the constellation's antics and is sharpening his scales, and the divine being Owl asks if Horoscope can handle the discourtesy shown just now. The wicked and evil gods of the organization focus their gaze on one side at the call of their comrade. The constellation Blue Dragon and Red Phoenix stand by. The constellation Supreme Palace Enclosure squints. Changxian wonders if even Supreme Palace Enclosure, one of the 3 stars of the organization, is here. He thinks that no matter how much the organization is in conflict with Horoscope for control over the heavenly realm, they would not react like this just because of the lowly Void Monarch's call, and questions if they are planning on eliminating the other side's executives if they get the chance. One of the faces of Gemini stiffens his face. The divine being Tiger warns them that if they do not get lost, he will take it as their intention to go all the way. With a cynical smile, Gemini is red with anger, and the other face of Gemini advises the first to back off, as now is not the time. One of the faces of Gemini nervously turns the opposite way. As the environment settles, Chansjin wonders if it is over and thinks it is a shame, as this could have turned into a great war between Horoscope and the organization. One of the faces of Gemini stops walking for a moment to show hostility towards the human who humiliated him, then reaches out his hand and grabs Chansjin by the shoulder. The divine being Gemini reaches Changxian, and his power spreads like a fever, heating him up. As the heat spreads in his body, he shouts in pain, wondering if it is impossible for him to wield the divine power of the 12 zodiacs with his current body. He thinks that even 10 poison immunity and first form world-ending flames are useless. The divine being Tiger growls, asking what this is. One of the faces of the divine being, Gemini, coldly responds that he is merely granting a befitting privilege to the mortal who possesses his divine powers. The other face of Gemini disappears after saying that being able to handle this privilege will grant him remarkable talent, but failing to do so will cause the divine heat to melt his soul. Changxian wonders if his body is burning up. The constellation Gemini disappears after saying this is greatly entertaining, and that he will remember his name. The divine being Great Demon looks down on him from its silenced down sanctuary and bestows upon him, who is struggling, a new privilege. With that privilege, a stigma is imprinted on his shoulder. The divine being Demon says this will make it easy to keep watch over him, and with that, the pallid sanctuary disappears. As things settle, Jean asks Changxian if he is okay. The gods who come out to watch exult as they disappear, their excitement dampen. Stars who check out the legendary Great Demon chatter, saying it is still an entertaining show. Changxian wonders that a tug-of-war between cosmic beings is beyond his imagination, and that, thanks to this goddess's crown, he is barely able to hold himself together. He then gives the crown to Elfin, who asks if he is really giving it back to him and wonders if he can't say it's because he doesn't plan on becoming a parasite tree or controlling trees, and wants to handle the domain himself, which is his specialty, while Changxian does the same. Changxian thinks it was worth the trouble since he obtained a stigma, the divine mark needed in spirit training, but to use it properly, he will need it. The divine being Owl watches him with a pitiful look and wonders if there is anything she can do for him, who encounters hardship and adversity at every turn, and she invites him to dinner. Changxian is surprised that this happens just out of the blue. The divine being Good Season to Hunt is intensely against the idea, saying it is always the silent one that must be wary of. The divine being Snake corrects her, saying it is not silent but cunning. Jean then tells Changxian that he has his respect from now on, and that he can't believe Changxian received an invitation from the battle world, which he thought was only in stories, and that he didn't know Changxian was this great. Changxian says enough of the useless talk and tells Elfin that from now on, he should help Jean raid the ghoul den, and that he will be back. With that, he accepts the invitation to the dinner. He then enters the owl's nest and wonders about the owl, Minerva, known to defeat the delights of the unknown and irrationality. The one who shines the light of civilization, the military goddess who blesses heroes and warriors enduring hardships. Compared to that reputation, she did not make many public appearances, so he wonders why she would suddenly invite him to dinner. He had expected the gods to woo him like this at some point, but this is much sooner than expected. Besides, the Great Demon did not seem to mind, but calling a mortal to the sanctuary interferes with the principle of cause and effect, so this could have serious side effects. That shows how great a sign of approval this is. He also thinks he expected something fancy or majestic, but this is kind of unexpected. Then he finds himself standing before a huge door and wonders if he has to get through it on his own. The door opens before him, and a man guides him, saying the goddess is waiting and asks him to come inside. As he follows the man, he thinks the sanctuary is a great mix of austerity and freedom among all the sanctuaries he has visited, by far the best one. The man then stands before a closed door and says that, as requested, the guest has been guided here and allows him to enter. As Changxian enters, he notices different creatures, and Minerva greets him, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Changxian sees her and wonders if she is Minerva, the divine being owl. Changxian then observes the different creatures' expressions toward him and wonders if they must be the heroes who have received Minerva's blessing and her household members. Among them is Rutan, known as the Army of Victory, who has a strong presence. Minerva then tells him to go take his seat, saying they'd better eat before the food gets cold. Changxian realizes that the heroes are completely keeping him in check. Meanwhile, at the dining table, two heroes are fighting and scolding each other. Changxian, while eating, wonders if it is okay to let them continue. As he eats, he realizes that this is good. The system states that he has consumed the steak with the swordsman's blessings, increasing his strength. He is surprised by a permanent stat boost as the system tells him all his exhaustion and curses have disappeared. His injuries are healing quickly, and his health and mana have completely recovered. He thinks that all his injuries are gone, not just the ones from the island of blue gems, but also those from his fight with Gemini. As expected of Minerva, he assumes she wanted to look after him through this. She then says she was worried it might not suit his taste, but it seems like he likes it. While eating, he replies that it is delicious. One of the heroes, Batu, tells Minerva that this is too much, and that he has requested many times to ask beforehand. She replies that she set up this meeting so he could ask himself. Batu says he has a question for Changxian. Changxian asks what it is. Batu thinks, how dare this mere human of the lower realm speak without honorifics to him, and that he will get his answers and then deal with him. Batu then asks how Changxian recognized the things that possess him. Changxian asks what he is referring to. Batu says, of course, he is talking about the Yucheng sword. From the outside, it looks like a mere bronze sword or some trash, but Changxian acted as if he already knew it was a Yucheng sword, and Batu asks how he knew. Changxian asks why Batu is curious about that. Batu says it is obviously because they have one as well, and asks if Changxian has heard of the guiding sword. Changxian wonders why Batu refers to himself as we, and wonders about the guiding sword, noticing that the Yucheng sword's reaction means Batu is not lying. The system states that a new clue for the hidden quest has been received. Just now, the Yucheng sword succeeded in detecting the energy of its brother sword, the guiding sword. The mission is to track down the guiding sword and retrieve it, which will allow unraveling a new secret of the Yucheng sword. Changxian thinks he never expected to get a lead to the hidden quest he was unsure he could complete, especially in a place like this. Minerva then explains that Changxian doesn't seem to know about Owl's Nest. She says that simply put, the nest has an arsenal and its members share and lend weapons as needed. Rewards from dungeon raids, loot from wards, and byproducts all belong to the nest. Among them, Batu made the most significant contribution to finding the guiding sword. Changxian thinks there is nothing strange about Minerva possessing a great sword like the guiding sword, considering her status and reputation. It would be stranger if she did not have one. She further says that Batu went through a hard time to get the guiding sword, but Changxian seems to have found the Yucheng sword at a glance, and it looks like Batu has developed a sense of rivalry. Batu asks Minerva how she can call Changxian his rival. She replies that it would be better for him to stop that talk right there, as it would make him less sharp-eyed than Changxian. Batu then asks Changxian how he recognized the sword, questioning if he has a secret, a skill, a trait, a privilege, or a talent. Changxian says he was just able to see it and thinks that he cannot reveal. It is thanks to his experience as the king of weapons during his time as the Twilight of the Gods. Batu says he is an annoying little guy and asks how that is an answer. Minerva says enough, that there is no point in asking further, and stops the matter. She says she now has a question for him and asks if he remembers the earlier arguments. Changxian asks if she means the discussion about the effectiveness of the slash skill, specifically about how a melee attacker should use their mana against a ranged attacker. She confirms this and says he was listening after all. Batu says the method is to spread magic to form a shield, focus on defense, wait for a chance, and when the enemy cracks, land a slash at once. A heroine, Serena, yells at him, calling it nonsense, and says that would only exhaust him from overusing mana. She says the approach should be to narrow down the mana's release area and improve the slash's sharpness, achieving accuracy by twisting the shape of the slash into a spiral to widen its area. Changxian wonders that slash is a technique that gathers magical energy to deal with enemies at a distance, and since that is relevant to Tiger's Calamity and Black Mountain Monarch's Claw, it is a meaningful topic for him as well. Minerva then asks for his thoughts on the matter. He thinks she is testing him, rousing the competitive spirit of her household members while gauging his ability, and decides that since she treated him to a fine meal, he should compensate accordingly. Changxian then says both of them are wrong and explains that the basic form of slash lies in its aura, so all that is needed is to shape the aura so it hits a long-distance opponent. Batu Shout says that it is easy to say. Minerva asks if he can show them what it is. As Changxian flexes the aura by materializing it into a sphere, Serena says that he has said he has only been a player for a few months, while she has spent over 3 years perfecting that, and even then, everyone called her a genius. Changxian then captures it in his fist and throws it in a direction with a definite shape. Everyone is surprised to see this. Batu wonders and says that he has never seen mana be used like that before, asking how it is possible to shape it in such a way. He says that it does not look like a skill either and asks if Changxian has isolated it from space to make sure it only hits the target, mentioning teleportation, wormholes, and quantum travel, and wondering what the principle behind it is. Minerva then says that she thinks that pretty much explains how he has recognized the Yucheng sword and asks Batu if he still has more questions for him. He quietly says no. Minerva then shows her nest armory and says to take a good look around. Seeing the armory, he wonders that it is amazing, and that she possesses so many divine relics. She asks if he sees anything he likes, and says she is willing to give him one of them if he would like. She shows him a web and a shield, saying this is the spider web she got after a bet with Arachne, and she used the shield edges while fighting Medusa. He thinks that each and every one of these is a treasure that would dazzle the eye of the beholder. He then hears the voice of relics saying a good one has come in after a while, asking if he does not want them, telling him to hold on to them for they will lead him on a completely new path, and urging him to grab them right now. He thinks that maybe it is because of the understanding he has acquired from the sword's mystery and lance mystery, but he can clearly feel the force of the divine relics. He then observes a sharp surge of energy from relics, and his Yucheng sword is reacting to one particular relic. The system then tells him that he has discovered the guiding sword, and that the Yucheng sword wishes to get closer to it. He wonders if it is the sword with a legend that turns its possessor into a king, and no wonder they say that the 9 great gods attract each other. He realizes that it feels like Yucheng is urging him in a rush. Minerva then says she can give that to him if he wants it, but completely giving it away would be difficult since the household members would oppose it, though lending it would definitely be possible. She mentions some of the relics and says to just name it. She will lend him whatever he wants, and that any one of them is enough to make sure no human can take him down. Changxian says no, and that he will have to decline her offer. She is surprised and asks why, saying she is sure any one of these would be of great help to him. Changxian says that is true, but there is nothing free in this world. She wonders that she did not expect him to be easily swayed by worldly desires in the first place, but to dodge a blatant trap by acting clueless shows how wicked he is. Changxian thinks that learning the fact that the guiding sword is currently here is important, and as long as Minerva is longing for him, he will always have a chance to get his hands on it. He then says that, more importantly, he has a question for her. She says to ask, and that she will try her best to answer most questions. He asks if she knows why the great demon is so obsessed with him. She says that she actually expected him to ask this the moment she invited him to the sanctuary, and rather, the reason she invited him is because she had something to tell him regarding this matter. She says he is extremely similar to this one person, the one the great demon has been searching for a long time. He wonders and asks who it is. She explains that he is greatly familiar with death, plays with fire freely, is so dark almost darker than the dark itself, with an innate talent for fighting. Changxian wonders if she is referring to him when he was the twilight of the gods, but he notes that he never got entangled with the great demon back then. Minerva glances at him and asks if he is really similar to Abyss, saying that because of that, he is bound to catch the demon Great Eye. He wonders about Abyss, thinking that the great demon's name is the demon that chases after the Abyss, and questioning if it is connected to that Abyss. She says that is probably why the demon tested him during the first tutorial. He asks who on earth that person is, but when she tells him, the information is censored. She says that, as she thought, they would censor it, but in any case, there was a person like that. He thinks that there are almost no cases of the system interfering with awareness, and that he either needs a great amount of causality to become aware of the person Minerva mentioned, or he needs to obtain the right to approach him first. This means the person's existence is so supreme that the principle of causality must be different for him. He reflects that the abyss he knows of is the fragment of the universe from before the beginning of time, in the deepest of places, and wonders how on earth that resembles him. He never thought that all the things he dismissed as useless during his time as the twilight of the gods would come back to bite him, and thinks that if he restores his channel with the underworld and asks the king of the underworld, he could get a rough idea. He then says to Minerva that this is hard. She tells him not to worry about it too much, that he just needs to follow his own path, though she can tell him one thing for sure: he is fundamentally different from the other person. He gives her a sharp glance, and she asks what is wrong. He says nothing, just now, but is interrupted when her assistant tells her that the enemy has appeared, and that because of that, the outside is being destroyed. Changxian, hearing this, wonders that the owl's nest is a territory clearly ruled by Minerva, who has great divine status within Olympus, and that someone has intruded on heaven's forbidden land that one must never set foot on, even by mistake. As the day draws to a close, the night slowly awakens and covers the sky. Stars that have been shrouded in darkness begin to shine. A constellation appears. The constellation Gemini attempts to descend to the sanctuary's owl's nest. Minerva is frustrated with their presence as the invasion begins. She yells, asking how they dare, and wildly spreads out her wings. She says they must have wanted to vent out their anger and asks if they are so terrified of the great demons that they dare invade her sanctuary and try to steal her guests from her. She unfolds her shield, blankets the sanctuary, and says they dare look down on her, the great divinity of Olympus. The divine being Owl and the constellation Gemini begin a dispute over the territory, and the defense mechanism activates. The two divine powers clash, causing fiery explosions. Her assistant shouts at the heroes to take their positions for when the barrier breaks down, warning that Castor's household members will show up. Minerva tells Serena they are going to send Li Changxian back to the lower realm and asks about the teleportation outside. Serena says the outside seems completely blocked by starlight at the moment, so resetting new coordinates might take time. Minerva says that these rats would not even squeal if the master deity were here, and that they planned the whole thing. She then addresses one face of Gemini, Castor, and asks how he dares, calling him a dog who sniffed Pallid Star's tail, and tells him to bare his fangs before her. Castor says that Minerva is a mess for someone considered the goddess of war and questions who the one sniffing tails really is. He says that after her, it will be Pallid Star's turn, and that they shall be the only ones able to shine under the great night. He tells her to fall to her slumber, goddess of the old era, and then attempts to descend with his punch. He partially succeeds in incarnating, and the Iron Divine Punisher descends, ordering his comrades to attack. Minerva orders her army to fight them head-on, and the two constellations' armies start fighting each other. Changxian thinks that something is strange. He activates the Beast Sense skill and quickly scans the surroundings, realizing that the two Geminis would never start a war this rashly. They do not begin wars unless they are sure they can win. Their involvement in what could be a major incident, possibly causing an all-out war between Olympus and the horoscope, means this is not just about anger or retaliation. It means they are absolutely confident about winning. He also notes that Pollux is nowhere to be seen and that the two are called Gemini because they are always together when doing something big. She leaps up and grabs her shield and blade. Meanwhile, Changxian hears Yu Cheng react, telling him to take him along. He wonders what that means and then notices Batu arriving with the guiding sword. Batu tells Minerva to move out of the way as he begins to throw the attack with the guiding sword. Changxian activates the status, Commandant Tiger, which increases his thinking speed. He thinks Batu's attack is meant to harm the great divinity, Minerva. With his current skills, blocking it will not be easy, so he decides he will have to draw out a different power from outside to deflect that force. He begins to dodge, and Batu shouts for him to get out of the way. Changxian activates the stigma and thinks he will use both their divinities to offset this power. As he tries to block the attack, the clash unleashes a huge light. He still struggles to block it, thinking he will unleash it using a slash and then deflect it. His skill, Black Mountain Monarch Claw, explodes and shatters Batu's attack. Changxian's magic power drops, and he feels dizzy. Lethargy and fatigue set in rapidly, and he thinks that is a stunt he will never pull again. Minerva asks Batu what he is doing. Meanwhile, Pollux, seeing Changxian's aura, thinks it is the stigma and wonders if Changxian neutralized his slash with divinity and made up for the rest with Pallid Star's divinity. Serena appears there and asks Changxian if he is okay. He says he is fine and that, rather, because of him, the situation has, but she interrupts, yelling that if those guys pulling this are not the problem here. She says that, anyhow, it was fun, and she will see him again if they get the chance. She then attempts to descend him to the lower realm, but due to the long path to the coordinates, he will need around 5 seconds to leave Owl's Nest. While he is teleporting, one of the faces of Gemini tries to capture him. Changxian, frustrated, says he cannot believe they pulled all this just to catch him, and that he has to secure them one way or another. He then thinks about trying Pitch Black Darkness. Even if that slash took all his energy, he still has Pitch Black Darkness. He decides to try it, thinking that, above all, it is the skill Gemini is wary of. With that, his skill Kalakagathia is applied, drawing out his focus to the limit in proportion to pitch black darkness resistance. Changxian thinks that Minerva said the great demon is looking for someone similar to him in several ways, and he guesses pitch black darkness must be just as similar. He is unlocking the benefit granted by the tiger, and the skill beast sense is transforming into the authority path of the demonic beast. A new benefit granted by the tiger sharpens his senses like a demonic beast that wishes to tear apart the rules of this world, giving him a sixth sense that transcends perception. The system says pitch black darkness is unlocked, and his inferno sight is opened. Both faces of Gemini wonder that there is no way a lowly mortal could unlock pitch black darkness. One says they are sure the pallid star does not have the time to be helping him out. Minerva yells at them, asking how they dare be distracted in front of her. She then unleashes Trident Slash and attacks them, slashing Pollux. Meanwhile, Changxian calls Elfin to bind the guiding sword with its root. He further says that not only did they see him off themselves, but they even gave him a present like this. With that, the standby time of 5 seconds is over, and he is returning to the ghoul den. He says he will make sure to make proper use of the guiding sword they have gifted him. Both faces of Gemini are surprised by this. In the ghoul den, Jean says to Changxian that he has truly committed a ridiculous feat. Changxian clenches his teeth and says he has indeed done it and screwed Gemini over big time. The system says one of the faces of Gemini roars in rage to vent out his frustration from the humiliation suffered at the hands of a mortal, while the other face of the constellation Gemini is smashing everything around him. Changxian says it is too noisy. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini warns that he will not hold back his rage against a mortal who helped with this stunt, while the other face of the constellation Gemini is forcefully suppressing his anger at him for having taken an object he considers a sacred item. Jean says to Changxian that he has basically turned the 12 Zodiac into enemies and asks if he does not feel threatened. A warning order descends in the Society of Gods, and the Society of Gods, or Olympus, is monitoring the situation. Horoscope and Olympus are entering a state of tension. The divine being Owl seeks to punish those who have desecrated her sanctuary. War breaks out between the Owl and Gemini. Changxian asks if they mean enemies, and says that rather than thinking of him that way, they will more likely be interested in him. The system says a total of 26 constellations of the horoscope are amused by what he did. 241 constellations are showing their intention to offer him to become a patron, and 19 constellations are offering him the position of apostle. Jean wonders that, in addition to the number of gods and constellations offering to become a patron, 19 constellations have offered him the position of apostle. Changxian then says to Elfin that he did well. Elfin, quietly impressed with him, wonders if she follows him, she might actually be able to resurrect the goddess, and she decides to follow her new master absolutely and unconditionally. Elfin thinks that he knows Changxian's guts are incomparable to those of the average person, but wonders if this does not just cross the line, then dismisses it, thinking that it does not matter anyway. Changxian, holding the guiding sword, says its grip certainly feels great. The system states its details, explaining that the guiding sword is one of the 9 great swords wanted by the first Yezi, like the saying that the one who holds this legendary sword has the right to become king. Changxian says he guesses he cannot use it yet, noting that it was so rowdy in Pollux's hand, but now it is so calm. The system informs him that he has succeeded in completing the parts of the hidden quest. He wonders if it is testing the waters of its new owner, thinking that it sure is cautious. The system says the new option, Bloody Storm, has been added to the Yucheng sword. Changxian wonders if Bloody Storm is a skill that uses absorbed blood to increase its fire, and thinks that just holding the guiding sword helps him progress this much, making him anticipate how it will be once it recognizes him as its owner. He thinks he is starting to look forward to using twin sword resonance with these god swords, noting that it must be feeling lonely since only the number of god swords has increased. He thinks he should show off his abilities a bit if he wants to be recognized as the owner. Jean then informs Changxian that while the owner was over at Owl's Nest, he and Elfin took over the whole 4th floor, but starting from the 5th floor, getting through will not be so easy because it is the territory of the ghoul leader. Changxian says the ghoul leader is the Crimson Murderer who used blood magic on the ghoul that ate humans to evolve into a high ghoul. He wonders that while the Crimson Murderer was only good with physical skills, the ghoul leader has innate abilities that stem from blood. He notes that the ghoul leader they ran into on the 3rd and 4th floors was way stronger than the Crimson Murderer's Aura Reapers, thinking they must have adapted to this place to survive, which is why there are so many of them. He then says to Jean that he understands why Jean said it will not be easy from here on out. Jean adds that from here onward, the area has many blood clans that use blood magic. In blood clans, the ghoul leader creates groups, each with their own specialties, and all of them are different. They would all have to be dealt with in different ways. Changxian says that, seeing how Jean knows so much, he must have tried becoming a ghoul leader himself. Jean says they were ones he had to go up against one day, and that he did not build a force for nothing. Changxian then asks if he knows anything about the layout and forces on the 5th floor. Jean says no, explaining that the information he gathered before would be useless in this competitive place, as it engages in constant battles. Changxian says Jean looks pretty excited for someone going into such a place. He thinks that the size of Jean's army might not be as much compared to before, but its strength has increased by multiple folds, so he must be feeling confident. Unlike the time against the Crimson Murderers, Changxian then stands atop a rock and says he will have to capture someone and interrogate them, noting that a target is headed their way. Jean says they are the army of Shame Blood Clan, known for their great mobility. Changxian then jumps from the top and says that since they seem to know about them, there must not be some smart fries on the 5th floor, and there should be plenty of information to get from them since there are so many of them. He adds that starting now, he will confirm the skills of Jean and Elfin as well as the guiding sword's effects. At the hospital, Haibin informs Jeochim that Changxian has agreed to accept his visitation. Jeochim says that he has already waited for 4 days and was wondering how much longer he would have to wait. While going with Yeon, Jeochim says that it looks like they will finally meet that person and hopes the person is worth the wait. Yeon asks if he has not already confirmed it in the dungeon. Jeochim replies that he did not really have a good look at him then, which is why it would be hard to point out just what kind of person he is. He adds that they have only seen one side of that person, but still, it will be great if he lives up to their expectations of what he showed them then. Yeon says that he was amazing, although she only saw him from far away, and the scene of him tearing apart the parasite tree and the Gemini priest made him look like the messenger of God from the old tales. She wonders that to think such a person is not a rancor, even if that is the will of God, and she just has to cheer him on. In the VIP room of Changxian, Jeochim enters and says that they have finally met. They greet each other, and Changxian apologizes for making him wait for 4 days to meet. Jeochim says that it is fine, and he is sure Changxian is still recovering from the injury, adding that he just feels sorry for pushing him to meet them. Jeochim thinks that Changxian is as he expected. He notes that Changxian's voice holds weight, and his eyes are full of power. He considers him the embodiment of Kalakagathia, who seeks truth, beauty, and good, which the Illuminati has been looking for. He then tells Changxian that he will get straight to the point and says there is an oracle from the goddess, asking him to become the clan leader of their Illuminati. 4 days later, on their way, Beek tells Changxian how he can leave his fate to such a thing, as he is scared of airplanes. Changxian says he understands since it is Beek's first time leaving Korea. He adds that he does not think Beek understands a thing, reminding him that he casually chopped up disgusting-looking monsters into pieces and asks how, by Beek's logic, a car rolls and a boat floats. Beek admits that it is true, but hesitates. As Changxian holds the guiding sword, the system informs him that his affinity has reached a breaking point with the guiding sword, and he is now able to assess some of the thoughts within it. Changxian thinks it has shown a pretty good ability, as expected of a renowned sword in the Golden, but also finds create dignity and increase rule to be pretty useful. He notes that just by adding magic energy, he was able to exert pressure on enemies, but the problem is that that was all. He finds only being told to raise the affinity a bit to be a lackluster experience for a holy relic, and if it is because of the legend of the symbol of kings, it takes all that he does for granted. The system informs him that he has imbued mana into the guiding sword, but that mana has been cancelled, and the sword has refused to recognize him as its owner. Frustrated, he wonders if he should just break it. Then, with patience, he thinks he is no longer to be the light of the gods and just needs more time to be accepted as its owner. However, he also thinks that if it does not accept him soon, he will break it into pieces or throw it into lava and have it recrafted. He considers Minerva generous, as she could have asked for the guiding sword back, but instead just told him to keep it. On top of that, she gave him an oracle. Jeochim tells him about the divine answers, saying that until now they have been full of metaphors and figurative speech difficult to interpret. But this time it is different, as it is clearly a divine answer aimed at him. The goddess says to take with him what is his, that it is the only gift she can give as a friend, and that in the future she shall always be with him. Jeochim laughs and says that this is what she says, that she is always closest to him, and asks if that does not mean the goddess wishes to be his closest ally, one who can stand by her side, best understand her will, and spread her gospel on earth. In other words, it means a leader and apostle to lead them, foolish, incompetent lambs, and it must be God's will to have him lead them. Chansjin thinks that friend is what she says, wondering if that means she considers him a comrade in arms, as someone who screwed over Gemini, the one who defiled the sanctuary. The gods and the stars he knows would never call a mortal a friend for fear of lowering their dignity. He thinks he gets why Minerva is respected and praised by countless believers. It is unfamiliar yet refreshing, but he feels Jeochim takes those words in a completely different way. Chansjin glances at him and thinks that he seems to have no intention of backing down, that no matter what he says, Jeochim will cling to his pants and hang on for dear life, something he does not even want to imagine. He then asks if it is okay for Jeochim to make such decisions on his own, as he has not even joined the clan yet, and if making him the clan leader would surely bring internal backlash. He thinks there is no way the old members would just leave a new member like him alone. Illuminati does not have a separate leader, but is run by a body called the Council of Elders, so there are bound to be countless interests at play inside it. He further tells Jeochim that even if God's will came directly from above, the Illuminati must have its own rules and orders, and it is easy to guess he would not be all that welcome there. Jeochim replies that he did not receive the divine answer himself, but Parthenon received it directly. No matter what, the gods would not dare hurt him, and since it is God's will, no one can do anything about it. Chansjin thinks that even in such a high-ranking clan with the rank of Duke, it sounds like Jeochim holds a lot of power. He has no intention of taking over the Illuminati, but it could never hurt to join hands with a force of that scale. He then says he is satisfied enough with his current situation and will have to decline the offer. Jeochim says he does not have to completely cut him off and can take his time to think. Chansjin says he would not be lying if he said he is not interested, but he does not want to cross the line and get greedy. He adds that the body's guidance is very valuable to him as well, so naturally, he wonders how they make that a reality together. Joachim asks what way Changxian means. Changxian says that if the goddess considers him her friend, the Illuminati would become his friend too, and in that sense, Joachim, the Blue Wolf Duke, is his friend too. He explains that, for example, he means to say they should form an alliance with other groups, kind of like an alliance between his L team and Illuminati, not White Tiger and Illuminati. Then Changxian and Beak reach the airport. While going, Changxian thinks that, after all, no matter how much power White Tigers hold, it is not enough to ignore the Illuminati, and he is sure this will be a great support to him for his future endeavors in White Tiger. Changxian then calls Beak and says he forgot to tell him that he has to take off his shoes when he gets on the plane. Meanwhile, Gumju and Yunzio are also there, quarreling with each other. Seeing them, Changxian asks what they are doing there. Seeing Changxian, Yunzio greets him and says he must not be feeling well, and asks if he is not overdoing it. Hyabin also comes and announces her arrival. Her uncle, Youngjun, worries for Hyabin and tells Changxian to please take care of her if possible, explaining that he just could not break his niece's will to follow and learn from him as much as she could. Changxian says not to worry and that Hyabin is like a precious niece to him, too. Changxian then says it looks like everyone is here, so they should go. Meanwhile, Jinho, seeing Changxian and his team, says the juniors and the newcomers are the last of them all. Wuchen, frustrated at him, says to tell him about it. He then thinks in frustration about Changxian, saying that because of him, he, the strong fist Kang Wuchen, has been on a constant downhill path. He thinks they looked ridiculous because Changxian caught them with their guards down at the time. But this time, things are going to be different. He thinks the elders are with them on this business trip too, so he will deal with Changxian and get on their good side. Seeing them, Changxian also gives a fake smile. Then Joachim comes beside Wuchen and greets Changxian, saying he is here and asking if he knows how long he has been looking for him. Wuchen is surprised to see him talking to Changxian so welcomingly. Changxian asks Joachim if he is returning home today, and Joachim says he booked a new ticket so he could talk with his friend on his way back. Wuchen wonders that he cannot understand all of it because they are speaking in another language, but he definitely catches the word friend and questions if they are friends. He has heard rumors of the Blue Wolf Duke trying to recruit Changxian, but he thought the meetings with several clans in secret were fake. He realizes that Joachim really came to the headquarters back then because of Changxian and that he is friends with that big shot. Jinho, frustrated, says to Joachim that even if he is a high ranker, he ignore him after seeing him. Then, Executive Director Shinwon comes and says they are all there already. As they all greet Shinwon, Chansjin glances at the three figures with him and wonders if they are the elders Shinwon was talking about. Shinwon has called them monsters representing the White Tiger, the first-generation players who laid the foundations of the White Tiger clan alongside Jin Munsigan. An elder, Divine Skull Demon Youngjin, says they must be the kids running the company at its peak these days, and that one glance is enough to tell him they would make great soldiers if he turns them into corpses. Red Goliath Taekonggak tells him not to say that, as they will think he is serious. The third elder, Evil Monarchical Warrior Yeagle, tells them both to stop. Chansjin wonders that if the future strategy to win is the brains and spine of White Tiger, then the Chamber of Elders is the hidden claws and fangs of White Tiger. The rumors surrounding them are filled with words about their cruelty, yet they happen to join them here, especially Yeagle. Convincing Yeagle to come would not be easy, even for Shinwon. It seems Shinwon asked the smartest among them about the greatest chance to get their hands on the fifth scriptures. Yeagle then extends his hand toward Changxian and says he must be Changxian, the one Director O mentioned, and asks if he knows who he is. Chansjin recalls his history in his mind, that Yeagle is the elderly monster and the first of the Chamber of Elders to decide to slaughter thousands of people who cried out in agony after being soaked in demonic energy during the Pohang break. He then shakes hands with him, saying he has only heard stories about him and that it is an honor to meet him. Yeagle says the stories must have been filled with notoriety, and Chansjin replies that it means he has lived just as much of a determined life. Yeagle unleashes his aura and says Chansjin must have walked a similar path to his and that it should have been a good reference. The system informs Chansjin that Royal Tiger's Calamity is attempting to infiltrate his body. Skill Kalikogathia is activated, assessing the outer intrusion as a curse and setting up a firewall. Chansjin wonders if he is greater than Gildal. Changxian wonders how many people were sacrificed in their creation and thinks they should not be spared either. Shinwon says that now that they are done with the introduction, he will give a brief explanation. Changxian realizes that Yeagle bounced off his Tiger's Calamity and thinks they do not even deserve to live. Shinwon says that this trip is meant to create a close connection with Europe before their plan heads to America, and the three people there will help him a lot, but he cannot afford to make any mistakes. He adds that he hopes to see all their names in the tabloids when they meet in America. Jinho thinks that even Executive Director O is pretending not to have seen him before, and that he cannot believe Li Changxian made his way up in just a few months. He feels he cannot afford to delay any further. He gives an envelope to Wuchen and tells him to remember what he said and to hand it over as soon as they arrive. When Wuchen asks what it is, Jinho says one is a letter to the Illuminati, thinking they are not too pleased with Changxian either, so he is considering sparking a fire. The other one is for the Dark Method, a letter to the Murder King of Tsonaluka. Wuchen is surprised to hear about the Murder King. Jinho glances back at him and tells him not to make a single mistake, and once he hands it over, no matter what he is given, he should burn it on the spot. Jinho thinks about how Changxian obliterated the Murder King's disciple Hong Jinom and the Black Ghost's army at the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, and that even someone like him cannot make it out of the hands of the world's greatest assassin alive. He thinks of fighting fire with fire, knowing that even if Changxian escapes the Murder King's grasp, he will not be able to avoid fatal injuries, and that Changxian does not know how he reached his position. Shinwon then glances at Jinho. As they board the airplane, a crew member tells Beak to put his shoes on, and Changxian smirks. Yeagle, sitting beside Changxian, says that his seat is next to his and that he was just pondering what he would do if he got bored during the flight. Changxian thinks that if he has to face them in France anyway, he might as well find out their strengths and weaknesses on the way, because he just needs to find the fifth scripture while they are supposedly keeping an eye on him. Yeagle wonders if countering his Tiger's Calamity so easily has piqued Changxian's interest. Changxian thinks that the spectators are better than he expected, and that he needs to hurry up on that secret card sooner than he thought. He feels confident that he can easily speed up the process of making that card, first progressing further like Artrutone from Owl's Nest appearing unbridledly free at first glance, yet turning into an unrivaled sense of camaraderie when battle breaks out. He recalls the absolute loyalty they showed Minerva, a scene he could never have dreamed of as a long battle god and an evil god. He thinks the only way to gather household members quickly is the Ghoul Den, and that if he unravels all the secrets of the fourth scripture, he will definitely have a chance. He knows he must also increase his martial power significantly, at least twice his present level, before attaining Blood Lightning. To do that, he needs to learn how to use Inferno Sight, specifically the method of using pitch black darkness, a power he could not attain even during his time as Twilight of the Gods. The moment he used pitch black darkness for the first time, he realized with complete certainty that it is the second power he needs to attain, along with blood lightning. He knows even Gemini is scared of it, calling it a trump card that could boost his power by twofold, threefold, or even fourfold. He thinks about Mephistopheles the great demon and how he first needs to get in touch with him again. At that moment, the system states that the Ghoul Den curse has started and instructs him to survive for the next 72 hours, with his location being the 5th floor. Changxian is in the Ghoul Den, leaping towards his target location, thinking that he may not be able to find out the identity of the pallid star the great demon is looking for, but he is sure the great demon will tell him to find something in order to meet him. He thinks that if he can make good use of that attitude, he will be able to gain the method of wielding pitch black darkness. He gets 3 days for the Ghoul Den, as he can, though the time duration keeps increasing. He considers it enough time not just to strengthen the household members, but also to get in touch with the great demon. He then glances at Jean, who says that, as a busy man, as always, it is great to have a good go at it, and when he returns, Jean will show him quite an interesting sight. Changxian questions the interesting sight, and Jean says to remember the ghost horse he stole from a winged hussar. He has learned how to control it, and if horsemanship is added to the mix, there is plenty to do with it, tactically speaking. Changxian thinks that an army atop ghost horses sounds like a great idea and decides to save that for later, now on his way to meet him. The constellation warns him not to do any unnecessary nonsense. The constellation Good Season to Hunt nods, saying it is best for him to follow the advice of a certain god, at least this one time. The constellation The Snake advises him to reconsider his decision, for the being he is trying to meet is the epitome of fire and horror. Changxian thinks that they have caught on to the fact that he is trying to meet the great demon, and they are all actively trying to stop him. If even Tiamat and Bel Marduk are being that wary, then it must be worth a shot. He starts focusing his mind, and the stigma is activated. The system then informs him that he has succeeded in illuminating Inferno Sight using pitch black darkness. He has entered a state of concentration and meditation. He has fully realized Yogi's eightfold path and has entered a deeper realm of the unconscious. He is in a state of suspended animation and has succeeded in accessing the world unconscious. Changxian thinks that since the great demon himself handed it down to him, if he triggers Inferno Sight inside the stigma by looking within himself, he can meet him. He then says that, as he thought, the great demon has been watching him this entire time. The pallid star, the great demon gaze stares at him. Changxian says he has a favor to ask and requests the great demon to take him in as his disciple. The great demon asks why he should. Changxian thinks that it is not a yes or no, that the demon is simply curious, and that he did not downright refuse him, so he is just going to convince him for now. He says he believes he has already proven his worth, that he found in prison no insight despite being a mere mortal, and even escaped from Gemini, and that he heard from the owl that the demon has been looking for someone, so he will be of great help to him. Changxian thinks that even though he does not get system messages about it, the great demon usually keeps an eye on him, that he might even be looking for the abyss in him, or it could be like Minerva said, that he is very similar to the person the demon is looking for. Whatever the reason, the demon is capable of peeping into the sanctuary of a great divinity of Olympus. Changxian thinks he cannot just let him go and further says that he believes just watching without any direct interference will not be enough, that he will keep growing in the future and will eventually become active in a wider area, and that the demon should borrow his eyes, just say the word E, and he can have them anytime. The great demon says that in that case, Changxian should become his apostle. Changxian asks if the demon does not already know that he does not want to be subordinate to anyone. The great demon replies that he is fussy, the same as what he did to the Void Monarch, but that it might not be too bad. Changxian thinks that the demon must not look like he minds that he is doing the same to him as he did to the Void Monarch, so it will not hurt him anyway, and that even if the demon teaches him how to use pitch black darkness, whether he will be able to learn it properly or not depends on his talent. The great demon then says that there is no need to rush in making a decision and that he will test how talented Changxian is first. A scenario quest, Qualify for Pitch Black Darkness, is created. In the quest details, the great demon believes that multiple emotions, interactions, and solidarity are necessary for a human to develop a master-disciple connection with him. Seeing the details, Changxian thinks that it is a master-disciple relationship, not a proposal or a deal, and that it looks like the great demon wants something different. He wonders if the great demon shares a master-disciple relationship with the person he is looking for. The system then says to pass all 3 tests the great demon has, and that doing so will earn the great demon's trust and affection as a disciple. Seeing the quest requirements, Changxian thinks that this is the opportunity he wanted. He notes that he asked to be the great demon's disciple, but thought of it more as a mutual exchange, and he believes the great demon wants a closer, more emotional relationship with him. He thinks he cannot say yet, but wonders how their relationship will turn out in the future. The system then informs him that the sectional quest starts now, and that the great demon has sent a worthy representative as a messenger to him, telling him to acknowledge the messenger first. Changxian wonders who the messenger will be. The great demon says that once he passes the test, he should come to him again. He then escapes the pallid sanctuary and finds himself on the plain. He wonders if this is reality, but is sure he was just in a ghoul den. The system informs him that the time given to him has completely run out, that he will be rewarded in accordance with his assessment, and that he has now returned to reality. He wonders about the reward for clearing and thinks it has already been 3 days. Even if the flow of time in the sanctuary is different, it should not be this different. He thinks it probably just shows how high the great demon's level is, but it also means he will be far from boosting his power, and might not even be able to take the test. The divine being who is the great demon is quietly watching him now that he has started the test for qualification. Changxian realizes that the great demon's stigma is much clearer than before. He could barely unlock it by focusing on it before, but now it is closer to being a sensor. He notes that the quality of pitch black darkness is amplified several times, and that it is more than enough to combine with skills to strengthen them, enough to recover the 72 hours he just lost. Suddenly, a mysterious cause forcefully unlocks the inventory. Yeagle wonders what that is, and Changxian is also surprised, questioning what is going on. The system then says it is attempting to hatch Jigui's egg. Changxian wonders why it is reacting now, all of a sudden, when it did not show any reaction despite being fed so much food before. From the egg, a tail comes out, and he wonders if it is not a bird. Jigui's egg is supposed to hatch, and the divine bird, the stream-hunting bird that gives courage and buffs to Sonar and their comrades, is supposed to appear. Changxian then wonders if this is the messenger. The system says do a Jigui's egg, holding pitch black darkness in its mouth, is completely hatching. The egg breaks, and a little black flame dragon is inside. Pitch black darkness appears and stares at Changxian. He seems completely confused as the dragon starts jumping on his hand. Changxian's followers wonder about the noise and ask what the baby in his hand is. Changxian says he has had a divine beast egg for some time, and this hatched from it. With that, the sectional question updates, saying that the messenger the great demon sent has just arrived and is acknowledged by him. The system states that the newly hatched little black flame dragon is very hungry right now, and it must find and feed its prey. It adds that as the dragon feels more full, his intimacy with it will increase, and the closer they become, the more he will be able to read its thoughts. He wonders why he did not expect this at all, and thinks he cannot get anything inside the airplane. Hyabin says it looks like the dragon is hungry. She gives him a biscuit and says it wants to try that, but questions if, since it just hatched, it needs baby food or something. Changxian feels troubled and says he does not know what to feed it. He thinks that unless it is a great dragon, low-ranking dragon species are extremely rare even in dungeons, and a high-ranking dragon species like this one is virtually impossible to see, so there is nothing known about it, and he wonders what to do. He rushes toward the Jeochim, who apologizes and says he is not very knowledgeable when it comes to the dragon race either, adding that the moment they land, he will try asking around. Changxian thinks there are still 8 hours left for the flight to land. Meanwhile, the system informs him that the black dragon is in extremely bad condition. His relationship with it is continuously declining, and he is in danger of failing the sectional quest. He wonders if the demon sends the messenger to test his pitch black darkness, and in that case, the answer must be in the pitch black darkness. Yeagle says it looks like the baby is a demonic dragon. He asks Yeagle if he knows about dragons, and Yeagle replies that he knows a little, as he raised a similar one back in the day. He explains that demonic dragons are creatures among high-ranking dragons, races that form contracts with devils or become corrupt for some reason, and that is why their behavior is different from that of regular dragons. In fact, they end up being hostile toward regular dragons. Changxian thinks that for a dragon soaked in demonic energy, it may be more about ideology than the physical thing itself, so compared with an object, rather than focusing on the material, it focuses more on its value and the feats it holds. He thinks he happens to have just that thing for it. He then brings out the guiding sword and wonders what he will do. The system states that the guiding sword is executing darkness that is pitch black in intensity, and the black dragon starts eating it. Yeagle says the little thing is loving it, and the sword looks pretty pricey. Changxian thinks he was frustrated about how he should use it, but now it might be better to feed it to the dragon and increase his progress in the quest at the same time. The system then tells him that the black flame dragon is euphoric to discover such delicious food, and his loyalty to him has faintly increased. Changxian thinks that there is no message popping up about him failing the hidden quest, Yezi secret, and he does not know how, but he believes he can still use the sword despite it having been digested by the baby dragon. Yeagle asks Changxian what he is going to name the baby, and he says he is thinking of naming him Dragon Dragony. Everyone dislikes the name and starts arguing with him. The system tells him that the black flame dragon protests, saying he does not like the name he is about to give him, and that their relationship has fallen, with the dragon now hostile toward him. He wonders what he should name him if even the dragon hates it, and then says he has one Cadmos just thought of it. Everyone happily accepts the name, and the system says that the black flame dragon thinks the name is pretty cool and majestic for some reason, feeling extremely satisfied, and their relationship has recovered. Cadmos has become his household member, and a spiritual link has been formed, with one end connected to the stigma and the other to the true Cadmos heart. The system tells him the details of Cadmos, stating that he can now create pitch black darkness and detect some of the dragon's thoughts. The closer he becomes to it, the more he will be able to read its thoughts, and the more of its thoughts he can read, the more he can wield pitch black darkness. Cadmos has acquired breathing, mana heart, and thought expansion skills. He found out later that most of that name originated from a hero who was related to dragons during the Silver Age of Arcadia. The man who was loved by countless gods and stars helped them and became the king of a nation. His legacy consisted of killing an owl dragon and planting his seed in the land, giving birth to a Spardoi. Changxian thinks that for him, who is busy making it through the day and has no time to sacrifice himself for someone else, that majestic name does not fit at all. As a name connected to a dragon, it might just be fitting for this child. The system informs him that he has successfully completed the sectional quest and is creating a new sectional quest type 2. Inject himself with the pitch black darkness from the messenger sent by the great demon, strengthen stigma, and, using that, complete the flame heart. They reach the French airport, and as the door opens, the media stand there to report. As they come out, a reporter asks Changxian, introducing herself as Adrienne Nadel from Paris Magazine, to share his thoughts on arriving in France. Changxian says he has just woken up from a nap, so he is not really thinking much and asks for the next question. Another reporter asks if there is a French rookie he would consider his rival, and he replies that not really, as they are below him anyway, so there is no need to mind them. One of them says that Henry Bloch has expressed his desire to have a match with Changxian, and they would like to know his response to that. Changxian says Henry and adds that he has never heard of him. Everyone is surprised, and they say Henry Bloch is France's top rookie, who was picked by the future king himself. They explain he is the one who successfully raided the unconquered dungeon, Skeleton Dragon's colony, and acquired the bone urn. Changxian says he does not have time and tells them to get to the point. The reporter says that what they are asking is his thoughts on that duel. Changxian says he does not know who Henry Bloch is, but tells them to tell him that if he wants to come at him, just do it, and that he will only cut down his career as a player. They wonder that this guy has dared to provoke the whole of France. Another reporter asks that, since he has said he would raid France's longtime headache, the Stone Desert, where the cold wind blows, if there is any special plan. Changxian says he is just going to raid it. He says that should be enough and suggests being considerate of overtime. He thinks that since France's famous rankers have failed to raid the Stone Desert time and again, they would be curious about how a foreigner is going to raid it. The whole social media of France goes against Changxian as he speaks nonsense about their rising star, Henry Bloch. Jeochim says to the reporters that he understands their concern over the possibility of dampening the South Korea-France relations, but the tyrant's message incident is merely a result of a cultural difference. He says he is a hero of this age, most just and warm-hearted. He adds that the Li Changxian he knows is not a tyrant, but a wise king. Seeing the news of Jeochim, the Red Eagle Duke, Jeochim's opponent in the Illuminati, causes a divide in the Chamber of Elders. He shouts, saying that Jeochim plans this whole thing from the start, raiding the Stone Desert where the cold wind blows, and asks if Jeochim thinks they would not know they are here to take over the Illuminati after Jeochim coaxes Changxian into it. He says this is really a warning for him and his comrades. He adds that he knows the goddess better than anyone, Changxian or Jeochim, and they do not need any of them. He then calls his comrade Louis, asks if he is there, and tells him to come in right now because they are going to get the scriptures ready. In the alleys of Paris, Wuchen is going, saying the board has been set, and now all that is left is to cross the Rubicon River. Meanwhile, Changxian sees Cadmos eating the treasure and thinks that he does not know whether to like it or hate it. The system says his satiety level is increasing, his affinity for Changxian is shooting up, and his flame heart is getting stronger. Changxian wonders that Cadmos slept for so long after eating the guiding sword, so it must have boosted his appetite. The king's cherished treasures have been reduced to delicious snacks. Regardless, Cadmos is already using breath, but Changxian has heard that breath is an authority that high-ranking dragon races can use after they can wield the element at will. His breath's force is weaker than that of high-ranking dragon races, but with pitch-black darkness in the mix, it is not to be underestimated. It has the power to melt the element, burn it, and eliminate it regardless of its properties. A baby dragon with such a power, a demonic dragon, is really on a different level than regular dragons, and he seems to have gotten bigger, too. Considering it has not even been 24 hours since he woke up, that is a crazy growth rate. Seeing the black dragon satisfied, Changxian says it feels like Cadmos is wolfing down too much, but it is worth the investment. Creating pitch-black darkness is basically like creating divinity, and continuously creating it makes it possible to use a variety of techniques like the Great Demon. So it is basically a necessary condition to become the demon's apostle. Then Jean asks about the dragon, saying it is his first time seeing it, and reminds him that he said he would make it when he came back, asking if it is already done with the ghost horse. Jean summons a ghost horse, asking what Changxian means by already and what he takes him for. He then summons a chilly horse of death that growls before them. Jean wonders what is wrong with it all of a sudden and tells him to reverse the summoning. Changxian thinks it is not hard to catch Cadmos, but using a skill, he is going to turn the whole room into a mess. Cadmos then faces the horse, seems scared, and becomes quiet. Jean wonders if it is dragon fear. He notes that Cadmos looks like a newborn baby, but can already use pressure, too, which is unbelievable. Among the spear ghosts, this one was a king and a leader of the bloodline. Jean understands that there is a significant disparity between the undead and a high-ranking dragon, but it took him 2 nights of persistent effort to subdue the ghost horse, and Cadmos just did it instantly. Changxian says, apparently, it is a demonic dragon. Jean says even so, he guesses he still has a long way to go before he can catch up to him. Changxian then asks if there is anyone among the household members who is great at stealth techniques. Jean gives him a girl's photo and says it is Miral Eliano, and when she gets out of the bellroom, they should try her, as they cannot let people catch on to their presence even in a crowd. Jean asks in surprise if he wants to score with her, saying even so, stalking is not right. Changxian tells him enough nonsense and glances at him, saying she has the 5th cryptic scripture. Meanwhile, the mortals, including Henry Block, come to meet Changxian. As they wait for him, some mortals tease Henry, saying the tyrant is not here yet, so they guess he weaseled out after knowing Henry was coming. Changxian then arrives on the horses, and everyone wonders what on earth is going on. The mortals start gossiping, wondering if he is trying to be the main character or something. Miral, seeing the horse, asks what species it is and says she has never seen anything like it. Cadmos announces his awesome appearance to the mortals and then sits on Changxian's hand. Everyone wonders if that is Changxian's pet, too, and says he is basically dabbling in summoning arts at this point. They say that people call him a hand-to-hand fighting expert who can wield a variety of weapons, and even if the ghost horse is ignored, they question how a warrior class can control a dragon. They remark that it is common sense that a person cannot have exceptional skills in 2 completely different fields, even for a high ranker. Changxian then gets off the horse's back. Meanwhile, Yuncho surprisingly asks Changxian where the horse comes from. Changxian, with a snap of his fingers, makes it disappear and says it is nothing special. He internally tells the horse that now is its chance to cling to Miral. The system states that the household member, intermediate expert, has used the skill close-up surveillance to follow Miral Eliano around. As it is done, he wonders if he has used the ghost horse to catch people's attention and put her under surveillance. Eugen has told him at the Ghoul Den that Miral has the 5th scripture. The thing is, he cannot get any more details besides that, so he has to figure things out by himself from here on. At least he is successful at baiting her, which is a good start. Henry Block and his fiancée Meryl are in mind, as Henry is constantly being compared to him in France and is very competitive with himself, so he is going to use the interview to provoke him to respond. Then Meryl will obviously join in as his fiancée, and he has a reporter to thank for mentioning Henry at the right time. Yunseo then asks Changxian if he has learned summoning arts too, saying that his horse looked like a spirit beast. Changxian tells him that he has already said he is not originally of the warrior class, explaining that his class is mage, to be exact, a rune sorcerer. Later, Yeagle approaches Changxian, saying that he must have had a hard time finding food for Cadmos, adding that a baby dragon is always hungry and will be a headache even after being fed. He then says there are a lot of strange faces present and asks Changxian to come with him so he can introduce some of them. Changxian wonders who Yeagle is, noting that he even recognizes Cadmos as a demonic dragon right away, something no one was this knowledgeable about, even in Arcadia, where dragons are worshipped. He then meets some people and recognizes them as the top clans of France, thinking they are comparable to the White Tiger clan or the 5-star group of Korea. Yeagle then says that the rookie happens to be there too and asks if he should greet them as well. Changxian feels frustrated, thinking that Yeagle has been acting nice and considerate ever since they met at Incheon Airport, suspecting he is scheming something, so he decides to wait and watch. Henry introduces himself to Changxian, saying he has heard a lot about him, and Changxian greets him back. Henry then says to Yeagle that it is an honor to meet his idol from when he was younger. While shaking hands with Changxian, Henry spreads his dead dragon rotten energy in all directions. Changxian thinks Henry is trying to humiliate him because of the interview provocation, but finds him too obvious about it. He notes that Henry controls the deadly dragon known as the Born Dragon, which sounds impressive but is in reality just a low-ranking dragon race like the undead Drake. The other members ask Henry if he is trying to provoke Changxian there. Changxian's skill, Calicagathia, is triggered, granting him mental immunity. He thinks Henry seems skilled but nothing more. Henry then feels something is off, sweating as he wonders how this is possible when he is the next king of France. His spirit of the dead dragon is forcefully nullified. Henry wonders how he is somehow using all of his powers on Earth. The combination of the skill tiger's aura and stigma results in the domination of the battlefield through Changxian's presence. He says he has pretty sensitive ears, so he unintentionally overhears part of Henry's conversation with his friends, where Henry goes on about him and his comrades being trash. Changxian asks if Henry would like to explain this, adding that he could have ignored it and let it be, but he will never tolerate actions that hurt the pride and self-respect of his team. The system informs him that he is continuously sharing part of Cadmo's power through the Flame Heart at the moment, because dragons are wise beings that can understand the voices of all things, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects, allowing him to understand and speak all languages. A man begins to interrupt, saying he thinks Changxian is mistaken, but Changxian glances at him and tells him to stop right there, as he is asking Mr. Block and his friends, not him. The system tells Henry that fear of death is lurking, and he cannot escape, as he is stuck in a state of mental panic. Henry, all scared, pulls back his hand and says it is a misunderstanding. Changxian returns to his normal state and says that if that is so, he is glad he heard wrong, and that they almost had a misunderstanding, before adding that it was nice meeting him. Later, Henry, frustrated, thinks about how Li Changxian dares to humiliate him and vows to kill him. His friends, following him, say that if he saw Changxian's eyes, calling him a demonic human, and ask if Henry is alright, praising him as amazing since they could barely keep it together. Henry thinks of his friends as wicked rascals spouting empty words and suspects they were snickering in the back, deciding that after he beats Li Changxian, they will be next. With 2 days left until the dungeon opens, he thinks he does not know what trick Li Changxian used, but once the raid starts, Changxian will not be able to repeat it, and he will pay him back. Meryl, concerned for him, asks if he is alright. He thinks he should have been careful. Then Meryl's patron warns her to run, telling her to hurry up and get out of there. She asks the patron who on earth that person is for them to say this to her. The patron says she should see the look in his eyes, describing him as a being similar yet different from her, someone who could burn her away, who can kill both her and Meryl. She thinks this is not her own nervousness, but the patron's fear coming through the contract, noting the reaction began when she saw the blue flame in his eyes. She cannot believe a divine being is petrified of a mere mortal and wonders what Li Changxian truly is. Henry's teacher says that was unusual of him. Henry replies that he simply was not in his best condition. The teacher says if that is the case, Then it is fine, reminding him that the position an orphan like him holds today is thanks to their efforts from the Revenant, and warns that if it all goes in vain because of him, they will have no choice but to take away the limelight and everything he has built. Henry replies that he will keep that in mind. After 2 days, the system tells the players that they have entered the dungeon named Stone Desert, where the cold wind blows, and that the dungeon mission will begin now. It informs them that every few days, a train that cuts through the center of the desert arrives at the station, and they must protect the train from the adverse conditions and various monsters that obstruct its journey forward and escape the desert. The comrades of Henry discuss that even though the White Tiger clan has not revealed any plans of raiding the Stone Desert where the cold wind blows, they must not have been deployed because the French government does not want to be humiliated by foreigners. The system says that the train is divided into 4 compartments where they can find survival tools and hidden pieces as they move towards the front of the train. It adds that all participants will have access to the inventory, stat window, and skill window to complete the mission. Henry glances at Changxian, thinking that no matter how remarkably talented the tyrant is, there is no way he will be able to completely cross the Stone Desert on his own. Changxian mutters that it is hot, the total opposite of the hill of the abominable snowman, and that the scorching sunlight during the day and bone-chilling cold during the night are going to give them a hard time. He notes that, as per the mission details, the train is the only way out of there and that falling behind practically means death. He thinks that the French have been far too negligent of this dungeon under the pretense that it is hard, while the dungeon itself does not deserve all the value given to it. He recalls when Thanatos asked him about Surtur and recognized him as the ruler of the fire giants. Thanatos says that Surtur died a long time ago, but that the apocalyptic world he ruled is on Earth. Thanatos explains that Surtur was the giant king who reigned over the world of fire and destroyed countless universes using it. He was found dead one day, and Muspelheim met its apocalypse along with him. No one knows how he died, but there is no shortage of rumors that it was bad karma biting him back for all the universes he destroyed. Thanatos adds that this desert is the remnant of that very world, that the world-ending flame is turned up to the highest to get a bloody sacrifice, and that Changxian should get his hands on the divine sword that Surtur used, as wielding it will be of great help. Changxian now thinks that it is known that Surtur had a divine sword named Levitain that only the king of fire giants could wield. He knows that the secret to getting to Regarin, the place where that sword is stored, lies within the train. He decides that first he will collect all the hidden pieces in the train and get his hands on Levitain, and that if he uses Jigwee's world-ending flame with the sword, there is no doubt he can bring the fire's power to its peak. Of course, before that, he needs to find out the exact location of the 5th cryptic scripture. While focusing on the dungeon, Muriel ends up far from the volunteer group at one point. He then asks the horse about Muriel's current status, and the horse replies that nothing stands out. Changxian says to continue keeping a close eye on her and tells his comrades that they will start moving then. All are exhausted, and Yusnio says that the weather is horrible, and she would rather go back to the hill of the abominable snowman. She asks if they can at least take off their armor. Changxian says that even if it is difficult, it is best to keep their armor on. The system states that the authority path of the demonic beast is warning of danger. Then a huge fire bursts out in front of them. Henry's comrades shout that they are under attack, and to rescue the volunteer members who were hit by the blast. The system states that the Tsuna Luca clan ambush starts now. Clan Luca's pinky leader, Cutigunda, leaps towards them, saying that Boytek may be just a thumb among the fingers, but he is still a finger nonetheless, and asks if they want him to just follow his lead. Clan Tsuna Luca's ring finger leader, Death Ring Kancio, replies that they have strict orders and to not forget that. Cutigunda says that kidnapping the child of prophecy, Kancio, would be way more fun than this, as the boss is personally showing interest in him. Kancio asks if Cutigunda is planning to go against the decision of the higher-ups. Cutigunda says that he is not crazy and does not want his head cut off in his sleep. He says he does not like this but wants to create a mess, telling Kancio to mind his own business. He then says to get started, as this is going to be fun. The system tells Changxian that a mysterious ambush is underway and quickly begins screening the number of enemies. The icy coat is blowing away all the hot wind. As the icy coat of the Snow Monarch, ancestor of snowmen, and personally tailored by a descendant of the legendary master craftsman Yezi, it boasts excellent defensive power. Changxian uses the skill Viper Eyes and searches for party members. The system tells him that Beak Joel has safely escaped the damage using the skill Shadow Veil. Shin Yuncio has nullified the damage using the skill Shield Castle. Shin Gumju has formed a magical barrier using the skill Ouroboros formula, and Hyabin has used the artifact Storm God's Dagger to create a strong wind and escape from the explosion radius safely. Changxian says that thankfully, everyone is safe. The horse informs him that the enemies are about to attack Miral right now and asks what to do. Changxian rushes forward, activating the title Jigwee's retainer. He asks the horse if Miral has been their target from the very beginning. He tells Beak to come with him and instructs the horse to stay hidden for now and keep telling him their location. The authority path of the demonic beast warns him of danger. He blocks the weapon that approaches him and wonders if they are assassination weapon. Kudagunda appears and says that he actually saw that, adding that it looks like the rumors were true. Kudagunda says he was going to quickly get rid of him and leave, but not anymore, as Changxian is good enough to be part of his collection. He further says that, above all, Changxian is East Asian, but all he cares about is a handsome face. Even their patron seems to have taken quite a lot of interest in him, so they should have a bit more fun. Changxian tries to bind his feet and leap toward him, activating the state Split Tiger and Split Tiger's fangs that have emerged forth. Kudagunda dodges his strikes and says he is not too bad, and that he dared to leave a scratch on his precious skin. He flexes his huge bug form and yells that this will not just end with Changxian becoming a collection piece anymore. The divine being Tiger is blatantly hostile to the new enemy that has appeared and warns it, asking how it dares to lay a hand on his possession. The divine being Huge Sick Bug gives a sly response, claiming he is simply following his priests on their outing. Changxian thinks that the Void Monarch is usually aggressive, but for some reason, he is particularly fierce today. Clashing swords with Kudagunda, he wonders if it is because of Big Sick Bug Zui Yang, the Tranquil Star, after all. Just like the Void Monarch, Zui Yang is one of the 72 earthly fiends, but they are not on good terms. For him to appear in such a place seems too perfect to be a coincidence, and even if they were not on good terms, the hostility is far too strong. It is as if he is desperately trying to hide something. Miral's assassination, no. Kidnapping comes to mind, and Changxian wonders if Zui Yang came here for the scripture as well. If the Void Monarch kept information on the 7 cryptic scriptures a secret from the organization, and if Zui Yang is taking action to check for himself after a few others caught on, then the situation becomes clearer. Changxian tells Cadmos to cover him and thinks he could make the Void Monarch fight with Zui Yang, creating chaos in the organization, and maybe even sealing one of these gods. Changxian's Flame Heart activates, and part of the magic is being shared, while Cadmos is casting the skill Bloody Haze. Changxian notes that the Tsarnaluka clan, who serve Zui Yang as their patron, never act on their own accord. So the fact that they are specifically after him means someone hired them, and he needs to find out the client's identity as well. Kudagunda wonders how a baby dragon is casting a grand spell that only a ranker level or above with excellent magical knowledge could use. He thinks the clan gave the order without properly assessing the assassination target. Bloody Haze from Cadmos disables the stealth technique, exposing the players. They are troubled that their stealth was undone and wonder what is going on. Bloody Haze, a basic spell of the Little Black Flame Dragon, summons a haze reminiscent of blood over a specific area, completely isolating it from the outside, applying debuffs to enemies, and buffing allies inside. Changxian then leaps toward the enemies along with the horses, saying to weep and howl, and to wipe them out. As they are moving toward them, Jean also begins with the comrades, saying it is the master's order and to leave no one alive, then attacks them. After clearing them all out, Jean asks Changxian what he thinks about the household members. Changxian thinks about Jean, who he cannot believe absorbed the Ghoul Den leader's blood magic that quickly, noting that he is on the same level as White Tiger's girdle, but since Jean is superior, it could be said he is a step above Goblin Subjugator. Jean, seeing Changxian's black face, asks what that look on his face means and if he is acting as if Jean should not be bragging about this. Changxian says that after what Jean did in the Ghoul Den, it is natural for him to act this way, and tells him to put in more effort. Jean responds that he is really hurting his feelings. With that, the summoning is cancelled, and Jean disappears while protesting. Kudagunda is all injured, pleading for death. The divine being, Tiger, warns a certain god to get lost since his household members are nothing compared to his, growling that if the god attempts to invade his domain, he will take it as a declaration of war. The divine being, Huge Sick Bug, snickers, saying a godless person cannot be a household member. There is a chattering noise due to the intense war of nerves between the two gods. Changxian thinks that members of organizations never change, still selfishly thinking of their priests and clerics as mere tools for their own wealth and prosperity. They are showing interest only because they think they could greatly expand their congregation if they had him. Seeing the god's behavior, he thinks that the tiger clearly took the bait, and he does not mind him keeping the Void Monarch in check with this, since the Void Monarch is not hiding his desire for him recently. He thinks he might be able to incite him into creating a crack in the organization and maybe even destroy a constellation down into the ground. Changxian then kills Cunegonde and, with the Soul Extortion Authority, successfully acquires his ashes using the Flames of Purgatory. Moving from there, he thinks that according to that assassin, Cernaluca has two goals. One is to kidnap Miral, and the other is to assassinate. Amusingly enough, two clients hired him for this. Even if Kang Wuchen hired them, he is just a middleman. Chief Jinho or Director Kim Yeon-sun are the ones behind him. Unexpectedly, the Illuminati also tried to lay a finger on him. He rejected Joachim's offer, with the opposing faction ordering this assassination. It is going to be a headache, but he cannot just let it slide if they mess with him like this. He will have to give this deeper thought once he is back. He then discovers the resting area oasis and notices Cancio and his comrades taking Miral, saying he has found her. Since his goal is to rescue Miral, he decides to erase his presence as best as possible. Using his stealth skills, he moves forward and attacks them with fire. He approaches Cancio and says that he is done for, but Cancio, noticing him, disappears quickly. Changxian wonders about his disappearance, and then the system informs him that an invisible hand is targeting him. He dodges the attack with the dagger slash, while also using the stealth skill, observing from hiding. A girl is standing on top of a tree, saying that he dodged the solo Scarl. Changxian realizes that she is dangerous, feeling the same aura as when he encountered Munseong, the aura of someone who has reached the pinnacle of humanity. She then says it looks like he caught on. Meanwhile, Henry is also searching for Miral along with his comrades. Shin Yunso pushes off the enemies with a shield attack, asking where the hell they came from. Hyabin counterattacks with the Storm God's summon. Joachim struggles with the situation, wondering if hiring Cernaluca and even annihilating France's volunteer medic squad must be Constantine's doing. He transforms into his wolf form and growls that Constantine has crossed the line. Train Ang arrives, and the system informs all participants who wish to clear the dungeon mission to board the train. The divine being, the huge sick bug, is curious about how he will encounter her after his fight against her apostle. Judging by the look on his face, she guesses he has caught on to who she is. Changxian recognizes her as Murder Queen Zen, the Black Holy Mother, who guides the dying to a peaceful death. He notes that the demon face and that skill caused him a headache when he was the Twilight of the Gods as well, and it seems she can easily unleash Zui Yang's trait and authority. He wonders if he will be able to face her right now, even if he squeezes out every last bit of Stigma's divinity, resonates and unloads the magic of Yu Chang's sword and arrow, drives the Snaggletooth to their limit, and summons household members to battle many to one. He thinks that no matter what cards he plays, it would still be a total defeat, and while it may be okay for a huge ranker at Duke rank, the human limit of King rank is still too difficult. Zen says not to tell her his tail is already between his legs, and that she was kind of excited at the thought of having a fun match after a long time. Changxian thinks that revealing his household members would only increase the number of people who know his secrets, so it is best to give up. He says this is because he does not need to be one to fight her. She asks if he means there is another opponent here beside him. Changxian says it is about time she shows herself, adding that he is sure she already caught on to it. But Miral, whom they are holding, has a cryptic scripture. Yeagle appears behind Changxian and says he does not understand how Changxian knew he was there. Changxian says it is something so obvious and asks if Yeagle did not think the cryptic scripture would be wherever he goes. Yeagle laughs, says he did not expect to get caught for such a simple reason, and remarks that Changxian has great observation skills. He then asks what he should do now. Changxian asks him to buy time until he finds Miral. Yeagle says the opponent is the Murder Queen and asks if Changxian expects him to stop her. Changxian says he can do it. Yeagle wonders if he has ever met a junior this assertive after becoming an elder, and thinks he cannot believe Changxian is threatening him with the cryptic scripture to force him to fight the Murder Queen. He feels like he is being played by Changxian's tricks, but admits he does not hate the feeling, and says that if Changxian says so, he will not be able to refuse. He thinks that this sharp guy might have already caught on to who his patron is. The divine being, the nasty golden-eyed Buddha, opens his eyes. Changxian wonders about Yeagle's patron, thinking that he did not expect in the slightest that Eagle would have such a formidable patron. Considering that the power of the gods and stars stems from the faith of mortals, the Monkey King Eagle is truly one of the few significant figures. He questions why, if Eagle is the apostle of such a being, he is acting like the household member of a void monarch. Regardless, he concludes that there is no chance Eagle is lower than the king rank. Eagle unleashes his power around Zen, who looks troubled, and says she does not understand how an older man whose name she does not even know could pose a threat to her. Eagle mocks her, saying it looks like she, his young friend, is hard of hearing, and asks if she blasts music at full volume while using earphones. She shouts, asking what the hell this old man is talking about. Changxian thinks that now is the chance to approach Meryl. Jean's household member, Intimidate Gord, follows Cancio, who is carrying Meryl along. Gord cuts Cancio in half and reports to his master that he has successfully acquired Meryl. However, Zen attacks Gord and defeats it. Beak then unleashes the skill Shadow Footprint. Zen shouts, asking what they take her for, her demon's angry face on a rampage as she throws an attack. Eagle blocks it with his weapon. Frustrated, she tells him to get the heck out of there. Eagle says it seems her ears are not good and asks if she did not hear the young man asking him to stop. She says she will see if he keeps yapping that nonsense once he is in his grave. Changxian, taking Meryl along, then faces a lot of hellhounds in front of him that begin casting damage spells to stop him. He wonders why she has clusters of annoying things clinging onto her. The system informs him that a little while ago, at the Stone Desert Station, the desert train Aang arrived. Changxian wonders that after the train departs, there is no telling when the next one will come. Levitine says the train's first stop is the boiling hell in the station's underground dungeon. Although he could easily obtain the first cryptic scripture in no time after getting Meryl, he cannot give up on Levitine and needs to find a way to get on that train. The system informs the passengers to board the train, announcing that it will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. Changxian, frustrated, thinks that he does not have time. Changxian rushes immediately while the hellhounds follow him. He thinks that they are so persistent and that he wants to wipe them all out, but he has to get on board the train right now to get to the underground dungeon. The divine being Tiger asks if he cannot just leave the unwanted baggage behind to avoid being held back. Changxian thinks that, as always, they have zero interest in any mortal aside from the ones that pique their curiosity. But there is some truth to the statement since every single action of his has become an accomplishment. He thinks that if he abandons Meryl right now, there is a high chance Minerva might be disappointed with him after the battle with Gemini. He has not benefited from Minerva yet, so he decides to make sure to maintain this relationship for now, but wonders where on earth the cryptic scripture is. Meryl slightly opens her eyes and looks surprised to see Changxian. He asks if she is awake now and says that, given the situation, he will keep it short, asking why Tsarnaluka is targeting her. She says she does not know much either. Changxian says there is no way they would relentlessly come after her for no reason and asks her to think carefully, as he is sure there is something she can think of. She then says that it might be her father and explains that 2 years ago, she followed her father, who is an archaeologist, into a mysterious ancient ruin and found a ring. At that time, she heard a voice and, through it, got a patron. After that, she, who had zero talent, for the first time in her life, gained proficiency with summoning sorcery. The issue was that her father began showing ill will towards her. She heard that he considered her a thief who stole his precious treasure, and even tried to kill her. That was when Henry saved her. Hearing this, Changxian thinks that must be it, and that if her father showed ill will towards her, he must have been possessed by the calamity. Changxian asks if she can give that ring to him, saying that if they are really just after the ring, they need to get rid of it to evade them. She yells and says no, as this is the sacred item that links her to the patron. He activates his Inferno sight and says that if she cannot do that, he has no choice but to abandon her, asking what she will do and if she will give it to him. Meryl is scared and takes off her ring. Her patron warns her to get her act together, saying she cannot give him that ring at any cost. Changxian then grabs the ring and throws her, saying that once he gets rid of them, he will return it. He calls Beak, who catches Meryl, and says he got it. The system informs him that the boarding time is now over and the desert train Aang is departing. Beak worries for Changxian, who tells him not to worry as he will catch up in no time. Beak then moves toward the train, saying that in that case, he will be going first. The hounds chasing Changxian shout to kill him. Changxian realizes that they really were after the ring, but thinks they are already too late. The divine being, the tiger, merely laughs out loud after seeing the new cryptic scripture that has made its way to him. The system states that, imparting pitch-black darkness to the mysterious ring, the ring reacts to Peter's key, and the lock mechanism is unlocked, and acquires the 5th of the 7 cryptic scriptures. A strong wind surrounds them, and the hellhounds wonder what the wind is. The system tells Changxian that he has entered the instant dungeon, Tempest Hell. The hellhounds wonder if an instant dungeon has appeared out of nowhere and if the mystery of the prophecy child is being unraveled. They consider it impossible, thinking it took a long time to analyze the god's oracle and determine that Miral is the prophecy child. They note that even in all that chaos, he went straight to rescue Miral, and wonder if Changxian might be a secret weapon created by the white tiger. They struggle with the wind, saying they must report this to the boss. The system says he has discovered the forgotten starlight. The divine being, the huge sick bug, looks at the old starlight long lost in admiration through the eyes of his household member, saying that by swallowing all that starlight, one could shine as bright as the 28 lunar mansions. With such immense spiritual suppression, his hellhounds begin deteriorating. The apocalyptic wind gusts, and the divine being, the huge sick bug, clicks his tongue in disapproval at how weak these people are. The dungeon master opens their eyes. The system informs Changxian that the divine being, the tempest-hatting daughter, reveals herself. The dungeon mission starts, and the theme is survival and hunting, and is currently under the effect of the royal tiger's calamity. The curse will suddenly visit him every 72 hours and invite him to the tempest hell in another world. To completely remove the curse, he must defeat her. Changxian says he cannot believe they want him to kill a divine being to lift the curse. His inferno sight activates, and he says this is completely insane. Changxian stands there, wondering if he is just facing the residual thoughts and wonders how strong the main body is. In the ghoul den, he can grow in stages, but if he lags from the start, he will most probably die. The tempest-hatting daughter tells Changxian that he is impressive for a mortal, and even if this is just a remaining shell of her, it is impossible to hold out like this. She says she thought she smelled the pallid star and asks if that is how. Changxian creates a mental barrier and asks if she knows her. He thinks that if she can sense pitch-black darkness, that means she knows Mephistopheles, too. She says she does, explaining that the pallid star is the absolute will of their night, a pitiful existence constantly being pursued during the dark time. He wonders about the absolute will of the night and thinks that when Gemini and Minerva clashed, he felt like he read a message about day or night that he did not understand. She adds that had she not smelled the pallid star's scent, she would have killed him already, but even though the pallid star is protecting him, he has not taken her as his patron. Changxian says that if that is the case, he can get rid of her. He applies Jigui Retainer, causing a firestorm to blow, and calls Jean, who comes on horseback and asks if her master is in pain, and if he is fighting a star shadow right now. She says the opponent is executing the same energy as ghouls. Changxian thinks that if he gobbles her up, he could level up by a few stages at once. The tempest-hatting daughter, frustrated, activates the word-ending tempest whim and causes chaos. The system informs Changxian that Cadmos is drooling, saying it seems he has found a tasty snack. Cadmos then leaps forward, absorbing all her tempest whim magic. The system says Flameheart has disarmed the tempest, raising its progress level after sucking in a huge amount of magic. She troubled, asking what is happening. Cadmos then opens his mouth again, saying he will give Changxian a present for getting him a tasty snack. Cadmos spreads his scale breath, causing a huge fire to spit out at her. Her one arm and wing are severed by it, and she yells in pain. Cadmos drools while looking at the tempest-hatting daughter, calling her delicious. Cadmos again attacks her and starts biting her. Seeing this, Changxian wonders what is happening and thinks about a dragon that devours stars. Even though she is just a shell of the original being, she is dangerous enough to endanger not only the household members but him as well. Yet Cadmos considers the spiritual suppression exuded by such a creature as simply tasty. Changxian wonders if this is why Cadmos devoured the artifact from the king's treasure so happily, as there were many artifacts with a solid history and legends of gods and heroes. He thinks it is only obvious for the gods and stars to show such a reaction and natural for them to be alert of this creature when they live feeding off their own pride. Jean surprisingly asks Changxian if she has ever wronged him, saying that if she has, he should tell her and she will fix it right away. Changxian asks why she is saying this out of nowhere and whether it is in case Cadmos might drool over her or the household members. He thinks that ghouls also originated from starlight, so it is obvious for her to be terrified. Changxian then says not to worry, as he does not wish to abandon the household members after working so hard to get them. The Tempest-hatting daughter shouts and starts running from there. Cadmos flies at his prey, saying he cannot let go of such a delicacy. She, terrified, says not to come near her as her body is not recovering. Changxian wonders if Cadmos has always been this strong, noting that even for a creature with tremendous latent potential, he is still just a newly born baby. He thinks it might be because of compatibility, as Cadmos's element is black, and light always gets consumed by darkness. He hopes the progress level keeps rising. The system informs Changxian that the pitch-black darkness is attacking the divine power of the Tempest-hatting daughter. She protests, telling it to get away from her and saying she needs to get back to Mirrol. Jean happily steps forward, and Changxian warns him that he cannot do that. Jean says that even if it is just a shell, he never thought the day would come this fast when he would hunt a god. Changxian then opens the king's treasure, and after opening all the weapon types in the storage, he chooses the Snowfield Rapier. He thinks it is a shame to have to use the treasure this way, but this level of weapon is needed to carry the pitch-black darkness. He adds an enchantment using the blood manipulation arts he learned from the old man. By using blood poison and pitch-black darkness on the Snowman King's treasure, it is now closed to a divine item. With that, the Snowfield Rapier takes on a new form, and the arrow of the Demon of Destruction is completed and unleashed toward her. Authority Bullseye activates and hits the target, and she shouts in frustration, asking how he dares. From behind, Elfin binds her with his branches and tells her she cannot be doing that. Jean then comes at her, hits her with his spear, and shatters her into pieces. Pitch-black darkness is applied to the evil dragon's Snaggletooth, and unbelievable achievements are gained, including the gain of Starlight. The boss monster Tempest-hating daughter is dead, with the major contributor being Changxian. He achieves a feat that no one else could, acquiring experience points, and as a reward, he obtains world-ending Tempest. The divine being, a huge sick bug, is shocked and in disbelief, and the gods and stars with a deep interest in him drastically increase. Many gods and stars want him to be their apostle, and he can now mix world-ending fire with world-ending. Seeing his stats, he wonders that his status has increased, and now he should go for emancipation and transcendence, which are necessary stepping stones to becoming a transcender. The system informs him that he has deciphered the complete fifth scripture of Shan, obtaining its secrets. He has gotten a glimpse of now lost ancient secrets and has leveled up, reaching level 50 and becoming eligible for the second-class change quest. He clenches his fist and says he has been waiting for those words for so long. Household member Jean has also leveled up and evolved into a new form. The system initiates the quest for the second-class change and explains its details. After reading the details, Changxian thinks that this time he will systematically complete it no matter what. After opening the system, depending on their actions and results, players can compose various achievements. These achievements, as per their level, are divided into 5 categories. Changxian thinks that myths and legends are what only the gods and stars can reach, while folktales are the domain of demigods who aim for emancipation and transcendence. Folktales are also the domain of superhumans aiming to surpass human limits, and achievements are what regular players acquire through outstanding performance. The system informs him that he has achieved his first outstanding achievement, the gaining of Starlight, and that the beginning of the folktale is complete, with its narrative now beginning in earnest. The world is being shaped, and the basic beliefs are being created. He wonders about folktales, noting that they are a form of story strongly imprinted in people's minds and passed down through generations. In other words, folktales are the starting points for creating basic beliefs and shaping the world and the universe. The people who create folktales in this manner are called heroes, and Rancor is a modernized version of the word heroes in an old folktale. He thinks that he has just accomplished one of the 4 achievements that compose a folktale, and now that he has world-ending Tempest, he can conquer the 4th cryptic scripture much quicker. With that, the dungeon begins to close. Meanwhile, Beak is huffing while lying on the floor, saying that he has used almost all his magic trying to catch up to the train and that he does not know if Changxian will be fine. Myril says she cannot sense the goddess. Henry arrives, grabs Beak's collar, and starts yelling at him, asking what he did to her. Beak calmly replies that he does not know what Henry is talking about and adds that it seems Henry does not mean that in a good way, as his shadow is seething. Henry yells at him to answer, saying that no good deed goes unpunished with people like him. Yuncio and Gumju feel frustrated with Henry. Henry's teacher, Nicholas, arrives, and Yuncio says to him, in surprise, "Who is this creepy-looking guy?" She clenches her teeth and asks who he is. Nicholas thinks that for some reason, Yeagle Hunryung is nowhere to be seen, and the two elders who came with him do not seem to care, which might mean it is time for the rookies who got overpowered by Changxian at the hotel party to retaliate. He thinks it will be bad if this conflict escalates, and if Henry subdues Beak, it will calm down. Joachim arrives and tells Nicholas that he had better leave it at that. Nicholas replies that Joachim is an outsider and should not interrupt. Then, Changxian arrives and asks Henry what he is doing right now after the things he did to rescue her from a crisis. Seeing him, Nicholas thinks that he should have finished before Changxian got there and that they cannot let him get involved now that they have confirmed he is already a ranker. Henry asks Changxian what exactly he did to Myril and tells him to explain what happened. He opens his dead dragon vault, and the bone dragon appears. As Henry transforms, he says that Changxian forced him to retreat with that mysterious trick earlier, and that he will make him pay for that humiliation, then rushes toward him. His spirit of the dead dragon merges with magic, strengthening the power of his bone blade and bone armor. Nicholas shouts to stop Henry. Changxian punches him in the face, throwing him back, thinking that the bone dragon's bones are far stronger than diamond, and asks if Henry has called his teammates trash again. Changxian starts beating Henry. After that, he glances at Nicholas, who seems alert, thinking that Changxian has gotten much stronger than before. Changxian rushes toward him, applying Jigwee's demonic vessel title. Nicholas quickly realizes that there is no way Changxian could have gotten this strong in just 3 days since the party, and concludes that he must have been hiding his level and skills the whole time. Otherwise, the skill monster's keen instincts would not be going off this loudly. Nicholas activates his monster's Crimson Heart skill, rushing toward Changxian, thinking that if it has come to this, he will just crush him right here. Even if Changxian is a super rookie, he is still just a young junior and merely a team leader. He thinks he needs to make it clear that the Revenant is superior to the White Tiger, so he can avoid such disturbances in the future and humiliate that arrogant eagle. Changxian dodges him and breaks his Crimson Heart. Nicholas seems greatly shocked and sits still on his knees. Changxian asks if all of the Revenant's higher-ups are this pathetic, and thinks that with Viper Eye and Bullseye, identifying and exploiting weaknesses is simple. Other Revenant members tell Changxian how dare he spout such absurdity. Changxian glances at them and activates his tiger's aura, dominating the battlefield. Fire erupts as Changxian says that if anyone else dares to challenge him, they can bring it on. Ludovico, an executive of the Orlando clan, tells Changxian to calm down. Changxian, frustrated, says he saw his allies being threatened with his own 2 eyes, and yet Ludovico is telling him to calm down. He says that in that case, he can just beat them all up and then tell them to calm down as well, asking if that is not right. Ludovico yells at him, saying he is going too far. Changxian says that if Ludovico has a problem, he should come to him. Ludovico, frustrated, thinks that if Changxian was able to instantly crush Henry and Nicholas, he is an opponent they definitely cannot handle themselves. For French players to be overpowered so easily by a rookie from Korea feels humiliating to them. He thinks that Iron Mask Griezmann, with plenty of combat experience as a demonic human, might give them a chance if he joins in. But seeing that Griezmann is not even looking their way, he realizes he is staying out of it. Ludovico decides he will have to concede for now and place all the blame on Revenant when they get back. He then bows before Changxian and apologizes, saying that as a representative of France, he offers his sincere apology and suggests ending things here. He thinks that even Changxian will stop the fighting since he has apologized so sincerely, and he will think about the aftermath later, certain that he will get a chance to avenge this humiliation. Changxian asks if Ludovico wants to end this and says that with the authority he has not even started yet. He prepares to deliver a punch, telling him to clench his teeth. Ludovico protests for him to stop, but Changxian delivers the punch. Meanwhile, after her fight with Eagle, Zen laughs wholeheartedly, saying she knew the hunt might not be easy but never imagined it would turn out this way. Seeing her destroyed mask, she says each mask takes at least a year to make, and she has already lost several. She says it is her first time being so humiliated since her fight with the Immortal King. She adds that the young Asian man must be the target of the assassination has interfered. She thinks she cannot accept the humiliation the target has given her and abandon the assassination mission. She then equips the Twisted Goblin's mask, puts it on, and says she spent 10 years creating this persona to kill the Immortal King, but to protect the foundation of Tsunaluka, she must kill that man. Meanwhile, in the train, Iron Mask Griezmann tells Changxian to stop now as Changxian defeats the Revenant comrades. Griezmann says he thinks Changxian has vented enough and made them pay for their big mouths, and adds that this is not the time for more chaos. Changxian says he will take the back while Griezmann takes the front. Griezmann thanks him for understanding and asks the remaining comrades what they are doing. He tells them to tend to the wounded and quickly move to the front car, asking if they are planning on derailing the train. Then, as a group of fire pterodactyls appears, Griezmann says they are here sooner than expected. The system tells Changxian that a herd of burnt wild beasts is targeting the desert train, and starving monsters have caught the scent of food. It instructs him to protect the desert train from the threat of monsters as monster waves are coming. The Revenant clan's leader shouts to his comrades that everyone should move to their positions, telling the mages to cast buffs and the melee dealers to get on the roof. Changxian thinks that due to the harsh environment of the desert, the monsters are always starving, and for such monsters, the desert train means a source of food. The system says the monsters have gone into a frenzy, and all nearby monsters' overall abilities have increased by more than 10%. Changxian activates his world-ending flames, thinking that whether the monsters starve to death or die while hunting, it is all the same, so they are bound to go berserk. He thinks he needs to deal with this quickly before they suffer even greater damage. Changxian spreads the fire in mid-air and burns all the monsters. After a while, the system informs them that the monster wave has ended. They have successfully escaped all the monsters, and they have safely passed the first obstacle. The Elder Divine Skull Demon, Youngjin, asks why they are so tired just from a little running and questions what is wrong with the youngsters, saying that back in his day, they could fight for 3 days and nights without a break and be just fine. Yunxiu responds by questioning the person who sat by and watched the monster wave. Changxian gives Youngjin a scroll and tells him to take it, saying it is a copy of the cryptic scripture or whatever Miral had. Youngjin asks if it is already being handed over and questions how he can trust that Changxian is not lying. Changxian tells him to send it to Korea as it is, saying that then he will know. The Elder Red Goliath, Hongak, agrees that if it is a lie, they can just tear Changxian apart. Jean says to Changxian that this is how he is using that and asks if he is planning to get rid of the nonsense pursuers or not. Changxian thinks that by the time he successfully raided Wind Hell, he had completed its deciphering and absorbed all the power within it, and the one he is giving is a fake that he had transcribed by Jean and the household members. He thinks it will take White Eyes at least a few years to decipher the scripture, and even then, there would be nothing to gain. He notes that they are about to arrive at the first middle station, so he cannot have any more troublesome baggage following them around. Jean asks where exactly the levitine he will gain from this was stored, and Changxian replies that it is underground at the Boiling Hell Station, at the point where Surtur's main artery begins. Youngjin asks why he is giving this to him now and tells him not to say it is because he wants him to leave now that they have what they want. Changxian says that is exactly what he meant. The system informs that the desert train, Aang, is about to arrive at its first stop, Boiling Hell Station, and that passengers disembarking should be ready to alight. Changxian tells the elders to take that and get lost, calling them an eyesore. Hongak, frustrated, says that it is quite irritating to hear. Youngjin asks if Changxian can handle what he just said and unleashes his bandages toward them, which hit Changxian's comrades. Hongak begins to punch him, asking what he said and if he just told them to get lost. Changxian mocks him, saying he heard him and questioning if he now cannot even hear properly after already struggling to talk. Hongak begins to punch him, but Yeagle appears, saying he thought he could finally rest and wondering why it is so chaotic. He tells Hongak and Youngjin to try not to create too much of a ruckus. Hongak says it is their business. Yeagle says he does not understand what they are on about. Hongak then says he understands that Yeagle is interested in that guy enough to want to take him in as his disciple, but insists it is still their matter. Changxian wonders about the word disciple, thinking that the statement could stir up the clan. Yeagle replies to Hongak that it is true he has a lot of interest in that boy, but says it is a separate issue, and that he is just trying to protect them as a fellow elder from acting up and getting their pride hurt by a kid. Hongak asks what he is talking about. Yeagle asks if they really cannot hear him, says that he will beat them up, and adds that he will not stop them if they really want to go ahead despite his warning. The two elders wonder if, after decades in the world of players, they the first generation would lose to a rookie who has only been there for half a year. Yeagle further says that they know the rules of elders. Do not tarnish the reputation of the White Tiger, and do not let the honor of the elders be trampled upon. He says that as the vice leader of the Council of Elders, he will not tolerate the breaking of these rules at any cost. He adds that the reason for the Council of Elders' existence is the unbreakable claw, and that once a claw is broken, it is thrown away, so they should not take his words lightly. The system states that they have arrived at the first stop, Boiling Hell Station, and tells all passengers disembarking to watch their step, adding that the train will remain there for 24 hours. Changxian gets off the train, saying he hopes the two of them are not there when they leave next time. Hongak, frustrated, leaps toward him and threatens to kill him. Meanwhile, Changxian throws him back using only his force and warns Youngjin that it is his final warning, and if he sees him tomorrow, he will kill him too. Wuchen arrives, worried for Hongak. Changxian unleashes his force toward him and defeats him as well. Henry then gains consciousness, looks around, and asks Nicholas what on earth has happened. Myrrel, still in shock, finds her patron. Nicholas tells Henry that it is the tyrant's doing, that the man is powerful, and that he was not a match for him either, adding that there is something they must do. Meanwhile, Changxian, seeing the fire, thinks that the stone desert is not actually a desert, and that, to be precise, the dungeon itself is Surtur's corpse. He thinks that the stone desert is just the skin of the dead Surtur, and the heat emitting from the cracks in the ground is Surtur's heat coming from his cracked skin. He recalls asking Thanatos how monsters even exist there. Thanatos replies that Surtur was the king of giants and the ruler of Muspelheim, and although he does not compare to him, he had definitely earned his position, so it is not surprising that a few lives would be born there. Thanatos adds that heading underground in the dungeon is like tearing through Surtur's muscles and flowing through his blood vessels. Changxian asks what exactly Regarin, or whatever the place is called, is. Thanatos says that the place is an important armory containing Surtur's and Muspelheim's treasures, and that it is also where his powers manifest, so there is no way it would be placed somewhere trivial. He adds that the heart is where Regarin is, and if one follows the blood vessels, they will find it. Changxian thinks that it is unbelievable, and that he cannot believe this massive dungeon is Surtur's corpse, as even for a giant, his size is ridiculous. He thinks that he has to find Surtur's heart in this huge place within 24 hours. The system then informs him that the attribute apocalyptic wind in the skill stigma has awakened. Tempest Hadding's daughter yells at Changxian, asking what exactly he is and saying that she has had her eyes on him ever since she was trapped there. She says that how he deciphered one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan and how he is related to the Pallid Star is completely baffling to her, but the most incomprehensible thing is something else. She yells and asks how on earth he has Lee Taka's scent. Changxian wonders why that name is coming up now. He recalls his past life when the old man Cadmos, while dying, tells him to remember that from then on, he is Cadmos, and that he has to take responsibility for her, making sure to protect Lee Taka, who may seem full of pride but is actually fragile. Lee Taka, the first and last patron Changxian served on Arcadia, the star that the old man passed on to me upon his death. Although they hated and resented each other, Lee Taka, the white silent walker in the wind, became his patron. Having inherited the name Cadmos, he became Lee Taka's apostle. He couldn't ignore the old man's dying wish. Lee Taka and he shared the same goal as well, which kept us together, the goal being not to let the old man's killers live at any cost. Lee Taka was the radiant star, and her starlight was the supreme treasure that turned gods and stars into the brightest beings in the universe, known as the Emperor. The old man protected Lee Taka's starlight even while on the verge of collapsing, but the gods and stars coveting it were constantly lurking for an opportunity. Eventually, a war broke out that engulfed all of Arcadia. Through the war, Lee Taka and Changxian grew closer. A love-hate relationship would probably be the right term. It's as if the world decided that he was not allowed even that happiness and snatched it away from him once again. The divine being, Good sees him to hunt, tilts her head, wondering why Changxian's gaze suddenly changes. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, is curious about what the strange starlight shell says. The divine being, the tiger, frowns, saying that something is strange. Changxian thinks that, thankfully, the voice of Tempest-hating daughter does not reach the gods. Had the Void Monarch heard the name Lee Taka, things would get complicated, so this might be for the better. He then asks the Tempest-hating daughter how she knows that name. She says it would be strange not to know her name because she is her mother, but she hates her, as, despite giving birth to her, she ultimately was the one who led her to death. Changxian wonders if Tempest-hating daughter means that Lee Taka was the Tempest in her divine name. She further says it was all her mother's fault that she ended up trapped and tormented there, even after death, enslaved like that. She says that even when the divine punishment trial found her guilty, just because she was born as that daughter, the mother never came. In the end, her sentence was executed, and she woke up imprisoned in the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan. Even after she fought off those who were drawn like moths to the aura exuding from her, the more she tried to escape the wind hell, the more she resented her mother. Changxian asks what exactly the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan are. She says she does not know either, that when she opened her eyes again, she was already there. But she does know one thing: it was an impenetrable prison, like a whole world that could never be broken down. Since he carries Lee Taka's scent, she says he must have caught on. He thinks that Lee Taka separated the power she could not handle in the form of avatars, calling them her children and referring to them as daughters. There are 7 of the cryptic scriptures and also 7 of Lee Taka's daughters, and he wonders if the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan are all divine sealing tools made to imprison Lee Taka's 7 daughters. He wonders if the Void Monarch is secretly collecting the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan that are scattered, to decipher their secrets and monopolize them. The Void Monarch admires his strength during the time he is working for him, so he is relentlessly after the 7 cryptic scriptures, after concluding that Lee Taka is the secret behind his powers. He does that to obtain Lee Taka inside the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan so he can use it to evolve, and he thinks the Void Monarch is a fool. The divine being, the tiger, tilts his head, saying he does not get why Changxian is reacting this way. Changxian thinks that if the 7 cryptic scriptures are divine sealing tools that imprison Lee Taka's daughters, and if the countless royal tiger's calamities contained are really part of Lee Taka, there is no way he would not have realized it by now. There is more to it than that, something he does not know yet. He thinks that first he needs to finish the 4th scripture, that he must raid the ghoul den and check what is on the final floor at all costs. One of the 5 rulers of the ghoul den, the betraying souls, might be Lee Taka's daughter. The royal tiger's calamity might even be the bars imprisoning and corrupting Lee Taka's daughters, and it might be related to Shan. The Void Monarch is collecting Lee Taka's daughters, while the other gods and stars are obvious. But if Zui Yang is trailing the Void Monarch's suspicious actions, Zui Yang might know exactly what the Void Monarch is after. He thinks he needs to raid the ghoul den as per the plan and seal Zui Yang as well. Then he can interrogate him to find out the exact details, but for that, he needs way more power. Although he can already compete with most high rankers right now, he needs to find Levitain. He tells Jean that they need to rush the raid on the ghoul den. He internally tells the Void Monarch that he will rip him into shreds no matter what. Meanwhile, Yeagle tells Hongak that this is why he told him to be careful, that he warned him and Skull Demon, and asks why he would not listen. Yeagle begins to kick him, saying he hopes Hongak makes sure to listen to the others in the afterlife. He then tells Youngjin, Skull Demon, to take the paper Changxian gave him and return. Yeagle hesitates, then says they have not confirmed if what is written there is real or not. Yeagle says it is real, so he should not worry. Youngjin thinks that the evil monarchical warrior, Yeagle Hunryung, the one with the most knowledge and expertise in the Elder Council, if he says it is genuine, then it must be, especially since he was dispatched to France to determine the authenticity of the cryptic scripture. Youngjin then tells Yeagle that he will go, but asks what about him. Yeagle says that since it is still a business trip, he will have to stay there, and that the cryptic scripture matter is important, so Youngjin cannot help but hurry up and leave. Youngjin disappears, saying he will leave matters there to Yeagle. Yeagle thinks that Youngjin is blinded by greed and will not last long either. He tells Changxian that he hopes he becomes the key to breaking the chains that bind them, and says he will keep an eye on him. Changxian and his comrades are going, all seeming exhausted because of the heat. The system tells them that there is a store in the station where they can purchase food, water, essential luxury goods, and weapons needed for the train's journey. They then notice the Revenant Clannies also there. At the store, the shopkeeper, a monster, says it has been a while since he has had human customers. Yunxia, angry, pulls out her weapon and asks why he is there. The store owner, Jerupgu, tells her to put it down, saying this is a neutral zone and that he is a pacifist, and adds that it is not good to get on the store owner's bad side. Yunxio then asks what he sells at this store. Jerupgu presents the categories to them. Seeing the items, Haibin says it must be the currency used there, as the system warned that the place uses a different currency. She suggests checking the first category. As they see the list, Haibin thinks the descriptions are giving her icky feelings, and since window shopping does not cost money, she suggests checking the highest category. Seeing the highest category, Haibin says every single item is unbelievable. Jerupgu asks if she has decided on anything, and tells her that if she does not have the money, she should get lost and not be a nuisance in his shop. Changxian then gives him a list and tells him to get everything on it, along with the item that the kid asked for. Jeripgu says he is a big spender and tells him the total will be 100,000 haons, asking how he would like to pay and saying cash is preferred since the administration has been strict lately. Changxian says he does not have cash and that he does not have money, so he should put it on credit. Jeripgu, frustrated, asks if he takes him for a fool just because he is a goblin, and says he will blacklist him so hard he will not be able to get anything even at other stations. Changxian turns to leave, saying he was going to open Ragaran, but if Jeripgu is not interested, there is nothing he can do, and they will just have to go to the next stop and tell Hyabin to let's go. Jeripgu, surprised, stops him and asks if it is true that he is going to the Giant King's heart treasury. Changxian remembers when Thanatos said that if things do not go well when he arrives at the first station, and he is forced to move to the second station, there is still something he must not miss: the shopkeepers at each station. Thanatos said he has to win their favor, as they are the watchmen even after the death of the last king, Surtur, and long after Muspelheim's annihilation. They are the descendants of the giant who honors the last king's spirit and awaits his glory. Thanatos told him there is a legend among the watchmen that by opening Ragaran, the ancient giant race's glory can be repeated. In the dungeon, which can be considered Surtur's corpse, they guard his tomb, and their aim is to open the heart treasury of the giant king located deep underground. When Changxian asked if that was possible, Thanatos said that just by existing in that dungeon, it means they are already dead, and the souls of the giants have long since gone to the underworld or been destroyed. Like all beings in dungeons, they are merely repeating actions shaped by lingering remnants of thought. But Ragaran is real, and so is their belief in that legend. Thanatos said that if he woke up the shopkeeper's desires, it would be much easier to get what he wants. Changxian then says to Jeripgu that if credit is not an option, then their business there is done, and they will be on their way. Jeripgu asks if he is actually going to open Ragaran, and if he is really going to the Giant King's heart treasury, and questions if it is true and how he would do it. Changxian asks why he would tell him that. Jeripgu says he is doing this on purpose and asks if he does not know the basics of a deal, saying that since he asked for credit, he needs to know whether or not he will be able to return in order to make his decision. The hidden quest, the legacy of the dead king, is generated. After reading the details, Changxian says that Jeripgu heard what he said and tells Harold to come on out. Harold appears and says to please stop calling him at times like this, as this place is not even under his jurisdiction. Changxian says that if that is so, and it is bothering him, then he should go get another admin. Harold says he will do it and thinks that, of all people, this guy has been classified as a prospective talent, one of the top tier among the prospects, and despite not having a patron, he is showing remarkable growth at the fastest rate. He thinks that the 12 zodiacs are interested in him, and reports about him are in such high demand that they cannot keep up. Being in charge of Changxian has given him significant influence in the administrative bureau, so he cannot let him team up with another admin. He thinks that if the assignment changes, he will be like a dog chasing after chickens, and as Changxian's position gets better, he has a lot to gain, too, so he will have to keep following him around. Jeripgu then says to Harold that this guy is a talent granted by the administrative bureau and a tier 3rd prospect at that. He then glances at Changxian and says he will think of it as an investment for now and put it on credit, before telling Hyabin that the miss stays here, but she can come with him. Changxian then tells Hyabin that he will be away until tomorrow and, in the meantime, she should take as many quests from Jeripgu as possible and earn as much money as she can, not only for this dungeon raid, but also because it will be useful in the future as well. Hyabin wonders what on earth he is planning. Meanwhile, the Revenant clan leader, seeing all this from the store window, wonders what is going on. Henry says he has never seen or heard of Jeripgu leaving the shop to guide a player before and questions if it is a special mission, also wondering how they will receive quests now that he is gone. Nicholas says that Henry is right, and that if they cannot receive quests because Jeripgu is gone for the entire duration that other trains spend at the station, they will be in big trouble. Nicholas then thinks that the fact that Jeripgu is personally guiding a player somewhere means it is a very important hidden quest. He thinks that if it is a quest of that scale, Jeripgu will not be able to easily handle it by himself, and that is when they can jump in with the excuse of helping him. Since the dungeon is on French territory, he thinks he cannot let this foreigner run around as he wants. There is no doubt in his mind that they have found a hidden piece, so he considers whether they should just follow them. The system says that the dungeon administrator Harold will temporarily take care of the store in the boiling hell. The other players of the Revenant clan wonder if the rabbit definitely coming when Changxian calls on him means he has connections in the administrative bureau as well. Administrator Harold quickly scans the area for locations of nearby players and says he does not have a grudge against any of them, but he is already busy enough as it is, and being forced to be there is really annoying him. He says that as an administrator, he will try to uphold the principles of neutrality and equality, but being a creature with emotions, he cannot help but be swayed by them, and he asks if they all understand what he is saying. As Changxian goes, the Revenant leader follows him, and he thinks that, as he thought, they are following him on their own. His authority, Path of the Demonic Beast, swiftly monitors the many footsteps targeting him. Jarapgu says there are so many flies following them. Changxian tells him not to mind them and to keep going, and he thinks there is no need to get rid of them in advance because once they go down there, they will be too busy trying to survive anyway. He also thinks that the murderer king of Cerna, Luca, will surely try to get back the cryptic scripture, so he will lure them to a Ragaran where even players, gods, and the stars cannot see and secretly get rid of them. He then reaches the Surtur's aorta, and Jarapgu says that here it is, and that every time he comes there, it feels like his first time, and he can never get used to it. Changxian wonders if that is the blood of a dead Surtur. Jarapgu says that although he manages to make it all the way there from the stage, there is no way for him to get closer. Changxian recalls Thanatos wondering who said that, and thinks that if he could read Surtur's blood vessels, he would be able to get to the heart where Ragaran is. His joint name is Burning Giant, which brings the dorm anyway. Even though he has been dead for so long, Thanatos wonders who would have thought his hot blood would still be flowing. The watchmen cannot get any closer to reach the heart, as they would have to dive into the boiling blood, but they are blocked from getting close. Thanatos says he is confident that Changxian can do it because, to someone who harbors both the world-ending flames and Jigui, it will just feel like heaven, and he is the only one who can obtain Levitain. Changxian holds an anti-fire pulse, a mystical bead that protects against the adverse effects of fire. He consumes it and says that he will be off. Jarapgu asks if he really is not affected at all. Changxian glances and smiles. Jigui's demonic vessel is applied, and he enters Surtur's aorta. The durability of the anti-fire pulse rapidly decreases. The system warns him that the intense heat is melting the world and inflaming it, recommending that he leave the area quickly, as his body is under severe strain. Changxian says he thought acquiring the apocalyptic wind would make things easier, but that is not the case at all. It is practically impossible to swim across to the heart in this condition, and if he cannot resist it, he will simply absorb it. His authority, Soul Extortion, activates and attempts to absorb the remaining thoughts from the dead body, but fails because the rank of the dead soul is too high. Soul Extortion targets only the necessary thoughts and then successfully begins extracting the thoughts of the burning giant. He recalls asking Thanatos if he knows he has to get to where Ragaran is, but wonders if Levitain chooses its master and how to prove his qualification, as it is said that only a giant can pull it out. Thanatos says he might know them as very aggressive beings who worship battle and have a high desire for conquest enough to overtake numerous civilizations. They are also considered a transcendent species, but their numbers are extremely small, so most of their tales were not passed down properly. They are a kind of spirits, their characteristics reflecting the internally burning nature of Muspelheim. Thanatos says it would be fine if he became a giant himself, and even if he acquires the true trait of a giant, it will not cause any significant changes or hinder him from gathering myths. In fact, it would allow him to create a unique myth that no one else could achieve. He thinks that the giants are transcendent beings, and to become a giant with a human body, one must gradually accept the giant's genes, building a stronger body, like reinforcing bone, step by step, slowly shedding into a new form. With each shedding, the body becomes remarkably faster, and the soul's rank increases significantly. Then, he successfully acquires the traits of a giant, and mutation begins. He consumes large amounts of Surtur's blood and thoughts using the authority, Soul Extortion. New elements are added to the world-ending flame, and with that, Jigui's world-ending flame evolves into the giant's world-ending flame. Changxian feels like it is growing bigger and bigger, and the world around him is constantly changing. He can now sense even the most intricate corner of the world that he could not feel before. He activates the skill Viper Eyes to search for the desired target, and finally finds Ragaran's entrance. The system says he is in a state of overload. He thinks he needs more power, that the mutation is happening much slower than he expected, and that the spirit board is barely forming. He worries that if he keeps forcing through, he might even be torn apart. In this state, he believes he will not only fail to open Ragaran, but also fail his transformation to a race beyond humanity through shedding. He recalls calculating the time needed for jignitification with Thanatos, but even with Shant's 7 cryptic scriptures and pitch black darkness, his skin is not growing any faster. He did not expect to need even more power for jignitification. He knows he will reap great benefits after completing the shedding, but the rate is too slow, and he cannot say he can handle it with the energy he currently has. The system warns that the rate of stamina and mana loss is too high and recommends leaving the area. The pain keeps getting worse, and he thinks that if it continues, he might be in real danger. Then the mutation stops, and the outer skin starts shedding. He calls Cadmos and says he is overloaded because he is shedding too much skin at once. He thinks that if he uses pitch black darkness to separate the shedding into 2 stages, he might succeed in the mutation. He believes it is all or nothing, and that he is betting his life on this gamble. He thinks that if he completes the heart that allows for unlimited generation of pitch black darkness, it will increase his stamina, and if he adds it as an attribute to the giant's trait, failing means death. But if he survives, he might be able to complete the body. The Tempest-hatting daughter wonders if this man is really just an ordinary human. She thinks that even if he decoded a part of Shan's scriptures or borrowed Mephistopheles' power, there is no possibility of a mere human become a giant. She sees him as filled with the sole desire to become the Flame and Surtur himself. She thinks he seems to be acting for some grand plan, but is actually defying all logic. She believes this man is dangerous, that it is madness burning madness to succeed in whatever goal he sets his sight on. She sees him as someone who would give it all up without a blink if he could just achieve his goal, even if it meant losing everything in the process. He reminds her of her mother, and she thinks that if she becomes useless one day, this man will definitely get rid of her. She decides she must escape and return him to her household members, Muriel. She then throws the threads of wind, hoping to find them. The mutation is rapidly accelerating, and the flame heart starts moving. The system says he has reached the limit and that the first stage of shedding is occurring. The flame heart has now become the core of the mana accumulation circuit, and he has undergone structural metamorphosis. Changxian says he has successfully become a giant. With the completion of the flame heart, the brutal heart has also been created, but it is still not enough. For complete stability, the second stage of shedding is necessary. Cadmos cheers for him, strengthening the skin-body haze. After his deadly struggle, the system says the second mutation has been completed and that he has achieved skin metamorphosis. Changxian says the first shedding is bone metamorphosis, and the second shedding is skin metamorphosis. This, he says, is the rebirth, and he has now reached an entirely new realm. He acquires many skills and discovers Ragaran, the treasure vault of the perished world. He enters Ragaran, where the giants gather, and asks if he is the new successor of their deceased king. The system says he has entered the hidden dungeon, Ragaran. He feels the overwhelming presence and never thought he would see all of the Muspelheim shadows here, cosmic beings that transcend civilization and planets, covering entire galaxies. The shadow asks again if he is the successor of their deceased king, saying that although he has the soul of a human, he carries a strong scent of the deceased king. That is why they allowed him here despite their suspicions, but they still demand to know who he truly is. Changxian thinks that Muspelheim no longer has stars or gods, yet a fire giant appears here, so he must be worried. Thanatos tells him that Ragaran is Surtur's heart, and also the will of the fire giant that remained after the doom, so it is obvious that the qualification test to obtain Levitain will be extremely tough. Changxian thinks that one wrong answer could get him trampled by these giants. He introduces himself, saying his name is Changxian, and that he is a seeker of Levitain who is here to challenge them, fully prepared, knowing it will not be easy. The shadow says he surely knows how to talk and that they will see if he is capable of backing up those words. They order everyone to clear the way and tell him that at the end of this path lies their fortress. If he can pass through it entirely and return with Levitain as he claims, they will acknowledge him as one of them, a brother by blood, the successor of the king. He determines that to get Levitain, he must first be acknowledged by the shadows and prove he is qualified to be the king. Standing outside the first gate, the guard says that Changxian really came, and that usually just passing through that space would terrify most people, adding that the person who came before him was the same. Changxian wonders if someone has made it through Surtur's vein before and how they did it, and he asks if someone came there before him. The gatekeeper replies that they did, and he thinks they are nearing Surtur's fortress by now. Changxian wonders that even with thorough preparation, the heat of Surtur's blood makes it very difficult. and that thinking another traveler arrived there besides him means it could be some powerful figure who entered the dungeon along with him, or perhaps a player from another civilization who passed through a different gate. He thinks he cannot let anybody snatch his chance to conquer Ragaran, and that he has to catch up with them as quickly as possible. The guard then asks if Changxian knows how the challenge works, saying there are 36 gates in total, with stronger warriors positioned the further he goes. Since Changxian has no chance of defeating their warriors, they will all be fighting under suitably disadvantageous conditions, so he should not worry. Changxian wonders if the guard is looking down on him, but there is no reason to refuse. Even if he has become a giant through the shedding ritual, he thinks he should not act too cocky, as it will not be easy to defeat the giant warriors who have been through countless battlefields and have killed numerous gods and stars. The method to clear each fortress is simple. The guard says he either defeats the guardians, gets acknowledged by them, or opens the door to the next fortress based on their subjective judgment, and asks if there are any other questions. Changxian says no, and the guard says he is calm and focused, adding that it would be great if all challengers were like him. Changxian asks if that is so, and then requests the door be opened. The guard opens it, telling him to give it his best shot. The system informs him that he has arrived at the first gate. This gatekeeper's weapon is a spear, and he says his name is Gustav, asking the visitor for his name. Changxian tells him, and Gustav says it is quite an unusual name and hopes his skills are just as unique. Changxian wonders that the spear is made of stone, recognizing it as a high-level artifact, and decides he should not charge head-on. Gustav then says it is a shame, as a true warrior draws strength from a healthy body and strong muscles. Yet Changxian is so delicate that he looks like he would break with one strike to the side. Changxian thinks that everyone outside was also pretty bulky, and the other 35 gatekeepers he will meet further in will likely be similar. Gustav then says that since he is there to test Changxian's skills and keep things fair, he will only use his right hand, and if Changxian can make him use his left hand or move from his spot, he will win. Changxian then activates the ferocious tiger, and the fangs of the ferocious tiger brush forth and leap toward Gustav. Gustav, frustrated, blocks his strikes and says he is still talking and calls it dishonorable. Changxian, while fighting, says it is strange, asking if Gustav did not say he wanted to test his skills. He adds that if the goal is to test his skills, it means he wants him to treat it as real combat, and questions if Gustav thinks someone would not come for his life while he is bragging like that on the battlefield. Gustav laughs and says he is right, that whether through trickery or an unexpected attack, a defeat on the battlefield is a defeat, but that means he does not have to go easy on him. Changxian says that Gustav himself said it does not matter how it is done, as long as winning is the outcome. Gustav replies that it is well said, but his pride does not allow him to go all out against someone he considers a weakling, so he will fight in his own way. Changxian realizes that what Oro said about their brains being full of muscles is actually true. He recalls when he asked Oro if they had any weaknesses, and Oro replied that there are no obvious weaknesses, that they value honor and pride over their own lives, and are exceptionally skilled on the battlefield. Oro added that if there is a flaw, it is that they are simple-minded, with brains as full of muscles as their bodies, living purely on impulse and doing what they want without proper thought. Oro reminded him that he was once an abominable god, and in that case, getting acknowledged by the Fools of Shadows would not be hard for him, as their natures are quite similar. Oro said that once he faces them himself, he will understand. While fighting, Gustav says to Changxian that he has a strong scent of their kind on him, that he was definitely born human, and asks how he gained such extensive combat experience. Changxian replies that if Gustav is curious, he should defeat him to find out. As Oro said, he certainly piques Gustav's interest, but the question is how to win, as Gustav is far too tough. Gustav asks if he is trying to provoke him, adding that the more they fight, the more he likes him. The system then announces that he successfully gains the interest of the first gatekeeper. Changxian thinks that while fighting, his awakening as a giant is completed, and his hellfire proficiency is also catching up as he relies on it, leaving him very satisfied. The moment he gains the power of a giant, he feels that the drawbacks from the limits he had as a human are lifted. However, controlling the unique traits of the giant's hellfire is not easy. Its explosive power is extremely overwhelming. Changxian wonders that observing Gustav's movements could uncover some secrets, the trajectory of the sphere, its techniques, its form, and questions what he should do. Gustav says it looks like controlling the flames is not easy for him, which is to be expected, as the flames of the shadows are notoriously difficult to handle even for them. He adds that the better one handles them, the more one is recognized as an exceptional warrior, and asks how about it, if Changxian wants him to teach him. Changxian asks if it is all right for him to teach that. Gastov replies that even if he teaches him, it is not something he can easily replicate, and it is not a very hidden secret either. It is all about muscles. He tells him to look at these muscles, strong and magnificent, because no matter how fierce the flames, they are bound to yield to the power of the mighty muscles, so he should build his muscles. Changxian thinks that if he keeps listening to him, his brain will turn into muscles, so he needs to learn how to control the hellfire. He wonders if confining it is the right answer, noting that the basic nature of hellfire is to expand and explode, and maybe he does not need to forcibly control it. Especially with the unpredictable pitch-black darkness mixed into it, forcible control might not work, so instead of trying to force through, it might be better to get advice. The system informs him that he has connected to the subconscious world and that a pallid gaze is watching him. He asks the great demon if he does not have something to teach him, warning that if word spreads that a disciple of the great demon was easily defeated by a giant, it might not look good for him. Mephistopheles descends and says how annoying he is, complaining that he keeps disturbing him with every little matter. As the great demon comes in human form, Changxian thinks he feels like he has seen that face before. The system says many gods are eager to see the appearance of the great demon, who is rumored not to originate from the abyss, and a few stars are verifying the disciple brought by the great demon. The great demon says it is so noisy, and the channeling is cut off. The dungeon channel transmission is temporarily severed, and the connection with the administrative bureau is cut off. Changxian wonders that he cannot believe the great demon blocked the gaze of the gods and stars and the interference of the administrative bureau. He thinks that is another level, and maybe it is because he has fully awakened as a giant and his senses have become sharper, as he can clearly feel an overwhelming otherworldly pressure. Changxian says that disturbing the great demon is still better than having a pathetic disciple master. The great demon says that if Changxian could not fully digest it, he was just going to discard him, but he is growing at a much faster pace than anticipated, so it feels like he is worth the effort being put in, and tells him to watch carefully, as he will not explain it twice. Changxian thinks that there is nothing good about getting tangled up in a sentimental master-disciple relationship, but it does annoy him a bit that the great demon does not show any reactions to being a cult master. The great demon says that pitch-black darkness is a power that devours everything, turning it into nothingness, and is the force that filled the world before the beginning of time. He says Changxian is trying to contain the pitch-black darkness that is slowly created through the brutal heart with his power, and that is impossible, even for him. He says pitch-black darkness inherently possesses a nature that seeks to return to its original place, to the past or even to the beginning of time, and asks how one can trap a wheel that turns in the opposite direction. Changxian wonders that its trait of being uncontainable is similar to that of hellfire, a wheel that turns in the opposite direction to the past, and recalls that they reversed the small loop of time in the underworld to send him to the earth. The great demon says that pitch-black darkness is not about controlling but guiding, and adds that instead of just telling him about it, it is better to show him directly. He then freezes Gastov, and Changxian, seeing this, wonders if it is a loop that has been stopped. Time, space, and the entire world around him are frozen, completely bound by the great demon. He now understands why the great demon blocked the gazes of the gods and stars that were watching. Not only did he cut off the channeling, but he also froze the time of the universe, called the loop, so no one is aware of it. This is a level that is impossible to achieve even for most stars, whether it is Minerva or the 12 zodiac signs, and the great demon's caliber is far beyond what he can imagine. The great demon then makes Gastov disappear and asks if he must have seen it clearly. He says that even if Changxian goes berserk right now, he will not be able to recreate what he just saw, but since he has seen it, he can guess how to control it now. He says he has shown him how it moves, so he should try to extract and control it himself, and that will be his first step in properly managing the brutal heart. Changxian thinks that what he needed was the proper cultivation of pitch-black darkness. Since the brutal heart is shared with Cadmos, pitch-black darkness will naturally be in control, and in the end, all he needs to do is guide it properly. Later, the gods and the stars are curious about what happens while the channeling is cut off. Meanwhile, Changxian wields the spear against Gastov, thinking that he can concentrate his mental energy on the blade. He thinks that if hellfire could not be controlled because he only fought as a tool like the Yuchang sword and evil Snaggletooth, then if he thinks of hellfire as a part of his body now, as a giant formed by the flame of shadows, it will follow naturally. With that, the aura spear is completed, and the spear attack surprises Gastov, who shouts in disbelief that Changjin twisted it into a spiral and asks if he is even using their spear technique, Sarmatia. Changjin thinks that no matter how well he tries to control Hellfire, there will always be limits, but Gastov's people have been handling the flames of shadows for a long time, and refining the method for generations. So, to effectively control and handle the flames of shadows, he does not need to go back in time. He just needs to bring back the martial arts of the giants. He says to Gastov that showing him Sarmatia was his mistake. He then unleashes a huge spear attack toward Gastov, who struggles to block it, uses both hands, and whose spear also cracks. Gastov is surprised that not only does he fail to use one hand as he had intended, but he is also pushed back, and on top of that, his spear blade cracks. Changjin then asks what the result is. Gustav declares that the first gatekeeper acknowledges the victory of the challenger Changxian, and thinks that with the skill and growth speed Changxian has just shown, he might be the one to answer all unspoken prayers. Meanwhile, the Revenant clan leaders reach the bottom and see the Fire River, wondering if Changxian really crossed this river. They think there has to be another path through. Nicholas thinks that someone who has not even been in a player world for a year is already displaying high-ranked skills, so he must have secrets that others do not know about. He recalls that he does not remember seeing the Iron Mask since they arrived at this station. Iron Mask, no matter how much he has repented after being a demon, was a cheater and is always a cheater. Changxian is definitely a demonic human, plotting something with the Iron Mask, a fellow demon. It is suspicious that both of them disappeared at the same time. Considering Changxian's abnormal progress as a result of demonic arts, it makes sense. By now, they are probably meeting beyond the River of Fire and scheming something that will push everyone into danger. Meanwhile, the patron goddess of Miral comes to her, and she quickly recognizes her. Meanwhile, Jerepku thinks that something is definitely about to happen. He reflects that if it were the shopkeepers at the other station, they would immediately try to kick them out, but it is fine with him. He saw Changxian connecting to Ragarin with another eye that he threw into the River of Fire to observe Surtur's heart. It might be a good time to hold a shopkeepers meeting after a long time, and he is already looking forward to the looks on the faces of his old colleagues. He notes that Changxian has properly opened Ragarin and fully obtained the title of Surtur's successor. From then on, there is no need to say anything. He will save a path of roses for her. Meanwhile, Changxian defeats the 19th gatekeeper and meets the 20th gatekeeper, who asks if he is not rushing too much. He adds that they have long acknowledged him as a respectable warrior and want to defeat a warrior at the peak of their skill and condition, not someone exhausted and weak. He offers as much time to rest as needed. Changxian leaps toward him, thinking that he does not have much time left and will finish this no matter what, and tells him he will continue without rest. The gatekeeper struggles to fight and says that Changxian cannot easily defeat someone like him without taking a break, asking if he knows what this ecstasy is, and that he does not particularly want to lose the sensation. The gatekeeper comments that it seems Changxian has gained something, and hearing him say that makes him want to try even harder. Changxian thinks that when he is immersed in the sensation of breaking through a wall, he cannot afford to lose focus. The system informs Changxian that he has successfully passed through the 30 gate and arrived at the 31st gate, instructing him to defeat the gatekeeper of the 31st gate. As he enters, he sees Iron Mask standing there and thinks that there is a passenger here. Could he be the Iron Mask, Griezmann's son, the one who killed a giant, a transcendental race? Iron Mask comments that he never thought they would meet in a place like this. Changxian senses an ominous black aura filling the area, recognizing it as demonic energy of such purity and magnitude that only one being could match it. Griezmann, the leader of all non-humans and heretics, the Demon King. He recalls that in France, Griezmann's son is the one to be most wary of, a legendary figure who transitioned from a player and demonic human to a Duke-level high ranker, making it possible to guess his true intentions. On top of that, the divine being, the first sorcerer of Samaria, is present. Iron Mask complains that he has not even finished the raid and does not want his identity revealed, wondering if he should get rid of Changxian since he has seen him. Gastov intervenes, saying that he cannot do that because the broken fortress is being restored and the battle with the 31st gatekeeper is being prepared. He adds that challenger Simon Magus has just succeeded in passing the 31st trial and must hurry to the 32nd gate, warning that if he does not leave, an explosion will be arranged so he can try again next time. Simon remarks that the guy who was beaten to death by him cannot be helped, and that later there will be more to discuss. Changxian reflects on Simon Magus, the demigod with a divine name, the first sorcerer of Samaria, thinking that he expected to meet him someday, but did not expect it to be like this. He wonders why Simon is here and if he could be after Ragaran like him. Changxian rushes to fight, thinking that he should focus all his attention on the remaining battles, but now faces this new headache. The system announces that Changxian has entered the 32nd gate. As he enters, he finds Simon there, who asks if he can wait a moment. Changxian asks if Simon has something to say. Simon confirms he does, but first asks if Changxian is after the core of Ragaran, the heart chamber where Leviathan is embedded. Changxian asks if Simon is implying that he is not after it. Simon admits he is not. What he wants is a different item located in the heart chamber, a collection of 15 verses, specifically the human skin parchment of those verses. He explains that it is a treasure he has been searching for a long time, having searched the world for thousands of years, and offers a deal. Changxian can take Leviathan or any other treasure, and in return, Simon will provide any support he needs. Changxian asks him to elaborate. Simon explains that Ragaran has a total of 36 fortresses, but in a corner of the heart chamber, where treasures are stored, there is a 37th room unknown even to the past monarchs of Shadows. He doubts it would be easy to reach that place alone and suggests they join forces. Changxian wonders if even Thanatos did not know about the 37th room. Whatever is inside must be extraordinary. He notes that Simon Magus, a black mage whose true intentions are hard to guess and a demonic god who reached the rank of Demon King, is the one proposing this, and he might not benefit from getting involved with him, though he cannot help being intrigued. Changxian asks Simon what exactly the verses are, and Simon warns that if he reveals the information, Changxian must join forces with him without running away. Otherwise, he will be killed, even if Simon loses his divine name. He asks if Changxian has ever heard of the first and last giant kings Besla. Changxian realizes that the Peter's key from Besla's treasure trembles at the mention of Besla, and he wonders if there is a connection. He admits he does not know anything about it. Simon expresses surprise that Changxian has reached the Shadow's treasure world without having heard of Besla and questions if he expects him to believe that. Changxian insists he has not, but notes that, considering the descriptions of Besla as the first and last and the title of Giant King, it is clear that Besla is no minor deity, and asks Simon to explain further. Simon explains that Besla is the god of gods and the king of kings who ruled the three worlds of Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim before they split apart, and that Besla is one of the few beings in the past universe to have earned the title King of Gods. He seeks to obtain the poem verses that hold her remaining power. Simon recounts that at the very beginning of the universe, a few shattered fragments became worlds: Muspelheim, where the fire giants live; Jotunheim, where the four frost giants reside; and Niflheim, where all kinds of monsters are entangled with the giants. Since these three worlds originated from shattered fragments, they were incomplete and sought to become whole by forcibly merging with other worlds and civilizations. The three worlds fought for dominance and were eventually unified under one great being. Changxian remarks that the being was Besla. Simon confirms this, but notes that no matter how great a god is, their eventual fall is inevitable. With Besla's death, the three worlds rapidly diminished and were forced to survive in a corner of the universe, except for Niflheim, which recovered more fully. He adds that due to the Great War at the time, the world ended up facing the apocalypse as they do now, and Jotunheim's location became unknown. Simon concludes that the rise and fall of the three worlds based on Besla's fate demonstrates just how significant she was, and that even the magic obtained by the former chief god of Asgard, father of the staff-wielding warriors in his youth, originated from Besla. Changxian is surprised and asks if Odin's magic really originated from Besla. He thinks that he knew the rune magic he learned from his grandfather came from Odin, the chief god of Asgard, but now realizes those runes originated from Besla, the only god-king who unified and commanded the giants. Simon explains that he wants to obtain the verses that hold Besla's remaining power and considers that explanation sufficient. Changxian thinks that Simon must be confident he can kill him, which is significant for him to reveal so easily. He recalls that Simon Magus fears that the Apostle Peter, now dead, might resurrect like his master at any time, and that there are beings with whom Simon has long-standing grudges. He understands why Simon needs Besla's verses and realizes that Simon undoubtedly wants to escape all those threats and ascend to become a complete god, achieving transcendence. Changxian notes that it is no coincidence the Peter's key was buried in Besla's tomb and finds it natural to be intrigued by Besla. He then asks Simon why he needs him. noting that Simon seems capable of passing through the remaining gates on his own. Simon explains that this is his 24th attempt at Ragaran, and that he has been thwarted by 2 conditions. First, being a half-blood who has not awakened as a giant. Changxian remarks that if Simon is not a giant, he should not even be able to challenge Ragaran. Simon yells, asking what Changxian takes him for, and explains that he was the first to rise to the rank of sorcerer in the great holy land of Samaria. He can find a way around the first condition, but because he is not a complete giant, he cannot reach the core. The second issue is the final gatekeeper, the 3-headed guardian Shinmora. Changxian recalls Thanatos' advice that, while Simon could defeat other warriors with his skills, he should be well prepared for the final gatekeeper, who can see 3 different fates of her enemies with her 3 heads. Simon says he probably knows more about her than anyone else and has somewhat of a strategy prepared, and he assumes that since Changxian has become a giant, he must have some plans as well. Simon concludes that he has said all he needs to. Changxian asks how Simon got there in the first place, noting that there was only one passage from the first station to Ragaran. Simon explains that he used a portal. The system announces that their party has been formed, and that they have successfully passed through the 35th gate, entering the core of the 36th gate. Shinmora senses their presence and remarks that she sees a familiar face, but the other one is new, noting that the smell of Surtur is strong with this one. She asks if he is the child the other warriors were talking about and states that before beginning the final trial, she shall predict the fate of the challengers. Changxian recalls Thanatos' advice to be cautious and avoid being noticed by her eyes, especially twice. Shinmora tells Changxian that normally every living being, god or human, has one of the fates of birth, aging, illness, and death, but he has none. She notes that she does not see the fate of his life and asks if he knows that he has already experienced death several times. Changxian thinks that Shinmora's 3 faces are said to glimpse 3 types of fate. The left sees the past, the central sees the present, and the right sees the future. He reasons that any mortal with a soul undergoes reincarnation and accumulates karma, and when one escapes that cycle, they reach a stage of emancipation to gain pieces of immortality or divinity. He wonders if the fate of life not being visible means she saw his past life or a life even before that. Then realizes this is different. Perhaps she saw his current life when he gave up being the twilight of the gods, or something greater, but he is unsure exactly what. Simon leaps toward Shinmora, declaring that he is right here and asking what she is looking at, stating that today he will repay all the humiliation he has endured. He thinks he must cut off the right hand to prevent it from reading the future. The system states that the divine being, the first sorcerer of Samaria, has declared a demonic zone. Shinmora remarks that it is a futile effort, and that Simon's defeat has already been decided. Simon notices Changxian and remarks that he thought maybe, but did not expect, that Changxian had really become a complete giant. The system states that the effects of the shedding have been applied twice, successfully evolving the first form world-ending flames into the second form hellfire, and that the title Jigwee's demonic vessel has evolved into Jigwee's giant vessel.